compared to cultivating immortality. Xiao Chen also turned to leave, quickly returning to his residence. When the maid saw Xiao Chen return, she hurriedly went to report to the inner chamber. When Tang Shuang came out with Chen Linger, she happened to see Xiao Chen. Immortal Lord, you're back. Tang Shuang looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of surprise. These days, she had been thinking about the man before her constantly. However, she also knew that the Immortal Lord must be very busy and had no time to seek her out. Master. Chen Linger hugged Xiao Chen, her eyes brimming with delight. Xiao Chen pulled Chen Linger and tapped her forehead. In the next moment, Chen Linger looked at him with a hint of surprise and said, Master, what is this technique? Qi cultivation technique. Xiao Chen patted Chen Linger's head and smiled, saying, Go and cultivate. Yes. Upon hearing this, Chen Linger quickly nodded. Being the daughter of destiny, she had extraordinary talent. As soon as the Qi cultivation technique entered her mind, she already knew how to cultivate. Immortal Lord, you passed the technique to Linger? Tang Shuang looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes like water. Yes. If she continues to cultivate, she has a high chance of becoming an immortal. Xiao Chen said. Although it was just the basic Qi cultivation technique, it still held the hope of achieving immortality. Thank you, Immortal Lord, for bestowing the technique. Tang Shuang exclaimed in delight. She understood that her daughter would be different from now on. With the Immortal Lord's bestowed technique, she was truly on the path to becoming an immortal. Come with me. Xiao Chen pulled Tang Shuang into the room. Once inside, Tang Shuang leaned against the Immortal Lord. You've been gone for so long, I've missed you so much. Her eyes sparkled like water as she softly spoke to Xiao Chen. Come. Xiao Chen pulled Tang Shuang and suddenly took out a ceramic pot. This was the tiger meat he had cooked last night. He had asked Chu Qingyue yesterday and found that after she ate the tiger meat, the effects were even better than his. Aside from the absurd side effects, this tiger meat was truly a good thing. Immortal Lord, this is. Seeing Xiao Chen lift the lid of the pot, revealing chunks of distinctly colored meat, Tang Shuang asked curiously, a tiger as tall as a mountain, eating it will benefit you. Xiao Chen said as he pulled Tang Shuang closer, but you can only eat one piece. Too much will be too much for your body to handle. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuang immediately said, Immortal Lord, I won't eat it. Give it to Linger. But Xiao Chen shook his head and said, Linger can't eat it. Why is that? Tang Shuang asked, somewhat surprised. She knew that Xiao Chen was naturally fond of Chen Linger, but why couldn't her daughter eat it? You'll know once you eat it. Xiao Chen smiled and picked up a piece of meat, feeding it to Tang Shuang. Hearing this, Tang Shuang opened her mouth and bit down on the piece of meat. Immortal Lord, it's so delicious. Tang Shuang knew that this meat must be from a divine tiger, otherwise, how could it be as tall as a mountain? However, once the meat was swallowed, she felt something was off. Immortal Lord, why? At this moment, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Xiao Chen and asked, That's the side effect of this meat. Xiao Chen said as he pulled Tang Shuang closer, eating it is good for your body, but it can also stimulate your desires. Tang Shuang's eyes became dreamy, and at this moment, she was already leaning against Xiao Chen. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Xiao Chen quickly pulled Tang Shuang onto the bed until the sun set. Xiao Chen finally crawled out of bed. After covering Tang Shuang, who was still deeply asleep, he walked out. Immortal Lord, Miss Linger is in her room, but no matter how I call her, there's no response. Upon seeing Xiao Chen come out, Diao Chan quickly approached him and whispered, Don't worry about her, she shouldn't wake up tonight. Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand. He naturally knew that Chen Linger was practicing her Qi cultivation technique and her progress should be quite fast. Duh. Chen, upon hearing this, stopped asking and proactively moved behind Xiao Chen to massage his shoulders. At this moment, Xiao Chen was feeling the spiritual energy within him continuously gathering. Your disciple Chen Linger has successfully cultivated her Qi technique and has entered the initial stage of Qi cultivation. You have gained an enhancement. Ha! Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. So, if his disciple succeeded in her cultivation, he could also receive rewards. His current strength was still at the peak of Qi cultivation, but compared to before, he had improved quite a bit and that strand of spiritual energy was still expanding. System, if I take on disciples and they cultivate, I can also benefit? Xiao Chen asked aloud. What your disciple gains from cultivation will also be returned to you, the system explained in his mind. Then wouldn't it be better for me to take on as many disciples as possible? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a strong urge to directly enter disciple collecting mode in this world. Regardless of the consequences, he would gather them all. When the numbers increased, he would surely benefit somehow. Unless it's a child of destiny, otherwise, no gifts can be bestowed. When the system's voice echoed in his mind, Xiao Chen sighed. He was well aware of how rare a child of destiny was. Essentially, there was only one in each realm. So, aside from Linger, I can't do anything if others succeed in their cultivation? Xiao Chen asked helplessly. Chen Ran is also a child of destiny. The system's voice rang out and Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. But upon further thought, it made sense. Chen Ran's template was indeed that of a child of destiny. With this in mind, Xiao Chen felt it was quite normal. Master, I have successfully cultivated my Qi. Chen Linger rushed out, looking at Xiao Chen as she spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Chen took a careful look at Chen Linger. Indeed, she had already entered the initial stage of Qi cultivation, which meant she had just reached the innate level. This was also thanks to Chen Ran's regular martial training, allowing her to progress very quickly. Keep up the good work. Xiao Chen patted Chen Ran's head and said softly, Yes, Immortal Lord, some nobles in the city know you have arrived and wish to pay their respects. At this moment, Diao Chan hurried over. She knew that many nobles in the city were keeping an eye on the Immortal Lord's residence. As soon as the Immortal Lord arrived, they would send invitations. However, the Immortal Lord rarely came, and even They, who worked as maids in the residence, had only seen him a few times. Decline them. Xiao Chen waved his hand upon hearing this. He was too lazy to meet those people. Understood. Diao Chan quickly left after hearing this. Xiao Chen encouraged Chen Ran a few more times, telling the little girl to continue her training, before returning to his room. At this moment, Tang Shuang had already woken up and looked at Xiao Chen, her cheeks slightly flushed. Although she felt a bit disoriented after eating the tiger meat, she clearly remembered what she had done at that time. Now that she was awake, she felt somewhat at a loss. She also understood why Xiao Chen didn't let Chen Linger eat it. How do you feel? Xiao Chen sat in front of Tang Shuang and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Tang Shuang was taken aback and said, Immortal Lord, I feel that my body is better than before. Even my strength has increased quite a bit. She was somewhat surprised that the tiger meat had such an effect. Indeed, it was worthy of being the divine tiger from the heavens. Here, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and took out a bottle of primary evolution potion, saying, Linger drank this before, and you saw it, you should drink it. Immortal Lord, how can such a divine medicine be given to me? Tang Shuang immediately said nervously. She clearly saw the effects of this divine medicine. After her daughter drank it, she gained divine power. Now, the Immortal Lord had actually bestowed it upon her. You are my woman, who else would I give it to? At this point, Xiao Chen didn't care at all about the basic evolution potion. He had obtained quite a few from Gu Ming, and that guy was basically trading those things with him now. There was no choice. His side was running low on gold, not that there was none, but originally, not many people cared about it, and now it was scattered who knows where. The wilderness of the apocalyptic world was even more dangerous. They had gathered a few outposts, and they had basically salvaged everything they could find. So later, Gu Ming simply decided to trade basic evolution potions with Xiao Chen, making the transactions go smoothly. After giving Tang Shuang the potion, she immediately fainted from the pain. Xiao Chen glanced at Tang Shuang's condition. It was not too bad. It wasn't until the next day that Tang Shuang woke up. Seeing Xiao Chen sitting at the head of the bed, she softly said, Immortal Lord. Xiao Chen nodded, glancing at Tang Shuang. Her body had undoubtedly become much stronger, but unfortunately, she had not awakened any special abilities. Immortal Lord, I feel like I have endless strength, but I can't awaken divine power. She had seen her daughter and the Emperor's divine power, but unfortunately, she was not destined for it. It's fine, that's just a little trick. Xiao Chen waved his hand upon hearing this. She truly didn't care about such things. Generally, even if an ability user was strong, it was still limited. As for herself, even Xiao Chen found it absurd. He had asked Gu Ming, and even Gu Ming didn't know why Xiao Chen's ability was spatial teleportation in storage space. After all, he had seen teleportation before, but that so-called storage space had basically never appeared in the apocalyptic world. Xiao Chen had long suspected that this was given by the system, just issued under the guise of special abilities. That's why that space was so vast now. In the following days, Xiao Chen stayed at the Immortal Lord's residence, and after a few days, he prepared to leave. I have to go. He looked at Tang Shuang in his arms and said, I'll come back when I have time. Okay. Tang Shuang replied, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of reluctance. After returning to the real world, Xiao Chen glanced at the time. 3 days had already passed, and his phone had several missed calls. Besides Songya and the others, there was one missed call that Xiao Chen hadn't expected. Wu Lai. The innate being next to Old Bai, he had exchanged numbers with him the last time he took gold, but he hadn't expected the other party to call him. Mr. Xiao, something happened to Chu Qingyue. As soon as the call connected, Wu Lai's voice came through urgently. We have no way, please help us. Xiao Chen hadn't expected Wu Lai to call him. Moreover, as an innate martial artist, he should be invincible in the real world. After all, from Chu Qingyue's mouth, Xiao Chen had almost understood the value of innate martial artists. Even the authorities were at a loss when facing innate martial artists. It could even be said that being innate equated to being invincible in the country. Yet, an innate martial artist like Wu Lai was telling Xiao Chen that there was no way out. What exactly happened? At this moment, Xiao Chen asked with a serious expression. He knew very well that in such a situation, something significant must have occurred. Otherwise, it would never have escalated to this point. Things are a bit troublesome. Originally, Chu Qingyue went to investigate something, but after going there, she got trapped in that place. We went over, but we couldn't find any way in. Wu Lai's words made Xiao Chen's expression turn grim. Undoubtedly, Chu Qingyue was trapped somewhere, and she couldn't get out. That was the worst-case scenario. Even Xiao Chen had no way out. After all, if it were just about combat power, he could manage, but being trapped in a situation where he couldn't find a way out was much more complicated. What exactly is going on? Xiao Chen asked. 3 days ago, Chu Qingyue reported to headquarters that she discovered a group of people whose movements were suspicious, and they weren't from Longhua. It seemed they were planning to unite to excavate a tomb. At the time, we didn't pay much attention, but then we lost contact with Chu Qingyue. Wu Lai said helplessly. We immediately launched an operation, and even now we are outside that tomb. But this tomb is very strange. No instruments can detect anything, and once we enter, we get lost and have no idea what is happening inside. Listening to Wu Lai, Xiao Chen had a rough understanding. To put it simply, it wasn't that the innate martial artists couldn't act, it was just that there was no direction. They didn't even know what Chu Qingyue's current situation was. This was the worst part, as even they didn't know what to do. Old Bai said you might have a way and asked us to try contacting you. Wu Lai was also at a loss. He knew Xiao Chen was powerful, but did he really have a solution for this? Thinking of this, he felt that in such a situation, Xiao Chen probably wouldn't have any way either. However, he also understood that he needed to contact Xiao Chen to ask how to handle this. Hearing Wu Lai's words, Xiao Chen spoke up. Where are you? I'm coming over now. He indeed had no solution, but since it concerned Chu Qingyue, he had to go. Moreover, he could also ask that group of guys in the chat, perhaps they had a way. The first person Xiao Chen thought of was undoubtedly Fan Hao. In the game, world, there were all sorts of strange items and there should be no shortage of items for finding people. With this in mind, Xiao Chen quickly clarified the address and then hung up the phone. He first sent a message to Feng Hao asking if there was a way to find someone. Boss, I have an item for locating people. This thing is basically used in games to hunt down enemies. It just tracks them relentlessly and won't lose them. Feng Hao quickly replied. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he was looking for. Do you have it on hand right now? Xiao Chen asked without any hesitation. He was very anxious, even a bit impatient. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Feng Hao didn't hesitate and quickly placed an order for Xiao Chen. After all, it was just some soda. For him, these things were the real fun. Xiao Chen gathered more than 20 boxes of soda and chose to teleport. The next moment, he appeared at Feng Hao's side. Boss, this is it. He handed Xiao Chen an incense stick and said, this is called soul-chasing incense. As long as you lock onto the target, no matter where they are, lighting this incense will cause the smoke to start tracking them. Feng Hao, thank you. Xiao Chen nodded immediately upon hearing this. This item was the most important thing for him right now. Taking the item, Xiao Chen didn't have time to say much to Feng Hao. Chu Qingyue could encounter an accident at any moment. At this time, he had to rescue Chu Qingyue as quickly as possible. So, Xiao Chen immediately returned to the real world. He hurriedly ran out of the supermarket, and the next moment his body moved suddenly, teleporting far away. He knew that the current situation was extremely urgent and driving would be slower than teleporting. Moreover, since reaching the peak of Qi training, he didn't even know how much his strength had improved. At this moment, Xiao Chen rushed out at the fastest speed possible. Each of his teleportations now covered a distance of over 10 kilometers, and the speed was so astonishing that even Xiao Chen himself was surprised. Fortunately, the area that Chu Qingyue was responsible for was not far from Yun City. In fact, it was right on the outskirts. In just 10 minutes, Xiao Chen had teleported a full 200 kilometers and soon saw the mountain that Wu Lai and the others had mentioned. At this moment, Xiao Chen, feeling the mental energy within him, finally took a breath. Along the way, he had consumed 3 bottles of mental recovery potions, otherwise he felt he wouldn't be able to hold on. Xiao Chen quickly ascended the mountain. And sure enough, the foot of the mountain was already surrounded by people. The guards on duty prepared to intercept him as soon as they saw Xiao Chen. I am a guest of the Special Operations Group, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen presented his credentials, and upon seeing them, the guard's face immediately showed a hint of respect. Only innate martial artists or those with significant contributions could qualify as guests of the Special Operations Group. Regardless of which category, they were not ordinary people. Leader, I will notify someone to come and pick you up right away. Several of the guards immediately spoke up. They then began to pull out their walkie-talkies to communicate. When Wu Lai came down and saw Xiao Chen, he was utterly astonished. He had only spoken to Xiao Chen about 10 minutes ago, and in that time, Xiao Chen had crossed over 200 kilometers. How did he do it? At this moment, he was beginning to doubt his own beliefs. You, Mr. Xiao, how did you get here? Wu Lai asked, looking at Xiao Chen. Don't worry about that for now. Take me to the tomb. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly replied. Wu Lai understood that this was not the time to dwell on such matters, but in his heart he had already categorized Xiao Chen as someone not to be trifled with. Clearly, they had been over 200 kilometers apart, yet in such a short time, Xiao Chen had almost instantly arrived. Such speed was simply terrifying. He didn't even know how Xiao Chen had made it here. Now, he understood why Old Bai had asked him to notify Xiao Chen. It seemed that he and the other innate martial artists were indeed no match for Xiao Chen. Innate martial artists had their own pride, and they were even more so. After all, there were only a few innate martial artists in the country, and they were comparable to human nuclear bombs. They were beings capable of deterring enemy nations, and because of this, Wu Lai and the others were inherently not the type to submit easily. Even after being beaten by Xiao Chen last time, they still felt unconvinced. However, now he found himself somewhat wary of Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen was too enigmatic. At the same time, he was unsure how to face Xiao Chen, especially this time. When Xiao Chen appeared, Wu Lai couldn't help but feel that the Xiao Chen before him had changed significantly. At the very least, he seemed unrecognizable. Xiao Chen gave Wu Lai the impression of being more peaceful than before, yet this peace seemed to conceal a tremendous crisis. Thus, at this moment, standing before Xiao Chen, Wu Lai felt a twinge of unease. Mr. Xiao, this is the entrance to the tomb. I've been down several times, but this tomb is like a maze with countless paths inside. Each path leads to numerous forks, and if one is not careful, they can easily lose their way. I was tied to a rope when I went down, Wu Lai said helplessly, but the rope was nearly 5,000 meters long, and I used it all up without finding any trace of them. I could only return to the starting point. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. This made it clear just how complex the situation inside the tomb was. It was evident that Wu Lai and the others could only wait anxiously here. Looking at Wu Lai's expression, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and then said, in that case, leave the next steps to me. He was very clear that Chu Qingyue had been inside for a while now, and if they didn't rescue her soon, it would definitely lead to big problems. In fact, he wasn't even sure what the situation was inside. Can Mr. Xiao find her? Looking at Xiao Chen, Wu Lai hurriedly asked. Their biggest problem right now was that they couldn't find Chu Qingyue. After all, as an innate martial artist, Wu Lai was confident that even if a few foreigners showed up, he could take them down. However, now Wu Lai had strength but no way to use it. Yes, Xiao Chen pulled out a soul-chasing incense from his pocket. Mr. Xiao, what is this? Wu Lai was stunned as he watched Xiao Chen take out a red incense stick. A tool, Xiao Chen replied, and then wrote Chu Qingyue's name on the soul-chasing incense. After that, Xiao Chen lit the incense. In the next moment, a red smoke instantly floated out, directly entering the tomb. Xiao Chen saw the red smoke extending like a red thread, and he quickly walked towards it. I'm going in to take a look. You stay here and watch this incense. Don't let it go out. By the time he finished speaking, Wu Lai had already seen Xiao Chen disappear in front of him in an instant. He widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. Xiao Chen was indeed too strange. He could produce such thick smoke, and even now, he didn't understand how the smoke had come out. At this moment, looking at the smoke that extended like a thin line, a hint of astonishment appeared on Wu Lai's face. It was only then that Wu Lai realized how bizarre Xiao Chen truly was. He even felt that he and Xiao Chen were completely from different worlds. The other party seemed to know much more than he did, and even had more magical abilities. At this moment, he didn't dare to move around carelessly and simply sat in front of the soul-chasing incense, afraid that it would go out. As for Xiao Chen, he moved quickly along the thick smoke. He had originally thought that the soul-chasing incense would drift slowly, but along the way, Xiao Chen discovered that the speed of the incense was incredibly fast, almost faster than his full speed run. At this moment, he didn't even know how many forks in the road he had passed. If it weren't for the soul-chasing incense, he would have lost his way long ago. In this moment, as Xiao Chen moved quickly, he soon saw Chu Qingyue's figure. At that moment, Chu Qingyue was curled up in a corner, and the instant she saw Xiao Chen, her eyes lit up. Xiao Chen, how did you end up here? Her face was filled with surprise, and then she suddenly leaped into Xiao Chen's arms. Xiao Chen, you scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. Do you know? After I entered here, I completely lost track of the way out, and along the way, I lost my way countless times. Hearing this, Xiao Chen patted Chu Qingyue's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, with me here, you won't be in any danger." Xiao Chen naturally wasn't worried about losing his way as long as he found Chu Qingyue, he could just teleport out of the tomb. So, from the moment he found Chu Qingyue, Xiao Chen was no longer anxious. At this moment, Xiao Chen held Chu Qingyue's hand and asked, "What exactly happened? How did you get trapped here?" A few foreigners came to the tomb together. It seemed like they were looking for something. I quietly followed them in, just to see what they were up to, Chu Qingyue said softly. But I didn't expect that once we got deeper inside, none of us could get out, and we encountered a huge monster. That monster charged out and tried to kill all of us intruders. Those people probably died almost completely. I managed to escape, but several times, I was almost caught. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue spoke, her face still showing signs of panic. A monster? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, "What kind of monster?" "That thing is really fast, and it's covered in metal plates. Completely black. This tomb is too dark, I can't see anything at all." When Xiao Chen heard this, he nodded. A completely black monster that moves at incredible speed, and covered in metal plates. It was clear that this creature was not simple. "Xiao Chen, those people came here to look for something," Chu Qingyue said, looking at Xiao Chen. "Obviously, there's something in here that's worth risking their lives for." Xiao Chen understood that those people had come for something within the tomb. Moreover, according to Chu Qingyue, those people were all exceptionally powerful, with several of them even comparable to postnatal martial artists. Along the way, Chu Qingyue had already clashed with them several times, and on multiple occasions, she had nearly been killed by those individuals. There were 4 of them, 2 blonde foreigners and 2 who looked like they were from our country. Chu Qingyue frowned slightly. At that time, those 4 surrounded me, and I almost got killed. Just then, that monster suddenly appeared and tore apart the 2 foreigners, while the 2 locals ran away very quickly. Seeing the situation was bad, I ran too, and then I was chased by that monster. Chu Qingyue spoke up. Remembering her previous experience, there was still a hint of panic in her eyes. That monster was too fast, and because it was inside the tomb, which was already exceptionally dark, it was evidently even quicker. If it weren't for Chu Qingyue's enhanced physique, she would have been severely injured. Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue's pale face, frowned slightly, and asked, "Are you hurt?" "I got hit by that monster," Chu Qingyue replied softly. She knew in her heart that she had internal injuries, but given the current situation, there was no way to treat it. Hearing Chu Qingyue's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then cast a healing spell on her. The next second, Chu Qingyue felt a white light merge into her body. The organs that had been painful due to her internal injuries gradually began to heal. "Xiao Chen, let's leave first. We can find a way to investigate this place later." Feeling that her body had improved significantly, Chu Qingyue pulled Xiao Chen and said, "After all, this place is very dangerous. That monster is not simple." "It's fine. With me here, I can handle that monster," Xiao Chen said softly to comfort Chu Qingyue. He wasn't afraid of the so-called monster at all. Instead, he was quite curious. Moreover, those foreigners had come here to explore this tomb, which clearly indicated that there was something they needed inside. Thinking of Xiao Chen's abilities, Chu Qingyue didn't say anything further. She also understood that the black monster had failed to catch her even once, so it would gain no advantage against Xiao Chen. Therefore, she felt less anxious. With Xiao Chen around, she felt a sense of security deep down. At that moment, Xiao Chen was holding Chu Qingyue's hand and softly said, "Follow me." Since finding Chu Qingyue, Xiao Chen had already sensed a presence not far away, watching him and Chu Qingyue from a distance. After the other party saw him appear, they didn't take another step forward, clearly wary of him. It was evident that they could sense the aura on him. With this in mind, he pulled Chu Qingyue and took a step toward that presence. The next second, he felt the other party suddenly retreat several steps, clearly afraid and terrified of him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's gaze immediately showed a hint of surprise. "Hold my hand." Xiao Chen grabbed Chu Qingyue, then suddenly moved, activating his teleportation. In the next second, his body appeared right in front of the black monster. Xiao Chen's sudden appearance caused the monster to retreat several steps, and when it looked at Xiao Chen, there was fear in its eyes. Xiao Chen looked at the monster in front of him with a strange expression. Inside the cave, the visibility was particularly poor, so Chu Qingyue couldn't see clearly, but Xiao Chen could see it quite clearly. This creature resembled a qilin, but also somewhat did not. Its entire body was covered in iron plates, which should be its scales. Moreover, if it were a qilin, it couldn't possibly be this small. It was roughly the size of an adult horse. As he gazed at the monster before him, Xiao Chen reached out his hand, intending to grab it. The creature sensed Xiao Chen's aura and immediately panicked, desperately trying to retreat. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen became intrigued. He then recalled that when he had previously changed his profession to a priest, he had received 3 skills. Up until now, aside from the healing spell, he had hardly used the other 2 skills. The so-called Holy Light spell was considered an attack spell. Xiao Chen had tried it, and a light ball he cast had power comparable to his full strength strike. However, the mental energy consumption was significant, and with his current strength, casting it 10 times in a row would already be his limit. In other words, the Holy Light spell was somewhat useless for him. It would be better to just charge in and throw a punch. As for the other mental control skill, it was supposed to allow him to control monsters to fight for him. Previously, Xiao Chen had thought about it. The wilderness in the apocalyptic world was filled with ferocious beasts, and he wanted to capture a few. However, his space couldn't store living creatures, meaning that capturing beasts would be pointless, as he couldn't bring them back. At this moment, looking at the black qilin before him, he felt a bit of interest. Seeing the creature trying to escape, Xiao Chen quickly rushed towards it, and in the next second, he directly grabbed its neck. The qilin struggled desperately, trying to break free from Xiao Chen's grip. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly, and then he swiftly extended his hand to grip the creature's neck. This monster had considerable strength even when it struggled with all its might. The force it unleashed was comparable to that of an ordinary innate martial artist. Unfortunately for it, encountering Xiao Chen rendered its efforts completely useless. In Xiao Chen's grasp, the creature couldn't even struggle. At that moment, Xiao Chen directly used mental control on it. In the next second, the monster, which had been struggling desperately, suddenly stopped and lay beside Xiao Chen. At the same time, it rubbed against Xiao Chen's pant leg, looking exceedingly obsequious. Seeing this, Xiao Chen smiled and reached out to pat its forehead. The next moment, Xiao Chen was stunned. When he touched the monster's forehead, he was able to communicate with it directly. Master! The voice of the creature echoed in his mind, and Xiao Chen was taken aback. He looked closely at the monster, his face filled with astonishment. What are you? Xiao Chen curiously asked. The previous master said I was just a sentient beast. He fed me a lot of blood food, and that's how I became like this, the creature said softly. The previous master died, and he told me to guard his grave, but there are always people coming to cause trouble. That group came again and again, and I could only kill them all. But still, many of them managed to escape. They all came for the blood pool in the master's tomb. Blood pool? Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. The blood pool was left by the last master, and it's my food. If I eat a mouthful of blood, I can sustain myself for a month. The qilin lowered its head, conveying information to Xiao Chen. Those bad people also came for the blood of the blood pool. They came once before and were scared away by me, but I didn't expect they took the blood of the blood pool with them. Later, those bad people began to frequently come to the master's grave to steal the divine blood from the blood pool. I had no choice but to kill. But even after killing many, they still kept coming. This time is already the 5th time. The qilin said softly, they have the aura of divine blood on them. They must have consumed divine blood. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Undoubtedly, these foreigners were after this so-called blood pool. What is the effect of divine blood? Xiao Chen asked curiously, feeling particularly intrigued by this so-called divine blood, especially since, according to qilin, it was originally just a small wildcat. Yet now, it had evolved into this form, and it truly resembled the legendary qilin, showing no signs of being a wildcat at all. Master, I will take you to find the divine blood. My old master said that if I encounter someone like him, I don't need to resist, I just need to bring the person over. The qilin stood up and pointed in a direction. Although this tune was difficult for others to navigate, it posed no problem for the qilin, who had lived here for years. Someone like him? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, are you saying your master is like me? Yes. The aura on my master is somewhat similar to yours. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression became a bit strange. Only he knew his current situation. Ever since he began cultivating the Qi refining chapter, he had effectively become a cultivator. Or rather, a practitioner. And there were other practitioners on Earth? This was something Xiao Chen had never considered. At this moment, Xiao Chen was filled with astonishment, and he quickly pulled Chu Qingyue along, following the qilin. Xiao Chen, what's going on? Chu Qingyue was completely confused. She saw Xiao Chen grab this creature, and then it immediately followed him, and now, Xiao Chen was actually leading her along with this creature. It's nothing, this little thing is my pet. Xiao Chen said, pointing at the qilin. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue was astonished. She felt there was nothing wrong with Xiao Chen subduing this creature. It should be like that. However, the change was too rapid. In an instant, the creature was following Xiao Chen's words, and now, it was even taking the lead. It had become Xiao Chen's pet? Let's go. Xiao Chen pulled Chu Qingyue along while sharing the information he had gathered along the way. Hearing this, Chu Qingyue's expression changed. Xiao Chen, this news is very important. We must inform Old Bai as soon as possible. Chu Qingyue said urgently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen held Chu Qingyue back and said, let's first follow and see what this so-called blood pool is all about. Xiao Chen understood that the issues with that group of people were definitely related to the blood pool. In fact, these people had come here specifically for the blood within the blood pool. Therefore, he was very curious about what the blood pool was all about. The key was that the other party were cultivators, which undoubtedly made Xiao Chen realize that the problems here were not so simple. Alright, Chu Qingyue nodded in agreement. She also understood that they needed to see the blood pool first to know what to do next. So at this moment, Chu Qingyue directly pulled Xiao Chen and quickly followed the qilin. Little guy, what's your name? Xiao Chen asked as he followed the little creature toward the direction of the blood pool. My previous master didn't give me a name. When I met him, he was about to die and just asked me to guard this place. The qilin replied, I drink the divine blood from the blood pool every month, and before I knew it, I became what I am now. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this and then said, in that case, from now on, you will be called qilin. He looked at the little creature before him, which bore some resemblance to a qilin, and he couldn't help but wonder what exactly was in the blood pool that could transform it like this. Moreover, the blood in the blood pool was still there even now. How much blood is there in the blood pool? Xiao Chen asked curiously. Hearing this, the qilin shook its head and said, I don't know how long I've been guarding here. I drunk quite a bit of the divine blood from the blood pool, and now, it's already reduced by nearly half. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen took a careful look at the qilin. The strength of this little creature should be roughly on par with that of an innate warrior. In other words, despite consuming so much divine blood, it had only reached this level. This so-called divine blood should be quite good, but for him, it might not be very useful. He followed the qilin into the center of the tomb, and when they arrived, Xiao Chen saw a massive pool. Inside the pool was a sea of bright red water. Although it was called a blood pool, one could tell at a glance that this substance must have been mixed with some kind of potion. It wasn't truly pure blood. Even so, at that moment, Xiao Chen was still shocked by the sight before him. The pool was filled to the brim. He reached out and conjured a water sphere, gently resting it in his palm. After examining it closely, Xiao Chen understood. A low-tier version of the primary evolution potion. He saw it clearly at a glance. Moreover, this low-tier version contained the blood of several exotic beasts. These beasts were undoubtedly more suited for animals. If humans consumed it, there would be significant side effects. For example, people would be astify. They might even gradually lose their human abilities and turn into wild beasts. This stuff isn't suitable for us. Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue, whose eyes were fixed on the blood pool with fervor, and then he explained the side effects of the blood pool. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected such side effects. Even so, we need to take some back for them to study. At that moment, Chu Qingyue said to Xiao Chen, "Alright." Xiao Chen didn't dwell on this point and nodded directly, saying, "Then let's take some back." He certainly looked down on the things in the blood pool. To put it bluntly, the previous owner wanted to find a free guardian beast for the tomb, so he tricked a wildcat into becoming a guardian spirit, mixing some inferior potions with the blood of exotic beasts to create this stuff. "Take me to your master's coffin," Xiao Chen said to the qilin. He knew that the blood pool outside might be a treasure to others. Even those foreigners who had never seen the world would find it fascinating. But he truly didn't care for it. Not to mention how many impurities were in this stuff. Consuming too much could even be fatal. Only beasts like the qilin could consume it. After all, beast blood was toxic to humans, but for the qilin, it was a great tonic. "These things are useless. Follow me, and I'll give you better food." Xiao Chen patted the qilin's forehead and said, "Even the primary evolution potion was better than this. Beasts could consume it infinitely, but for humans, 2 bottles would be the limit, and anything beyond that would be of no use." "Yes." The qilin quickly got up and headed towards a stone door not far away. "The master is inside. I can't enter. He said that if someone like him comes, they can enter on their own." The qilin spoke to the stone door. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then looked at Chu Qingyue, who was still observing carefully, and said, "I'll take you out first, then I'll come back in." "You still want to come in?" Chu Qingyue was taken aback and asked, "There are some unusual things inside. I want to take another look." "You still need to report the situation here." "All right." Chu Qingyue did not refute. She naturally understood that the current situation was completely different. Right under her nose, there was a tomb that no one knew about, and those foreigners had already taken the divine blood from inside the tomb. Although Xiao Chen mentioned the side effects of the divine blood, it undoubtedly made her realize its importance. "Hold my hand." Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed Chu Qingyue's hand, and in an instant, he activated his teleportation. The next second, Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyue appeared right in front of Wu Lai. Seeing the two suddenly appear, Wu Lai hurriedly stood up. He looked at Chu Qingyue, relieved to see she was unharmed. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that you two are fine." "Wu Lai, quickly contact Old Bai. The situation here is serious." Chu Qingyue looked at Wu Lai and spoke urgently. "The issues inside are quite complex." Upon hearing this, Wu Lai nodded quickly. He understood that since Chu Qingyue had said so, the problems here were definitely not minor. He then swiftly dialed the phone. As the call went out, Xiao Chen waved to Wu Lai and Chu Qingyue, saying, "I'll head down first. There are still some matters I need to handle." After saying this, he directly teleported down. Now that the location of the tomb had been confirmed, his teleportation could directly lock onto it, so there was no need to search for the location anymore. The next second, Xiao Chen appeared in front of the qilin. "Master, the auras of those two are still nearby. I'll go kill them." The qilin said urgently as it saw Xiao Chen appear. Hearing this, Xiao Chen slightly nodded and said, "Injure them, no need to kill." The qilin immediately nodded, and the next second, it dashed out. Xiao Chen then looked at the massive stone door in front of him. When his palm touched the stone door, he felt the aura within it. In the next moment, the spiritual energy within him surged and directly merged into the stone door. The enormous stone door began to move slowly as soon as it came into contact with Xiao Chen's spiritual energy. Indeed, only spiritual energy can activate this stone door. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He was well aware that the spiritual energy on Earth was exceptionally thin, and after arriving here, he could even clearly feel that cultivating on Earth was very difficult. If he reached the foundation establishment stage, it would be even more challenging. Therefore, when he learned that there were cultivators on Earth, he was somewhat surprised. As the stone door slowly opened, Xiao Chen stepped inside. In front of him sat an old man with white hair on a mat. The man had long since lost his breath, but Xiao Chen could still sense the spiritual power within him. Xiao Chen stepped forward and carefully examined the man's body. According to the qilin, this person had been dead for over 20 years, yet there were no signs of decay in the flesh. In fact, Xiao Chen could clearly feel that the energy within the man's body was exceptionally fierce. Definitely not just at the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He could clearly sense that the man's strength was far beyond the foundation establishment stage, even higher. This was what puzzled him. Earth simply could not support such cultivation. But why did this person possess such cultivation? Thinking about this, Xiao Chen reached out to touch the man. However, as soon as his hand landed on the man's body, he suddenly felt a force enter his own body. Instantly, he stood frozen in place. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen looked at the old man floating in front of him, somewhat astonished. A junior at the chi refining stage? The old man looked at Xiao Chun with a hint of surprise in his eyes and said, I didn't expect that there are indeed cultivators on Earth. You're not from Earth? Xiao Chen asked curiously. No, I am. The old man sighed and said, to be precise, I used to be. Ha, upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and said, can you clarify, senior? My name is Lu Ming, a cultivator. The old man spoke to Xiao Chun. I am from Earth. In 19 years, I crossed over to a place called Sangzhou continent, which is considered a realm of cultivation. I cultivated there for 100 years, becoming a tribulation stage cultivator in that world, suppressing a realm. After that, I ascended to the upper realm. But I didn't expect that when I ascended, for some unknown reason, an accident occurred, and I returned to Earth. Lu Ming looked at Xiao Chen and said helplessly, when I returned to Earth, my true essence was exhausted, and I was powerless to turn back, so I sat down here to pass away. I didn't even have time to go home for a glance. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen. After the tribulation, he returned to the real world once again. Unfortunately, the other party could no longer hold on. Young friend, can you tell me what year it is now? Lu Ming asked curiously, looking at Xiao Chun. It's the year 24. Xiao Chen replied. Oh, I have been in this state for 20 years, which means I returned early. Lu Ming looked at Xiao Chen in surprise and said, so, it has only been 24 years. Young friend, since we have met, could I ask you for a favor? Senior, please speak. Xiao Chen immediately nodded upon hearing this. After I crossed over, what happened to my family? I hope you can take care of them. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, most of the treasures in my Qiankuan bag were destroyed when I crossed over, and I even exhausted most of my spirit stones to build this tomb. Even so, it should be enough for you to cultivate to the late foundation establishment stage. Please take care of my family. You can take whatever treasures are in my Qiankuan bag. He looked at Xiao Chun, bowed slightly, and said solemnly, I entrust this to you. All right. Xiao Chen nodded and said, of course, no problem. Young friend, when I came here, I caught a wildcat and made a blood pool by fusing some waste pills with beast blood. I wonder how that little beast is doing. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, it's fine, it's just outside. Xiao Chen replied, pointing outside. As for the things in that blood pool, you don't need to touch them. They were set up to guard against tomb raiders, and for normal people, if they drink that tainted blood, they will be astified and become mindless waste in 5 years. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, so, young friend, just leave it be. As for that wildcat, if you can take it away, please do. It has been with me for a long time. I hope you can take good care of it. Listening to Lu Ming's words, Xiao Chen nodded and said, okay, good. Being able to meet you today, I have no regrets. Young friend, my divine sense can no longer hold on. I thought I would never meet a fated person in this life. It seems that the heavenly path has given me another chance. When Lu Ming finished the sentence, he smiled slightly and his body gradually dissipated before Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen exited the sea of consciousness, he saw Lu Ming in front of him instantly vanish, leaving only a pile of ash. On the mat where Lu Ming sat, there was a damaged bag left behind. Picking up the bag, Xiao Chen's divine sense probed inside and saw the contents. Detected broken spatial material. The host can choose whether to absorb it. If absorbed, the host's space will expand. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. His space was already quite large. If it expanded further, he couldn't imagine how much more it could hold. Yes, Xiao Chen immediately confirmed. And the next second, the space indeed changed. His space gradually expanded by a circle, and Xiao Chen roughly estimated that it had increased by more than 10 acres. The key was that the height had also increased significantly. According to Xiao Chen's estimation, the height was now close to 100 meters. Not to mention anything else, just this height made Xiao Chen almost certain that the things he could store in this space were simply terrifying. In one corner of the space, a pile of items lay quietly. Xiao Chen took a look and saw a pile of spirit stones, along with a manual. There was even a sword. Sword spirit technique. As Xiao Chen gazed at the manual, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, and he immediately grasped the manual in his hands. Taking it out, he examined it carefully. He couldn't cultivate martial arts techniques, but undoubtedly he understood more than half of this manual at a glance. In fact, he could cultivate it. As he operated the sword spirit technique's chi cultivation method, a surge of sword energy already emerged within him. Of course, given his current realm, he still couldn't cultivate many subsequent spells. After putting away the sword spirit technique, Xiao Chen finally walked out of the tomb chamber. With a casual wave, the heavy door of the tomb chamber slammed shut. Since Lu Ming was already dead, it was better to permanently seal this tomb chamber. Not long after Xiao Chen stepped out, he saw the Qilin dragging two half-dead humanoid creatures over. One of them had completely lost both feet, while the other was not as unfortunate, merely spitting blood on the ground. Master, it's them. The Qilin tossed the two in front of Xiao Chen and bowed slightly to him. Very good. Xiao Chen nodded and then looked at the two. They were also staring back at him. Sir, we didn't know this was your place. We accidentally intruded. Please spare us. The one who was spitting blood hurriedly spoke up. As he said this, he carefully scrutinized Xiao Chen. The fact that this creature was so obedient to him clearly indicated that this place belonged to him. Don't worry, you won't die for now, Xiao Chen said with a smile as he looked at the two. What happened to them next would naturally be handled by Chu Qingyue. Of course, if she couldn't manage it, he wouldn't mind directly slaying the two. Upon hearing this, the two immediately showed a look of relief. Sir, please let us go, and we will surely reward you. They looked at Xiao Chen and hurriedly spoke. As for anything else, they didn't dare to say more. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled slightly, signaling the Qilin to capture the two, and then he directly placed his hand on the Qilin's forehead. In an instant, the teleportation activated and the bodies of the few people disappeared from their original spot. Outside the tomb chamber, Wu Lai and Chu Qingyue were still waiting at the entrance, both wearing serious expressions. Wu Lai had heard Chu Qingyue's report and knew that the situation here was not so simple. Therefore, he was somewhat worried. After all, if the beast blood was indeed as Chu Qingyue had said, it would undoubtedly be a problem for the current Dragon Kingdom. The other party might even come here continuously to seize this divine blood. In that case, the trouble would be significant. Chu Qingyue was worried about Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen had been down there for so long without appearing, which naturally made her anxious. Just then, Xiao Chen and the Qilin appeared before her. As soon as they exited the tomb chamber, the Qilin immediately lowered its head, having not seen sunlight for so long. It even felt a bit uncomfortable lying on the ground at that moment. Seeing this, Xiao Chen infused a surge of spiritual energy, and the Qilin finally felt comfortable. As for the two on the ground, they had long been scared silly. Suddenly, they felt their bodies shake violently, and the next second, they found themselves outside the tomb. After glancing around, their expressions changed instantly. Members of the Special Operations Team had all appeared here. At that moment, they understood that they couldn't escape at all. Mr. Xiao, this is... Wu Lai pointed at the Qilin, his face filled with disbelief. This was a monster, and it looked remarkably similar to a Qilin. However, it was entirely black and covered in scales, and Wu Lai could clearly sense the terrifying power within it. It's a strange beast. I call it Qilin, and it's my pet, Xiao Chen said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yuli immediately nodded. He was particularly convinced by Xiao Chen now. After all, he knew just how great the gap was between himself and Xiao Chen. Not only Xiao Chen, but even this strange beast could probably defeat him. In the face of absolute power, he was surprisingly obedient. These two are with the Nationals. They infiltrated the tomb earlier. You can take them away. Xiao Chen looked at Yuli and said, there's nothing else. I'll be leaving now. With that, he prepared to depart. Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment. Old Bai is on his way. Yuli hurriedly stopped Xiao Chen and said, Old Bai wishes to meet with you. All right. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied, sure. He understood the purpose of their visit. That so-called beast blood, even if it was casually produced by Lu Ming, had significant side effects. Yet Old Bai was still somewhat reluctant. That was why he was so eager. As for Xiao Chen, he naturally wanted to discuss some matters with Old Bai. Now that he was opening up more and more dimensions, the things those traversers needed would undoubtedly increase. Therefore, the best approach was undoubtedly to talk with Old Bai. Once the official power intervened, some matters could naturally be handled better. However, Xiao Chen would not place himself in the official's perspective. He had to maintain control. If not, then no one should play. He could go solo if necessary. He was very clear that he and those traversers were on the same side. After all, the more benefits they could gain, the more he would receive. As for Earth, he was already considered an anomaly. Leaning against the Qilin, Xiao Chen waited quietly, while around him, many members of the Special Operations Team were secretly watching the Qilin. The strange beast looked exceptionally fierce, even terrifying. Although they were usually part of the Special Operations Team, to put it bluntly, they were just some martial artists, and many, according to Xiao Chen's observations, were roughly at a second-rate level, with very few even being postnatal martial artists. These people, to put it simply, still fell within the realm of normal humans. Only Yuli could be considered to have transcended that realm. Soon, a helicopter appeared in the sky. When Old Bai got off the helicopter and saw Xiao Chen and the Qilin, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, it was quickly suppressed. He walked briskly to Xiao Chen and looked at him closely, saying, Mr. Xiao, can we talk? At this moment, he was extremely curious. It seemed, his previous assumptions about Xiao Chen were completely wrong. In fact, Old Bai vaguely felt that things were beyond his control. All right, Xiao Chen nodded in response. He was led by Old Bai into the adjacent tent, where only Old Bai, Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue, and Yuli remained. Mr. Xiao, what is that monster outside? Old Bai asked, looking at the Qilin outside. Essentially, it's a wildcat. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, it drank some beast blood and turned into this. Consider it an evolution. Upon hearing this, Old Bai was slightly taken aback and asked, Mr. Xiao, do you know who the owner of this tomb is? I do. Xiao Chen nodded and replied, a cultivator. When Old Bai heard this, even though he had been prepared, he was still shocked as he looked at Xiao Chen. In fact, at this moment, everyone in the tent took a deep breath. Really, there are cultivators? Old Bai stared at Xiao Chen and asked. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. Then, are you a cultivator? Old Bai's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen as he asked. At this moment, he had a suspicion. I am. Xiao Chen nodded. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Old Bai immediately took a deep breath. Indeed, all his previous assumptions had been wrong. Cultivators, legendary beings capable of truly destroying heaven and earth. How is this possible? Yuli's face was filled with disbelief, but when he turned to glance at the enormous Qilin outside, he immediately fell silent. Nothing could compare to the shock of witnessing such a beast. Mr. Xiao, can the power of cultivators really destroy the world? Old Bai asked after a moment of silence. This was the question he was most concerned about. Yes, Xiao Chen nodded and said, not only can they destroy the world, but they can even obliterate an entire realm. He was unaware of the terrifying capabilities of those top-tier cultivators. For now, he just needed to boast. Otherwise, if the other party didn't take him seriously, he would have to flip the table. Moreover, with the system in place, he might actually encounter those world-destroying cultivators in the future. Old Bai fell silent, unsure of what to say next. He then looked at Xiao Chen and asked, how many people like you are there on Earth? He knew he was now truly exposed to a world he had never encountered before, and he was curious about the potential troubles that could arise if there were so many cultivators. As far as I know, I'm the only one for now. Besides, the environment on Earth can't nurture cultivators. With the thin spiritual energy on Earth, it was indeed impossible to cultivate. Then, what about the one in the tomb? And you? Yuli hurriedly asked. I had a fortuitous encounter. As for the one in the tomb, you can consider him an extraterrestrial visitor. He died here without even leaving this place. Xiao Chen replied. Upon hearing this, the others visibly relaxed. Xiao Chen, can ordinary people cultivate? 2. Xingyue asked curiously. Hearing this, everyone looked at Xiao Chen with tense expressions. Don't think about it. I told you, the environment on Earth can't produce cultivators. Xiao Chen shook his head. He had already decided to cultivate in other realms. But you. Shu Qingyue wanted to say something more but fell silent. She knew that Xiao Chen must have secrets, and the others in the tent were also aware. However, everyone chose to remain tight-lipped, knowing that discovering these secrets would be detrimental to both sides. So they pretended not to. No. Mr. Xiao, those beast bloods, are they really as you said? Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said, are the side effects severe? Very severe. Xiao Chen replied, in a few years, they will lose their minds and only know how to kill. At that time, it will be a huge disaster. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Old Bai fell silent. He then smiled bitterly and said, then, they will be of no use. However, that beast blood still enhances their strength. If we let it go unchecked, that won't do either. Xiao Chen slightly nodded and said, I know what you are worried about. If they obtain the beast blood, they can cultivate countless super soldiers. Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said, Mr. Xiao may not know, but those guys have been keeping an eye on us. Their super soldiers are quite formidable, and some of our comrades overseas could easily die if they are targeted. So, we are eager to enhance our own strength. Unfortunately, the ancient martial arts of Long Country have declined. Although innate martial artists can crush their strongmen, the difficulty of cultivation is even higher. Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said, so, we hope to enhance a portion of our strength. When he said this, his gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen. I have a way. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, in fact, I can help you gain formidable strength. Innate is also not a problem. When he said this, everyone in the tent was stunned. Mr. Xiao, what do you need me to do? He looked at Xiao Chen and asked. I need a large amount of resources. Xiao Chen looked at Old Bai and said, the resources are uncertain. When you need them, just directly allocate the resources to me. As for other matters, you don't need to worry about them, and I, every month, can provide you with 2 bottles of potions. You can understand that those potions can help you cultivate a martial artist, a postnatal level martial artist. When he said this, everyone in the tent immediately understood how important this was. The distance from postnatal to innate is just one step. Although this step is difficult to cross, a postnatal martial artist can almost crush most super soldiers. Moreover, those postnatal martial artists can awaken supernatural abilities. What Xiao Chen said next shocked everyone in the tent even more. So, your supernatural ability comes from those potions? Wu Lai immediately grasped the key point. Just like the few of them, the supernatural abilities they awakened were, to put it bluntly, all about enhancing their own power, and some were even intangible. But Xiao Chen's supernatural ability was teleportation, which was simply on a different level. Yes, Xiao Chen nodded, looking at Old Bai. So, what do you think? This deal is very advantageous for you. Only supplies? What supplies? Old Bai was silent for a moment before asking. I don't know. Xiao Chen said with a smile, it might just be some food, but it could also require you to provide me with some super destructive weapons. For example, nuclear bombs. When Xiao Chen said this, Old Bai's expression changed. Don't worry, those supplies won't appear on Earth. Xiao Chen glanced at Old Bai and said lightly. When he said this, several people's gazes at Xiao Chen became increasingly strange. Xiao Chen is a cultivator, and cultivation cannot be done on Earth. Yet the supplies Xiao Chen wanted would not appear on Earth. Just the information in these few sentences already indicated one thing. Xiao Chen can leave Earth. That was the shocking point for them. Mr. Xiao, are you also an outsider? Old Bai stared at Xiao Chen and asked, will there be other outsiders in the future? No, I am a genuine Earthling. In fact, even the one buried here, to be precise, is also an Earthling. He is a transmigrator who went to the cultivation world and died when he returned. Hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Old Bai nodded slightly. Thinking of the things Xiao Chen wanted before, he understood. All right, we can provide. Old Bai nodded. He actually understood in his heart that they could do nothing to Xiao Chen now. Moreover, as long as Xiao Chen was on their side, the benefits for them would undoubtedly be even greater. So at this moment, they didn't need to think about anything else. Old Bai, first of all, I am also a Dragon Kingdom person. Xiao Chen looked at Old Bai and said lightly, so, don't think too much. I won't do anything detrimental to the Dragon Kingdom. Even if outsiders really come, I can help you deal with them. How about that? He looked at Old Bai and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Old Bai nodded. He knew that this matter could only be so he didn't say anything more. As for the beast blood underground, I personally suggest letting them steal it. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, it's best to take it all away. The more they cultivate, the faster they will be in trouble. He looked at Old Bai and said with a smile, after drinking that stuff, in 5 years they will completely turn into something neither human nor ghost, and at that time, the trouble will be theirs. Moreover, I have checked, the highest level that beast blood can cultivate is only a postnatal martial artist. Perhaps, if a postnatal level martial artist drinks this stuff, there is a hope to break through to innate, but the probability is very low, and they will still be turned into beastmen by those impurities. Upon hearing this, Old Bai's eyes lit up. If that were the case, then, this stuff is simply garbage. But this garbage, the other party doesn't know, and thinks it's a treasure. By then, the super soldiers painstakingly cultivated by the other side would have turned into lunatics, while on our side, relying on Xiao Chen's connections, we would only grow stronger. That would be a guaranteed profit. Alright, let's pretend we don't know and let them come to steal. Old Bai nodded in response. After all, it was them who were stealing. Even if something went wrong later, could it be blamed on me? I don't even know what beast blood this is, so, it has nothing to do with me. Those two outside Chu Qingyue glanced at the two on the ground and spoke up. Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and in the next moment two sword energies appeared in the sky and fell directly down. But the moment the two sword energies landed, they instantly sliced the two apart. Even the ground was cut open by the sword energy. Hiss! Watching Xiao Chen's casual strike, several people immediately took a deep breath. Wu Lai's expression even changed. He now felt that when Xiao Chen fought them back then, he was giving them face. If Xiao Chen had unleashed two sword energies back then, both of them would have died. Thinking of this, he looked at Xiao Chen with gratitude. Mr. Xiao is still a good person. Alright, the people are dead. Throw them back into the cave. Everything else is no longer important. Xiao Chen said, after all, they definitely know the situation here, and it's normal for them to send people over and die. After saying this, he casually took out 2 bottles of potions and handed them to Wu Lai and Chu Qingyue. Drink this. Let me see what changes you have. This counts as your share for this month. This is the potion that can help one reach the postnatal realm? Looking at the potions in Xiao Chen's hand, the three of them stared at him intently. Yes, Xiao Chen nodded. There are no side effects. Moreover, even if one has already reached the innate stage, drinking this potion can still enhance their strength. Xiao Chen looked at Old Bai and said, so, whether you need others to enhance their strength or let those who already have strength improve, it's up to you. You drink it. Old Bai said eagerly. He understood too well the value of an innate martial artist. Moreover, if an innate martial artist could enhance their strength further, their value would continue to rise. That was the key. As for the rest, it was no longer important. Old Bai knew in his heart that enhancing their original high-end combat power was undoubtedly their best choice. Both Wu Lai and Chu Qingyue quickly took the potions from Xiao Chen's hand. It's a bit hard to swallow. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, and then Chu Qingyue quickly opened the bottle and drank it down. She had complete trust in Xiao Chen, so, at this moment, she directly drank the potion. After downing the potion, Chu Qingyue immediately scrunched her face. At that moment, she even felt like vomiting. The potion was unimaginably bitter for her. Then, Chu Qingyue suddenly felt a change in her body. The aura around her began to swell, and seeing this scene, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Wu Lai, who was beside Xiao Chen, also quickly opened the potion and drank it down. He knew in his heart that he had no way to continue enhancing his strength now. Ever since he reached the innate stage, he hadn't been able to improve even a bit. Now, the potion in his hand undoubtedly gave him a chance. Thinking of this, he quickly downed a bottle of potion. In the next moment, a look of joy appeared on his face. Although the potion was hard to swallow, the changing aura within him allowed him to feel it clearly. Xiao Chen was not in a hurry, just waiting for the potions to take effect on the two. Soon, Chu Qingyue and Wu Lai finished absorbing the potions. After all, both of them already had considerable strength and did not faint completely, like Xiao Chen did the first time he drank it. How is it? Looking at the two of them, Old Bai was the first to speak up. At this moment, he was the most nervous. After all, Xiao Chen's potion could enhance their combat power and create a portion of super soldiers, and innate martial artists were comparable to nuclear bombs. Who wouldn't want a few more nuclear bombs in their family? I'm just one step away from touching the threshold of innate power. Chu Qingyue's eyes were filled with surprise. She knew very well that her current transformation was entirely due to Xiao Chen. On the other side, Wu Lai let out a breath and then looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." He was aware that his strength had increased significantly, especially his special ability, which had shown the most obvious improvement after drinking this potion. That's good. That's good. Old Bai said with a hint of joy. Xiao Chen, if you need anything in the future, you can contact Qingyue. She will reach out to you. Old Bai's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen as he spoke directly. He understood that Xiao Chen was the key now. A cultivator was far more powerful than an innate martial artist. In the future, if there were any insurmountable troubles, they could still ask Xiao Chen for help. Gaining Xiao Chen's friendship had become a top priority. Since everything is settled, I'll take my leave. Xiao Chen stood up and said. The matters here had been mostly handled, and now he had nothing else to deal with. Moreover, having obtained Lu Ming's spirit sword technique, he wanted to practice a bit. Xiao Chen, I'll go with you, Chu Qingyue hurriedly said. As she spoke, she directly grabbed Xiao Chen. Looking at Chu Qingyue, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and nodded. He actually wanted to discuss some things with her. Then, Xiao Chen took Chu Qingyue's hand and quickly walked to the qilin, grabbing its neck and tossing it directly into his space. He observed that within the space, the qilin showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, it lay comfortably inside. Let's go. Xiao Chen held Chu Qingyue and quickly teleported away. Seeing Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyue disappear before them, Old Bai took a deep breath and then spoke up. Among those who have offended Xiao Chen, is there anyone from the Gu family? Yes. Wu Lai quickly replied. Gu Changming from the Gu family even threatened Mr. Xiao at that time, and even now, Gu Xuanzhong is still investigating Mr. Xiao. If it weren't for the military stepping in to suppress those behind the Gu family, they would have already taken action against Mr. Xiao. Those behind the Gu family have all been dealt with. How could anyone sitting in that position be clean? Old Bai said coldly. To put it bluntly, everyone was the same. No one was clean. It just depended on whether they were investigated or not. What Old Bai was worried about now was that these guys might suddenly lose their minds one day and provoke Xiao Chen, which would be disastrous. He didn't even know how to face Xiao Chen now. If those fools angered Xiao Chen, he wouldn't have anywhere to cry. So it was better to handle it first. Yes, Wu Lai nodded. Quickly, let me take care of this. After saying this, Wu Lai stood up and hurriedly left. At this moment, Xiao Chen was taking Chu Qingyue, teleporting several times in a row, and they had already appeared in the small town at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Chen, slow down, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Chen's teleportation was too fast. He felt fine, but Chu Qingyue, being dragged along through continuous teleportation, felt somewhat unwell. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He glanced at Chu Qingyue and noticed her pale face, which made him frown even more. This was his first time teleporting continuously with someone. In the past, he had only done 2 or 3 teleports at most. It had been fine then, but now it seemed that while He could handle the reaction from teleportation. Chu Qingyue could not bear it. The peak martial artist of the postnatal stage can't withstand continuous teleportation. Xiao Chen watched this scene and understood that even a peak martial artist of the postnatal stage would definitely not be able to bear it. Then let's take a break first, and by the way, can we talk? Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue and said. Upon hearing this, for some reason, Chu Qingyue's eyes showed a hint of unease. When Xiao Chen said this to her, he was too serious. It was different from his usual casual demeanor. This was the reason for Chu Qingyue's tension. She knew that what Xiao Chen wanted to discuss was definitely very important. Because of this, Chu Qingyue felt nervous. She didn't know what Xiao Chen was going to say, but she knew it was significant. You speak. You can be considered one of my people now, but I know what your attitude towards the Chu family is. Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue in front of him and said, if, in the future, you can only choose one between me and the Chu family, who would you choose? Or, if there is a conflict between the official side and me, who would you choose? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chu Qingyue's face turned pale. Xiao Chen, things won't escalate to that extent. She looked at Xiao Chen and said anxiously, Old Bai promised you. I know. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, to be honest, I am confident I can suppress them, but people have ambitions. Sometimes, once they gain a part, they will want more. Moreover, some people might even come to trouble me without self-awareness, and at that time, they would represent the official side. And you? Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue and said lightly. He knew that Songya would definitely stand on his side, because Songya understood that her backing was him. If he fell, Songya's fate would definitely not be good, unrelated to love, but simply because she could see the situation clearly. But what about Chu Qingyue? Over these days, Xiao Chen was very clear that this woman was part of the official side. Or rather, since childhood, her education was for the Dragon Country. He knew that based on what he and Old Bai were discussing, it was undoubtedly significant. However, the bigger it was, the higher the profits. There would always be those willing to take risks. If that time came, Chu Qingyue's attitude would represent many things. Would she stand on his side, or on the Chu family's side, or rather, on the official side? I don't know. Chu Qingyue's face was pale, and at that moment, she felt somewhat at a loss. Alright, since that's the case, think it over carefully, and come find me when you have clarity. Xiao Chen nodded, stood up, and looked at Chu Qingyue, saying, if you haven't thought it through, then there's no need to meet again. After saying this, he turned around and directly teleported away. Seeing Xiao Chen leave, Chu Qingyue's face turned pale, and she stood there in a daze. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen teleported all the way back home. He actually didn't know how to face Chu Qingyue. He even knew that Chu Qingyue still belonged to the official side. This was Chu Qingyue's biggest trouble. He didn't want to put Chu Qingyue in a difficult position. However, the two sides were really not suitable. What he wanted was control and a voice, not to be a puppet controlled by others. However, in the eyes of some people, he was probably the biggest crisis. After all, a cultivator, the only cultivator on Earth. Everyone understood what that represented. Having realized this, Xiao Chen also understood that he and Chu Qingyue were actually not suitable. She liked him, but she represented the official side even more. As for the feelings between him and Chu Qingyue, they were merely the result of having tasted the tiger's meat. He had never thought about these things from the beginning. From the way he dealt with the Gu family, Xiao Chen was clear about Chu Qingyue's stance. While Xiao Chen was thinking about this, a knock on the door sounded. He opened the door and saw Song. Yeah, seeing Xiao Chen, Songya directly threw herself into his arms. What's wrong? Xiao Chen asked with a smile, holding the woman in front of him. Chu Qingyue called me. Songya leaned against Xiao Chen's chest and said softly, I came to see you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, there's nothing much to see. To me, she and I are actually not suitable. What about me? Songya blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao Chen, asking, can you leave me? In response, Xiao Chen smiled. After saying this, he thought for a moment and then took out a bottle of evolution potion. Drink this. Xiao Chen said to Songya, it can make you stronger, but it doesn't taste good. Upon hearing this, Songya's eyes lit up a bit. She knew about Xiao Chen's abilities. Over these days, she had become even more aware of how mysterious he was. Just now, when Chu Qingyue called her, she finally understood how powerful Xiao Chen was. Even the authorities had to collaborate with him. Such abilities naturally represented how formidable he was. Therefore, at this moment, looking at the potion Xiao Chen handed her, she hesitated not at all and gulped it down. The next moment, Songya immediately frowned, almost throwing up. So bitter, Songya exclaimed, her mouth wide open. After saying this, she suddenly felt something was off. Xiao Chen, why do I feel so uncomfortable? It hurts. After she said this, she fainted. Watching Songya's condition, Xiao Chen sighed, then carried her upstairs and laid her on the bed before sitting down with a sense of relief. He carefully observed Songya and noticed that the power within her was continuously accumulating, nodding slightly. Leaving Songya lying upstairs, Xiao Chen went downstairs. In his mind, he began to hear the voices of Xiao and others. Boss, something's wrong, your disciple is acting strange. When he heard this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. What's wrong? He asked nervously. Chen Linger was his disciple, the destined girl, and now also his power bank. If she cultivated, he would benefit, nothing could go wrong. How did she become so powerful? Just now, 3 masters teamed up and your disciple took them down directly. Xiao said loudly. Xiao Chen could hear the jealousy in Xiao's voice. What's the big deal? Didn't I teach you the qi cultivation technique? Xiao Chen said helplessly. But why is what you taught me completely different from hers? Xiao asked urgently. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He had directly passed on the technique. It shouldn't be different. Different? Xiao Chen immediately asked Xiao to recite the qi cultivation technique he had taught him. After listening to Xiao's recitation, Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. This was indeed the qi cultivation technique, but it was a watered-down version, and a heavily edited one at that. System, what's going on? At this moment, Xiao Chen finally understood that it seemed the chi cultivation technique had issues. This guy's version was not the same as his. It seems the host has forgotten, this is the host's exclusive chi cultivation technique. Naturally, it will be different when passed to others. Xiao Chen had never considered that the technique he passed on was a watered-down version. Although the system said it was his exclusive chi cultivation technique, it could still be transmitted. So at that time, Xiao Chen didn't care, but now he realized that what he had given was completely different. Is Chen Linger's version different from yours too? Xiao Chen asked curiously. Yes, it's different. Hers has an extra part, and I can't cultivate that part, Xia Ao said helplessly. I roughly understand now. Xiao Chen nodded and said, actually, both you and Chen Linger have the chi cultivation technique, but your talents are different, and the system automatically filtered it. Xiao Chen was very clear that the system had removed incomprehensible content for them, and the more complex it was, the greater the benefits brought by cultivation. Now, Chen Linger undoubtedly had better talent than Xia Ao and was progressing faster. She can already easily defeat a master and even has enough ability to suppress a grandmaster, Xia Ao said, his words dripping with envy. Xiao Chen naturally understood why Xia Ao felt this way. After all, he practiced hard every day but still couldn't compare to her. Just thinking about it made him feel a deep sense of helplessness. Alright, you can't change the issue of talent, Xiao Chen said with a smile, also curious about what would happen if he passed his chi cultivation technique to others. Xiao Chen. Just as Xiao Chen was pondering these things, a voice suddenly came from Songya, who had evidently woken up. At that moment, Songya looked at Xiao Chen with a panicked expression and said, Xiao Chen, look. With that, Songya suddenly waved her hand and an ice blade instantly formed in her palm. Then, she threw the ice blade towards the wooden door behind her, shattering it in an instant. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen was equally astonished. He hadn't expected that after Chu Qingyue drank it, she didn't awaken any abilities, but Songya did. At this moment, Songya's eyes held a hint of disbelief as she looked at Xiao Chen and said, is this an ability? How amazing. Xiao Chen nodded and replied, yes. He had estimated Songya's ability and its power wasn't great. It should be roughly on par with Old Wolf's full-strength punch. At this moment, he thought for a moment and asked, what about Old Wolf? Xiao Chen was very clear now that he wasn't worried about other planes. After all, both Xia Ao and Gu Ming could be considered local overlords with many subordinates. But in the real world, there weren't many people he could trust. He could count Fatty as one, but aside from that, there was no one else. Now, with Songya added to the mix, Xiao Chen naturally needed more people to help him. The reason he chose Old Wolf was that this person knew how capable he was. If possible, training him would undoubtedly be a great asset. Him? Upon hearing this, Songya nodded slightly and said, I saw him overseas. He used to be a mercenary. At that time, he was injured and close to death when I found him, so I saved him. Since then, Old Wolf has been following me. Songya said softly, as for why he was injured back then, he didn't say, and I didn't ask. Xiao Chen nodded slightly at Songya's words. No wonder Old Wolf was so knowledgeable about overseas matters. It seemed he must have had his own channels back then. Do you want Old Wolf to help you with something? Songya looked up and asked Xiao Chen. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded and said, you know what I lack the most right now is manpower. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Songya nodded slightly and said, in that case, should I have him come here? Let him come. Xiao Chen replied. Then he thought for a moment and suddenly pointed his fingertip at Songya's forehead. However, the transmission of power he had anticipated did not occur and the system's voice rang in his mind. The host can only transmit power to those who have made a transaction with the host or the host's disciples. Others cannot receive the transmission. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Chen felt a bit disappointed. Although he had suspected it was unlikely since Xia Ao had told him about it, he still felt somewhat let down. Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Songya was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Xiao Chen to suddenly touch her forehead. It's nothing. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, just focus on training well. With that, he took out the spirit sword technique. Ever since he obtained Lu Ming's spirit sword technique, Xiao Chen had discovered that he couldn't operate the techniques recorded in it, but he could use the methods described within. Or rather, my own Qi training manual has already encompassed these techniques, and there's no need to switch methods at all. On the contrary, the sword energy techniques within it I grasped at a glance. It seems that the Qi training manual is significantly superior to this so-called spirit sword technique. Xiao Chen whispered. He understood that the spirit sword technique, which allowed Lu Ming to ascend, must be an excellent cultivation method, but even so, it couldn't compare to what he was currently practicing. Moreover, the system had mentioned that as his strength continued to improve, there would be a foundation establishment manual. The subsequent chapters would surely be even more advanced. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Song, you were looking for me? Soon, Old Wolf arrived. At that moment, when he looked up at Songya, his expression suddenly changed. His face was filled with disbelief. Just like the first time he saw Xiao Chen, when he felt the crisis brought by him, now, looking at Songya before him, he could still sense a strong sense of danger. The feeling she gave him was exceptionally perilous. As someone who had crawled out of a sea of corpses and blood, his intuition for danger was particularly sharp, and now he could feel the pressure emanating from her. Miss Song, you. Old Wolf's mouth fell open, at a loss as he looked at Songya. He couldn't understand. Earlier, when Songya went out, he had seen her, and at that time, she was completely harmless. But now, how long had it been? Songya had changed, become terrifying, even capable of posing a threat to him. This was something he couldn't comprehend. How is it, Old Wolf? Xiao Chen looked at him and said, are you interested in making a change? Upon hearing Xiao Chen say this, Old Wolf immediately understood that this was related to Xiao Chen. He was well aware of how extraordinary this Mr. Xiao was. Previously, he could still sense the faint aura of danger emanating from Xiao Chen, but now, it was completely gone. This feeling made him realize that the other party had become someone he couldn't comprehend at all. So, when Xiao Chen said this, Old Wolf took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, Mr. Xiao, what do I need to give in return? Help me with my work. Xiao Chen looked at Old Wolf and said, or rather, become my subordinate, and from now on, you will only listen to me. When he heard this, Old Wolf fell silent for a long time, then looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Mr. Xiao, may I ask, if I become your person, what level can I reach? He was clear about his own abilities, and what level he could reach in the future was the key. Do you know about martial artists? Xiao Chen looked at him and asked with a smile. I do. Old Wolf nodded and said, when I was a mercenary, I once encountered a martial artist. Our small team had dozens of people and almost got wiped out. As he spoke, a hint of unease appeared in his eyes. Overseas, they call them super soldiers, and the one I encountered was an A-class super soldier, equivalent to our domestic acquired martial artists. At that moment, Old Wolf spoke while looking at Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, as long as you follow me, innate martial artists are not a problem. The moment Xiao Chen said this, Old Wolf's face immediately showed a look of surprise. Mr. Xiao, is it true? He was extremely excited, suddenly grabbing Xiao Chen and saying, can I become innate? No need for innate, even if you are an acquired martial artist, that is enough. He looked at Xiao Chen with particularly fiery eyes. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded and said, then, are you willing to become my subordinate? From today on, my life as Old Wolf belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Old Wolf suddenly knelt on the ground and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, however, Mr. Xiao, I still have an unfulfilled wish. Once I become an acquired martial artist, I will go overseas. At that time, please allow me. Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Wolf said seriously, I was almost killed by someone back then. I want revenge. Alright. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this, not asking Old Wolf about the past. There was no need. This kind of thing, Old Wolf could handle himself. Then, now, drink this. A bottle of evolution potion had appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Ever since Gu Ming's site had started up, he had quite a few of these things, and he didn't feel bad giving one to Old Wolf in exchange for compressed biscuits. Drink it. I drank the stuff. Look at me now. Songya said with a smile beside them. Upon hearing this, Old Wolf showed no hesitation, directly grabbing the potion from Xiao Chen's hand and gulping it down. As he swallowed, he slightly frowned. This stuff really didn't taste good. However, as a soldier king, he had eaten all sorts of things in the wild, even stinkier things, so although the taste was bad, he could still bear it. At that moment, as soon as he drank it, he felt something was off. His body was continuously evolving and expanding, his strength was increasing, and his power was constantly rising. He didn't faint. Instead, he sat in the corner, constantly moving to enhance his strength. Watching Old Wolf's actions, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and pointed to a pile of books in the corner. These were the handwritten manuscripts he had taken back from Xiao. Since he was cultivating immortality, these things were completely useless to him. 2 books had been taken by Chu Qingyue, and the rest were all here. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen pointed at the pile of books in the corner and said, those are martial arts manuals, take a look for yourself. If you can learn, then learn. Upon hearing Xiao Chen say this, not only Old Wolf but even Song Ya looked towards the pile of books. Yes. Old Wolf suppressed his discomfort and quickly walked towards the pile of books, picking one up to take a look. Immediately, Xiao Chen saw him sit cross-legged, with true energy faintly flowing around him. Song Ya also picked up a book to read. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen was not anxious. He sat in place and waited. It took a full half an hour for Old Wolf to awaken from his meditative state. He looked at Xiao Chen, then felt the changes within his body and suddenly got up, kneeling in front of Xiao Chen. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. He was very clear about how much his strength had increased. Old Wolf, what ability have you awakened? Song Ya asked curiously. Ability? Old Wolf was slightly taken aback. Not everyone can awaken an ability. Xiao Chen could tell from Old Wolf's expression that he hadn't awakened an ability. However, it didn't matter. After all, the primary evolution potion only had a 10% chance of awakening an ability. The intermediate one had a 50% chance, and the advanced one could immediately awaken an ability. For Xiao Chen, now, he no longer cared about these evolution potions. After all, to put it simply, they were just a bit more resource-rich Qi training powder. Since he began training Qi, combined with the methods he controlled, it was completely different. So, in a sense, his current strength had long surpassed too much. Moreover, Old Wolf's current ability was probably at the level of a top martial artist, not even reaching the acquired stage. According to Feng Hao's calculations, at most level 4. No more than that. Old Wolf looked at the ice spike that Song Ya had produced, stunned for a moment, not expecting that she had actually awakened an ability. Now, he felt a bit lost. Continue to cultivate. I have plenty of this kind of potion, and it won't be difficult for you to improve to the innate level soon, Xiao Chen said, looking at Old Wolf's expression. Yes. Old Wolf quickly nodded upon hearing this. He was very clear that he was now following Xiao Chen closely. Mr. Xiao, what do I need to do next? He looked at Xiao Chen and asked. First, gather a group of people. When I need you, you can come out. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, One cannot do everything by oneself. Some matters are undoubtedly best left to Old Wolf to handle. As for myself, I only need to manage the realm. Mr. Xiao, are the people you need absolutely loyal? Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Wolf's expression showed a hint of conflict. Just say what you need. Seeing the other's demeanor, Xiao Chen spoke directly. I have a few comrades, and I can guarantee their absolute loyalty, but back then, we encountered some issues, and now, my comrades are not doing well. They have lingering ailments, and even their vitality is lacking. Old Wolf said helplessly, aside from them, I can't find many who are completely loyal. Bring them to me, I will treat their ailments. Upon Hearing this, Xiao Chen said. Hearing these words, Old Wolf's eyes lit up. Mr. Xiao, I will have someone come over immediately. His expression was particularly excited at this moment, even a bit impatient. Old Wolf hurriedly left. What he needed to do now was to gather the people first. Moreover, working for Xiao Chen was undoubtedly a good thing. Xiao Chen now had the qualifications to negotiate with the authorities. Help me acquire this street. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said to Songya, I want to transform it into a distribution center. This? Upon hearing this, Songya was slightly taken aback. Acquisition is not a problem. After all, you have enough funds to do this now. However, getting the approval for transforming it into a distribution center won't be easy. You just focus on the transformation. I'll handle the approval. Xiao Chen replied. He knew very well that obtaining such approvals was far too simple for him now. A casual call to Old Bai would have the matter resolved immediately. So, he wasn't in a hurry. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Songya didn't ask further questions, and immediately went to take care of it. She understood that Xiao Chen must have a way to resolve this issue. Moreover, this street was originally remote, with only a few low-profit factories. There were hardly any others. If Xiao Chen wanted it, they would definitely agree. After Songya left, Xiao Chen had just lain down when he heard Chen Ran's voice in his mind. Master, I'm in trouble. Chen Ran's voice was urgent. Can you come over? I'll be there right away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately got up. He had already gathered quite a few things in his space, all for Chen Ran. Of course, Xiao Chen didn't know what could be sold in the high martial world, so he prioritized selecting some luxury items similar to perfumes. These items would definitely exchange for gold without issue, allowing him to amass some wealth first. Then, Xiao Chen chose to traverse. The next moment, he appeared in front of Chen Ran. I've met the immortal. As soon as Xiao Chen appeared, he saw the martial emperor. At this moment, the martial emperor looked at Xiao Chen, his voice filled with urgency. I implore the immortal for assistance, otherwise my martial nation will face a catastrophic disaster. What has happened in the martial nation? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood that it was not Chen Ran seeking him, but the martial emperor. However, even Xiao Chen couldn't comprehend what could happen in the martial nation. Although he was not familiar with the dynamics of the high martial world, he had learned some of the situation from Chen Ran. It could be said that the martial nation was one of the 3 existing empires, and it was even the most powerful empire. In such circumstances, what could possibly happen in the martial nation? Therefore, when the martial emperor said he needed Xiao Chen's help, Xiao Chen was filled with astonishment. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at the martial emperor and asked, what has happened? You may not know, sir. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor sighed and looked at Xiao Chen. Aside from my 3 empires, there are several sects, and to put it bluntly, our 3 empires are merely the servants raised by those sects. Oh, Xiao Chen felt a slight chill at the words and asked, is the strength of the sect very strong? The celestial realm. There's even the legendary martial god realm. Martial god? Xiao Chen squinted slightly, simultaneously inquiring with the system about what a martial god was. The corresponding level of a martial artist in the celestial realm is foundation establishment, and martial god is golden core. And the martial god realm is already the highest level for martial artists. The system's response gave Xiao Chen a rough understanding. From the moment he crossed over, Xiao Chen felt something was off. Why was a peak grandmaster already the ceiling? What was the difference from Xia Ao's ancient martial world? Moreover, if that were the case, in terms of rank, it was even inferior to Feng Hao's game world. At least, Feng Hao's game world could continuously upgrade and even had stronger power. Now he understood that it was his approach that was wrong. From the very beginning, he had never opened this world. So, did those major sects cause you trouble? Xiao Chen looked at the martial emperor and asked curiously. This continent is controlled by 3 top sects, and our martial kingdom is dominated by the heavenly martial sect. Over the years, we have continuously supplied the heavenly martial sect, seeking their protection, and everything was peaceful. But now, an accident has occurred. Looking at Xiao Chen, the martial emperor spoke. A special envoy from the heavenly martial sect came, and that person killed quite a few people in the city. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and asked, and then? Please, Mr. Xiao, for the sake of the common people, save the citizens of our martial kingdom. He looked at Xiao Chen, stood up, and suddenly bowed deeply. Seeing the martial emperor like this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, I'll think about it. You can go back first. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor did not speak further but nodded. Yes, I will come to find you again tomorrow. After saying this, he turned and left. Xiao Chen watched the martial emperor leave, then smiled faintly and turned to Chen Ran, saying, tell me what you saw. What exactly is going on? He knew that the martial emperor had definitely not told the whole truth. If it were just about killing a few people, the martial emperor wouldn't have gone to such lengths. From what he understood of the martial emperor, this person was not one to show pity. If that were the case, when he killed the Duke of the Nation, the other side would have intervened. However, at that time, not only did he not take action, but he also actively spoke with Chen Ran. This proved that the martial emperor had ambitions. If the people from the heavenly martial sect only wanted to kill a portion of the civilians, he might be reluctant, but he wouldn't go this far. Master, indeed, things are not that simple. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran said softly, that person came to the capital of the martial kingdom and started nitpicking, even showing some signs of provocation. So, the martial emperor offended this heavenly martial sect. Xiao Chen understood the situation roughly. The martial emperor had no choice. He had offended the heavenly martial sect, and now they wanted to replace the emperor. He was scared, and given the outrageous things happening in the capital, the martial emperor thought of himself. What do you think? Xiao Chen looked at Chen Ran curiously. If it were just the martial emperor's issue, I could just leave with you, master, and find a place to live well. But, master, I have also been targeted by the people from the heavenly martial sect. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chen Ran said softly, that's the reason I came to find you. Oh, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, then looked at Chen Ran and said, tell me, what exactly is going on? The broken mirror pill. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chen Ran said softly, the other party came to the marshal. Emperor first killing people in the city, and I don't know who informed them that I might have news about the broken mirror pill. They have already issued a statement. Today, I must go to the Drunken Cloud Pavilion in the city to hand over the pill. Otherwise, Chen Ran looked at Xiao Chen and said softly, Master, please take me away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He hadn't expected things to evolve into such a situation. At this moment, he also understood that his disciple had been targeted. Just as Xiao Chen was about to speak, his expression suddenly froze slightly. Your disciple Chen Linger has broken through to the late stage of qi refinement, and your cultivation has entered the foundation establishment stage. The foundation establishment chapter will be released on time. Hearing the voice in his mind, Xiao Chen was stunned for a long time. Chen Linger's talent was truly remarkable. She had already broken through to the late stage of qi refinement. Moreover, when his disciple broke through, he could also gain benefits. This system was indeed useful. His gaze then shifted to Chen Ran in front of him. At this moment, Chen Ran was already innate, just a step away from becoming a master. Come, drink this. In Xiao Chen's hand, there was already an intermediate evolution potion. He had decided to let Chen Ran break through first. Once she did, his own strength would also increase. No matter how much, as long as Chen Ran could break through, he would receive some feedback. Chen Ran nodded at his words and quickly drank the potion Xiao Chen handed her. She was naturally aware of what this potion was and understood that it was her master trying to help her improve. Watching Chen Ran sit cross-legged after drinking the potion, Xiao Chen also began to sit down and operate the foundation establishment chapter. He had just broken through to foundation establishment himself, but undoubtedly, the feeling the chapter gave him was completely different. The foundation establishment chapter felt more like transcendence. Now, Xiao Chen could clearly feel his body undergoing constant changes. That kind of transformation even enhanced his spiritual power significantly. As his foundation establishment stabilized, Xiao Chen sensed that he was roughly in the early stage of foundation establishment. Your disciple Chen Ran has broken through, and you have received a gift. Your strength has increased. As the system prompt echoed in his mind again, Xiao Chen felt a slight increase in the spiritual energy within him. Although it wasn't much, it still made him very happy. At least the cultivation of his two disciples could bring him improvements. It seems I still need to take in more disciples. I wonder how many fated sons and daughters I can find. Xiao Chen murmured. He knew that these people were key to his future improvements. Of course, opening up dimensions would allow him to improve even faster. Master, I've reached the master level. Chen Ran opened her eyes and said to Xiao Chen, not bad. Xiao Chen nodded. What he cultivated in the foundation establishment chapter was mostly spiritual energy, while combat techniques were relatively few. However, the spirit sword technique was different. As a sword cultivator, it was almost entirely focused on swordsmanship. Get me a sword, tonight. I'm going with you, Xiao Chen said with a smile, looking at Chen Ran. He didn't care who the other party was. Anyone who dared to touch his disciple would not be treated kindly. Now, he was also in the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage was much stronger than the so-called celestial realm. So, he really wasn't afraid. Even if the other side sent a martial god level expert, he could just hide with Chen Ran. As he opened more dimensions, he could return later. Once he reached the golden core stage, he could sweep through this dimension. Xiao Chen knew that even if he couldn't fight in this dimension, he could still escape. So, from the beginning, he didn't have much burden. At this moment, in the imperial palace of the martial kingdom, the expression of the martial emperor was grave as he looked at the information in his hand, his eyes showing a hint of unease. Your Majesty, Feng Xiu's intentions are very clear. Today, you must send concubine he over, otherwise he will come to the palace to seize her. The eunuch knelt before the martial emperor, trembling as he spoke. His face was also very ugly. The dignified martial emperor, the ruler of the martial kingdom, yet Feng Xiu, merely an envoy of the heavenly martial sect, dared to act so arrogantly in the martial kingdom. He even wanted the emperor's woman to serve him. Such a thing, even if one were invincible, could not be tolerated. At this moment, the martial emperor's face was cold as he said, "What is the situation with Mr. Xiao? Just received news from the scouts. Mr. Xiao has taken Miss Chen Ran to the Drunken Cloud Pavilion." The eunuch said softly, lowering his head. Hearing this, the Emperor of Wu revealed a smile and said, "Very good. Then let that Mr. Xiao face Feng Xiu. As for the rest, let's wait and see for now." The Emperor of Wu knew all too well that the other party consisted of celestial realm warriors, and there was no one in their Wu kingdom who could stop them. However, he could not bring himself to sacrifice his own woman. If he did that, he might as well fight to the death with them. Moreover, even if he did go through with it, would they really let him go? At that point, there would likely be countless demands. After all, the Tianwu sect was already dissatisfied with him. So, for now, all he could do was stand behind Xiao Chen. Having realized this, he also understood that he could only rely on Xiao Chen now. Do you know why they clearly know that Chen Ran no longer has the broken mirror pill, yet still made such a request? The Emperor of Wu said lightly. Upon hearing this, the eunuch behind him lowered his head and replied, "I do not know, Your Majesty." Sigh. The Emperor of Wu sighed, then softly said, "Of course, you wouldn't know. What they are targeting is not the broken mirror pill, but Chen Ran. Or rather, he came to the imperial capital and heard the legend of Mr. Xiao, wanting to see what kind of person he really is. A group of people who have been high and mighty for years naturally fear the emergence of someone even more terrifying than themselves. If such a person were to appear, they would probably lose sleep over it." At this point, the Emperor's gaze had taken on a hint of coldness. So, no matter what, it is inevitable that Mr. Xiao will confront them. However, we have no choice. The Emperor of Wu sighed again and softly said, "I wonder what benefits my brother gave to the Tianwu sect to make them take a stand." As he spoke these words, a trace of hatred had already appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was leading Chen Ran into the Zuiyun Pavilion. Looking at the Zuiyun Pavilion before him, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and said, "A brothel?" "Yes." Chen Ran replied softly, "Master, if you don't like it, there's nothing to dislike. It's quite good." Xiao Chen smiled and said, It's my first time in a brothel. It's quite interesting. With that, he stepped forward and directly entered the Zueyun Pavilion. As soon as he walked into the Zueyun Pavilion, Xiao Chen noticed that in the hall, a group of women were dancing gracefully while at the top, a man in a green robe was staring at Xiao Chen. Then, he glanced at Chen Ran behind Xiao Chen and smiled, saying, Chen Ran, I only asked you to come alone. As for this thing in front of you, since you've come, then, break your own legs and roll out. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, and a powerful aura surged toward him. When that aura rushed toward Xiao Chen, he snorted coldly, and in an instant, all the pressure shattered before him. At the same time, Xiao Chen's gaze locked onto the other party as he stepped forward, and in the next moment, he was already standing in front of Feng Xiu. You are Feng Xiu? Xiao Chen asked, his gaze fixed on him. Feng Xiu raised his head to look at the man before him, and at that moment, the disdain that had originally been on his face had completely vanished. The other party had effortlessly shattered the aura he had built up, and even stepped forward to stand right in front of him. That movement was too strange. You, who are you? Staring at Xiao Chen, Feng Xiu's expression turned ugly as he coldly said, I am Feng Xiu of the Tianwu sect. My father is an elder of the Tianwu sect. Looking at the man before him, Xiao Chen immediately revealed a cold smile. He understood why the other party had started to announce his background. Simply put, he was scared. Therefore, he had to bring up the forces behind him. Only then would Xiao Chen possibly feel fear. Me? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at him, saying, I am Xiao Chen, this girl's master. You should know. Feng Xiu nodded upon hearing this. He indeed knew who the person in front of him was. Moreover, he had summoned Chen Ran here precisely for Xiao Chen, right? Initially, he thought that these people from the martial kingdom had never seen the world, which was why they revered the other party so much. However, it wasn't until he faced the person directly that he realized the individual before him was a terrifying figure. In fact, this person should be stronger than him, but so what? In this continent, the Tianwu sect was supreme. I know your cultivation has not been easy. As long as you kneel and bow your head, I will allow you to join my Tianwu sect. Furthermore, I have taken a liking to your disciple. Starting today, she will be my maid. Feng Xiu declared. What my Tianwu sect desires. What can you do about it? As soon as he finished speaking, the next moment, Xiao Chen smiled slightly at him and suddenly slapped him hard. Feng Xiu was already confident, believing that Xiao Chen would never dare to strike him. After all, he was a member of the Tianwu sect. On this continent, the three major sects were like the heavens. Thus, he was so certain, even convinced that Xiao Chen wouldn't dare to hit him. But at that moment, Feng Xiu realized he was wrong. The other party had directly slapped him, and without holding back. This was something he had never anticipated. At this moment, he looked up at Xiao Chen, meeting the cold gaze of the other, and was filled with a hint of astonishment. You dare to hit me? Feng Xiu took a deep breath and said coldly, do you know I am a member of the Tianwu sect? Not only do I dare to hit you, but I also dare to kill you. Xiao Chen's icy gaze fixed on him, saying, if you dare to lay your eyes on my disciple, then you deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the next moment, Xiao Chen launched a powerful punch towards Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu's face changed dramatically as he quickly retreated. At the same time, he swiftly drew a slender sword from his waist, which instantly appeared in his hand. Since you seek death, then I shall grant it to you. He indeed felt that Xiao Chen's strength was slightly above his own, but so what? The Tianwu sect possessed the top techniques on the continent, and what he had practiced since childhood was the Tianwu sect's secret method. A mere loose cultivator, even if his cultivation was deeper than his, could not shake him. At this moment, Feng Xiu's body transformed into a series of afterimages, and the long sword in his hand stabbed directly at Xiao Chen. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen sneered, and the next moment he took a sudden step forward. Instantly, his body appeared behind Feng Xiu. With his ability to teleport, Xiao Chen was not afraid of the other's attack. He could even appear behind him in an instant. At the same time, Xiao Chen also had a long sword in his hand. With a casual slash, the next second, a sword aura erupted directly from Xiao Chen's long sword. Feng Xiu's face changed drastically. He only felt a blur before the other person had vanished. Turning his head, he just caught sight of a sword light rushing towards him in an instant. That sword light was incredibly domineering, and facing it, Feng Xiu didn't even dare to take it head on. He quickly dodged, awkwardly avoiding the sword light. Turning to look, the area where he had been standing was struck by the sword light, and instantly, a massive crack appeared in the ground. Seeing this scene, he felt a chill run down his spine. He knew very well that if this sword light had hit him, he would definitely be dead. I am the son of an elder of the Tianwu sect. Do you dare to kill me? Feng Xiu raised his head, staring directly at Xiao Chen. Kid, let me tell you. Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on him and said coldly, your background is worth nothing to me. After saying this, in an instant, his body appeared right in front of Feng Xiu, and he had already summoned a sword aura that shot directly towards Feng Xiu. At the same time, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the long sword emitted a piercing buzzing sound. The next second, under Feng Xiu's astonished gaze, the long sword in front of Xiao Chen hovered in midair. Control the sword. This was a technique Xiao Chen had mastered in the sword spirit technique after entering the foundation establishment stage. Undoubtedly, Lu Ming's sword spirit technique was a formidable killing method. Now, under Xiao Chen's manipulation, the long sword instantly whistled out. What kind of ghostly sword technique is this? Feng Xiu's expression changed dramatically. This world, although not low in rank, was undoubtedly a high martial world. He had never seen a technique like Xiao Chen's. Moreover, at this moment, Xiao Chen's hands suddenly formed seals, and in the next instant, bolts of lightning rained down from his palms. Palm thunder. The technique contained in the foundation establishment chapter was now also being unleashed upon his opponent. Faced with the flying sword, Feng Xiu could only flee in a panic, turning his head just in time to see the lightning emanating from Xiao Chen's palm. At that moment, his face had completely changed. Without saying another word, Feng Xiu turned and ran. He knew that his opponent was truly intent on killing him. Once he was targeted, it would be a certain death. Feng Xiu's speed was incredibly fast, and in an instant, he broke through the drunken cloud pavilion, rushing towards the rooftop across from him. The next moment, his body shot out like a cannonball. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen sneered and looked at Chen Ran, saying, "You go back first." After saying this, Xiao Chen directly charged into the sky, activating his teleportation and appearing behind Feng Xiu. "Damn it, what are you going to do? If you really kill me, the Tianwu sect will never let you go." At this moment, Feng Xiu, feeling the figure behind him, shouted anxiously. His voice was filled with terror. This person was a madman. He was from the Tianwu sect, representing the Tianwu sect. Did he really not fear the sect's retaliation? Xiao Chen said nothing, and under his command, the long sword instantly sliced through the void, directly stabbing towards him. "Xiao Chen, do you really dare to kill me?" Feng Xiu turned around, and the thin sword in his hand instantly wrapped around Xiao Chen's flying sword. In the next moment, he exerted force, and Xiao Chen's long sword shattered instantly. Seeing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This long sword was merely something he had casually taken from Chen Ran. It was not a divine weapon. Even a sword bought from a discount store on Earth might be of a higher grade than this thing. Therefore, he was not surprised at all when the thin sword was shattered. However, in the next second, Xiao Chen's palm thunder surged towards his opponent. Faced with this palm thunder, Feng Xiu's expression changed. The lightning struck him, and immediately, Feng Xiu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in midair, his body retreating backward. At this moment, he turned and ran. Xiao Chen teleported again, reappearing in front of him. What greeted him was a palm strike. "Xiao Chen, spare me. Let's shake hands and make peace. I promise the Tianwu sect won't trouble you." At this moment, Feng Xiu's face had drastically changed. He felt Xiao Chen's killing intent. His opponent was truly intent on killing him. At this moment, he was genuinely afraid. Growing up in the Tianwu sect, he believed that apart from the three major sects, there were no experts outside. Therefore, since he had come down the mountain, he had been exceptionally arrogant wherever he went. He had even caused quite a few incidents along the way and had killed many people. But so what? His father was an elder of the Tianwu sect, a powerful figure in the late stage of the celestial realm. He himself was a martial artist in the early stage of the celestial realm, and in the mundane world he had no need to worry. However, he never expected that just after entering the imperial capital, he would encounter such a madman. His opponent completely disregarded his background and was truly intent on killing him. At this moment he truly felt panic. "Is that so?" Xiao Chen replied coldly with a smile. He did not believe that this person would genuinely repent. He feared that once he let him go and turned around, the Tianwu sect's people would come. Now, he had to kill Feng Xiu. Only with Feng Xiu dead and the martial emperor sealing the news could he have enough time. And this time was crucial, because only by gaining time could his strength gradually improve. With this thought, Xiao Chen's speed increased even further. He threw punch after punch directly at Feng Xiu. Faced with Xiao Chen's onslaught, Feng Xiu's expression changed dramatically. He turned and headed towards the imperial palace of the Wu Kingdom. "Wu Emperor, come save me!" Feng Xiu's voice was piercing, shouting urgently. At the Wu Kingdom's imperial palace, the Wu Emperor stood atop the palace, watching Feng Xiu being beaten by Xiao Chen, a hint of amusement in his eyes. This kind of person actually dared to lay hands on his woman. Did he really think the Wu Emperor was made of clay? However, at this moment, as he looked at Xiao Chen, a trace of worry crept into his eyes. Previously, when Xiao Chen faced the Duke of the state, the Wu Emperor felt that Xiao Chen was at most at the early stage of the celestial realm. But now, as he looked again, Xiao Chen was already chasing after Feng Xiu to kill him. In this situation, the opponent had no room for resistance at all. At this moment, he understood that this Mr. Xiao had probably not yet used his true strength. "Wu Emperor, hurry! Stop him, I'm running away first." Feng Xiu rushed to the imperial city and, upon seeing the Wu Emperor, shouted anxiously. He was ready to leap over the imperial city and quickly return to the Tianwu sect, because only the Tianwu sect could save him now. However, just as he finished speaking, he found that Xiao Chen had appeared in front of him again, and the Wu Emperor didn't even move an inch. "Wu Emperor, hurry up and stop him!" Feng Xiu shouted desperately. The Wu Emperor stood still, his indifferent gaze fixed on the other man. Seeing this scene, Feng Xiu realized that at this moment he was probably doomed. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, what will it take for you to let me go? I am from the Tianwu sect. If you really kill me, the Tianwu sect will not let you off. Our Tianwu sect has a martial god." He looked at Xiao Chen, shouting urgently. "Martial god?" Xiao Chen squinted slightly, smiling as he said, "If there really is one, I would like to see what kind of methods they have." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Feng Xiu's face turned ashen. "Xiao Chen, you really don't plan to let me go?" He took a deep breath and quickly turned to run. "Wu Emperor, lend me a sword," Xiao Chen shouted. At this moment, the Wu Emperor had a sword in his hand. Upon hearing this, the Wu Emperor nodded and quickly threw the sword towards Xiao Chen. Receiving the long sword, Xiao Chen focused his mind and attached his consciousness to the sword. "Go!" In the next moment, Xiao Chen swung fiercely. The long sword shot out almost instantaneously, like a meteor streaking through the void, heading straight for the place where Feng Xiu was fleeing. Put! The sharp blade instantly pierced through Feng Xiu's chest, and at that moment Feng Xiu stood frozen, staring at the huge gash on his chest, his face filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that he would die on this trip down the mountain. He had just broken through to the celestial realm, and his father had allowed him to come down, also helping the sect with some matters. But he never expected to encounter such a monster after coming down. The other party was even unafraid of the Tianwu sect and directly killed him. Seeing Xiao Chen kill Feng Xiu with a single sword, even the Wu Emperor's expression changed drastically. He believed that if Xiao Chen wanted to kill him, it would only take a single sword strike. "Mr. Xiao, the Tianwu sect is powerful. If you have already killed Feng Xiu, you will likely face endless troubles in the future." The Wu Emperor took a deep breath and spoke to Xiao Chen. "Isn't this what you wanted to see?" Xiao Chen turned his head, glancing at the Wu Emperor, and smiled. The Wu Emperor understood his intentions. Hearing this, the Wu Emperor smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Xiao, I have no choice. Over the years, the demands of the Tianwu sect have become increasingly excessive. Now, they even want to replace me as the Wu Emperor. Once I die, my entire family's wealth and lives will be gone. He sighed and said, as long as Mr. Xiao is willing, I can respect you as my master. In the future, whatever you ask me to do, I will do. The price is to help you fend off the Tianwu sect, right? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, this deal seems a bit unprofitable. He was well aware that the Tianwu sect had a martial god in existence. The martial god of the Tianwu sect is already quite old, and over the years, he has been in seclusion. Only by breaking through can he hope for a revival. What you are facing is, at most, a peak martial artist at the celestial realm. Looking at Xiao Chun, at that moment, the martial emperor spoke up. Mr. Xiao, are you confident? The martial emperor's gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Chen. He knew that he had essentially staked his life and fortune on Xiao Chen. It seems you've forgotten, you are the one who can't escape, while I can leave at any time, Xiao Chen said with a faint smile as he looked at the martial emperor. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor was instantly stunned. He stared blankly at Xiao Chen, and at that moment, he didn't even know where Xiao Chen's foundation lay. When he heard Xiao Chen's words, he finally reacted. Indeed, he was completely unable to escape, but the man before him could leave at any moment. At that moment, his face turned ashen. The martial emperor knew he was doomed. Yes, the martial emperor sighed and said helplessly, in that case, Mr. Xiao, you may leave. Seeing the martial emperor's ashen face, Xiao Chen smiled and said, however, I don't like that Tianwu sect either, so how about I help you? The moment the martial emperor heard this, his eyes lit up. He looked up at Xiao Chen and said eagerly, Mr. Xiao, are you serious? He knew all too well that he was no match for the other party, but if he joined forces with Xiao Chen, the outcome would be completely different. Thus, the martial emperor was so eager at this moment, even looking at Xiao Chen with impatience. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I can help you. As long as Mr. Xiao is willing to assist me, then I will do whatever you ask, the martial emperor said urgently. He understood that he had no way out now. The only way out was Xiao Chen. So, there was no need to say anything else. As long as Xiao Chen was willing, he could only gamble everything he had. He didn't care about the throne, but after being ousted, his woman and children would face disaster. This was the one thing he understood most clearly. And because of this, the martial emperor had no choice left. Good. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Helping the martial emperor was precisely for this reason. After all, he needed to control this world, and the biggest trouble in this world was undoubtedly the so-called three major sections. Before Chen Ran grew up, he needed someone to assist Chen Ran in his endeavors, and the martial emperor was the most suitable. How long until the Tianwu sect finds out? Xiao Chen asked the martial emperor. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor took a deep breath and then calculated quietly. Tonight, you and Feng Xiu had a fierce battle. Many people in the city must have seen it, and my brother must have already received the news. He has long colluded with the Tianwu sect, and it was he who has his eyes on my position, the martial emperor said as he looked at Xiao Chun. He must have spies in the imperial capital. Even if I start to seal off the news today, at most, within a month he will receive the information. Hearing this, Xiao Chun frowned slightly and then asked the martial emperor, if I kill him, would it be better? Mr. Xiao doesn't know. My brother has already sent his child to the Tianwu sect. Even if he dies, as long as his child is still alive, the outcome will be the same. For the Tianwu sect, his death won't affect the overall situation. Instead, it will allow their people to more justifiably eliminate me. At this moment, the martial emperor said with a bitter smile, moreover, by that time, they will also have their puppets. Hearing the martial emperor's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he asked the system, how does the flow of time in this world compare to Earth? The time flow rate in this world is 1 to 7 compared to the system. At the same time, because the host has completed the rescue mission in this world, you have gained 3 opportunities to pause the time in this world until the host activates it again. The system's voice left Xiao Chen momentarily stunned. Wait, I have rewards for completing the tasks in this world. Why? Didn't you mention that? Xiao Chen was immediately taken aback. What is this mute system playing at? The host didn't ask. The voice in his mind made Xiao Chen speechless. Then, I have also completed tasks in the ancient martial world. Do I have rewards for that too? Xiao Chen thought for a moment. Besides saving Chen Ran in this world, he had also completed Chen Linger's task. Yes. When the system answered in Xiao Chen's mind, he no longer wanted to say much. This mute system was just messing with him. If I don't ask, will you just not say anything? Xiao Chen asked somewhat helplessly. Yes. The system's response drove Xiao Chen crazy. System, why don't you tell me if I have any other unclaimed rewards? Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and asked, like a beginner's gift pack or something? No, besides the rewards from the 2 rescue missions, the host has no other rewards. When the system's voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind, he sighed and said, alright, then let's activate the rewards from these 2 missions. Mission settlement successful. The host receives 3 rewards to pause the time in this world. The host has completed the rescue mission in the ancient martial world and receives 1 reward to open a new dimension. The sudden voice in his mind left Xiao Chen momentarily stunned. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Does the host want to activate it? As the voice echoed in his mind, Xiao Chen quickly chose to confirm. Having 1 more dimension meant more security for Xiao Chen now. System activation successful. The host receives the reward to open a new dimension. This dimension is a beginner-level Xianxia dimension. In the next moment, the voice in his mind rang out, and Xiao Chen's eyes brightened. Finally, the Xianxia dimension was opened. Even if it was a beginner level 1, it should be of a higher level than this world. Right? Martial Emperor, I'm leaving for now. After some time, I will come back. Don't worry, if anything happens, I will definitely be there, Xiao Chen said to the Martial Emperor. The next moment, his body had already departed. At the same time, Xiao Chen directly locked the time of this dimension. This meant that after Xiao Chen left, this world paused. It would only Resume when Xiao Chen returned. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already returned to Earth. You have new orders, please check. When the system's voice echoed in his mind, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and the next moment he saw the orders in the system. Apples, watermelons, dragon fruit, bananas. Looking at the various fruits and vegetables on the order, Xiao Chen was stunned. Wasn't this traveler supposed to go to a Xianxia dimension? Why did it feel like he had entered a famine dimension? Without hesitation, Xiao Chen prepared the fruits that were requested. Looking at the full bag of fruits, Xiao Chen quickly chose to travel. The next moment, his body appeared on a mountain peak. As he gazed at the world before him, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. He could clearly feel how rich the spiritual energy in this area was. However, what surprised Xiao Chen was that despite the dense spiritual energy, the surroundings were barren. The entire area was filled with mountains, but apart from a few nameless trees, there was hardly any grass. Are you the purchasing agent from Earth? The voice behind him made Xiao Chen pause for a moment. He turned to see a woman in a Taoist robe blinking at him. Are you a traveler? Xiao Chen asked, looking at her. My name is Gu Qingran, a traveler. The woman nodded. Did you come from Earth? As she spoke, she scrutinized Xiao Chen and said, You're a cultivator? Foundation establishment stage? Realizing that she could see through his cultivation level at a glance, Xiao Chen immediately understood that she was much stronger than him. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. You're a cultivator too, right? Yes. Golden core stage. The woman nodded. I've been here for 22 years. What year is it on Earth now? Gu Qingran asked curiously, looking at Xiao Chen. It's 25. Xiao Chen replied. Now, it had just reached the year 25. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingran was taken aback, then exclaimed, 25 years? Yes. Is there a problem? I crossed over in 26. Gu Qingran stared at Xiao Chen, enunciating each word. That means, in your world, I haven't crossed over yet. When she finished speaking, her eyes were filled with helplessness. This matter is too strange. Listening to Gu Qingran, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. He realized that the timeline between him and these travelers was completely chaotic. At first, he thought it was due to the different flow rates of the two realms. However, Gu Qingran was standing right in front of him, and the other Gu Qingran was also alive, which meant it wasn't just a matter of flow rate. Undoubtedly, the timeline had long since collapsed. By the way, where are the fruits I wanted? Gu Qingran looked at Xiao Chen, asking eagerly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't waste any words. With a wave of his hand, fruits appeared all over the ground. Initially, he didn't understand why she wanted fruits, but now he realized. This world, it seemed that plants were not only scarce but even the land was somewhat desolate. However, when Xiao Chen's fruits landed in front of Gu Qingran, an astonishing scene unfolded. The dragon fruits suddenly floated in midair, and Xiao Chen noticed that the dragon fruits were resonating with dragon roars. In the next moment, giant dragon phantoms appeared in the air and then instantly merged into the dragon fruits. This, Xiao Chen gaped. These dragon fruits were continuously absorbing spiritual energy, and even now, they still look like dragon fruits but contained immense spiritual power, evidently having become celestial fruits. In the next moment, watermelons shot up from the ground, and those watermelons exploded in front of Xiao Chen, scattering their flesh everywhere, while the green watermelon rinds instantly absorbed streams of spiritual energy, compressing and gathering into the shapes of pills. Then came apples, bananas. As he watched these fruits continuously transform before him, Xiao Chen's mouth fell open. Back on Earth, they weren't like this at all. How could they change into this state just by moving to a different place? What kind of trick were they trying to play? In this world, plants are scarce and cannot be cultivated. Gu Qingran said softly, sitting beside Xiao Chen. However, when I reviewed ancient texts, I found that they recorded countless spiritual fruits, and those spiritual fruits were fruits that had appeared on Earth. So, you wanted me to bring fruits? Xiao Chen asked curiously. Dragon fruit is called the sacred dragon heartflame fruit here, a very precious fruit. Gu Qingran said, looking at Xiao Chen. Besides a few major sects that have their own cultivation gardens, you can't find them anywhere else. The others are the same. They are all controlled by a few major sects, and these things are becoming increasingly rare. Gu Qingran looked at Xiao Chen and said, you come from Earth, so these things can naturally be sourced continuously, and I don't need much, just fruits, a lot of fruits. We need to trade, it's all about the fruits. She looked at Xiao Chen and asked, what do you think? A good deal, right? As she spoke, Gu Qingran handed Xiao Chen a bag and said, this is a storage bag. Inside there are a lot of spirit stones, and also some foundation establishment pills. For you, the foundation establishment pills are the most suitable right now. They can help you improve your cultivation. She looked at Xiao Chen carefully and added, with these, you can cultivate quickly. I know the spiritual energy on Earth is scarce, but with these, you can also cultivate there. Alright. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, then I'll take my leave for now. He hadn't fully understood Gu Qingran yet, but one thing was clear to him. He could bring enough profit to Gu Qingran, and in return, she could provide him with tremendous benefits. That was enough. What he was giving up was just a bunch of fruits, which could be exchanged for a large number of pills. And what about her? With these, she could exchange for countless resources from the cultivation world. Xiaoge, I will need a large quantity of fruits every month from now on. Should I prepare some storage bags for you? Gu Qingran looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Are storage bags expensive in this world? Xiao Chen asked curiously. Of course they are expensive. This world has abundant spiritual energy, but materials and pills are particularly scarce. Because of this, magical tools and alchemy materials are also extremely rare. Gu Qingran said helplessly, so, cultivation here is quite difficult. At the very least, when cultivating, you will encounter all sorts of problems. Many times, you need to use pills to solve them. Alright, since that's the case, if you need anything, just find me. Xiao Chen looked at Gu Qingran and said with a smile, my connections are much broader than you think. Thank you, Xiao Gu. Gu Qingran nodded in response, then thought for a moment and said, if possible, could you take a look at me on Earth? According to the current timeline, I'm not doing well. She said, later, I don't know why, but I just crossed over. Alright. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. On Earth, he not only wanted to see Gu Qingran, but he also had matters with Lu Ming that still needed resolution. No need for the storage bag, I have space. Xiao Chen said. Space? How big is your space, Xiao Gu? Gu Qingran immediately became interested upon hearing this. Before her crossing, she had also read novels and naturally understood what space was. In this resource-scarce cultivation world, even storage bags were exorbitantly priced, and she didn't want to waste them. 10 square kilometers. Xiao Chen glanced and said. As he entered the foundation establishment stage, this space had expanded again. Now, it was already 10 square kilometers. Hiss. A look of surprise appeared on Gu Qingran's face. The street I used to live on was only 9 square kilometers. Your space is bigger than a street? Gu Qingran said, her face full of disbelief. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. He always felt something was off as his strength continued to rise. This space had become somewhat unpredictable for him. Previously, he had thrown in some potatoes and sweet potatoes, and without paying attention, the land in the space absorbed them, and now there was actually an area where plants were growing. That wasn't the key point. The key was that at this moment, he noticed that the newly appeared area had even formed a lake. Although his spiritual sense had checked, there were no creatures in that lake, but seeing the wildcat walking in the space, he couldn't shake the feeling. This space was starting to astonish him. How about next time I bring in some creatures to see if they can survive? Xiao Chen squinted slightly and murmured. If they could survive, this wouldn't just be a space, it would be a small world. Xiao Gu, if that's the case, then the storage bag is unnecessary. Gu Qingran hurriedly spoke up. With such a vast space, what does Xiao Chen need a storage bag for? Doesn't the storage bag require spirit stones? Sure. Xiao Chen nodded at her words, but his gaze shifted to the fruits. The fruits he brought had completely transformed, and he couldn't understand them at all, yet he could clearly feel the rich spiritual energy emanating from them. Xiao Gu, take these. Seeing Xiao Chen looking at the fruits in front of him, Gu Qingran immediately said. She knew very well that these fruits had completely evolved after arriving in this world. Looking at the fruits Gu Qingran handed him, Xiao Chen nodded slightly and placed them in his face. He was curious, if he returned to Earth, would these things revert back? If they didn't revert, then he could buy a large quantity, let them evolve here, and then take them back. That would be perfect. On Earth, fruits were very easy to obtain. Alright, I'll head back first, Xiao Chen said, looking at Gu Qingran in front of him. Okay, Xiao Gu, take care. Gu Qingran immediately replied. Although she had gained enough strength in this world, she knew in her heart that she was still no match for those prodigies. Xiao Chen's appearance undoubtedly brought her great prospects for development. After returning to Earth, Xiao Chen first looked at his space. Inside the space, only one dragon fruit remained quietly floating in midair. The rest were gone. System, you're too ruthless. Previously, the cut was only half, and I brought back 5 fruits, but you only give me 1? Xiao Chen was somewhat speechless. What was this? An 80% cut? The system did not respond, and despite Xiao Chen's continuous curses, it remained silent. Xiao Chen knew that the mute system was not going to reply. Then, he turned his attention to the storage bag that Gu Qingran had given him. The space inside this bag was about 5 cubic meters, a small space, but still quite practical. As for what was inside the storage bag, there was a bottle of elixir and 5 spirit stones. When Gu Qingran handed it to Xiao Chen, he had also glanced at it. 2 bottles of elixir and 10 spirit stones. This mute system's cut was getting more and more ruthless. Of course, even so, Xiao Chen felt it was enough. The benefits brought by a few fruits were simply astonishing. For Xiao Chen now, money didn't hold much significance, but the benefits gained from opening these several planes were enormous. When he took out the dragon fruit, feeling the power contained within it, Xiao Chen took a deep breath and then directly ate it. He even ate the skin. After all, Xiao Chen didn't know whether the skin or the flesh of the dragon fruit was useful. As he consumed the dragon fruit, Xiao Chen immediately felt something was off. It was hot. Extremely hot, as if his body was completely on fire. At that moment, he was flushed all over, like a boiled shrimp, and the intense pain from the heat almost made him faint. He couldn't even imagine that this dragon fruit would cause him such great harm. It should be known that his physical strength now was almost beyond words. Even facing a full-force strike from someone in the late foundation establishment stage might not be able to break through. Yet this dragon fruit was directly assaulting Xiao Chen's body, and the excruciating pain from the constant impact made him realize that under these circumstances he simply couldn't withstand it. Xiao Chen opened his mouth wide, and waves of scorching air surged out from his mouth. At that moment, he felt like a kettle continuously spewing out hot air. Meanwhile, he endured the intense pain and operated the foundation establishment technique within him. As the foundation establishment chapter continued to operate at this moment, the medicinal power of the dragon fruit began to be absorbed by Xiao Chen. System prompt. Your spatial ability has been enhanced, gaining a new skill, spatial barrier. The voice of the system flashed through his mind, and the next moment, a spatial barrier skill had already been added to Xiao Chen's abilities. At this moment, Xiao Chen could clearly feel that the spiritual energy within him was continuously gathering. I'm just one step away from the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Chen squinted slightly and whispered. The rapid enhancement of his strength was something he hadn't anticipated. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, a massive barrier appeared before him. Looking at the glass-like barrier that had manifested, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and then punched it with all his might. With a loud bang, his fist struck the barrier, which only swayed slightly, but the rebounding force nearly broke Xiao Chen's bones. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened even more. It was clear that he had become significantly stronger. This dragon fruit is a great thing, Xiao Chen murmured. Xiao Chen. Just as he was about to continue studying the spatial barrier, he heard Song Ya's voice from outside. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly opened the supermarket door. Song Ya and Old Wolf were already outside, followed by 5 others. At a glance, it was clear that these 5 were also from a military background just like Old Wolf. However, the feeling they gave Xiao Chen was completely different. 3 of them had pale faces, and upon closer inspection, Xiao Chen understood. These 3 must have inhaled some kind of toxic gas. Their faces were pale, and they even had toxins in their bodies, making them appear somewhat weak even while standing. Come in and sit. Seeing these 3, Xiao Chen immediately spoke up. He then glanced at the other 2. One was a one-eyed man with a slightly drooping left hand, clearly injured. As for the other, he was a cripple, limping as he walked. Mr. Xiao, these are my brothers. Old Wolf looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of expectation and asked, Sir, can you save them? As he said this, he suddenly knelt on the ground, looking at Xiao Chen and said, Sir, I know my abilities are limited, but for the sake of my brothers, I will do anything as long as you can save them. Wolf brother, the cripple quickly pulled Old Wolf and said, Wolf brother, you know the situation of the brothers. We can't be cured at all. I know you're thinking of the brothers. We came here not only because we know Wolf brother cares for us, but also because we haven't gathered in a long time. For our sake, Wolf brother, you don't need to do this. After saying this, he turned to Xiao Chen and said, Mr. Xiao, Wolf brother has told us about you. We know you have the ability. You don't need to feel any burden. If you can't treat us, it's really okay. Please take good care of Wolf brother in the future. If it weren't for us, he wouldn't have become like this. They looked at Xiao Chen and said in unison, Mr. Xiao, we have no other requests. If you can't help us, we will leave now. Xiao Chen looked at the group, smiled, and shook his head. Let me try first. He had complete confidence in treating the 3 who were poisoned, but to be honest, he wasn't sure if he could save the 2 who were injured. So, at that moment, Xiao Chen quickly pointed out, he had healing techniques, which were similar in effect to healing potions. However, with his current cultivation, the amount of blue energy consumed by the healing technique had no effect at all. Therefore, when he pointed out, the white light directly merged into the body of the cripple. The cripple was instantly stunned. Over the years due to his injuries, he was almost in constant pain, and many times, the agony made him wish for death. However, when Xiao Chen pointed at him, that white light instantly merged into his body, healing his wounds, especially his leg. His leg was already crippled, and with every step he felt excruciating pain. But at this moment, he surprisingly felt that his leg didn't hurt as much. He looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. It seems it can be healed. Xiao Chen glanced at him and said with a smile. Then, he quickly performed several healing spells on him. Lao Lang and Songya, along with the others, were stunned by the scene before them. White light continuously emanated from Xiao Chen's hands. Under that white light, the crippled man was almost completely enveloped in the radiant glow. Even Lao Lang couldn't see what the person looked like. Despite having known about Xiao Chen's miraculous abilities for a long time, witnessing this scene still left Lao Lang feeling a hint of disbelief. As for the other 4, they were all staring blankly. They couldn't even comprehend it. At that moment, they looked at Xiao Chen as if he were a deity. After all, aside from a god, they couldn't imagine what kind of person would possess such abilities. Bai Shi, how are you? When the light faded, Lao Lang asked anxiously. The crippled man was completely frozen in place, tears streaming down his face. After so many years of suffering from illness, he had almost lost the will to live. But feeling his healthy body again was something he never expected. At that moment, he looked at Xiao Chen, and the shock in his eyes had not diminished. Suddenly, he knelt before Xiao Chen. Mr. Xiao, from now on, my life is in your hands. His gaze was fervent as he spoke to Xiao Chen. After witnessing Xiao Chen's abilities, he was already very clear that his life now belonged to Xiao Chen. Mr. Xiao, my brothers. He looked at Xiao Chen and then turned to the few people who were eagerly awaiting. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. In the next moment, the white light in his hands increased, directly covering the heads of the others. Under the white light, they immediately understood why Bai Shi was like this. The feeling of the white light merging into their bodies was particularly pleasant, and at that moment, their bodies were continuously healing. Now, vitality was gradually returning to their bodies. Xiao Chen carefully observed the one-eyed dragon. He was curious if this person's eye could be restored. However, he soon felt disappointed. The other man's left hand was healed, but the one-eyed dragon still had only one eye. I can't do anything about your I'll think of a way in the future, Xiao Chen said to the one-eyed dragon. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed dragon was momentarily stunned. He was already very satisfied, but Mr. Xiao seemed to be unsatisfied. Mr. Xiao, this is already great. He hurriedly waved his hand. You don't need to worry about me. I'm fine now. As he spoke, he looked at Lao Lang and said, Wolf brother, we're all fine. Lao Lang's gaze held a hint of surprise, and then he immediately looked at Xiao Chen and said, Brothers, from now on, we will follow Mr. Zhao's orders. If any of you disobey Mr. Zhao's commands in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. When he said this, there was already a hint of severity in his eyes. If it weren't for Xiao Chen, he knew very well what kind of life his brothers would have in the future. Over the years, due to injuries and illnesses, they had barely survived in the hospital, and most of the money he earned from Songya had gone to support his brothers. Now, seeing them recover, he naturally understood that if it weren't for Xiao Chen, they would all be dead. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi immediately said, Wolf brother, we all understand. From now on, we will definitely listen to Mr. Xiao. Even if he tells us to die right now, we won't hesitate. Xiao Chen looked at the few people in front of him. Besides the old wolf and the white lion, the other 4 were named Python, Evil Dog, Fierce Tiger, and Song Ying. Undoubtedly, they were all from the animal lineage. Drink up. With a wave of his hand, several bottles of evolution potions appeared before them. Although they had long known about Xiao Chen's abilities, they were still somewhat surprised to see him suddenly conjure several bottles of potions. However, none of them hesitated and directly picked them up to drink. Immediately, they felt something was off. The intense pain made their faces change. The 5 of them were sweating from the pain but endured it. Looking at the few people in front of him, Xiao Chen nodded. At least their willpower was commendable. You keep an eye on them, Xiao Chen said to the old wolf standing aside. Yes. Upon hearing this, the old wolf immediately nodded. He understood how much benefit these potions could bring to his brothers. From now on, they would no longer be ordinary people. Especially in these past few days, with the secret manual in hand, the old wolf had started to cultivate, and could clearly feel his strength increasing. At this moment, a hint of gratitude appeared in the old wolf's eyes. If it weren't for meeting Xiao Chun, he had no idea what kind of life his group of brothers would lead in the future. Instead, now they could live so well. As Xiao Chen pulled Songya out of the supermarket, she spoke up. I've already talked to the higher-ups. Next, this entire street will become a distribution center, but the goods are all here. Who are we selling to? She asked curiously. As long as someone buys it, Xiao Chen replied. Thinking for a moment, how is Xia Yusen doing on your side? She's doing great. I'm planning to train her to become the general manager of Jin Yutang, Songya said with a smile. Looking at Xiao Chen, her face was full of joy as she said, she and Xu Yan are both very smart. Then let her manage this distribution center. Xiao Chen said. Xia Yusen was Xia Ao's sister. In other words, she was truly one of their own. Since they were going to cultivate someone, it had to be one of their own. Xia Yusen was definitely the most suitable candidate now. Hearing this, Songya nodded slightly. Okay, I'll have her come find you. Also, help me look into 2 people. After Xiao Chen provided Songya with the information on Lu Ming and Gu Qingran, he asked her to take care of it. At that moment, several voices came from behind. Xiao Chen turned around and saw a few people quickly approaching him. At this moment, the few people in front of him looked at Xiao Chen with burning eyes. Mr. Xiao, our strength has increased a lot, the excited group said. Mr. Xiao, look. The white lion looked at Xiao Chen and suddenly raised both hands. In the next moment, Xiao Chen saw the white lion's hands instantly transform into sharp blades. My hands can turn into blades, and these blades are very hard, he said, waving his hand casually. A huge crack appeared on the ground immediately. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said, this is your special ability. Drinking. The evolution potion can awaken special abilities. He looked at the white lion and shook his head. This special ability could only be described as decent, but it was undoubtedly not a particularly powerful one. Of course, it was still useful. At least, at this moment, the old wolf and the others were particularly envious. After all, among the 6 of them, only the white lion had awakened a special ability. Mr. Xiao, we are now your people. Just tell us what you need us to do. At this moment, the second person from the old wolf's group spoke directly to Xiao Chen. Their eyes were burning as they looked at him. They all understood that if it weren't for Xiao Chen, they had no idea what their current situation would be. They might still be lying in bed, struggling to survive. Therefore, even if Xiao Chen asked them to go to their deaths, they would not hesitate. Go take care of your own business. Hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke up. I know you all have your own matters to attend to. From the injuries of the few people, Xiao Chen understood that they definitely had grudges to settle. Since that was the case, let them go. After all, for the time being, he had no use for them. He was only gathering them because he didn't want to operate under official surveillance. Occasionally, there were things they could handle for him. Then, Mr. Xiao, give us half a month and we will return in half a month. Upon hearing this, Old Wolf said eagerly. After finishing his sentence, he hurriedly pulled his companions away. Xiao Chen then asked Songya to return and investigate the situation of Lu Ming and the others. Soon, Xia Yusen arrived. Xiao Ge, did you call for me? Xia Yusen looked at Xiao Chen, her face still showing signs of nervousness. These days, she had been living quite comfortably. After her brother's death, her life had been difficult. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's appearance, she might have already perished. Therefore, at this moment, looking at Xiao Chen, she was filled with gratitude. Of course, in front of Xiao Chen, Xia Yusen still felt a bit anxious. Don't be nervous, sit down. Xiao Chen said with a smile, your brother asked me to take care of you, and he also said he hoped you could have the ability to protect yourself. As he spoke, Xiao Chen took out a bottle of basic evolution potion and said, if you drink this potion, you will gain abilities. Ah! Upon hearing this, Xia Yusen was instantly stunned. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Ge, this is too precious. Don't worry, your brother has already compensated me. Xiao Chen replied with a smile, he gave me quite a few good things. Xiao Ge, I know our family's situation. Where would my brother get good things for you? Xia Yusen said helplessly. At that time, when her brother passed away from cancer, he had almost sold everything the family owned. They had nothing left. Moreover, Xiao Chen had helped her so much, repaying all debts. Sigh. Xiao Chen sighed lightly and said, do you know that your brother has crossed over? Hearing this, Xia Yusen was instantly stunned. She stared blankly at Xiao Chen, her face filled with disbelief, and then forced a laugh. Xiao Ge, don't joke with me. But the next moment, she watched as Xiao Chen casually waved his hand and a sword floated in midair, her eyes widening in shock. I'm not joking with you. Your brother has crossed over and become a prince. I helped him rebel, and now he is the emperor. Xiao Chen looked at Xia Yusen and said with a smile, he asked me to take good care of you. In the future, perhaps you 2 siblings can meet again. Looking at Xia Yusen, Xiao Chen spoke. The reason he told Xia Yusen this was to make her understand that he and her brother were one entity. Only in this way could Xia Yusen not betray him in the future. Listening to Xiao Chen's words, Xia Yusen's face was filled with disbelief. However, looking at Xiao Chen's expression, she momentarily began to believe. Then, Xiao Ge, will I be able to see my brother? Xia Yusen asked curiously, looking at Xiao Chen. Perhaps in the future. Xiao Chen replied, slightly furrowing his brows, thinking for a moment, but I do have a way for you to see him. As he spoke, Xiao Chen took out his phone and said, record a video for him. And when I return, you will see it. At this moment, Xia Yusen's face lit up with surprise. Then Xiao Ge, please. I will record the video and send it to you. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. After all, for her, the best thing would be her brother. However, now, her brother was no longer around. If she could see her brother again, she would naturally be extremely Happy. Drink it. Xiao Chen pointed to the bottle of evolution potion in front of her and said. Upon hearing this, Xia Yusen immediately nodded and quickly drank the potion. On the next moment, a look of pain appeared on Xia Yusen's face. She quickly fainted. Watching Xia Yusen collapse, Xiao Chen sat quietly in front of her, waiting for her to wake up. Soon, Xia Yusen regained consciousness. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Ge, I feel different. And, Xiao Ge, look. As she spoke, she opened her palm. In the next moment, a whirlwind formed above her hand. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Xia Yusen's ability was exactly the same as Xia Ao's, both being wind-type abilities. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at Xia Yusen and nodded slightly, saying, you and your brother are the same. You've both awakened wind-type abilities. Xiao Ge, what is this distribution center for? She asked, looking at Xiao Chen. Your brother is now the emperor, but the country he is in is not very strong. With external threats looming, some outside help is needed. Xiao Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Xia Yusen immediately said, Xiao Ge, I understand. Don't worry, I will definitely help you manage this place well. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction and let Xia Yusen get to work. As for himself, he walked out of the courtyard, looked at the small supermarket in front of him, thought for a moment, and called Sanya. Renovate the entire street, turn the place where I live into a villa. Sanya nodded upon hearing this. She understood that Xiao Chen was not short on money these days, so she directly stated that it could be completed soon. With the official involvement, most of the land on this street was quickly acquired by Xiao Chen, so he no longer needed to worry about anything else. I've found the person you asked me to look for. That Lu Ming is still at home. He's just a college student. As for Gu Qingran, that child has some trouble. Sanya said on the other end of the line. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback. Logically, Lu Ming should have already crossed over, but why was he still here? At this thought, a hint of surprise appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. Are you saying Lu Ming is still here? When Sanya heard Xiao Chen's question, she was surprised and replied, of course he is. He's living just fine. Upon hearing this, a hint of astonishment appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He then thought for a moment and said, alright, I got it. Send me their locations. Also, what trouble has Gu Qingran encountered? In Xiao Chen's view, when Gu Qingran spoke to him, she seemed hesitant. It was evident that her current troubles were not small. It's not a big trouble. After her father passed away, her mother remarried. However, her stepfather doesn't like her and even kicked her out of the house. Sanya said on the other end of the line. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, so where is she now? She's renting a small place and working odd jobs every day. Sanya replied, alright, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen immediately prepared to find Gu Qingran. Although he was more curious about Lu Ming now, it was undoubtedly more practical to first resolve Gu Qingran's issues. Moreover, Xiao Chen wanted to conduct an experiment. If Gu Qingran did not cross over under his intervention, then, would the Gu Qingran in the cultivation world disappear? At this thought, a hint of curiosity appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. If Gu Qingran does not disappear, and the Gu Qingran in this world is also here, it can only prove one thing. The world I am in is a parallel world. Xiao Chen whispered to himself. With these thoughts in mind, he quickly drove away to in Yunchong City. On a commercial street, a little girl wearing a duckbill cap was handing out flyers. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. Gu Qingran handed the flyer to the person, looked up, and saw the man in front of her. The man was looking at her with a curious expression. She shook her head and turned to give the flyer to the next person. But the next moment, Gu Qingran realized it was still the same man who took her flyer. Stop handing out flyers and chat with me for a bit, Xiao Chen said, looking at Gu Qingran. Your name is Gu Qingran, right? Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Gu Qingran was taken aback and then looked at Xiao Chen with a guarded expression. Xiao Chen smiled slightly at Gu Qingran and said, let me introduce myself. I'm Xiao Chen. You don't know me now, but I know you. You just need to remember, I won't hurt you. He looked at Gu Qingran and said with a smile, how about you come with me? I don't know you. Gu Qingran hurriedly replied. She looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of caution. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen revealed a gentle smile and handed Gu Qingran a note with his phone number and an envelope full of money. If you encounter any problems, you can call me. Also, take this money. Saying this, he stuffed the money and note into her hands. At this moment, Gu Qingran was stunned. She quickly waved her hands and said, I can't take your money. Just take it. This is from someone close to you. Let me pass it on. Xiao Chen said to Gu Qingran with a smile. You know my dad? Gu Qingran looked up in surprise at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Then he realized that Gu Qingran was kicked out of her home after her father passed away and her mother remarried. In Gu Qingran's eyes, perhaps only a friend of her father would go to such lengths to help her. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen smiled at Gu Qingran and said, yes, thank you, but I can't take your money. Gu Qingran hurriedly tried to return the money to Xiao Chen, saying, when my dad passed away, our family had no money left. I know this definitely isn't from my dad. Xiao Chen looked at the girl in front of him. Aside from their similar appearances, her personality was quite different from the girl he had seen in the cultivation world. The one in the cultivation world seemed much more astute and confident. The Gu Qingran in front of him only gave Xiao Chen a feeling of pity. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly, then took Gu Qingran's hand and said, alright, just listen to me on this. As he spoke, he stuffed the money back into Gu Qingran's hands. This was just 10,000 yuan in cash, which was not much for him now. If he weren't worried that Gu Qingran would be scared by the amount of money, Xiao Chen could have given her more. Watching Xiao Chen give her the money and note before leaving, Gu Qingran stood there, gritting her teeth and softly said thank you. Then she carefully put away the money and note. She knew that the other party was giving her this money out of pity, and once she had money in the future, she would definitely return it to Xiao Chen. At that moment, after Xiao Chen got Into the car, he glanced at Gu Qingran and then asked Songya to keep an eye on her to prevent any accidents. After that, he prepared to go see Lu Ming. To be honest, he was more curious about Lu Ming, a transmigrator who had already crossed into another world and even died after coming back. According to the timeline, Lu Ming should have already crossed over, yet in this world, Lu Ming still existed. This made Xiao Chen even more curious about Lu Ming. In the provincial city, within the university town, Xiao Chen saw Lu Ming squinting his eyes not far away. He looked the same as the Lu Ming he had seen in the Sea of Consciousness, but there was also something different. The other party had a faint aura of spiritual energy around him, very weak, but Xiao Chen knew that this was spiritual energy. Looking at the spiritual energy on the other person, Xiao Chen was slightly surprised, but then he took the initiative to walk in front of Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming was sitting on a long bench, and when he suddenly saw someone standing in front of him, he looked up and his expression changed instantly. He could clearly feel that the man in front of him was looking at him with a smile, and from the other person, he sensed a strangely familiar power. At that moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel flustered. Xiao Chen smiled at Lu Ming's expression. He knew that Lu Ming had already sensed the faint spiritual energy he was emitting. Moreover, this spiritual pressure directly pressed down on Lu Ming, causing him to instinctively react. He was afraid of him. Shall we chat for a bit? Xiao Chen asked Lu Ming with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming took a deep breath and then spoke. Who are you? What do you want? When he heard this, Xiao Chen smiled, then looked at Lu Ming and said, follow me, I want to ask you a few questions. Likewise, you can ask me too, Xiao Chen said to him with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. At this moment, the man standing in front of him exuded an exceptionally strong sense of pressure. He couldn't even utter any words of refusal. At that moment, he stood up and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, let's go. As they walked out of the school with Xiao Chen, he saw Xiao Chen's car. Seeing the luxury car in front of him, Lu Ming was slightly taken aback, but then he still took the initiative to get into the car. Where to? Lu Ming asked curiously, looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen replied, let's find a restaurant and talk while we eat. Sure. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming didn't want to say much. He was very clear that he couldn't refuse at all. Following Xiao Chen to a hotel, Lu Ming didn't want to say anything more upon seeing the hotel in front of him. This hotel was exceptionally luxurious, far beyond what a poor college student like him could afford. Hey, Lu Ming. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Lu Ming. He turned around and saw a girl looking at Xiao Chen with a surprised expression. This girl was his classmate and the object of Lu Ming's secret crush, but he also understood that he was not worthy of her. Her family was wealthy, and her abilities were impressive, so Lu Ming had always just watched her from afar. An acquaintance? Xiao Chen stood beside Lu Ming, smiling at the girl. The girl quickly reacted and said to Xiao Chen, hello, I'm Zheng Jiejia, Lu Ming's classmate. Xiao Chen, Lu Ming's older brother. Xiao Chen greeted Zheng Jiejia with a smile, then led Lu Ming upstairs. Along the way, Lu Ming carefully looked at Xiao Chen and asked, why did you bring me here? First, tell me how you cultivated your spiritual energy. Xiao Chen asked curiously, pointing at Lu Ming. At this moment, he had many more questions. A person who had already crossed over still existed in this world, and the faint spiritual energy on him was quite miraculous. I don't know either. Lu Ming frowned slightly and then said softly, this has to start from an accident a year ago when I fell into the water. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He knew that after that fall, under normal circumstances, Lu Ming would have crossed over. After I fell into the water, I was rescued and was in a coma for a whole month. Lu Ming said softly, during that month I had a very long dream in which I crossed over to a cultivation world and became a genius sword cultivator of a sect. He looked at Xiao Chen shyly and said, after that, I worked hard to cultivate, and when I reached the golden core stage, I woke up. When I woke up, I was still very weak and I thought it was just a dream. But for some reason, I instinctively began to cultivate according to the techniques from my dream. Before I knew it, I felt my body was different and I could control some powers I couldn't understand. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, do you also have such powers? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, yes, I also have such powers. Your dream is real. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xiao Chen had a rough guess. Lu Ming had crossed over, or rather, only his memories had crossed over. His original self was still there, having replicated a part of his memories and projected them onto the Lu Ming in the cultivation world. For some unknown reason, the original self had also synchronized this part of the memory. That's why it turned out this way. However, in the world where Earth is located, the spiritual energy is thin. Even though he was called a genius in the cultivation world, on Earth he still hadn't reached the Qi refining stage. At most, he was just slightly stronger than an ordinary person. So, can you tell me what exactly is going on? And who are you? Lu Ming asked curiously, looking at Xiao Chen. My name is Xiao Chen, a cultivator. As he spoke, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and instantly, a sword chi appeared in his hand. Seeing Xiao Chen's sword chi, Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. Then he exclaimed, spirit sword technique? It seems you know about it. Xiao Chen nodded and asked, so, do you want to learn it? I can, but I can't cultivate. Lu Ming looked at Xiao Chen awkwardly and said, I've been cultivating all along, but my progress is very slow. I know. Xiao Chen nodded, then thought for a moment and said, I can help you with your cultivation. What do I need to pay? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's expression became a bit more serious as he said, I know there's no such thing as a free lunch. So, just tell me directly what I need to pay. If the cost is too high, then there's no need. After saying this, he looked at Xiao Chen nervously. The cost has already been paid by someone for you. After saying this, Xiao Chen smiled and waved his hand, and in the next moment, 3 spirit stones appeared. Take these, hold a spirit stone while you cultivate every day, and you'll be able to refine Qi. Also, this is my phone number. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. As he spoke, Xiao Chen handed a note to Lu Ming. Is that it? Hearing this, Lu Ming looked at the note and the 3 spirit stones in his hand, stunned. can I ask who paid the cost for me? He had no idea who could have made someone else pay the cost for him. That's something you don't need to know. Xiao Chen looked at him and said with a smile, you can call me anytime if you need anything. I will help you. He looked at Lu Ming and smiled. Undoubtedly, a budding cultivator in this world is quite rare. The key is, if the other party can really cultivate, then Lu Ming could completely become his person. At that time, if there were troubles that Old Wolf and the others couldn't handle, they could be handed over to Lu Ming. But he also knew that the relationship between him and Lu Ming wasn't that close yet, so it needed to be developed slowly. He could see that the girl named Zheng Jieja came from a good family, and Lu Ming's gaze towards her was different. Even if he had gained some abilities in this world, it was still somewhat difficult to move forward. When the time came, if Lu Ming needed help, he would definitely call him. Watching Xiao Chen get up and leave, Lu Ming felt a bit at a loss. At first, when he saw Xiao Chen, he was a bit wary, but the other party hadn't done anything at all. He even gave him 3 stones. Just the aura emanating from these 3 stones made him realize they were valuable items. At this moment, he stood at the hotel entrance, completely unsure of what was happening. Lu Ming, are you going back to school? At that moment, a voice from behind startled Lu Ming. He turned around and saw Zheng Jieja. I'm going back to school too. Shall we go back together? Zheng Jieja said with a smile. Your older brother, has he left? He has. Lu Ming replied with a smile upon hearing this. Your older brother, is he called Xiao Chen? Zheng Jieja looked at Lu Ming, asking curiously. Lu Ming nodded slightly. Do you know him? I've heard of him. Upon hearing this, a hint of intrigue appeared in Zheng Jieja's eyes. She had indeed heard of Xiao Chen's name, but she didn't know if Lu Ming's older brother was the one who had become classified as top secret in the documents. At this moment, she looked at Lu Ming with increased curiosity. This person, who had almost no presence in class, actually knew such a figure. Let's go. Lu Ming, let's head back together. Zheng Jieja said to Lu Ming with a smile. Lu Ming, feeling nervous, nodded and then got into the car with Zheng Jieja. As for Xiao Chen, he was already on his way back, having received an order from Feng Hao. Bro, are you free now? Can you deliver some goods for me? Feng Hao's voice carried a hint of urgency. This time, the stuff I need is a bit hard to get. What stuff? Hearing this, Xiao Chen asked with slight curiosity. After all, the things he had gotten for Feng Hao were hardly easy to come by. This guy was all about the thrill. Bro, I'm level 60 now, and I need to deal with a boss, but that thing is tough to kill, and I don't know how to get past it. So, if you can, could you get me a nuclear bomb? 1 nuclear bomb would blow this dungeon to bits. Feng Hao asked awkwardly on the other end. He knew it was nearly impossible, but he had no other options. He couldn't complete it alone. And in this world, aside from some NPCs, there was no one else. It was a single-player game for him. He couldn't even find anyone to team up with. That's a request I can't fulfill. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt helpless. He wanted to see the power of a nuclear bomb too, but even with his current collaboration with Old Bai, he feared that once he brought it up, Old Bai and the others wouldn't dare to provide it. Old Bai didn't even have the authority to transport a nuclear bomb to Yun City. What should I do then? Feng Hao asked somewhat helplessly. How about I give it a try? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. He also wanted to test his own strength and see what level he had reached. After all, he hadn't entered the game world since reaching the foundation establishment stage. Bro, you can't do it, can you? What level are you? Feng Hao was taken aback. I'm going to fight a boss. I need support, not a burden. Just wait until I get there, and you'll know. Xiao Chen said lightly. He knew that back in the game world, he was indeed a burden, but now it was completely different. At that time, he could only be considered at the early stage of chi refinement, but now he had already reached the foundation establishment stage. His strength was no longer comparable. Xiao Chen casually placed an order for Feng Hao, then he directly delivered the goods. When the news reached Feng Hao, he was completely stunned. Damn, bro, what have you been eating lately? Looking at Xiao Chen, Feng Hao seemed completely different. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen. Your level has reached 60. That's not the key. Why has your profession changed from priest to the hidden profession of cultivator? Damn, this is the first time I know that this game has hidden professions. Feng Hao exclaimed in surprise. He was just an ordinary mage. Single-player games had this flaw. He didn't have a monster to take the hits for him. That's why he had been beaten so badly. At this moment, Xiao Chen appeared before him, transformed into an immortal cultivator. I've changed. Xiao Chen was taken aback upon hearing this, then quickly opened his attribute panel. It was only after entering the game world that he could become someone with an attribute panel. At this moment, looking at his attribute panel, he wore a strange expression. He had indeed become an immortal cultivator. The key point was that his skill bar had also changed. Teleportation and flying sword techniques were now included. Observing this scene, Xiao Chen furrowed his brows slightly, then thought for a moment and said, it seems I only transformed after truly entering the realm of cultivation. Let's go. Saying this, Xiao Chen pulled Feng Hao along. Let's test the strength of those monsters. Alright. Feng Hao nodded eagerly upon hearing this. He now felt that Xiao Chen could help him complete this task. After all, the strength Xiao Chen had displayed was completely different from before. With such a high level, combined with his abilities, it might further prove Xiao Chen's strength. He quickly followed Xiao Chen into the dungeon. Once inside, Xiao Chen saw the monsters before him and took the initiative to strike first. With a single punch, the monster in front of him shattered instantly under his attack. Your attack is even higher than my magic damage. Feng Hao exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected Xiao Chen's attack damage to be so high. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, bro, let's keep going. Sure. Then, Xiao Chen followed Feng Hao, pushing through effortlessly. The monsters they encountered along the way were almost all not down by Xiao Chen with a single punch. He didn't even need to summon his flying sword. Moreover, as Xiao Chen pushed through, he also realized that his experience was increasing with each kill. I wonder if leveling up will still be the same as cultivating outside, Xiao Chen murmured. If leveling up could still enhance him, then, in Xiao Chen's view, the greatest benefit of this world was revealed. Every cultivator faces bottlenecks, and the higher the strength, the deeper the bottleneck. This is also why many people might be stuck at a certain level for their entire lives. However, if this game world allows you to continue breaking through directly, it would mean you have no bottlenecks. When you encounter a bottleneck, you just need to kill monsters. In this way, the benefits of this world are evident. Just thinking about this made Xiao Chen feel excited. He knew that if it were really like this, then he could almost push through effortlessly all the way. Xiao Ge, we're already moving at a very fast speed. Feng Hao's face was filled with excitement. The way he and Xiao Chen pushed through was something he had never imagined. Previously, as a lone mage facing a massive horde of monsters, he often felt powerless. But once there was a meat shield in front of him, everything changed. Xiao Chen pushed through at an incredibly fast speed, killing numerous monsters. Soon, he felt a flash of light pass by. System prompt, player level up successful. As the system prompt sounded, Xiao Chen felt a bit more spiritual energy within him. Although it didn't allow him to level up again, undoubtedly, this slight increase was already quite good. Xiao Ge, it's that thing. Feng Hao pointed at a huge monster not far away and shouted. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look and saw a lion-like monster glaring at them. Xiao Ge, this thing must be more nourishing than the tiger meat I gave you. If I pass this level, you save me a leg to taste, and you can take the rest, Feng Hao said, looking at the lion before them. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Thinking back to the tiger meat, according to Feng Hao, that thing was only level 40. But even so, this monster still significantly enhanced the physical strength of himself and his companions. Alright. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly waved his hand, and in the next moment the long sword in his hand slashed towards the monster before him. However, the sword was almost instantly swatted down by the monster with a single slap. Your sword is pathetic, Feng Hao said helplessly. Maybe in the ancient world, this thing could be useful, but in the game world, any weapon above level 10 is more reliable than that thing of yours. Feng Hao continued, after we finish this, I'll get you some weapons. Sure. Xiao Chen also felt helpless. He didn't have a decent weapon either. When he encountered Gu Qingran, he had thought about asking her to help him get some. But according to Gu Qingran, materials in that world were pitifully scarce. So, he didn't dare to mention it. Now that he thought of this, he could only deal with the monster first. Since the flying sword wouldn't work, he had to go in himself. Xiao Chen rushed forward quickly, and in the next moment he threw a punch directly at the monster's forehead. But the lion was even faster, swatting at Xiao Chen with a paw. Teleport. Xiao Chen's body instantly vanished, and the lion's claw swiped at empty air while Xiao Chen had already appeared above the lion's head. A burst of sword energy erupted from Xiao Chen's fingertips, swiftly descending upon the lion. The moment the sword energy struck, the lion let out a furious roar and turned to pounce at Xiao Chen. At the same time, Xiao Chen saw the lion's massive paw coming down hard towards his forehead. Faced with the monster's attack, Xiao Chen didn't dare to take it head-on. He could tell that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand that blow. So, at that moment, Xiao Chen almost instantaneously teleported away at the fastest speed. Bro, you hold it off, and I'll cast magic from behind. Let's take this thing down together. Seeing that the lion's attention was completely on Xiao Chen, Feng Hao immediately began to unleash a series of spells. Xiao Chen drew the monsters aggro. With the ability to teleport, he felt completely at ease. As for the lion, it was constantly facing Xiao Chen's sword energy and Feng Hao's magic. Watching the lion's health bar continuously drop, Xiao Chen let out a sigh of relief. As long as this thing died, he really didn't care about anything else. He just needed to attack madly when Feng Hao drew the monsters aggro, and once he attracted its attention, he would start teleporting to escape. In this situation, Xiao Chen quickly managed to drag the monster down to its death. As the monster's body fell heavily, countless spiritual energies immediately fused into Xiao Chen. These energies surged into his Dantian in an instant. Xiao Chen even felt that he didn't need to cultivate his meridians, and Dantian began to be continuously infused with spiritual energy. I'm in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He had never imagined that he would reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment so quickly. Now, compared to before, he could be considered quite strong. Moreover, according to normal logic, almost half a year had passed for Feng Hao. During this half year, Feng Hao had been desperately leveling up, but now, it seemed Feng Hao couldn't even match him. This speed was beyond Xiao Chen's comprehension. At this moment, just thinking about this made Xiao Chen show a hint of excitement. He was well aware that his cultivation speed was incredibly fast now, and his choices for cultivation were becoming increasingly diverse. Just as Xiao Chen was pondering these things, Feng Hao looked at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Xiao Chen quickly walked up to Feng Hao and asked, Bro, you have a connection to this game world, right? As he spoke, Feng Hao pointed at the things below. Looking down, Xiao Chen was stunned. A sword, the sword exuded an ancient aura, and the key point was that this sword was clearly the kind of flying sword from a fantasy world. When Xiao Chen picked it up, he was momentarily stunned. San Yun Ancient Sword, a flying sword exclusive to cultivators. Attack, 100 attached skill, transforming rainbow. Can unleash a sword chi with damage equal to twice the wielder's own strength. Attached. Quality, resilient, impervious to external damage. Looking at the flying sword before him, Xiao Chen was slightly dazed. So, after killing a boss, he had obtained a weapon of his own? Alright, this thing is pretty good, I'll take it. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. This weapon even had an attribute description. His current attack was only 140. This meant that once he used this sword, it would almost be like adding nearly double his attack power. With such a setup, how could he not take action? Then I'll be leaving first, Xiao Chen said to Feng Hao. Feng Hao quickly took out a knife and began to cut off one of the lion's front legs, directly handing the rest to Xiao Chen, saying, I only need one leg, the rest won't increase my attributes. Bro, you can take the rest. Saying this, he directly handed it over to Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He then stored these items in his space and chose to leave. When Xiao Chen appeared in the supermarket, he saw a large head staring at him. It was the bobcat. Every time he crossed dimensions, it would be pushed out of his space and could only stay in his yard. Master, you smell so good. Shilin quickly walked up to Xiao Chen and said. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen with glowing eyes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and understood. That large lion was definitely also a feline. He wondered if there would be any changes after consuming it. As he thought of this, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the lion appeared before him. Upon seeing the lion, Shilin immediately panicked and retreated, hiding in a corner and trembling. Master, it's so scary. This monster is so scary. Shilin shouted. In fear. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and said, This monster is already dead. What are you afraid of? Master, its aura is still very terrifying. Shilin looked up, fear evident in his gaze as he stared at the lion. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then waved his hand, cutting off a large piece of meat from the lion, and casually tossing it to Shilin, saying, Why not try eating it? Okay. Shilin looked at the piece of meat before him and then glanced at the massive corpse. For some reason, he felt both fear and a hint of anticipation. So, he opened his mouth and instantly swallowed the large piece of meat. The next moment, his body began to swell like an inflated balloon. He even let out a cry of agony, and then Xiao Chen saw him faint. If it weren't for the fact that he noticed the life force of the creature was continuously increasing despite fainting, Xiao Chen might have been startled. Seeing the state of Qilin, he shook his head without speaking and directly waved his hand to place Qilin's body into his face. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at the enormous lion before him. He had already distributed quite a bit of the tiger meat earlier. Xie Ao and Gu Ming had both eaten some, and it was finally finished. Now, he divided the lion meat into several portions in one go. He first prepared to send some to Xie Ao and Gu Ming. As for why he didn't eat first, he wanted to see how these two would react and if there were any side effects before making a decision. After letting those two place an order for him, he prepared to deliver the meat to them, and immediately, Gu Ming and Xie Ao were extremely grateful. After delivering everything, Xiao Chen waited at home for news, watching to see what their reactions would be after they finished eating. However, just at that moment, Xiao Chen's phone rang. Seeing the name on the screen, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Lu Ming? He had originally thought that the first person to call him would be Gu Qingran. After all, it was evident that Gu Qingran was in a very bad situation right now. But unexpectedly, it was Lu Ming who called him first instead of Gu Qingran. Xiao, sir, can I ask you for a favor? Lu Ming's voice came from the other end of the line. Go ahead. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and replied. After all, Lu Ming was also the only cultivator to appear on Earth besides himself. If Lu Ming became his ally, it would undoubtedly be great news for Xiao Chen. The person you met before, Zhang Jia. She wants to see you, Lu Ming said on the phone. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. Lu Ming was still a bit of a romantic. She wants to see me? What does she want from me? Xiao Chen completely didn't understand, as he thought that Zhang Jia had nothing to do with him. In fact, Xiao Chen didn't even think this person knew him. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen became a bit curious. She hopes to meet with you to discuss further. Lu Ming said helplessly, how about you help out? Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Are you sure I should help? Big brother, just come over. Lu Ming said helplessly from the other side, I dislike her. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, Alright, then I'll go take a look. After saying this, he turned around and quickly got into his car, speeding towards Lu Ming's location. That afternoon, Xiao Chen finally arrived in the city where Lu Ming was. They had agreed to meet at the hotel where he and Lu Ming had met before, so Xiao Chen naturally went straight there. When Xiao Chen appeared in front of Lu Ming, Zhang Jia was also there. At that moment, Zhang Jia was looking at Xiao Chen with a curious expression. Mr. Xiao, hello, my name is Zhang Jia. As soon as she saw Xiao Chen, Zhang Jia hurriedly stepped forward and said, I asked Lu Ming to invite you out. Xiao Chen nodded and said, So, what do you want to talk to me about? Mr. Xiao, let's find a place to talk. Zhang Jia took a deep breath and then spoke. Her expression was slightly serious at that moment. Looking at Zhang Jia's expression, Xiao Chen became a bit curious. He couldn't remember knowing this girl. However, it was evident that this girl knew who he was. A part of his information had now become top secret. The fact that she still knew about it indicated that Zhang Jia's background was likely not ordinary. He just didn't know why she had come to find him. Boss, come. Lu Ming said in a fawning manner in front of Xiao Chen. Boss, I had no choice, you know I like Zhang Jia, and she said she wanted to see you, so I could only comply. But don't worry, she just asked me to invite you out. I didn't dare to ask about anything else. Lu Ming looked at Xiao Chen and said he knew he had already received quite a few benefits from Xiao Chen, and asking for more would be a bit shameless. Moreover, he still didn't know what kind of person Xiao Chen really was. Lu Ming was clear in his heart that if he owed Xiao Chen too much, it would be hard to repay later. So, he didn't dare to make any excessive demands at this point. Looking at Lu Ming's demeanor, Xiao Chen said, Alright, I'll handle this myself. As he spoke, he directly followed Lu Ming upstairs. Once they entered the private room, Zhang Jia carefully looked at Xiao Chen and then softly said, Mr. Xiao, I asked Lu Ming to find you this time because I know your identity. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, My identity should be kept strictly confidential to a certain extent. I know, but my family has some connections. Looking at Xiao Chen, at this moment, Zhang Jia spoke up. In fact, although your identity is confidential at the higher levels, it has long been leaked. I know you belong to the Special Operations Group, and I also know that your abilities are remarkable, even that you are a congenital martial artist. As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, and the most crucial point is that the second master of the Chu family has been cured by you. Do you know? Just because you cured the second master of the Chu family, many people have already set their sights on you. Looking at Xiao Chen, Zhang Jiejiao said seriously. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes, a smile on his face as he stared at Zhang Jiejiao in front of him. From Zhang Jiejiao's words, he had roughly understood part of the situation. The information the other party had investigated should be from before he negotiated with Old Bai, but the subsequent information was undoubtedly kept strictly confidential by Old Bai. After all, his current cooperation with the official side was equivalent to helping them cultivate super soldiers. Coupled with his abilities and powers, to a certain extent, even the officials did not dare to act against him. They all knew that if they angered him, the trouble would be theirs. So, what is it that you want Lu Ming to find me for? Xiao Chen asked, looking at her. When we met last time, I thought you looked familiar. After I went home and checked the information, I realized you are the person I need to find. Zhang Jiejiao looked at Xiao Chen and said, Mr. Xiao, I am from the Zhang family in Ningqing, and in Ningqing, the Zhang family is the first family. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, our Zhang family wants to cooperate with you, or rather, we hope to become your ally. I don't need allies. Xiao Chen waved his hand. He didn't need many allies in the world of Earth. He was no longer afraid of any threats from the Earth world. In other words, why would an invincible person need allies? Allies would only slow down his progress. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiejiao's expression changed immediately. Mr. Xiao, you don't understand our Zhang family. I have no interest in your Zhang family at all. Moreover, if the Zhang family truly valued me, you wouldn't send a little girl to talk to me. Xiao Chen coldly glanced at Zhang Jiejiao and said. Hearing this, Zhang Jiejiao's expression changed instantly. At this moment, she could only remain silent. Mr. Xiao, I came here because I really want to cooperate with you, and at the same time, I want to ask for medicine. Looking at Xiao Chen, Zhang Jiejiao took a deep breath and said, my father needs you to save him. You can state your conditions. As long as you mention them, the Zhang family can meet them. At this moment, Zhang Jiejiao said eagerly. Looking at Zhang Jiejiao's expression, Xiao Chen squinted his eyes slightly and said coldly, is this the real reason you came to find me? Yes. Zhang Jiejiao forced a bitter smile and said, my father has been in a coma for 3 months, and during these 3 months, my second uncle has started to take action against me. If my father passes away, the position of the head of the Zhang family will be replaced. She raised her head and looked at Xiao Chen. Since you were able to heal the second master of the Chu family from such severe injuries, that's why I came to you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Jiejiao in front of him and said, he didn't know about the matters between these families, and even if he did, he wouldn't want to get involved. After all, Zhao Tianfang could obtain a portion of the treatment medicine from him every month, so it was fine for Zhang Jiejiao to find him. I've looked for old Zhao. He also gave me a bottle of medicine, but that medicine can only improve my father's condition a little, and then he still falls back into a coma. Moreover, that medicine is too precious. Currently, many people are eyeing it, and our Zhang family has only obtained 2 bottles. Zhang Jiejiao felt helpless. She had begged for medicine numerous times, and each time, her father would improve a little, but once the medicine was stopped, his condition would take a sharp turn for the worse. Even though the Zhang family was wealthy and powerful, weren't all those who sought medicine in the same situation? It was already quite good that the Zhang family could get 2 bottles. Moreover, after her father fell into a serious coma, the power of the Zhang family fell into the hands of her second uncle. How could her second uncle possibly be dedicated to saving his own brother? Therefore, the current situation had become particularly complicated. It was also for this reason that Zhang Jiejiao had mobilized countless resources and manpower, only to find out that the medicine came from Xiao Chen. Listening to Zhang Jiejiao's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. It was evident that the initial confidentiality measures had not been well executed. In the eyes of some people, it was no longer a secret that he held so many good medicines. Just this news made Xiao Chen feel somewhat helpless. At the same time, he understood that besides the Zhang family, there would definitely be others seeking him out in the future. Of course, Xiao Chen was not afraid of these people. Xiao Ge. Just as Zhang Jiejiao was shedding tears, Lu Ming, who was beside her, gritted his teeth and suddenly spoke up. I know that kind of medicine must be very precious. I will sell myself to you. Can you give Zhang Jiejiao the medicine? At that moment, Lu Ming looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with urgency. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback. He carefully looked at Lu Ming in front of him. This love-struck brain was really overwhelming. It was simply speechless. He was willing to sell himself for the person he had a crush on. Have you thought this through? Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ming and said with a smile, if you beg for medicine, then your life and death will be in my hands. I could kill you at any time. When he said this, his eyes already carried a hint of murderous intent. As the killing intent emitted by Xiao Chen pressed down on Lu Ming and Zhang Jiejiao, Lu Ming's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, At that moment, he turned to look at Zhang Jiejiao, only to find her looking at him with anticipation. In that instant, Lu Ming's expression changed. He was love-struck, not foolish. The other party had already shown signs of wanting to kill him, yet Zhang Jiejiao remained indifferent. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly understood that even if he went to such lengths, he still wasn't worthy of her in Zhang Jiejiao's eyes. Xiao Ge, please give the medicine. Lu Ming said bitterly, just consider it as buying out my feelings. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ming's appearance and gave him a slightly strange glance. This guy was simply the ancestor of the love-struck. He knew the other person didn't like him, yet he could still say such things. The medicine is here. Xiao Chen casually took out a bottle of medicine and looked at Zhang Jiejiao, saying, Zhao Tianfang's medicine is diluted, but this bottle of mine is not. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiajia's face immediately brightened. She was eager to take the bottle of medicine, but Xiao Chen stopped her. At that moment, Zhang Jiajia saw Xiao Chen's actions and her expression changed. Instantly, she looked at Xiao Chen, her face full of confusion. Kid, this is your life-saving money. Are you sure you want to give it to her? Xiao Chen glanced at Lu Ming in front of him and asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming took a deep breath and said, Xiao Ge, I understand your meaning. I like her, and I know she doesn't like me. However, since I like her, I have to do something for this relationship, even if it means getting hurt. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, this bottle of medicine, just give it to her. From now on, I and her will consider it a conclusion. I will no longer like her. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ming, his expression extremely strange. I mean, if you say you don't like her, it's just a matter of a word. You don't need to sell your life to me, right? At that moment, Xiao Chen was particularly speechless. He hadn't forced the other party to sell his life to him. This sudden love-struck brain was simply incomprehensible to Xiao Chen. Since he had already decided never to see her again, why sell himself? Are young people's feelings really this hard to understand? Xiao Ge, you don't understand. Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly and said, I just want to prove that I really liked her. Besides, I know you wouldn't really kill me. Looking at the other person's expression, Xiao Chen sighed. At this moment, he wished he could just get rid of this guy. However, after a moment's thought, he decided to let it go. After all, this guy had been helpful to him. Moreover, a bottle of healing potion was nothing to him. But if he could recruit this cultivator, that would be entirely different. Take it. Xiao Chen threw the potion to Zhang Jiajia, who caught it in a flurry and then looked at Lu Ming and said, I'm sorry, Lu Ming, no need to say anything. I know. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, Miss Zhang, from now on, we won't have any more interactions. My brother and I are leaving. With that, he stood up and directly pulled Xiao Chen away. Xiao Chen followed Lu Ming out of the hotel and then got into the car with him. Xiao Ge, if I follow you, does that mean the Zhang family won't matter anymore? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly asked Xiao Chen, as long as you can cultivate successfully, the Zhang family is nothing but a joke in your eyes. Xiao Chen replied calmly. He was well aware of this person's talent. Someone who could reach the tribulation stage was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. At that level, the Zhang family? Don't make me laugh, they were not worthy. Alright, then I'll follow you. Lu Ming said with a smile, I'm about to graduate, and I was planning to find a place for an internship. Now, will you pay me a salary? Sure, let's go. Xiao Chen smiled and said. He took Lu Ming back to school and then gave him an address. After you graduate, come find me and I'll take care of the rest. Looking at Lu Ming, Xiao Chen said. Then he drove away. As Lu Ming turned to head back to school, he saw Zhang Jiajia not far away. At that moment, Zhang Jiajia was looking at Lu Ming. She quickly walked up to him and said, Lu Ming, I'm sorry. You know my dad's situation, our family can't lose my dad. I know. Lu Ming replied with a smile, just a simp, if he dies, he dies, as long as your dad is fine. Lu Ming, name a number, and I'll definitely transfer the money to you. Zhang Jiajia said urgently. No need, Miss Xiang. Lu Ming smiled and said, I'm following my boss. Do you think I'll lack money in the future? As for us, let's just wish each other well from now on. After saying this, he turned and left. Behind him, Zhang Jiajia looked at Lu Ming, opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. She knew in her heart that she looked down on Lu Ming now. Even if Lu Ming didn't know why Xiao Chen had taken a liking to him, the threshold of the Zhang family was too high for Lu Ming to reach. As for Lu Ming's matters, Xiao Chen naturally didn't need to care. He actually understood why Zhang Jiajia felt Lu Ming was unworthy of her. To put it bluntly, it was because Zhang Jiajia thought that although Xiao Chen was a congenital warrior, his status was high but nothing more. Moreover, Lu Ming was at most just a dog taken in by Xiao Chen. In Zhang Jiajia's eyes, unless Xiao Chen treated this dog exceptionally well, otherwise he wouldn't be worthy of her. Unless this person was Xiao Chen's biological brother, the Zhang family, although wary of congenital warriors, wouldn't cling to them. This was a difference in information. What she found out was just that Xiao Chen was a congenital warrior who also had some information about potions that could heal injuries. As for the subsequent conversations between Xiao Chen and Old Bai, let alone Zhang Jiajia not having the qualifications, even those who truly had the qualifications to know wouldn't exceed a handful of the Zhang family, even though it is a top-tier family in its own territory, is still too small in the context of Long Country. Unfortunately, Zhang Jiajia would never think that in this world there are people who can cultivate immortality, and apart from Xiao Chen, Lu Ming is the only cultivator. System, if I say I want to take Lu Ming as my disciple, will I receive rewards if his cultivation improves? Xiao Chen had been pondering this question. After all, Lu Ming is essentially a transmigrator, inherently carrying luck. Even if his part of the memory from the transmigration is split into two people, his original self should be similar, right? Lu Ming meets the conditions for accepting a disciple, but his own luck is limited, so the enhancement to the host is only half of what others would provide, the system replied in his mind. Half is half, even a mosquito is still meat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen said lightly, not to mention anything else, that half is already quite good. After all, any improvement is worth it nowadays. He even considered taking Gu Qingran from Earth as a disciple. Can Gu Qingran also be accepted? Xiao Chen asked proactively. Gu Qingran has better luck than Lu Ming. The host can gain 70%. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was surprised that Gu Qingran's luck was higher than Lu Ming's. However, after a moment's thought he understood. Simply put, Lu Ming is currently a copy, whether it's this world's Lu Ming or that world's Lu Ming, the luck is directly halved. But Gu Qingran is different. She is among those waiting to transmigrate. The luck is already with her, just waiting to be whisked away. Therefore, Gu Qingran's luck is definitely higher than Lu Ming's. No, I need to take this disciple first. I can't waste time. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and immediately spoke up. He knew very well that at this moment, he didn't need to wait. The time spent waiting was not as good as being direct and going to see Gu Qingran first. Once he gathered her, he would let Gu Qingran cultivate, which was the most important thing to do. With this in mind, Xiao Chen headed straight to where Gu Qingran was. Still on the same street where Gu Qingran was, when Xiao Chen arrived, he saw Gu Qingran in a tug-of-war with a middle-aged woman. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and then he prepared to step forward quickly. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to approach, someone blocked his way. Mr. Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Chen looked at the person in front of him, slightly stunned. Why sure, what are you doing here? He asked in surprise. Miss Sung has said that this Gu Qingran is the person you want to pay attention to, so my brothers and I have been watching her these days. Bai Shi replied. As she spoke, she pointed to a short distance away where Lao Lang and others were. Didn't I tell you to go do what you should be doing? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had already instructed these people to handle his affairs. Now it seemed that they hadn't done so. Therefore, Xiao Chen felt very strange at this moment. Some of our previous troubles are overseas. As you know, we are mercenaries. Bai Shi said, a few enemies are also overseas and we are not sure where they are now. We can only have someone investigate. Once we find out, we can go. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, then thought for a moment and said, you tell me who the other party is and I'll help you investigate. Saying this, he pointed at Gu Qingran in front of him and asked, what's going on here? Since Bai Shi and the others were here, it was clear that Gu Qingran's relationship with this middle-aged woman was not that bad. After all, Bai Shi and the others were watching Gu Qingran, so they knew. That's Gu Qingran's mother. Bai Shi said softly, this is already the third time she has come to find Gu Qingran. Oh, Xiao Chen was taken aback and said, didn't she kick her out of the house? Why is she looking for her again? The White Lion looked at Xiao Chen and awkwardly smiled, saying, I heard that I introduced a partner to Gu Qingran, so I took her to have a look. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Xiao, we have been protecting Miss Gu these days. If she encounters any danger, we will definitely step in. But we can't interfere in the matters between her and her mother, the White Lion explained awkwardly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, all right, I understand. After saying this, she quickly walked up to Gu Qingran and the woman. You've long stopped caring about me. Why should I follow you back? As Xiao Chen approached, she heard Gu Qingran's voice. Child, I'm doing this for your own good. I've found you a good family to marry into. Once you marry, you can live a good life. What are you still dissatisfied with? The woman's voice was urgent as she spoke to Gu Qingran. Oh, what kind of family? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen asked with a smile. The woman was taken aback by Xiao Chen's sudden question and turned to look at her closely, saying, where did this little rogue come from? What does this have to do with you? You are here. Gu Qingran was slightly stunned when she saw Xiao Chen. This was the person who had given her 10,000 yuan before. At that time, without that money, her days would have been very miserable. Moreover, it was because of that money that her life had improved quite a bit. Now, seeing Xiao Chen again, she felt somewhat reassured. Qingran, how have I taught you before? Don't hang around with these little rogues. The woman looked at Gu Qingran talking to Xiao Chen and immediately glared at Xiao Chen with suspicion, saying, who are you? I tell you, our Qingran is going to marry into a wealthy family. Don't you dare have any ideas. Wealthy family? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the woman, saying, what kind of wealthy family? Tell me about it. You'll be scared to death when I tell you. The woman sneered, do you know the Gu family? They were once the richest in the province. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. It had been a long time since he had heard news about the Gu family. He was unclear about the current situation of the Gu family. Gu Chuanzhong? Xiao Chen looked at her and asked, what happened to him? Since you know the Gu family, you should know that the young master of the Gu family, Gu Changming, is the one I want to introduce to Qingran. The woman said with a cold smile. They offered us a bride price of 1 million. 1 million? Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. The dignified richest man, Gu Chuanzhong, was so stingy now? Only this little amount for marrying a wife? Isn't Gu Changming disabled? Xiao Chen frowned and looked at the woman coldly, saying, moreover, the Gu family is in the provincial capital. What does that have to do with you? You really don't know? The woman frowned and said, the Gu family's ancestral home is right here. Although the Gu family's company has been having problems everywhere these past few months, even selling the company, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The Gu company sold? Xiao Chen was taken aback. He had never cared about the Gu family. He had thought that when he had time, he would tidy up the Gu family, but he never expected them to be in such dire straits. Now, Mr. Xiao, the White Lion beside him lowered his voice and said, it was the authorities who intervened, saying that the Gu family's financial situation is very poor, and there is quite a bit of evidence proving the Gu family's issues. Originally, Gu Chuanzhong might have gone to jail, but I heard that he found some backing, and those backers desperately protected the Gu father and son, allowing them to come back here to retire. Now, the Gu family's assets are less than 100 million. Listening to the White Lion's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He roughly understood that the authorities' intervention was likely due to Old Bai's doing. After all, the Gu family had offended him, and Old Bai was afraid that if he waited for Xiao Chen to take action, the situation would escalate significantly. The key is that he is also afraid that the Gu family will lose their minds and cause trouble for him. However, according to Old Bai's intentions, Gu Chuanzhong and Gu Changming shouldn't still be outside. Is there something else going on? Gu Changming is a cripple. Moreover, he has been waiting to breed in the Gu family for the past few months. At this time, you want Gu Qingran to marry Gu Changming? Xiao Chen frowned slightly and spoke to the woman in front of him. Upon hearing this, a hint of panic immediately appeared on the woman's face. She had told Gu Qingran how excellent Gu Changming was, but she hadn't mentioned that he was a cripple. In fact, he was a cripple with all his limbs broken, now only able to lie in bed. However, the Gu family had given too much and she had become greedy. Gu Qingran's expression changed upon hearing this. She looked at her mother in disbelief. I should have realized long ago that ever since you got married, the only one you care about is your son. How could you possibly care about me? Gu Qingran coldly stared at the woman in front of her and said indifferently, enough, you can go back. I will never agree. You ungrateful girl, I am your mother. What does it matter if you don't agree? The woman said fiercely. As she spoke, she reached out directly towards Gu Qingran, saying, you will come with me right now. Xiao Chen watched this scene and gave Bai Shi a look. Bai Shi immediately stepped forward, blocking the woman's path. his cold gaze fixed on her, and seeing Bai Shi's fierce face, the woman immediately panicked. "What do you want?" she shouted in terror, turning to retreat. But as she stepped back, she found that several burly men had appeared behind her, all looking at her with cold eyes. Those men looked very fierce, their icy stares fixed on her. "Remember, Gu Qingran has nothing to do with you anymore. If you come again, I won't hesitate to break your husband and son's legs," Xiao Chen said coldly, staring at the woman. "To teach you a lesson, take her back and break her husband's hands in front of her." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Old Wolf and the others directly grabbed the woman and left without saying a word. The woman struggled desperately, even shouting loudly. Many people on the street saw this, but when they saw these men confidently dragging the woman away, each one looking fierce and intimidating, they immediately dared not speak. "All right, your troubles are solved." Xiao Chen stood in front of Gu Qingran, smiling as he said, "If you trust me, then come with me. At least, those troubles of yours won't exist with me." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingran frowned slightly and then looked at Xiao Chen, asking, "Can I ask why you are being so nice to me?" She hadn't realized it before, but after thinking it over, she found something was off. The age difference between him and her father was significant. Now, Xiao Chen looked to be at most 25 or 26. When her father died, Xiao Chen was probably only around 18. At that time, her father was already over 40. They couldn't possibly know each other. "You shouldn't know my dad," she said, looking at Xiao Chen. "I really don't know your dad." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I came here just because I took a liking to you." "Me?" Gu Qingran's expression changed immediately, and she looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of panic in her eyes. "Don't misunderstand, I want to take you as my disciple." Seeing Gu Qingran's reaction, Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh. She was completely different from that female cultivator in the cultivation world. The Gu Qingran in front of him appeared more fragile and timid. "Disciple?" Gu Qingran was slightly taken aback. "Yes." Xiao Chen looked at Gu Qingran's expression and then smiled, saying, "You can become my disciple. I will teach you powerful things." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingran frowned slightly and then asked, "How do I become your disciple?" "As long as you acknowledge me as your master, that's enough," Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingran slightly nodded and said, "I admit that I am your disciple now." "Is that it?" As her words fell, a confirmation of their master-disciple relationship had already formed in her mind. Xiao Chen immediately showed a hint of joy. Looking at Gu Qingran, Xiao Chen smiled slightly, then pointed directly, and in the next moment, his finger landed on Gu Qingran's forehead. Gu Qingran didn't even have time to react before she felt streams of information rushing into her mind, and then she suddenly froze, her body quickly going limp. Why does passing on skills make someone faint? Xiao Chen stared in shock as Gu Qingran suddenly collapsed in front of him, quickly catching her and hastily bringing her to the car. Looking at Gu Qingran, who was still asleep beside him, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and decided to call Wu Lai. He was still quite curious about the Gu family. After all, it was evident that the Gu family was now in decline and they might not be living well. On the other end of the line, Wu Lai quickly answered the call. "Mr. Xiao, what can I do for you?" Wu Lai's voice was respectful. He was particularly grateful to Xiao Chen. Even though he was now a congenital martial artist, he knew that compared to a cultivator like Xiao Chen, he was nothing. In fact, it might be a simple matter for Xiao Chen to end his life with just a wave of his hand. Moreover, if it weren't for the potions given by Xiao Chen, his strength would have had almost no room for improvement. He was still thinking about how to please Xiao Chen, hoping to rise even further. So at this moment, Wu Lai was naturally respectful. "What's going on with the Gu family?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Wu Lai hurriedly explained, "Mr. Xiao, it's not that we haven't been diligent. We were originally planning to arrest the entire Gu family. We don't know who the Gu family has dirt on, but quite a few people intervened to save the lives of the father and son. However, now they can only live in a small place." "What? Are they still causing you trouble?" Wu Lai quickly asked on the other end of the line. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and said, "Is it Old Bai's idea?" "Yes." Wu Lai replied directly. "Old Bai is afraid that the Gu family might act irrationally and cause you trouble, so he dealt with them and even withstood a lot of pressure. But you also know that with so many people at the top, the Gu family used to be the puppets of certain individuals, and they definitely hold some evidence. Those people are also afraid that if something happens to the Gu family, they will be implicated. So, they spared the Gu family's lives. Originally, they wanted to send the father and son overseas, but Old Bai refused. Now, the Gu family basically can't leave the small town they are in." Wu Lai spoke quickly. By the time he finished this sentence, Xiao Chen had basically understood. Gu Chuanzhong was completely finished. He had only brought back 1 billion in assets, struggling to survive in this small town with his son. Now, he had no other choice but to think about marrying off his son to continue the family line. As for anything else, Gu Chuanzhong hadn't even considered it. With this in mind, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "All right, I understand." After saying this, he hung up the phone. The Gu family was basically finished. As for what would happen to the Gu family in the future, he planned to let Songya handle it herself. After all, Songya had a grudge against the Gu family, and it was more appropriate for her to take action. He was well aware that Songya would definitely not let the Gu father and son off easily. As for what would happen to the two of them in the future, he couldn't be bothered to care. "Master." Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about this, Gu Qingran's voice sounded from behind him. At that moment, Xiao Chen turned around to see that Gu Qingran had already woken up, looking at Xiao Chen with burning eyes and saying, "Master, are you a deity?" Her eyes were filled with intense surprise. After thoroughly absorbing those memories in her mind, she finally understood that Xiao Chen was indeed a capable person. That was a method of cultivating immortality. Even though Gu Qingran had previously doubted such things, the vast amount of memories and the systematic cultivation methods in her mind had made her realize that Xiao Chen was definitely a celestial being. Now, all her wariness towards Xiao Chen had vanished. With such a powerful master, if he wanted to harm her, she wouldn't be able to resist at all. Moreover, her master wanted to teach her how to cultivate immortality. "Staying here is of no use. Come with me, Xiao." Chen said, Master, I want to go back and pack some things. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingran spoke up, I want to return to my old home. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, your old home, does it still have your things? He naturally knew that the old home Gu Qingran referred to was the one she had been driven out of, and that home should have long since lost anything that belonged to Gu Qingran. There is something there. Gu Qingran looked up at Xiao Chen and said, my father left me a relic, but she took it away. Xiao Chen understood that the she Gu Qingran mentioned was her mother, the woman he had just seen. She knows I care about that thing and is using it to threaten me. Gu Qingran said bitterly, as long as I follow her, she will return that thing to me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then nodded and said, then let's go. After saying this, he clarified the address and headed in that direction. When they arrived, Xiao Chen took Gu Qingran out of the car and directly went upstairs. Before they even reached the top, they heard a woman's mournful wailing from the stairwell. They've killed someone. These people are monsters. They've killed someone. The woman's voice was particularly tragic, accompanied by the screams of a man. Xiao Chen immediately recognized that it was Old Wolf and his group who had taken action. So, he quickly walked into the room. At that moment, inside the room, a man was kneeling on the ground, his hands twisted in a way that clearly indicated they had been broken. As for the woman, she was kneeling on the floor, crying and wailing, not daring to move an inch, mainly because these people were too ferocious. Their brutality was so extreme that it frightened her. Turning her head, the woman saw Gu Qingran and immediately looked at her with an agitated expression, pleading, Qingran, Mom was wrong, please make your friends stop. At that moment, she didn't even dare to speak loudly to Gu Qingran, fearing that Gu Qingran would directly kill her. This was mainly because Old Wolf and the others had left a deep impression on her. As soon as they entered, their heavy iron door had been kicked in and twisted out of shape. Even the doorframe had been blown away. Now, they didn't even have a door. Once these people entered the house without saying a word, they grabbed her man and started beating him. Her man didn't even have time to speak before his hands were broken by the other party. It was too brutal. Mr. Xiao, what brings you here? Old Wolf and the others hurriedly asked upon seeing Xiao Chen. Just here to take something. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and pointed at the woman. As he spoke, what about my father's relic? Gu Qingran coldly asked the woman, her gaze fixed on her. She no longer had any good feelings towards this so-called mother. Ever since her father passed away and she remarried, Gu Qingran had ceased to be her child. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly pointed to the room, hurried inside, and brought out a jade tablet, trembling as she handed it to Gu Qingran. When Xiao Chen saw the jade tablet, a strange look appeared in his eyes. As a cultivator, he could sense that there was a trace of spiritual power attached to this jade tablet. Master, this is my father's jade tablet. Gu Qingran said as she noticed Xiao Chen's gaze on her jade tablet, immediately speaking up. Did you see something? It seems like a certain magical artifact. Xiao Chen stared at the jade tablet and spoke up. At the same time, he reached out to take a look. System prompt, a disposable teleportation artifact has been detected in the host's hand. Do you wish to absorb it? The voice that echoed in his mind left Xiao Chen momentarily stunned. So, this is the origin of Gu Qingran's golden finger? After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen chose to decline. He then handed the jade tablet to Gu Qingran and said, this is a magical artifact that can take you away from Earth, or rather, it will make you a traveler. After saying this, he looked at Gu Qingran and added, so, whether or not to use it is entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingran was somewhat surprised. She held the jade tablet in her hand and thought for a moment before saying, Master, I don't want to leave for now. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, alright, think it over. If you want to leave, you can do so at any time. With that, he led Gu Qingran away. Daughter. At that moment, the woman looked at Gu Qingran and trembled as she called out. Hearing this, Gu Qingran turned to the woman and said, we have no relationship anymore, so don't come looking for me in the future. After saying this, Gu Qingran turned and walked away. As she left, she didn't even glance back. Mr. Xiao, are we going back with you next? Old Wolf and the others looked at Xiao Chen and asked, go handle your own matters. Xiao Chen replied, thinking for a moment, I'll have someone find out where the person you're looking for is, and you can go directly there. Saying this, he inquired about who Old Wolf's enemy was. Mr. Xiao, the other party is named Xiusen, a mercenary who was once the vice captain of the Beast Mercenary Corps. Old Wolf looked at Xiao Chen and said bitterly, and at that time, I was the captain. We were all betrayed by him, and in the end, he almost killed us. The way we are now is all because of him. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, alright, I understand. He then called Wu Lai. On the other end of the line, Wu Lai was taken aback when he heard what Xiao Chen was inquiring about. Mr. Xiao, do you know that Chu Qingyue has gone overseas? Chu Qingyue went overseas? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, what is she doing overseas? Ever since their last conversation, the relationship between him and Chu Qingyue had become estranged. In fact, he hadn't seen her at all during this time. He understood that Chu Qingyue had her own principles. Having grown up in the Chu family, her feelings for it ran deep. Therefore, he didn't feel anything was wrong. After all, his secret was too big. He didn't want to end up surrounded by enemies while Chu Qingyue found herself in a dilemma. After that day, she left to carry out a mission overseas. Wu Lai said, and the person she is dealing with is Qiusen. The tomb you discovered was originally found by Qiusen. He took away some beast blood and formed a super soldier corps. Additionally, we found that Qiusen has now allied with those overseas organizations and is killing our people rapidly. After Chu Qingyue learned about this, she volunteered to go overseas. Wu Lai continued. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and then nodded, saying, I understand. After confirming the address, he looked at Old Wolf and said, the person has been found, but there are still quite a few people around them. So, if you go, it might be a bit dangerous. Mr. Xiao, we were nothing to begin with. If it weren't for you, we might have been dead long ago. Old Wolf said, looking at Xiao Chen. Every day for these years, the first thing we think about when we wake up is revenge. You don't know, back then, he suddenly came with a few people to seize my power, and without saying A word, he was ready to kill us. Among those he brought were some martial artists, and we were almost beaten to this state by one of them. If it weren't for us risking our lives to escape, we might have been dead long ago. Even so, we lost several brothers. When Old Wolf said this, his eyes were still filled with anger. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "All right, since that's the case, I won't try to persuade you anymore." After thinking for a bit, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a storage bag appeared in his hand. He placed a few bottles of healing potions into the storage bag and handed it to Old Wolf, saying, "Take this with you for now. If you need anything, you can drink this. The effect of this thing is about the same as what I can do for you." Upon hearing this, Old Wolf was taken aback, looking at the small bag in front of him and said, "Mr. Xiao, this, open it." Xiao Chen said with a smile, "The storage bag is different. From space, as long as you open it, you can see what's inside." This storage bag was the one from Luming before, a damaged storage bag. Basically, it was only the size of a box. However, Xiao Chen had managed to fit more than a dozen bottles of healing potions inside. To Xiao Chen, this thing was truly worthless. He had learned just how cheap these healing potions were while clearing monsters with Feng Hao. A single monster would drop a potion, and Feng Hao didn't even want it. He had better ones in hand. If he didn't want it, Xiao Chen would just take it. There were even a few instant recovery potions and life potions. The instant recovery potion instantly fills your health to maximum, which is what Feng Hao used. As for the life potion, according to Feng Hao, it increases your life value. It raises the upper limit, equivalent to adding points. But after getting it to the outside world, Xiao Chen saw that it had changed. It gives you extra lifespan. Now, he still had 3 life potions lying in his space. After all, whether it's a recovery potion or an instant recovery potion, it's ineffective for those who are about to die of old age, because their health limit is almost gone. But the life potion can directly extend your lifespan, which is different. Xiao Chen believed that taking this thing out would make many people envious. Of course, he hadn't thought about taking it out now. "You all go ahead." Xiao Chen patted Old Wolf on the shoulder. Old Wolf nodded upon hearing this, placing the storage bag close to him. Since getting to know Xiao Chen, he had long seen Xiao Chen's extraordinary nature, so even when Xiao Chen took out such a thing, he found it very normal. After Old Wolf and the others left, Xiao Chen drove and took Gu Qingran directly back home. As soon as he arrived home, Xiao Chen saw Songya already standing at the door. Seeing Xiao Chen bring Gu Qingran back, Ya's gaze held a hint of a smile. She quickly walked to Gu Qingran's side and said, "So this is Qingran? Your master has told me that during this time, you will stay with me." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingran immediately looked at Xiao Chen. "Go on. This is your master's wife." Xiao Chen waved his hand. Gu Qingran nodded slightly and obediently called out master's wife. If this person was her master's wife, then she felt reassured. At this moment, Xiao Chen glanced at the supermarket in front of him. It was almost demolished and rebuilt, and it was certainly not possible to live there anymore. "Why don't you come with me?" Songya said with a smile, looking at Xiao Chen. Ever since she got together with Xiao Chen, she had wanted to live with him, but at that time, Xiao Chen had refused. Of course, Songya knew that Xiao Chen must have his own things to do, so she didn't say much. Now, seeing Xiao Chen in front of her, without a home, he naturally could only come with her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen did not refuse. Staying at Songya's place wasn't a bad idea. After all, she had already tidied up his things and moved everything to her place. Now, as his woman, Songya knew quite a bit. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen directly took Gu Qingran to Songya's house. On the way, Songya received a phone call, and soon, Xiao Chen noticed that her expression changed. What happened? Seeing that Songya's expression was not good, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, "Given the current situation, there shouldn't be anyone so blind as to provoke Songya." Songya turned to Xiao Chen and forced a smile, saying, "My family has come." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then understood. Back then, the Song family, in order to please the Gu family, insisted on sending Songya out to bring good fortune, even knowing that the young master of the Gu family was not well. They even publicly declared that they had severed ties with Songya. Over the years, the Song family had not cared about Songya at all. Now, with the Gu family just having fallen, they had come to her. It was evident that they had received some news, knowing that the fall of the Gu family was related to Songya. In fact, when Gu Changming came to trouble Songya and returned empty-handed, the Song family likely already knew. The reason they didn't come at that time was simply because they couldn't see the situation clearly. Now, having confirmed the fall of the Gu family and knowing that the person backing Songya was certainly not an ordinary individual, this group of people naturally rushed over to acknowledge their kinship. In a big family, what does face matter? As long as they could establish a connection, they could forego a little face. Thus, the Song family directly sought out Songya. "Just drive them away," Xiao Chen said. And, upon hearing this, Songya took a deep breath. She truly could not forgive the Song family. Of course, if the Song family hadn't sent her away back then, she wouldn't have ended up in this distant Yan city, let alone met Xiao Chen. The car drove exceptionally fast, and soon, it stopped at the entrance of the Song family. At the entrance, a few people stood outside, and when they saw Songya and Xiao Chen get out of the car, their gazes first turned to Xiao Chen. "You are Songya's man?" The leading old man looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I am Songshi, Songya's grandfather. You can also call me grandfather," he said, striking a pose as if waiting for Xiao Chen to call him grandfather. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen sneered and coldly replied, "Old man, get out of the way. What are you doing? Standing there at my doorstep? If you don't move, I'll run you over with the gas pedal." Songshi clearly did not expect that the other party would not even bother with pleasantries and would directly insult him. In his view, since the other party had a strong background, they should have some decorum. No matter what, they wouldn't just come up and curse at him. What was the difference between this and a thug? So, at this moment he was stunned. "Impudent, this is the head of our Song family." A young man behind Songshi glared at Xiao Chen, then turned to Songya and said, "Songya, what do you mean by this? You came here with your grandfather, and this is your attitude? Do you still want to return to the Song family?" Songya coldly glanced at him, then sneered. You all seem to have forgotten I am no longer a member of the Song family. When she said this, the group behind her fell silent. They naturally understood what Songya meant. After all, at that time, the Gu family's power was immense, and to avoid offending them, they had almost rushed to send Songya away. For this, they even obtained a whole piece of land from the Gu family. Looking back now, they had no regrets. After all, the value of that piece of land had earned the Song family quite a bit. Swapping a granddaughter who would eventually marry for a piece of land was a deal worth making. Songya, I am your grandfather. Songshi looked at Songya and said, no matter what, our bloodline is connected. You are still a member of the Song family. Sorry, Mr. Song, you have made the news. I am not part of your family. Songya said coldly. Also, this is my doorstep. Could you all please step aside? Upon hearing this, the members of the Song family fell silent. From the very beginning, they thought that now that they were looking for Songya, she should at least recognize them. Even if it was just a superficial politeness, it would be fine. At least this way, they could connect with Xiao Chen. After all, although they were still unclear about Xiao Chen's abilities, he was someone the Gu family feared, and they naturally wanted to get to know him. In the current provincial city, the Gu family had completely collapsed, leaving behind quite a few resources. The Song family naturally had their eyes on these resources. However, the members of the Song family knew in their hearts that they didn't have the capability to take them all. Just then, someone informed the Song family that Songya had become successful. Now, Songya's wealth alone was beyond what the Gu family could contend with. It even exceeded their imagination. Another point was that Songya had a man behind her, a man who even made the Gu family dare not provoke her. When they heard this news, their first reaction was to find Songya. After all, once Songya acknowledged that she was a member of the Song family, they could use various means to transfer the assets she held back to the Song family, and the position of the richest in the provincial city would immediately belong to them. The Song family thought it through well. Even if Songya had objections, once they connected with her and brought her back to the Song family, everything would be manageable. With this title, they could gain quite a few benefits in the provincial city, especially since they had Songya and Xiao Chen backing them. However, they never expected that upon arriving here, the other party would completely ignore them. At that moment, Songshi wore a helpless expression. He knew very well that his granddaughter still harbored resentment towards the Song family. Songya, Grandpa has no choice. Back then, if I hadn't done this, our Song family would have been finished. Songshi looked at Songya, his face full of bitterness. When he finished speaking, Songya coldly laughed and said, Old man, you seem to have forgotten that although the Gu family had demands back then, if you had refused, we would have only lost 30% of our business at most. You just couldn't let go of those businesses and were tempted by the benefits the Gu family offered. Songshi felt embarrassed by her words, and he took a deep breath and said, let's just say Grandpa was wrong. But no matter what, you are still a member of the Song family. Your parents are no longer here, and I am your biological grandfather. Would I really harm you? You return to the family, and rest assured, we will never abandon you again. Listening to Songshi's words, Songya sneered. She knew exactly what kind of person Songshi was. Now, he spoke sweetly, but once he realized things were going wrong, he would probably be the first to abandon her. What he cared about was nothing more than his two biological grandsons. As for his granddaughter, she was merely a pawn for him to marry off. No need, I'm doing just fine now. Songya said coldly, please go back. Songya, is this how you treat your grandfather? A young man behind Songshi immediately pointed at Songya and said, you can let us go, but the family has raised you for so many years. Now that you want to leave the family, you should hand over everything you've earned. When the other party said this, Songya's face turned ashen, while Xiao Chen looked at Songshi with a half-smile. The old man did not express his stance, nor did he stop it. He knew this was the old man's idea, he just felt too embarrassed to say it himself. In his view, as long as he didn't speak up, there was still a chance for this matter to turn around. At worst, after the other party refused, he would speak up again. However, he clearly did not understand Xiao Chen. His tactics might work on ordinary people, but they were completely useless against Xiao Chen. He feared even the Gu family but dared to provoke Xiao Chen. He didn't know where he got his courage. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward and kicked the young man directly. The next moment, the young man let out a scream as his leg bone was broken by Xiao Chen's kick. Even lying on the ground, he kept letting out cries of agony. What do you want? The old man's face changed dramatically. He pointed at Xiao Chen and glanced at his grandson, who was now severely injured, lying on the ground and howling. It was clear that his leg was beyond saving. At that moment, the old man's expression shifted. He pointed at Xiao Chen, trembling, and was about to speak, but upon seeing the look in Xiao Chen's eyes, he immediately shut his mouth. Having lived a long life, the old man could see clearly the murderous intent reflected in the other's gaze. In that instant, he realized something. This guy in front of him truly wanted to kill him. With that thought, his face paled. He opened his mouth but dared not speak, fearing that a wrong word might lead to his demise. Old man, I don't care what your relationship with Songya is. Remember, Songya is my woman now. Xiao Chen stared coldly at the old man and said, I can make the Gu family disappear, and I can wipe out your Song family too. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression changed drastically. At that moment, he finally understood that the other party truly didn't care who they were. The other even dared to kill him and his people directly. Realizing this, the old man immediately fell silent. He knew that if he continued to speak, he would be signing his own death warrant. The old man, in a desperate tone, said, I understand. After saying this, he trembled and stepped aside to clear the path. You better understand clearly if you dare to come again. I won't hold back, Xiao Chen said, looking at him. Then, he turned and walked away. The group from the Song family hurriedly stood aside, not daring to speak to Xiao Chen, fearing he might cripple them as well. As for the one on the ground, what did that have to do with him? After all, It wasn't them who were disabled. In fact, a few of them felt a sense of relief. After all, how could a cripple inherit the family business? One less competitor. Xiao Chen and Songya couldn't be bothered with these people and directly walked into the villa. At that moment, Songxi's expression was grim as he glanced at the young man on the ground and sighed. Let's go back first. Also, find out who this person really is. The old man squinted and said. He knew the other had an impressive background but hadn't expected them to be so ruthless. Now, he didn't dare to continue entangling himself in this matter. After all, he could tell that Xiao Chen was not simple. Grandpa, is this person so ruthless because he's from the underworld? A grandson behind him asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Songxi's expression changed immediately. He then looked at his grandson on the ground and sighed. He also understood that someone capable of such cruelty was likely indeed from the underworld. No wonder such people were the most feared. The Gu family probably didn't dare to offend Xiao Chen for this very reason. As for whether the Gu family was truly dealt with by Xiao Chen, Songxi thought it might not be the case. After all, over the years, the Gu family had acted unscrupulously, and many above had disapproved of their actions. Xiao Chen saying this was merely waving a big flag. Even so, he didn't dare to get involved with someone from that world. He was old, and the older one got, the more one feared death. Therefore, once someone made a move, he wouldn't dare to resist. With that thought, he could only helplessly swallow his anger. At this moment, Xiao Chen was pulling Songya into the villa. After watching the Song family leave, Xiao Chen said, what if we just dealt with that whole family? No need to worry about them. If they come again, then we'll deal with them all. Upon hearing this, Songya held Xiao Chen's hand and said, as for the Gu family, let's visit them together sometime. Regarding the Gu family's matters, Songya actually didn't care much anymore. However, no matter what, the Gu family had done so many things back then. If nothing was done, Songya would be unhappy. Now she had quite a few matters to attend to, so she naturally didn't want to bother with the Gu family. Let them be for now. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. In his view, Gu Chuanzhong and Gu Chengming were already in a pretty miserable state, so it was better to let them have a few peaceful days before he sought them out for trouble. By the way, that guy named Lu Ming has also arrived. Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya spoke up. Xiao Chen hadn't expected Lu Ming to be so quick. It had only been a few days since he had come. I'll go find Lu Ming first. Xiao Chen nodded. Songya had arranged a small apartment for Lu Ming to stay in, and since there were many plans for the commercial street ahead, it would be quite convenient for Lu Ming to choose a job position. Moreover, since Lu Ming had gained Xiao Chen's trust, it was clear that he was a core member. She understood this well. When Xiao Chen arrived, he saw Lu Ming, who was currently staring at his phone with a headache. The phone kept ringing, but Lu Ming chose to ignore it. What's going on? Xiao Chen asked with a smile as he sat in front of Lu Ming. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Lu Ming hurriedly stood up and said, Brother Xiao. At that moment, his gaze towards Xiao Chen was different. He knew Xiao Chen was wealthy and that he was certainly not ordinary. But now that he was here and realized that the entire street belonged to Xiao Chen, which was currently undergoing major renovations, and that the richest man was also Xiao Chen's woman, he finally understood that the big brother he had chosen was not simple at all. Don't call me big brother anymore. Let me ask you, are you willing to become my disciple? Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ming and asked with a smile. Lu Ming was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Xiao Chen and asked, if I become your disciple, will you teach me cultivation? He already had spiritual energy in him, so he naturally understood what cultivation meant. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I can provide you with spirit stones and potions. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up instantly. In recent days, he had been holding the spirit stones Xiao Chen gave him, fully aware of the benefits they had for cultivation. Now, he felt his body improving day by day. Xiao Chen could see even more clearly that Lu Ming was on the verge of breaking through to the qi refining stage. Even if he had just reached the qi refining stage, he would still be stronger than an ordinary martial artist. It could be said that the path of cultivation would allow him to go further. Master. Lu Ming was not prepared to be polite with Xiao Chen. He knew that he was relying on the person in front of him. So, he directly knelt down and knocked his head on the ground twice for Xiao Chen. Here. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ming and casually tossed out a few spirit stones. Lu Ming immediately felt as if he had found a treasure. Having a master was indeed a good thing. At that moment, Xiao Chen revealed a smile. With Lu Ming included, he now had 4 disciples, and each of them improving their cultivation would also enhance his own. Why should he bother cultivating himself? He could just let them work hard at it. While the two were still talking, Lu Ming's phone rang again. Glancing at Lu Ming's phone, the name on it made Xiao Chen pause slightly. Zheng. Jia is looking for you? Xiao Chen turned to Lu Ming and asked, do you still have a relationship with her? He knew that his disciple was a romantic, and if Lu Ming still had ties with Zhang Jia, it wouldn't be good news for Xiao Chen. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ming with a somewhat strange expression. Hearing this, Lu Ming quickly shook his head and said, I can't climb up to the Zhang family's high gate. Didn't you give her a bottle of potion? Lu Ming looked at Xiao Chen and said, Zhang Jia's father drank the potion and woke up, but he is still paralyzed in bed. Although he is better than before, it is clear that it hasn't reached the result she wanted. Lu Ming said to Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen roughly understood. Zheng Jia knew the medicine was effective, but she also realized that she definitely couldn't get the medicine from him. However, Lu Ming could. So, she directly approached Lu Ming, hoping that he would, considering their relationship, give her a bottle of medicine. At this moment, Lu Ming's headache was probably also because of this. What are you thinking? Xiao Chen asked Lu Ming. With a smile, Master, I have nothing to do with Zhang Jiejian anymore. Why should I help her? Lu Ming looked at Xiao Chen and said, it's just that this woman is a bit annoying. She's called me countless times, and I'm just tired of hearing her voice. Fine, that's your business. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen carefully looked at Lu Ming and found that he was probably telling the truth, so he decided not to bother with him anymore. After thinking for a moment, he took out 2 bottles of healing potions and handed them to Lu Ming, saying, here are the potions for you. As for how you choose to use them, that's up to you. Hee, master, I don't want the potions. Lu Ming quickly waved his hand upon hearing this. The Zheng family looks down on me anyway. I don't need to go out of my way to help her, right? I've already said that once I give away that bottle of potion, I have nothing to do with Zheng Jieji anymore. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, alright, since that's the case, I'll take my leave. You should focus on your cultivation. Xiao Chen did not pass on any techniques to Lu Ming but instead left behind the spirit sword technique. This was originally Lu Ming's thing, and cultivating this was undoubtedly more suitable for him. After finishing this conversation with Lu Ming, he left. Watching Xiao Chen leave, Lu Ming then looked at the still ringing phone and sighed helplessly. He answered the call, and Zhang Jiejia's voice immediately came through. Lu Ming, where are you? I really need your help. Zhang Jiejia's voice was filled with urgency. Miss Zhang, I can't help you right now. Lu Ming said helplessly, you know what my situation is. Lu Ming, listen to me, Xiao Chen clearly values you. As long as you ask him for another bottle of medicine, he will definitely agree. At this moment, Zhang Jiejia said anxiously. She knew that Lu Ming was her only lifeline. Now, Miss Zhang seems to have forgotten that the bottle of medicine you have was something I sold myself to get. Now, I have nothing left to sell. Lu Ming said coldly. It was the first time he realized that the person he once liked was completely unworthy. After saying so much, she only knew how to ask him for things. But what about giving? Not even a little effort was mentioned. What do you want to talk to me about? Do you really think I, as a loyal dog, have no temper? No matter how much Zhang Jiejia pleaded, Lu Ming only said he was powerless. Lu Ming, I'm very disappointed in you. Zhang Jiejia said disappointedly. Alright, since that's the case, Miss Zhang, please don't call me again. Lu Ming said coldly, I'm also afraid my master might misunderstand. Master? Lu Ming, did you become a disciple of Mr. Xiao? Zhang Jiejia was taken aback upon hearing this. At first, she thought Xiao Chen had taken Lu Ming as a servant, but now it seemed otherwise. This was a master-disciple relationship. If that were the case, Lu Ming's status would be completely different. Lu Ming, please ask your master again. If your master is willing to give me the potion, I will give you a chance to pursue me. Zhang Jiejia hurriedly said. In her view, with such a master, even if Lu Ming's family background was lacking, he could still pursue her. However, Lu Ming coldly replied, no need, Miss Zhang, I am not worthy of your Zhang family's door. Moreover, I'm just a small person, you should look for someone else. After saying this, he directly hung up the phone. Then, he quickly blocked Zhang Jiejia's number. After doing all this, Lu Ming felt much more relaxed. Come over for dinner tonight. Just as he was about to put away his phone, he suddenly received a message from Xiao Chen. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming quickly replied. At this moment, in Songya's villa, Songya looked at the large piece of meat in front of Xiao Chen, which was emitting a rich aroma, and frowned slightly. This meat. She glanced at Gu Qingran behind her. Don't worry, it's not the tiger meat from last time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand. The tiger meat from last time had a strong medicinal effect, but the side effects were obvious. However, this time was different. He had already let Xiao and Gu Ming try it. Both told Xiao Chen that there were no side effects. The key was that this meat didn't enhance physical strength but rather increased innate abilities. This was quite miraculous. After eating, Xiao told Xiao Chen that his progress in cultivation had significantly increased. Moreover, with so many people in his harem, there were no side effects. However, the better the talent, the more average the effect after eating. For instance, Chen Linger also ate it, but it was of no use. Thinking about it, Chen Linger's talent was undoubtedly the best. Even Chen Ran couldn't compare. After all, since she started cultivating, her progress had been the fastest. Now, she was almost at the peak of Qi training. This speed made Xiao Chen marvel. Indeed, the daughter of destiny lived up to her name. As for Chen Ran, the time and the space she was in had been sealed by herself, making it even more impossible for her to cultivate. Hearing that it wasn't tiger meat, Sonya finally relaxed. Soon, Lu Ming arrived, and Xia Yusen also came. When the two saw Xiao Chen bringing out a large pot of meat, they were both stunned. Master, are we just eating this pot? What kind of meat is this? Looking at the large piece of meat in front of him, Lu Ming asked in surprise. You'll know once you eat it. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. It's good for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was not polite at all and directly picked up a large piece of meat to eat. When he smelled the aroma, the spiritual energy in his body began to stir, and he knew this meat was extraordinary. While the few of them were still eating, behind them, the Qilin quickly approached Xiao Chen, its eyes filled with greed as it looked at the pot of meat. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and then took out a whole piece of meat and directly stuffed it to the Qilin. When they saw the Qilin, Lu Ming and the others immediately panicked. This monster looked quite terrifying. Master, what is this? Gu Qingran exclaimed, looking at the Qilin. Even Xia Yusen was seeing it for the first time. The three of them trembled at the sight of this monster. On the contrary, the Qilin, while eating the meat, looked at Lu Ming with a puzzled expression. This should be the previous master's pet, but why was it so weak? The key was that this previous master seemed to not recognize it at all. It's my pet. Xiao Chen patted the Qilin's head and said. In these days following him, the Qilin had eaten quite a lot of good things. Now, its body had become exceptionally tough, and Xiao Chen could clearly feel that this guy was about to evolve again. The current Qilin had probably reached the late stage of Qi training. Moreover, this creature just needed to eat and then sleep, yet its strength kept increasing. Master, why is it looking at Me like that? Lu Ming asked nervously as he noticed the Qilin's gaze fixed on him. Is it going to eat me? No. Xiao Chen laughed and said, it quite likes you. How about it follows you from now on? No. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming immediately shouted nervously, looking at the Qilin's massive body. What if this creature accidentally ate him one day? Xiao Chen didn't insist. Now that this Qilin was almost always in Songya's villa, with this little thing around, let alone anything else, even if two innate beings came, they wouldn't be able to handle it, and it would be more than enough to protect Songya. Songya had also become familiar with the Qilin in these days and naturally knew how powerful this little creature was. Eat up, Xiao Chen pointed to the meat on the table. After taking a bite, Lu Ming realized that this thing was indeed a good thing. As he took a bite, the spiritual energy within him stirred restlessly. At that moment, he was quite unreserved, finishing one piece and immediately grabbing another. With each piece he consumed, he felt increasingly alert, and especially now, he realized the spiritual sword technique that Xiao Chen had given him, which he initially couldn't comprehend, he now understood. Xiao Chen was in the same boat. In terms of talent, he knew he was just mediocre. Thus, the more he ate, the clearer his mind became. A table full of people surrounded a pot of meat, continuously eating. Only Gu Qingran, after a few pieces, put down her chopsticks. Master, at first when I ate, I felt very clear-headed, but now it seems that effect is gone. As expected, Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. Gu Qingran's talent was undoubtedly quite good, but after eating a few pieces, it had already lost its effect. This didn't mean that Gu Qingran's talent was maxed out, rather, the meat could only enhance her to this level, and eating more would yield no further benefits. The second to stop was Lu Ming, who had eaten quite a bit and was now about done. Soon, Xiao Chen and the others continued to eat. Before long, Xia Yusin and Songya could no longer eat. It wasn't that their talents were maxed out, but rather they simply couldn't eat anymore as their appetites weren't that large. So, the group only saw Xiao Chen and the Qilin, one person and one beast, continuously devouring the meat before them. Their appetite even shocked the others. After they were full, Xiao Chen sent everyone away and went upstairs to sleep. He felt particularly clear-headed, and even some things he had previously struggled to understand began to gradually make sense. In no time, Xiao Chen entered a meditative state. At the same time, he started to digest the spiritual energy within him that he had yet to absorb. He practiced like this for the entire night, and the next morning, Xiao Chen finally woke up. You have a new order, please check it. Just as Xiao Chen opened his eyes, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. He was momentarily stunned. It had been a long time since he had heard a new order. The presence of this voice indicated that a new dimension had opened. Fantasy dimension. When Xiao Chen saw the dimension information, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The items requested by the other party also surprised him. Wutai, Wazi, Liangzi? Xiao Chen stared at the items on the order, momentarily dumbfounded. It was clear that the requester was someone from the underworld. The items requested were all like these. I'll go out for a bit. Xiao Chen got up and quickly walked outside. After casually visiting a supermarket and buying a lot of these items, Xiao Chen immediately chose to teleport. However, when Xiao Chen arrived in the area before him, he was instantly taken aback. This place looked particularly eerie. You are here to deliver goods? A deep voice sounded behind Xiao Chen, startling him. He turned to see a young man squatting not far away, looking at Xiao Chen with a smile. However, that smile appeared somewhat sinister, especially since the other person was emanating dark energy. What is this? Xiao Chen looked at him, puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered someone like this. All the people he had met before were nothing like this. The person before him clearly seemed formidable. He looked somewhat handsome, but his eyes were exceptionally cold. Even though he was squatting, he was in a fully defensive posture. The feeling he gave Xiao Chen was completely different. When the other person's body was fixed on Xiao Chen, it was as if he was viewing prey, especially with the dark energy continuously emanating from behind him. It left Xiao Chen somewhat astonished. Oh, the young man was slightly taken aback, then pointed to the dark energy emanating from him and said, this? It's nothing much, just a bit of dark energy from refining a few cities worth of mortals for cultivation, so having some black energy is normal. The other party said nonchalantly. When Xiao Chen heard these words, he took a deep breath. This was an evil cultivator. At that moment, as he looked at the other person, there was already a hint of vigilance in his eyes. After all, the other party was undoubtedly a dangerous individual. Even though they both came from Earth, he felt uneasy about this person. Previous travelers, at least from his perspective, had given him a positive impression. Even if their hands were stained with blood, their attitude towards Xiao Chen was different. However, this person was completely different now. Don't be nervous, I'm quite friendly to my own kind. Moreover, we're both from Earth. I haven't had a friend in over 100 years. Looking at Xiao Chen, the young man spoke lightly at that moment. Did you bring this stuff? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and quickly waved his hand, causing several items to appear on the ground. In addition to what the other party wanted, Xiao Chen also brought some local specialties from Earth, some cooked food and snacks. Seeing what Xiao Chen had brought, the young man's eyes immediately lit up as he quickly opened a jar and took a big gulp. Then, without caring about Xiao Chen, he swiftly opened a pack of cigarettes, pulled one out, and took a puff. Instantly, a look of excitement appeared on the young man's face. This is the taste. I've been thinking about it for 100 years, he murmured. Then, his gaze turned to Xiao Chen. What year are you from? 2025. Xiao Chen replied, looking at him. 2025, huh? The young man sighed. So many years have passed. I died around 2018, he said with a bitter smile. April 1st, April Fool's Day. I was tricked by a bunch of guys and ended up dying overseas. As he spoke these words, the black aura around him surged even more. Seeing the other person's nearly explosive state, Xiao Chen quickly took a step back. He could tell that the other person's emotions were extremely unstable. As he spoke, the black aura thickened and even a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The black mist continued to spread in the air, forming a cloud of darkness. In an instant, the dark cloud loomed overhead, transforming into piercing howls. How many people have you killed? Xiao Chen asked, taking a deep breath as he looked at the scene before him. How many? The young man said nonchalantly, I don't know. Anyway, anyone who offends me, I kill. Probably around 100 million. Rather than let these mortals live in suffering, it's better for them to die and help me cultivate. Listening to the other person's words, Xiao Chen fell silent. This was definitely an evil cultivator. My name is Jin Wu. Looking at Xiao Chen, Jin Wu said, and you? Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen replied as he sat in front of him. Upon hearing this, Jin Wu didn't say much more but nodded, opened another bottle of liquor, and started drinking. At the same time, he opened a betel nut and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it to himself. Here. Jin Wu casually tossed a porcelain bottle to Xiao Chen. This is your reward. We probably won't meet again. I gave you a little extra. We can't meet again? Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked, why? Because I'm going to die. Jin Wu said nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. Let me tell you my story. He said, glancing at Xiao Chen, when I crossed over to this world, I was thrown into a family. I was the least favored young master in that family. My mother was just a maid, and after giving birth to me, she was buried alive by the matriarch. In the family, I was a young master, but also the target of bullying by those people. He chuckled and said, so, from the age of 5, I was treated like a pig or a dog by those people, and even in my teens, it was still the same. Later, I had an opportunity. I became a demon cultivator. As he spoke, a cloud of black mist emerged from his hand, and he looked at Xiao Chen and said, when I began my cultivation, the first ones I sacrificed were this family. They were the first batch of people I slaughtered. At that moment, Jin Wu's eyes twisted, and he sneered, after killing the first batch of people, I couldn't turn back. Those so-called righteous sects started hunting me down relentlessly. They killed even more people, yet they kept pursuing me. There was no choice. I could only keep killing my way up. Over the course of 100 years, I have killed too many people. In this world, there is no one left who can match me. Before that, I had never killed a mortal, but those mortals, just because I was a demon cultivator, began to cooperate with those so-called righteous paths. The righteous sects treated them like cannon fodder, yet they were all too eager to comply. Since that's the case, I can only continue to kill. Jin Wu said coldly, I have sacrificed everyone, but I was also hunted down and killed by that group of righteous sects. I killed quite a few of them, but I was severely injured and escaped here. Now, my injuries are beyond remedy. He looked at Xiao Chen and said helplessly, when they find me, I will undoubtedly die. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a bit helpless. He hadn't expected Jin Wu to be such a person. To say he was pitiful? He truly was. But he could also be considered a true demon lord. It's been over 100 years and I haven't had anyone to talk to. Jin Wu said helplessly, I really want to go back to Earth, to games, internet cafes, and smoking and drinking. As he spoke, a nostalgic look appeared in his eyes. That was the best time in my memory. Can you take me back? Jin Wu suddenly asked Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly inquired with the system detecting the other party's life signs. The other party is temporarily unable to bear the world's will and cannot leave this plane. If they can break through, they can leave this plane. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. Not for now. Not for now? Jin Wu was taken aback and quickly asked, what do you mean? Your strength is insufficient. Traveling between planes will lead to death. Xiao Chen said helplessly, if you can break through, then you can break through again. When he heard this, Jin Wu frowned slightly. Could it be the legendary divine realm? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He wasn't clear about the realm divisions in this world. He didn't know what realm this person was in. However, in Xiao Chen's view, the other party's realm was stronger than his own, but not as strong as the imprint left by looming in his mind. The other party's strength is probably at the peak of the golden core stage. The host can bring a nascent soul expert into their own space. However, even if the host brings the other party back to Earth, the laws of the Earth plane will expel them. So the other party can only stay on Earth for a maximum of 1 day. The system's prompt echoed in Xiao Chen's mind, and at that moment he roughly understood. Ah, what a pity. I no longer have time. If I could still live, perhaps I would have a chance. Listening to Xiao Chen's words, Jin Wu sighed at that moment. He smiled bitterly and said, my injuries are too severe. There's nothing I can do. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and looked at Jin Wu. How about I give it a try? Upon hearing this, Jin Wu glanced at Xiao Chen and said, no need to try. I know my injuries. With my current condition, it's impossible for an ordinary person to treat me. Your strength is too weak. How could you possibly treat me? He shook his head helplessly. But Xiao Chen quickly waved his hand, casting a healing spell into the other party's body. The next moment, Jin Wu was taken aback. Effective? Xiao Chen looked at Jin Wu and asked, just a little bit. Although, not much. Jin Wu took a deep breath and said, about 1,000th of what healed my injuries. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's mouth dropped open. With his current strength, an ordinary person could heal instantly. But facing Jin Wu, it was only 1,000. How severe must this guy's injuries be? Xiao Chen didn't waste any time and quickly began to cast healing spells on Jin Wu. A hint of surprise appeared in Jin Wu's eyes. However, he soon realized that Xiao Chen was exhausted. Don't panic, brother, I'll help you. He laughed heartily, and the dark energy around him instantly merged into Xiao Chen's body. The moment that dark energy rushed into Xiao Chen, he panicked, fearing that this guy wanted to take over his body or something. But the next second, he realized it wasn't the case. His depleted body, upon the dark energy merging within him, actually began to heal. Not only that, but the dark energy was also refining his physical strength. Just focus on healing, Jin Wu said to Xiao Chen with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. It was just 1,000 healing spells. He should be able to handle it now. One glowing orb after another was released recklessly, and soon, Jin Wu's eyes brightened more and more. Ha, with these guys, they think they can kill me with my current injuries. At this moment, Jin Wu exclaimed excitedly, if they come again, I'll just slaughter this bunch. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and with a wave of his hand, he interrupted Xiao Chen's healing. Brother, that's enough, enough. Jin Wu looked at Xiao Chen with excitement and said, I didn't expect you to have this skill. Brother, your strength is still too weak. Once I catch those righteous ones and have them help you refine pills, don't worry, one pill will ensure your strength skyrockets, he said excitedly, pulling Xiao Chen along. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was taken aback for a moment, then quickly agreed. As long as he could improve his cultivation, it didn't matter what happened to the cultivators in this world. Alright, hurry back, brother, I'm going to take revenge. Jin Wu laughed heartily and said, this wine and tobacco are good, next time you come, bring more. After saying this, he looked at the things Xiao Chen had brought and waved his sleeve. Instantly, the dark energy surged in, and the items on the ground were swept away again. The next second, he quickly soared into the sky. Above, dark clouds were gathering, and within those clouds, the sounds of wailing were incessant. Jin Wu stepped on the dark clouds, laughing as he flew past quickly. Brother, I'm off. I'll contact you next time. After saying this, he charged out with the rolling dark clouds. Choose to return. On Xiao Chen's side, he directly chose to go back. He still didn't know what Jin Wu had put in the porcelain bottle for him. The next second, his body appeared on Earth. After returning to Earth, Xiao Chen opened the porcelain bottle that Jin Wu had given him. When the bottle opened and a thick smoke billowed out, Xiao Chen was instantly stunned. What is this? Watching the smoke form a mist in front of him, the next moment, as it rushed into his body, Xiao Chen's face turned extremely terrified. The next moment, he felt the thick smoke rampaging inside his body. At the same time, this smoke continuously surged into his dantian system. What is this? Xiao Chen shouted in panic. After getting this thing, he felt something was off. Especially now, as it rushed into his body, it was like a parasite continuously taking root and sprouting within him. The black disgust, upon entering his body, formed a vortex that began to absorb the spiritual energy within Xiao Chen. System, I won't die, right? Xiao Chen's face turned extremely grim. He even felt that Jin Wu was trying to kill him. The methods of this evil cultivator seemed off. Rest assured, the host will be fine, only benefits will come. The system replied in his mind before falling silent again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly sat down and began to circulate the spiritual energy within him, continuously absorbing the dense fog. As he absorbed it, he noticed that the black smoke was gradually losing its color. The smoke around him began to turn white. Aside from that, there was no other difference. At this moment, he was almost completely enveloped in the white smoke, within which the spiritual energy continuously gathered in his body. This smoke is all spiritual energy. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. Undoubtedly, Jin Wu's black smoke resembled demonic energy, while his white smoke was spiritual energy. Additionally, a technique was gradually forming in his mind. With the emergence of this technique, Xiao Chen quickly operated it, and in the next moment, the smoke was instantly absorbed by him. His realm also broke through again, reaching the late stage of foundation establishment. At this moment, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Slowly standing up, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and in the next moment, astonishment filled his face. He was now surrounded by white smoke, and with the support of the smoke, he slowly ascended into the air. At the same time, he clearly understood the power of this technique. Elementalization. Xiao Chen squinted slightly and whispered. In other words, his body now resembled elementalization. He could freely transform into any form of smoke. Isn't this the ability of a devil fruit? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Had he become smoker? However, he was completely different from the smoke man. It was evident that he was much stronger now. Moreover, the smoke could instantly form various offensive moves according to his thoughts, which was definitely not something a person like the smoke man could compare to. Especially in the state of transforming into dense fog, his current strength could almost immunize him against any attack below the golden core stage. Even a weaker golden core might not be able to break through his defenses. As he thought of this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. At this moment, he quickly formed a hand seal, and in the next moment, thick smoke billowed out, swirling in the sky, instantly transforming into white swords that pierced downward. At that moment, the ground looked as if it had been bombarded, the violent assault creating a massive pit in the area. When the huge sound echoed, several figures quickly approached Xiao Chen. Seeing the newcomers, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. The visitors were Wu Lai and his two disciples. The three of them looked at the scene before them, their eyes filled with shock, especially Wu Lai, who trembled at the sight of the enormous pit and the billowing white smoke. He was now a congenital warrior, yet he could clearly sense that in the face of this white dense fog, he was no different from an ant. Xiao, Mr. Xiao. Looking at Xiao Chen, Wu Lai said nervously, I came to find you. Is there something? Xiao Chen asked upon hearing this. Two things. Wu Lai hurriedly replied. The quota for this month's evolution potion. And, there's been a situation overseas, I need to report to you. Upon hearing Wu Lai say this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, go on. Your people went overseas and got in touch with Chu Qingyue. Wu Lai looked at Xiao Chen and continued, but we don't know the situation. They have gone missing overseas. We can't find their location, and we don't even know what happened to them overseas. Wu Lai said, looking at Xiao Chen that he knew that Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyue had some connection, and with Old Wolf and the others. Also being Xiao Chen's people, he came here to inform Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then nodded and said, I understand. Where are they? Give me an address, and I'll go there myself. No matter what, he had to make a trip overseas. He had been there a few times before, but he hadn't taken any action because, at that time, his strength was insufficient, and he was also afraid of encountering something he couldn't handle. But now, Xiao Chen believed that there were no cultivators above the golden core stage on Earth. Not to mention golden core, even foundation establishment cultivators might be hard to find. This meant that he was truly invincible now. Since that was the case, it wouldn't hurt to go for a visit. They lost track on an island in the Marilus Federation. Wu Lai hurriedly spoke up. Xiao Chen nodded, then transformed into thick mist, and in the next moment, he soared into the sky. His body instantly carried the rolling mist and shot straight up. Watching Xiao Chun fly into the sky and disappear before him, Wu Lai's expression changed. In the past, when Xiao Chen claimed to be a cultivator, although he had witnessed Xiao Chen's strength, he had never seen such a shocking scene before. A person could fly, and could turn into a cloud of white mist and fly away. He glanced again at the massive pit on the ground. At that moment, Wu Lai turned to look at Lu Ming and Gu Qingran beside him. These two must be that person's disciples, right? Would they also become like this in the future? After a moment's thought, Wu Lai decided to make a call. Old Bai, there are some things I can't explain clearly. How about you come and take a look? He stared at the enormous pit that had almost turned into a lake, helplessly saying, "Did Xiao Chen agree?" Old Bai's voice came from the phone. He just flew away, turning into a cloud and disappearing. Wu Lai turned to look at the spot in the sky where the cloud had vanished, sighing. In the void above, the cloud formed by Xiao Chen was flying at an extremely fast speed. Ordinary cultivators can only fly after reaching the golden core stage, and even then, their speed isn't fast. Xiao Chen squinted slightly and murmured, "Even golden core cultivators would exhaust their stamina when crossing continents. Especially in this era of depleted spiritual energy on Earth, it was nearly impossible." Fortunately, the white mist seemed to have the effect of restoring his spiritual energy, even continuously absorbing spiritual power and entering his dantian. Even in this world with thin spiritual energy, there was still some presence, just not much. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen could still fly. But why is this mist getting thinner? Xiao Chen looked at the white mist before him, squinting slightly. The mist was being absorbed by him, providing spiritual energy, but it was also becoming increasingly thin. Soon, Xiao Chen understood that the white mist was more like a power bank. It was continuously charging him, restoring his strength, but it also caused the mist to become thinner. At this moment, his expression changed, and he quickly flew downward, soon stopping on an island. He estimated that he was now near the vicinity of the country. Even so, Xiao Chen had already flown quite far. Looking at the white mist around him, which had turned from pure white to transparent white, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The mist now resembled a kind of fog, enveloping him. He quickly took out a spirit stone, and as he activated the white mist, it directly merged into the spirit stone. In the next moment, the spirit stone was being absorbed at a visible speed. Meanwhile, his mist became dense again. It's absorbing spiritual energy. Xiao Chen frowned. This thing looked very cool and was fast, but it seemed to be a big eater. Although after Gu Qingran's arrival, Xiao Chen no longer lacked spirit stones, he was well aware that if this continued, the thick smoke could lead him to bankruptcy. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen had no other choice but to grit his teeth and quickly consume 2 spirit stones to stabilize the smoke. The next moment, Xiao Chen turned his head and happened to see a ship appearing on the coastline. On that ship, there was a group of people who were now staring at Xiao Chen. The maritime defense of He country? Xiao Chen looked at those people, who were holding guns, and as soon as they saw Xiao Chen, they immediately opened fire. When the bullets came flying, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He didn't even attempt to dodge. Instead, he directly activated elementalization. The bullets instantly passed through Xiao Chen's body. In the next moment, Xiao Chen teleported right in front of these people. Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly appear before them, the people from He country kept shooting, but the bullets almost all passed through Xiao Chen's body. Witnessing this scene, their faces turned extremely ugly. On the contrary, Xiao Chen stared at these people and then waved his hand. The next moment, the thick smoke transformed into the shape of a giant beast and rolled directly toward the ship in front of him, quickly engulfing it. Oh! Xiao Chen saw that in the smoke, these people were struggling desperately, but soon, they met their demise, and their life force was stripped away by Xiao Chen's smoke, turning into nourishment for it. Although it wasn't much, it made Xiao Chen understand the usage of this smoke. No wonder Jin Wu became an evil cultivator. With such abilities, it's hard not to turn into one. He looked at the pile of ashes on the ground, the remains that had turned into a heap of flying ash, and understood why Jin Wu had become an evil cultivator. This technique could even consume human life. This was undoubtedly the means of an evil cultivator. Xiao Chen even felt that after the smoke absorbed enough life force, it might change color. In the end, it would turn into a state filled with black gas, just like Jin Wu. Just thinking about Jin Wu's state made Xiao Chen feel a chill. If he really became like that, no matter which plane he went to, he would probably be hunted down by everyone, right? System, will I become like that? Xiao Chen asked nervously. This evil cultivator's method was impressive, but if he would turn into that, he would rather not. Rest assured, host, the people you kill, if they are all deserving of death, will only grant you merit. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and at the same time, it informed Xiao Chen that these few people deserve to die. This system has evolved your smoke. This smoke is merit smoke, specifically for killing evil beings. As long as one commits evil, they will be devoured by the thick smoke. Ordinary people will not be harmed at all. Hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at the piles of ashes on the ground. That made sense. The people from He country were definitely not good. If they died, so be it. Having thought this through, the next moment, Xiao Chen's body shot up into the air. His speed was incredibly fast, almost instantaneously rushing toward the place that Wu Lai had previously told him about. At this moment on the island, Chu Qingyue was sitting with Old Wolf and others. The group was injured, but it was clearly not serious. There are quite a few super soldiers on the other side. I didn't expect that such a small task would attract so much attention, Chu Qingyue said helplessly. The people who came were not particularly strong, but the other side had managed to produce so many super soldiers. There were hundreds of super soldiers, although these people were slightly weaker than Old Wolf and the others. They were still at a disadvantage in absolute numbers. As for Old Wolf and the others, they sighed. They had thought they could take revenge by coming here, but when they actually arrived, they realized that their previous enemies had truly surrendered to the Melis Federation. In fact, the hundreds of super soldiers on the island were the mercenaries who had been pacified. Now, They had become the dogs of the Melis Federation. At first they relied on their own abilities and killed quite a few people, but undoubtedly it was useless. This was the base for creating super soldiers, and the strength of these individuals was unimaginable. We must capture these few people, especially those men. At this moment, a man in the super soldier camp shouted, I know them. Back in the day, they were a bunch of worthless bugs, incapable trash. But now, their strength is even greater than mine. Clearly, Longwa has gene agents that we are still unaware of. The gene agents we are using might even be the ones that Longwa has discarded. We must capture them and interrogate them about what's going on. The man's voice was filled with anger as he spoke. Loudly. Yes. A group of people nodded in agreement in front of him. It seems we might have to stay here today. Shu Qingyue sighed, her gaze fixed ahead. They had been chased by this group for several days without rest, and they were already extremely exhausted. Ironically, these people, who originally had the ability to kill them, were merely wearing them down. Shu Qingyue knew. They wanted to capture them alive. Mr. Xiao has given us quite a few agents. We can still hold on. Upon hearing this, Old Wolf spoke up. He still had the healing agents given by Xiao Chun, and with that they could endure. It's useless. Shu Qingyue replied, since we have already been discovered, then, the Milasai Federation is already keeping an eye on our innate warriors. If they make any moves, the Milasai Federation will definitely know. Currently, there must be countless warships guarding the outer islands. Shu Qingyue said bitterly. At this point, even if an innate warrior came, it would be of no use. Her eyes were filled with resignation. Perhaps, dying like this wouldn't be so bad. Thinking of Xiao Chun, Shu Qingyue whispered softly. If she died like this, she would have no more worries. During these days, she had applied to go overseas for missions, but she didn't know how to face Xiao Chun, her family, and old Bai. Since childhood, she had known her mission for the family and Longwa. Therefore, all her considerations would fall within this scope. She knew it was all for Longwa, but the man she loved was completely different. Although he was also from Longwa and even maintained a good relationship with the authorities, Shu Qingyue knew that the relationship between Xiao Chen and the authorities could only be one of cooperation, and she needed to make a choice. Shu Qingyue was even more aware that she didn't know how to choose. She could only choose to leave. Perhaps, in doing so, her heart would feel a little more at ease. Dying here would also be a way to repay the family in Longwa. Shu Qingyue said with a calm smile. Miss Chu, take this. Old Wolf handed a bottle of agents to Chu Qingyue, saying, I know you said the innate warriors won't come, but we believe Mr. Xiao will come. Him. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's name, a hint of struggle appeared on Chu Qingyue's face. She truly missed Xiao Chen. She also knew that if Xiao Chen came, things might be completely different. After all, Xiao Chen was not an innate warrior, but a celestial being. Moreover, Xiao Chen could teleport. Perhaps he could rush in directly. Old Wolf. Just as a few people were talking, suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of Old Wolf and the others changed instantly. This was their former brother, and Old Wolf trusted him deeply. However, that trust had turned into betrayal. Even during their mission, he had actively attacked, trying to kill Old Wolf and the others. In the end, they were severely injured and barely managed to escape back to the country. Now, this person had become one of the enemies. Old Wolf, it's me, Crow. We haven't seen each other for a long time. The voice from over there sounded again, and upon hearing that name, the Old Wolf's expression grew even uglier. That was the code name used by the other party back in the day. We are brothers. Back then, I wanted to persuade you to join the Melis Federation with me. It was you who refused, and I had no choice but to take action. Now, I'm giving you another chance. Follow me, and you will become super soldiers. As long as you are willing, I guarantee that in the Melis Federation, you can obtain everything you desire. Whether it's money or women, we have it all. The voice continued, brothers, our genetic agents in the Melis Federation are definitely better than yours. As long as you surrender and tell us how advanced your dragon country's genetic agents are and work for us, I will definitely persuade my superiors to let you go. The voice was still coaxing them. Gently. Get lost. The Old Wolf sneered. You think you can just come and fight us? Old Wolf, don't you understand? We don't want to kill you, otherwise you would have been dead long ago. The Crow sighed and said, if you remain stubborn, then there's no other way. We can only kill you. After being hunted for so many days, you are all heavily injured now. You are already at the end of your rope. Upon hearing this, the Old Wolf sneered. They had taken the potion given by Xiao Chen and had mostly recovered. Even if they were to die, they could at least take a few. Down with them. If you can survive, tell Xiao Chen that if there's still a chance, I will choose him. At that moment, Shu Qingyue took a deep breath and spoke. She looked at the figures of super soldiers scattered not far away, her eyes already filled with determination. The island had been sealed off. Outside the island, there were warships, and she knew that they couldn't escape. Since that was the case, they could only fight to the death. If Xiao Chen knew, he would seek revenge for me, right? Shu Qingyue whispered softly. She wasn't worried about Xiao Chen. The other party could teleport away and had terrifying means. Even if he really came to the Melis Federation, nothing would happen. What she was most worried about was perhaps the unpleasantness that might arise between Xiao Chen and the authorities. If it really came to that, she didn't know who she should be concerned about. Miss Chu, look at the sky. The Old Wolf raised his head, looking at the sky where a thick smoke was rushing down, and that smoke took the shape of a human face in midair. Upon hearing this, Shu Qingyue looked up, and when she saw that face, a look of surprise instantly appeared on her face. Xiao Chen. Staring at the smoke that had transformed into a human face, Shu Qingyue's mouth fell open in shock. The super soldiers on the island also saw the face formed by the smoke rushing towards them, and at that moment all the super soldiers were bewildered. In their eyes, this was simply a miracle. Is this the innate warrior of the other party? It is said that innate warriors have supernatural abilities, just like our S-class super soldiers. Among the crowd, the Crow stared at the giant face in the sky and spoke. However, when he said this, he still felt particularly unconfident. He had seen the supernatural abilities of S-class super soldiers. Could they really be this terrifying? The rolling smoke was now rapidly approaching, and in the next moment, the smoke transformed into a gigantic hand crashing down towards them from midair. A violent momentum erupted, and the smoke seemed almost alive as it charged directly towards the crowd. At that moment, the smoke surged forward, and that massive cloud of smoke almost instantly rushed into the crowd. What is this? The crow didn't even have time to react before he found himself surrounded by thick fog. The fog was so dense that he couldn't even see who was around him. But in the next moment, he sensed that something was wrong. The thick fog instantly surged towards his body, and in that moment, it clung to him like a parasite crawling up his form. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. He felt as if the fog was absorbing his flesh and blood. Turning his head, he saw beneath the fog those who had just injected the serum to become super soldiers, their bodies now withering away. Then, right before him, they instantly turned to ashes. The crow, witnessing this scene, changed color in shock and quickly retreated, heading towards the sea. All he wanted to do now was jump into the water. After all, on the surface of the sea, this fog was nearly omnipresent, and he didn't even know how to defend against it. At this moment, he watched as many super soldiers were engulfed by the fog, letting out cries of pain before collapsing to the ground. Fear and terror had already gripped him. Only Xiao Chen. He hovered in midair, feeling the power that the fog continuously fed back to him, his eyes filled with astonishment. Eliminate evil, host gains merit. In his mind, he could even hear the system's voice. These were evil. At this moment, he looked at the scene before him, somewhat surprised. The fog spread across the island, undoubtedly killing many super soldiers, yet some remained unaffected. As for Old Wolf and the others, Xiao Chen had deliberately let the fog avoid them. An area centered around them formed a space free of fog. At this moment, Old Wolf and the others stood still, watching the entire island enveloped in fog, feeling a bit terrified. However, they recognized the face that had just fallen down. It was Xiao Chen. Mr. Xiao has arrived. Old Wolf suddenly gasped, then plopped down onto the ground. He was too lazy to move. The moment the fog appeared, he knew he was safe. Old Wolf, let's find the crow, White Lion said, preparing to charge into the fog. But he was pulled back by Old Wolf. Think with your pig brain. This fog appeared, and Mr. Xiao deliberately avoided us, which means this fog could harm us too. You might die if you rush in, Old Wolf said, helplessly. Hearing this, the others who had wanted to rush in immediately hesitated. At this moment, they could clearly hear the screams coming from all around. However, apart from that, there was no sound of fighting. Aside from the occasional scream, it was eerily silent. This terrifying scene made them realize that Xiao Chen's methods were clearly more than just this. At this moment, they didn't dare to make a single move. Chu Qingyue's gaze was complex as she looked at the thick fog. She knew Xiao Chen had arrived, and it was precisely because she knew that. She understood he had grown stronger. In today's Earth, could anyone stand against Xiao Chen? Just thinking about this made Chu Qingyue's expression even more complicated. Given the situation, if the authorities were truly opposing Xiao Chen, what would happen if he really decided to kill? Meanwhile, in the fog, the crow quickly rushed to the edge of the cliff, feeling his body grow heavier, the white mist continuously clinging to him, draining his strength. At this moment, his body had withered considerably. Even his hair had turned gray. He knew that if he didn't run now, he would be doomed. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped off the cliff. Xiao Chen naturally noticed the crow and frowned slightly as he saw him fall into the water. This white mist wasn't effective everywhere. At least, it couldn't penetrate water. The moment the crow hit the water, the fog was completely blocked. Looks like this thing isn't truly invincible. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and spoke. He was well aware that there were things that could block this thick fog underwater. Crow let out a sigh of relief. With his current abilities, he could still hold his breath for a while underwater. He didn't even dare to surface. In the next moment, Crow quickly swam towards the outside, knowing that he had to be fast, or he would die. Xiao Chen floated in the air, his consciousness spreading out as he watched Crow escape, and he couldn't help but smile. Did he really think he could get away like this? Xiao Chen swiftly formed a sword technique with his fingers, and in the next moment, a sword energy instantly took shape, rushing directly towards Crow in the sea. While Crow was still submerged, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Turning his head, he just caught sight of a brilliant light in the sky shooting straight towards him. With a loud bang, the sword energy broke through the water's surface. He didn't even have time to make a sound before the sword energy pierced through his body. In the next second, his body froze and then shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen coldly glanced at the island. He hadn't expected that among the mist there were still quite a few people who were unharmed. It was evident that these people were not necessarily guilty. If they were, the outcome would have been different long ago. Xiao Chen understood that although these people belonged to the Merlis Federation, not all of them were evildoers. In fact, many of them might have been soldiers in the past. While he had grievances against the Merlis Federation, it didn't mean that there weren't people among them with a conscience. His gaze fell on a figure not far away, who was still on the island, looking astonished at the thick fog, yet unable to do anything. A congenital martial artist. Glancing at the other people on the island, the damned were all dead. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and instantly, the thick fog seemed to respond to his call, rushing towards him. Xiao Chen then landed directly in front of Chu Qingyue and the others. Xiao Chen. Seeing Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue slightly opened her mouth, her eyes filled with astonishment as she looked at the white mist surrounding him. The white mist quickly merged into Xiao Chen's body under his summons. Soon, the white mist that had appeared on the island had dissipated. Chu Qingyue and the others looked towards the place where the super soldiers had been, and they were immediately stunned. There was nothing left, just a ground covered in ash, seemingly devoid of anything else. As the sea breeze blew, the ash was instantly scattered. Xiao Chen turned to look at Chu Qingyue. This was the first time he had seen her since their last conversation. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue, who clearly had something to say to him. Wait a moment, Xiao Chen said softly to Chu Qingyue, someone is coming. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue and the others immediately tensed up, their gazes turning towards a figure not far away. At this moment, a blond man quickly approached Xiao Chen and the others. The man's expression was complex as he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Who are you? That's not something you should know." Xiao Chen casually glanced at him and said, "I'm taking these people with me. Do you have any objections?" The man was silent for a moment, then shook his head. So many super soldiers on the island had died under the cover of the thick fog. In fact, many had died right in front of him. Although some were still alive, those who were alive were now too scared to think. Therefore, he didn't dare to stop Xiao Chen. Even though he didn't know why the other party didn't kill him, at least he was still alive. As for stopping Xiao Chen, he didn't think he could. To him, Xiao Chen's power was already like that of a god. Go against a god? Was he crazy? You can leave at any time, the man said after a moment of silence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly, then released the white smoke once more. In the next moment, the white smoke enveloped Old Wolf and the others, and then Xiao Chen soared into the air. The Old Wolf and the others didn't even have time to react before they were swept up into the sky by the white smoke. The fierce sound of the wind made it impossible for them to speak. They could only silently endure the hurricane. At the same time, their gazes towards Xiao Chen were particularly fervent. Is this the strength of Mr. Xiao? The Old Wolf's eyes were filled with surprise. The people they were following were gods, right? Only gods could possess such means, right? On the island, the man remained silent for a long time, then sighed lightly and said, "Call the parliament and change the policy towards the Dragon Kingdom. There might really be gods in the Dragon Kingdom." Upon hearing the man's words, his subordinates fell silent. "Sir, that bunch of fools in the parliament might not listen to us," the assistant whispered. After that man appeared, all the surveillance equipment on our island broke down. Those people in the parliament only believe in evidence. If you go back, you might even be held accountable. They'll say you exaggerated the opponent's strength to shirk responsibility. The subordinate's words left the man momentarily stunned. Then, he sneered and said, "Isn't that great? Do we have a chance against such people? We're doomed." It was right for them to dismiss me. "I'll write my resignation now," the man said quickly and then hurried back to write his resignation. Whoever wants to hold this position can do it. He certainly didn't want to anymore. If he angered that madman, he wouldn't even know what to do. Thinking of this, his steps quickened. In midair, Xiao Chen led everyone as they flew towards the Dragon Kingdom. Having absorbed so many people, most of whom were super soldiers injected with beast blood, his power had significantly increased with this wave. Under the thick fog, his strength continued to rise, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Chen was very clear now that his means were no longer comparable to ordinary people. Jin Wu had given him too much. Just this one bottle of smoke had directly elevated his strength to this level. Moreover, this method seemed tailor-made for him. "I need to find a place to continuously absorb energy," Xiao Chen murmured. However, upon reflection, he realized that he was clearly different from Jin Wu. That guy's fog could be consumed regardless of good or evil. It seemed that he could only absorb if the opponent's evil reached a certain standard. How many planes do I need to consume? Xiao Chen felt a bit helpless. Skills are great, but they might not necessarily suit him. No, wait, Feng Hao. Xiao Chen suddenly had a thought about the game planes. Other planes might have a limit on the number of people. After all, if you consumed an entire city, it would truly be gone. Even reproduction takes time, and what is born might not necessarily be evil. But Feng Hao was different. In the game world, monsters respawn. If he could consume those monsters? With this thought, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened even more. It seemed he had really found a path to wealth. Just imagining that scene made Xiao Chen feel that with this wave, he would definitely win big. Flying at full speed, Xiao Chen took a total of 4 hours before he stood suspended by the sea in the East China Sea. "This is our territory." Xiao Chen glanced around. It seemed they had arrived at Shanghai. He had brought everyone directly to Shanghai. "We've already reached Shanghai? Too." Xingyue looked at the scene before her with a hint of surprise. Her strength was slightly stronger than that of the Old Wolf and the others. Although it was uncomfortable to be blown by such intense wind, she could still endure it. On the contrary, the Old Wolf and the others had already vomited in mid-air. At this moment, the few of them looked dispirited and said to Xiao Chen, "Mr. Xiao, please let us down first." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "All right." After saying this, Xiao Chen quickly rushed towards a coastline and soon let them down by. The SEAIT was already late at night, otherwise, their appearance would surely have caused a stir. "Xiao Chen, my phone and everything else are destroyed. Do you have one? I need to contact old Bai." Chu Qingyue looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. At this moment, she had 1,000 words. She wanted to say to Xiao Chen, but at this time, she didn't know how to start. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and then handed his phone to Chu Qingyue. He glanced at Old Wolf and the others and said, "You all go back now?" "Yes." Old Wolf and the others nodded and replied, "Mr. Xiao, we will head back immediately." On the way, they had already learned that their enemy was dead. He had been directly turned into dust by Xiao Chen, and now he might have already become fish food. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. Given the current situation, it was undoubtedly the best outcome for them. Since Xiao Chen told them to go back, they would return first. As for Xiao Chen, they knew he would definitely wait for the officials to arrive. Soon, Chu Qingyue finished the call, watched Old Wolf and the others leave quickly, and then turned to look at Xiao Chen, her expression complex. Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue and sighed. Throughout the journey, Chu Qingyue had been looking at him with a slightly resentful gaze, making him feel particularly uncomfortable. After Old Wolf and the others left, Xiao Chen turned to Chu Qingyue beside him. "Xiao Chen." Chu Qingyue took a deep breath and said, that day you told me to think it through. And now I have. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Chu Qingyue. At this moment, her gaze was intensely fixed on him as she said, if old Bai comes, I will resign from my position and follow you from now on. In the future, I will only stay by your side. I won't care about family matters anymore. Chu Qingyue took a deep breath and spoke. Because of Xiao Chen, her family had already gained too much. Now that the Xiao family had her second uncle, who was about to become a congenital warrior, her presence was no longer important. Moreover, she had previously discussed this issue with Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong's attitude was clear. He told her not to consider the family. In fact, Chu Xiong knew very well that Xiao Chen was from the Dragon Country. Given the current situation, even if Xiao Chen had some conflicts with the officials, it wouldn't escalate. The officials were not fools. Xiao Chen was nearly invincible now, and anyone who provoked him would not have a good outcome. Furthermore, Chu Xiong also knew that some families were already aware of Xiao Chen's deep background and would not actively offend him. As for those still thinking about huge profits and trying to trouble Xiao Chen, they were doomed. No one could stop them. Such people, if they died, then so be it. As for the Chu family, as long as Chu Qingyue was Xiao Chen's woman, even if she didn't side with the Chu family, the benefits they gained would still be enormous. Since that was the case, then, what difference did it make? They couldn't just take all the benefits for themselves, could they? If his daughter had such a fate, Chu Xiong would be more than happy. After all, the other party was a cultivator. If his daughter followed him, wouldn't the other party help her cultivate? Listening to Chu Qingyue's words, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Since Chu Qingyue had made her choice, he naturally agreed. So, where do we go now? They are in Shengjing, and it will take several hours to get here. Chu Qingyue spoke. She was well aware that even if they came, it wouldn't be this quick. And now, the two of them were still here. Is Zhao Tianfang in Shanghai? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, since he had given Zhao Tianfang a portion of the medicine last time, he hadn't contacted him again. However, Xiao Chen had left some medicine with Songya, and every time Zhao Tianfang came, he would go to find Songya. After all, Xiao Chen's occasional disappearances made him hard to find. Yes, we can look for old Zhao. Chu Qingyue nodded. At this moment, her clothes were still covered in dirt, and after a long battle, she felt uncomfortable all over. Following Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue felt that she had an odor now. Going to Zhao Tianfang's place and cleaning up is indeed very necessary. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and immediately called Zhao Tianfang. Brother Xiao, are you looking for me? Zhao Tianfang sounded particularly delighted on the other end of the line. After all, the caller was Xiao Chen. Although he was just a doctor, the people he treated were either rich or noble. Moreover, as the only divine doctor in Long Country, holding resources like healing potions, most big shots were seeking Zhao Tianfang's help. And all of these resources were brought to him by Xiao Chen. Naturally, Zhao Tianfang held great respect for Xiao Chen. At this moment, after receiving Xiao Chen's call, he was extremely excited. In his eyes, this was a true big shot. Old Zhao, I'm in Shanghai, Xiao Chen said. Brother Xiao is in Shanghai? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm currently out of town. Zhao Tianfang replied with a face full of regret. He had just left Shanghai when he received Xiao Chen's call, which left him feeling quite helpless. After thinking for a moment, he said, Brother Xiao, give me a location, and I'll have my granddaughter come pick you up. He had long wanted his granddaughter to meet Xiao Chen. However, even he rarely saw Xiao Chen, let alone his granddaughter. Now that Xiao Chen had finally come to Shanghai, it was only right to give him a warm reception. Having his granddaughter interact with him would be beneficial. After Xiao Chen sent his location to Zhao Tianfang asked him to wait there. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen turned to Chu Qingyue. At this moment, Chu Qingyue looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of curiosity. The shock she experienced today was quite significant. Along the way, she had witnessed Xiao Chen's ability to ride the clouds, especially that thick smoke, which completely overturned Chu Qingyue's imagination. Xiao Chen, was that thick smoke a technique of the immortals? Chu Qingyue asked with a hint of curiosity. Sort of. Xiao Chen nodded, but his mind was occupied with other thoughts. He had previously tried to have Songya start cultivating, but found that she couldn't accept his impartation and was unable to obtain the Qi training manual. Of course, Xiao Chen had also deduced a pattern. Whether it was Gu Ming or Xiao, they were all people with dimensional ties to him. Therefore, they could learn his techniques. As for Chen Linger and Chen Ran, they were his disciples, so they could as well. Even Gu Qingran could learn from him. However, both Songya and Chu Qingyue, although they were his women, were unrelated to his system. Thus, they couldn't cultivate. It seems I need to find a Qi training method, Xiao Chen murmured. He didn't want to see the women around him leave one after another after 100 years, and the Qi training manual was undoubtedly most suitable for Gu Qingran. With this thought, Xiao Chen sent a message to Gu Qingran. After he had sent a batch of fruits to her before, he hadn't heard from her since and didn't know how she was doing now. Brother Xiao, forgive me, I'm just a small cultivator. In this world, the fruits you gave are treasures, and I've been selling them bit by bit. Gu Qingran replied helplessly. In the cultivation world, there were plenty of cases of killing and robbing treasures. Her cultivation level had just reached the early stage of the golden core, and if she encountered some trouble, she might not be able to handle it. So, she was particularly cautious while selling. Hearing Gu Qingran's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. However, he had no way to help. He knew that Gu Qingran's world was different from others. In that world, resources were scarce. The more so, the more precious those resources appeared. If those old monsters suddenly found out about the influx of so many resources, they would definitely take action. A lot of those fruits were eaten by me. Gu Qingran sent a message to Xiao Chen. The rest were exchanged for some resources. Next time you come, I can also give you some resources. Gu Qingran said softly at that moment. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and agreed. Undoubtedly, Gu Qingran was still struggling over there. She didn't dare to show her face, fearing she would be targeted. However, Xiao Chen still asked Gu Qingran to help him find a few cultivation techniques. Sure, Xiao Gu, I'll look for them. Gu Qingran nodded and then cut off contact with Xiao Chen. Just after the connection was severed, Xiao Chen saw a car speeding towards them from a distance. The car stopped in front of Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyue, and as the other party got out, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhao Tianfeng's granddaughter to be quite attractive. The other party was also sizing up Xiao Chen. Is this the young talent my grandfather mentioned? Mr. Xiao. Looking at Xiao Chen, Zhao Xinman smiled slightly and said, I've heard about you from my grandfather for a long time. He even said I should visit you when I have the chance, but unfortunately, I never had the time. As she spoke, she also glanced at Chu Qingyue beside Xiao Chen, frowning slightly. Her grandfather had told her to treat Xiao Chen well, and if possible, developing a relationship with him wouldn't be a bad idea. But looking at the woman beside Xiao Chen, Zhao Xinman shook her head at that moment. The other party was undoubtedly a very important client. The Zhao family had been quite popular lately, largely due to the other party's potions. However, if there were others around him, she naturally couldn't expect to have anything with Xiao Chen. Mr. Xiao, please get in the car. Although Zhao Xinman didn't know why Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyue were there, she politely invited them into the car. Find us a hotel to stay in first, Xiao Chen said to Zhao Xinman. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinman didn't hesitate, nodded, and drove off. Although her grandfather intended for her to bring Xiao Chen home, since he had such a request, she wouldn't force it. Moreover, seeing the relationship between Chu Qingyue and Xiao Chen, Zhao Xinman knew that their relationship was different. Given her current status, she wouldn't compete with other women for a man. She took Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyue to a hotel, and after bringing them inside, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, Mr. Xiao, may I ask what brings you to Shanghai this time? If there's anything we, the Zhao family, can help with, just let me know. Zhao Xinman said with a smile. Regardless, the other party held the Zhao family's lifeline, and she was well aware of that. Therefore, Zhao Xinman was particularly courteous to Xiao Chen. Moreover, according to her grandfather, the man before her was a congenital warrior. She knew what kind of status a congenital warrior held. Not to mention anything else, just the identity of a congenital warrior was enough for her to treat Xiao Chen well. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, No need. Miss Xiao, I originally came to meet your grandfather, but unfortunately he is not here. Xiao Chen had intended to meet Zhao Tianfeng mainly because he wanted to know if the old man had figured anything out after receiving his spiritual potion. However, Xiao Chen felt that it was unlikely he would come to any conclusions. After all, Zhao Tianfeng had previously held the life potion without any effect. Alright, since that's the case, I won't disturb you, Zhao Xinman said with a smile upon hearing this. She then stood up to take her leave. The other party clearly had no intention of continuing the conversation, and Zhao Xinman naturally wouldn't press on. Even if he was a congenital warrior with a high status, her position in the Zhao family was not low either. After leaving the hotel, Zhao Xinman called Zhao Tianfeng. Grandpa, I've picked him up and arranged for him to stay at the hotel, Zhao Xinman said with a smile. He should have other matters to attend to in Shanghai, so we don't need to worry about it. Why didn't you invite Brother Xiao to our home? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfeng immediately became anxious and asked eagerly. Zhao Xinman helplessly replied, Grandpa, you really don't need to worry about my matters. That Xiao Chen isn't particularly good looking, and besides, there are other people around him. A woman named Chu Qingyue. Zhao Xinman's words made Zhao Tianfeng helplessly reply, That's the young lady of the Chu family in Shengjing. Forget it, I won't bother with you anymore. Actually, I still think you and Brother Xiao are quite suitable, Zhao Tianfeng said helplessly. He knew his granddaughter's temperament well, so he was too lazy to advise her. Grandpa, since everything has been settled, I'm going back, Zhao Xinman said with a smile, and then she drove away directly. At that moment, inside the hotel, Chu Qingyue had already taken a shower and changed into a new outfit. The clothes she had asked the hotel staff to buy fit her quite well. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue suddenly sat in his lap, hugging him without saying a word. These days, she had been thinking about Xiao Chen constantly. Now that she finally saw him again, she felt her heart was unburdened. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Chu Qingyue immediately looked at Xiao Chen. Old Bai is here, Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue quickly opened the door, and sure enough, Old Bai and Wu Lai were standing at the entrance. As Old Bai walked in and looked at Xiao Chen, his expression was complex. Although he had long known about the other party's identity as a cultivator, now, looking at Xiao Chen, there was still a hint of disbelief in his eyes. He had seen the large pit that Xiao Chen had created. It was big enough to be turned into a lake. One could say that even a missile strike would only achieve this level of destruction. This terrifying destructive power proved Xiao Chen's strength. But that wasn't the most critical part. The key was that just yesterday, Wu Lai had spoken with Xiao Chen. But how long had it been? Less than 24 hours. The other party had come and gone and even brought someone back. He didn't even know how they had entered the country. The level of fear this invoked was unimaginable. Mr. Xiao, looking at Xiao Chen, Old Bai took a deep breath and said, I underestimated you. He was very clear that at this point, Xiao Chen had truly entered the sight of those two high-ranking individuals. The higher-ups were particularly troubled now. The appearance of the legendary immortal was something they felt helpless about. They didn't know what kind of attitude to adopt when facing an immortal. Similarly, it made them realize that if the dragon country were to rise, it would have to rely on the other party. Xiao Chen. After thinking for a moment, Old Bai said softly, I have met with those two, and their attitude is consistent. They maintain a friendly stance towards you, and even made your information a secret, so no one can know your current situation. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, You first tell me about the situation in the United states. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Qingyue. After listening to Chu Qingyue's report, Old Bai and Wu Lai's expression suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Their gazes towards Xiao Chen were filled with fear. In Chu Qingyue's description, Xiao Chen had almost descended from the sky in an instant. He even released a terrifying area of thick smoke. Then, the area dispersed and most of the people were dead. Just this alone made Old Bai and Wu Lai understand that the man before them was definitely not simple. Mr. Xiao, what was that smoke? They looked at Xiao Chen, and at that moment Old Bai asked. In his mind, Xiao Chen's status had almost been elevated to an infinite level. Even so, he felt that Xiao Chen's methods seemed even more numerous. Just a little trick, Xiao Chen replied. Old Bai and Wu Lai fell silent. The kind of smoke that could instantly cover a large area was absolutely terrifying in their minds. Moreover, if Xiao Chen went berserk, the destructive power would be even greater. Just thinking about this, Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen with a particularly complex expression. The person before him seemed out of control in his eyes. This is the most dangerous part. No one knows how much chaos this person will cause once he becomes an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom. Those troubles are unacceptable to him. Thinking of this, at this moment, Old Bai took a deep breath and said, Mr. Xiao, please tell me the truth. There is no threat to normal people. Xiao Chen replied calmly, you can understand this as a domain. Only those who have committed evil and killed will be eliminated under the thick smoke. Upon hearing this, Old Bai was slightly taken aback and asked, is it really that simple? It is that simple. Xiao Chen nodded. Of course, he didn't need to mention that he could manipulate the smoke to create any kind of attack. Old Bai nodded and said, I understand. Since we have clarified the matter. At this moment, Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said, we won't disturb your rest any longer. Old Bai. Just as Old Bai was about to get up, suddenly, a voice came from behind Chu Qingyue. Old Bai, I resign from the Special Operations Group. Looking at Old Bai, Chu Qingyue spoke at that moment. Upon hearing this, Old Bai was slightly stunned, then glanced at Xiao Chen beside Chu Qingyue and smiled. Alright. He understood that Chu Qingyue had made a choice. From now on, she would be Xiao Chen's person, not the Dragon Kingdom's. Although Xiao Chen also belonged to the Dragon Kingdom, and if the officials needed something from him, he would help. However, Old Bai was very clear that Xiao Chen's status was different. Mr. Xiao. At this moment, Old Bai thought for a moment and looked at Xiao Chen. What will you do in the future? Xiao Chen raised his eyes, looked at Old Bai, and smiled. I understand what Old Bai means. You just need to remember, I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, and I just want to cultivate well. As for these matters, they are not important to me. Upon hearing this, Old Bai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He understood Xiao Chen's meaning. In other words, the other party had no interest in so-called world domination. As long as no one provoked him, these things would not happen. Since that was the case, he no longer had to worry. Thinking of this, at this moment, Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said, Mr. Xiao, I can guarantee that we will not take the initiative to provoke you. But, he then smiled and said, there are a few second-generation heirs in Shengjing who have their eyes on your potion. Oh. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at Old Bai and asked, haven't you warned them? Some people think their parents are powerful and don't listen. Old Bai said lightly, so, if they want to seek death, we can't stop them. Aren't you also hoping for them to have problems? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He understood that those who were eyeing him were definitely not on the same path as Old Bai and the others. These second-generation heirs have done quite a few wrong things. Old Bai smiled lightly, but because of their parents' connections, nothing has happened. I just want to use Mr. Zhao's hand to do something. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Chen. Of course, if you are unwilling, I will personally go warn them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen lightly nodded and said, then there's no need to worry about it. Let them come find me. Xiao Chen looked at Old Bai and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Old Bai sighed and then said, then I will trouble Mr. Xiao. After saying this, he got up and left. After Old Bai left, Chu Qingyue sat beside Xiao Chen and said softly, Xiao Chen, since someone is eyeing you, why not let Old Bai handle it? After all, if he steps in, it will avoid a lot of trouble. Having been with Xiao Chen for so long, she understood that sometimes he didn't like these troubles. But this time, Xiao Chen took the initiative to take on these troubles. This alone is something she cannot comprehend. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, he just wants to use my hands to eliminate a group of unruly second-generation rich kids. Those second-generation rich kids must have done a lot of evil deeds, but he has no jurisdiction over them. Xiao Chen said with a faint smile. Anyway, with my current abilities, even the dragon country can't do anything to me. So, he wants to use my hands to deal with those deeply entrenched families. Xiao Chen knew that after leaving this room, Old Bai might even spread the word about his control over the healing potions to those second-generation rich kids. If that happened, more and more people would come looking for him. In that case, why did you agree? Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue asked, somewhat surprised. Because I can't stand those second-generation rich kids either. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. He truly didn't care about those guys. After all, those second-generation rich kids hadn't done anything good. Since that was the case, it was fine to eliminate them. As for the trouble they could bring him, Xiao Chen didn't believe it at all. In today's Yun City, with just his two disciples, an old wolf and others, he could defend his little territory. In fact, no matter how many came, they could be slaughtered without mercy. Having reached this point, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Therefore, at this moment, Xiao Chen was not worried about these matters at all. Xiao Chen, do you still have tiger meat? Chu Qingyue looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes like water, and said softly, I want to eat it. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue in front of him and smiled faintly. I don't have tiger meat, but I have other things. The next morning, when Xiao Chen woke up, Chu Qingyue was still asleep. At that moment, Xiao Chen received a call from Zhao Xinman. Mr. Xiao, I'm downstairs at the hotel. Do you have time today? I can treat you to a meal. Zhao Xinman said softly. She thought about it last night. The Zhao family had gained quite a few benefits from Xiao Chen in recent days, so why not discuss business with him more? For example, more healing potions. Hearing Zhao Xinman's words, Xiao Chen replied, okay. He asked Zhao Xinman to wait downstairs and called Chu Qingyue up. At this moment, upon hearing that Zhao Xinman was looking for Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue carefully dressed up before linking arms with Xiao Chen to go downstairs. When are we leaving Shanghai? She looked at Xiao Chen and asked curiously. For some reason, Chu Qingyue felt particularly nervous about Zhao Xinman coming to find Xiao Chen. Similarly, she knew she couldn't stop it. However, she also didn't want more and more people around Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, no need to be so nervous. I'm not interested in this girl from the Zhao family. Chu Qingyue shook her head. Xiao Chen might not be interested in Zhao Xinman, but she was very clear that Zhao Xinman would definitely be interested in Xiao Chen. After all, in her eyes, Xiao Chen was like a piece of tangsang meat and everyone wanted to take a bite. After all, the only cultivator. She knew very well what kind of status that was. Downstairs, Zhao Xinman looked at Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyue beside him, slightly stunned. Last night when she saw Chu Qingyue, the latter was a bit disheveled, so although she thought Chu Qingyue was beautiful, she felt she was still better. But today, with Chu Qingyue's careful dressing, she was definitely not inferior to herself. Mr. Xiao, please follow me, Zhao Xinman said with a smile. I've already reserved a table. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded and asked, when will old Zhao be back? My grandfather said he would be back tomorrow. Mr. Xiao, if you want to stay in Shanghai a bit longer, that's fine too, Zhao Xinman replied with a smile. In that case, we won't disturb you, we'll leave today. Xiao Chen shook his head. He had only planned to meet Zhao Tianfang. Since people can no longer be seen, we can only go back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinman was slightly taken aback but nodded, saying, all right. Under Zhao Xinman's guidance, Xiao Chen quickly arrived at a club. This club was clearly a high-end venue, and everywhere inside was filled with luxury. Mr. Xiao, welcome to Shanghai. Zhao Xinman said, moreover, if it weren't for you, Mr. Xiao, our Zhao Pharmaceutical wouldn't have made so much money these days. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and replied, I have already discussed it with old Zhao, so there's no need to thank me. In his view, it was just 10 bottles of treatment medicine. Giving them out every month wasn't much, so he didn't care. Mr. Xiao, I wonder if we could deepen our cooperation a bit? After a moment's thought, Zhao Xinman spoke up. You know that your medicine can treat most patients, and there are too many people coming to seek it. Even diluted medicine is very precious. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, so, if Mr. Xiao could provide a little more. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand. It's not just Zhao Tianfang seeking medicine. Even old Bai had asked Xiao Chen for medicine. Although the price offered might not be as good as Zhao Tianfang's, Xiao Chen undoubtedly valued cooperation with the official side more. To him, money was no longer a concern. He could reach the position of the richest man at the fastest speed if he wanted to. But so what? The resources he needed, everything he required, sometimes had to be provided by the official side. Collaborating with the official side was the most suitable. 10 bottles were enough for the cooperation with Zhao Tianfang. Even Zhao Tianfang himself acknowledged that. Hearing Xiao Chen's firm refusal, Zhao Xinman's face couldn't hide her disappointment. I was greedy. Since that's the case, I won't bring it up again. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, she understood the other party's identity, and words once spoken could not be changed, so at this moment, Zhao Xinman chose to remain silent. After finishing the meal, Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyue prepared to leave. Zhao Xinman was just about to stand up to see them off. However, at that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Seeing the door to her private room burst open, Zhao Xinman was momentarily stunned. Having been at this club for so long, she was well aware of its situation. This club had excellent privacy, and it was impossible for guests to mistakenly enter the wrong room, especially since the club's owner was quite famous in Shanghai. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to act recklessly inside. But today, someone actually barged in? However, when Zhao Xinman looked up, there was a hint of panic in her eyes. The one who opened the private room door was a young man, who was now walking directly in. Xiao Chen also saw this young man, along with Zhang Jiejiao behind him. He hadn't expected to see Zhang Jiejiao in Shanghai. At this moment, Zhang Jiejiao was also smiling as she looked at Xiao Chen and said, Mr. Xiao, I didn't expect you to come to Shanghai. I didn't expect it either. Xiao Chen nodded, but his gaze was on the arrogant young man. At this moment, the young man was coldly staring at Xiao Chen. You are Xiao Chen, the other party spoke. My name is Lu Yan. You may not know me, but you must have heard of the Lu family in Shanghai. Looking at Xiao Chen, Lu Yan said, I haven't heard of it. Xiao Chen glanced at him and replied indifferently. He didn't even know who this person was. The Lu family in Shanghai, the underground emperors of Shanghai. This Lu Yan is the second young master of the Lu family. His grandfather is still alive, and back in the day, his grandfather could even enter the National Assembly. Chu Qingyue whispered in introduction from the side. If his grandfather hadn't retired, the Lu family's status might be even higher now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen basically understood. The first second-generation heir that old Bai had found should be this Lu Yan. This speed is quite fast. So, is it by using my own hands that I first extinguished this guy named Lu Yan? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen immediately revealed a smile and said, I wonder what brings you, Lu Xiao, to me? At this moment, Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on the other party, his eyes filled with killing intent. This guy had come knocking on his door without knowing the danger. It seemed unreasonable not to eliminate him. Lu Yan's expression was arrogant as he looked at Xiao Chen and directly spoke. I know your identity. A congenital martial artist, and you control a very mysterious potion. He looked at Xiao Chen, his gaze now tinged with greed. I heard it can even cure cancer, and bring back those on the brink of death. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Xiao Chen had yet to react, but Zhao Xinman's face had already changed dramatically. Xiao Chen's potion was the biggest secret of the Zhao family. Currently, only her grandfather and she knew about it. However, she never expected that at this moment, there was actually another person who knew. That person was Xiao Chen. Looking at Xiao Chen before her, Zhao Xinman instantly became extremely nervous. The Zhao family in Shanghai could be said to be unafraid of most forces, and with her grandfather's status they had met many people. Generally, no one would actively seek trouble. However, these days the Zhao family's situation had not been easy. No choice, even if you are a master of medicine, even if many people beg you for treatment, if the benefits you possess exceed your value, many people will be eyeing you. Moreover, many are well aware that as long as they control the potion, the so-called divine doctor is irrelevant. Under such circumstances, the pressure from various parties on the Zhao family was continuously increasing. Zhao Xinman was very clear that although the Zhao family had gained enormous benefits, they were also being targeted by many families due to the uneven distribution of these benefits. And the Lu family before her was one of them. However, the Lu family had previously been somewhat cautious of the Zhao family. After all, if the Zhao family were to disappear and no one found out who controlled the potion, it would cut off that path. Without the potion, those families waiting for it might even turn against the Lu family. Even the Lu family, as the first wealthy family in Shanghai, could not withstand such an onslaught. But if they didn't want to, honestly, no one could give up such a money tree. Just thinking about that enormous industry had already made many people's eyes turn green. The current situation was the same. Now that the Lu family knew that Xiao Chen was the one controlling the potion, it was completely different. The Lu family could completely bypass the Zhao family to find Xiao Chen, and in the future, more and more people might actively seek out Xiao Chen. In that case, the status of the Zhao family was easy to imagine. At this moment, Zhao Xinman nervously looked at Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen casually glanced at Lu Yan and smiled. So what if the potion is in my hands? It's good that it's in your hands. Lu Yan nodded and said, I know you are a congenital martial artist. Our Lu family also knows quite a few congenital martial artists. In fact, many of them are your seniors. He said, looking at Xiao Chen, for example, Master Feng from Shengjing has a good relationship with our old love, Feng Longyan? Xiao Chen raised his head and asked Lu Yan before him. Yes. Lu Yan smiled faintly. Master Feng and my grandfather have a deep friendship. I came this time for two things. First, Master Feng's son is seriously ill and I need the potion to treat him. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, this is also Master Feng's intention. And the second? Xiao Chen smiled slightly. He did not believe this was Feng Longyan's intention. Feng Longyan would have to be out of his mind to think of opposing him. Moreover, his son had already awakened. However, for some reason, Feng Longyan had not revealed this news. The second is naturally the formula for your potion. Lu Yan looked at Xiao Chen and said, I know Mr. Xiao is also a master-level figure, so our Lu family is very sincere and willing to offer 10 billion in assets in exchange for the potion formula. Lu Yan looked at Xiao Chen with great certainty. He knew that the other party was an innate martial artist. But so what if he was? The Lu family knew quite a few as well. At the same time, he was using Feng Longyan to intimidate Xiao Chen. In his view, how could a small fry just entering the innate realm compare to an established martial artist like Feng Longyan? Xiao Chen smiled faintly, but his gaze passed over Lu Yan and focused on a man with a mustache standing beside him. This man had been staring at Xiao Chen in silence since he entered, his eyes filled with greed. Moreover, with Xiao Chen's current abilities, he could naturally tell that the other party was also an innate martial artist. This should be Lu Yan's confidence. However, Xiao Chen didn't understand why, despite having a strong innate martial artist beside him, Lu Yan still used Feng Longyan as a shield. What if I say I won't give it? Xiao Chen squinted at him and asked. As soon as he said this, Lu Yan's face turned ashen, his gaze fixed on Xiao Chen as he said, Mr. Xiao, this is Shanghai. Since you've come to Shanghai, you should naturally follow the host's wishes, right? His eyes held a hint of coldness as he spoke indifferently. Even if you are innate, our Lu family is not afraid. If you weren't innate, you would have died long ago. He coldly threatened. So what if you're an innate martial artist? You should be clear about my grandfather's status. After saying this, he provocatively looked at Xiao Chen and said, if you don't know your place, then I can't help you. Xiao Chen smiled and said, the reason you're so confident is because of that person behind you, right? After saying this, Xiao Chen suddenly moved, and in the next moment he was already at the side of the mustached man. The mustached man's expression changed. He had been staring at Xiao Chen since he entered, never looking away. But just now, in an instant, the other party had vanished and reappeared right beside him. At that moment, his expression changed, and he wanted to gather his strength to strike heavily at Xiao Chen. But the next second, his face was filled with terror. Xiao Chen's hand pressed down on his shoulder, and all his energy seemed to be completely drained. At that moment, he looked at Xiao Chen in fear, as if all his strength had been sealed away. He could barely move. He struggled to lift his head and looked at Xiao Chen, his face full of disbelief. Do you know this guy? Xiao Chen turned to look at Chu Qingyue and asked. If it were an innate martial artist from the country, Chu Qingyue should know. There are 5 innate martial artists publicly known in the country, and even the rest are mostly in the hands of the authorities. The authorities wouldn't let anyone rob you. Chu Qingyue hurriedly replied upon hearing this. Cultivating an innate martial artist is extremely difficult for the authorities, not to mention they couldn't possibly be unaware of who Xiao Chen was. To rob Xiao Chen? That would be akin to voluntarily stepping into a gunfight. No one is a fool. Moreover, the current stance of the authorities towards Xiao Chen is particularly ambiguous. One could say they are wary of him while also clearly understanding that Xiao Chen is the biggest trump card of Long Country. To reveal one's own trump card would be pure foolishness, right? No one is that stupid. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He understood that it couldn't be someone from the authorities. Therefore, this person had significant issues. Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on the other party, who was now extremely tense and even hesitant to move. Lu Yan was also stunned, turning to look at the man in front of him, constantly signaling with his eyes. Didn't you say you could handle a newly entered innate martial artist? Why aren't you making a move? Lu Yan stared at the other party and spoke. The other party could only bitterly shake his head. He had miscalculated. This is not merely a matter of entering the innate realm. It is a mountain that I cannot see clearly at all. Suddenly, a hand casually pressed down on my shoulder, and it felt as if all my strength had vanished. At this moment, I didn't even dare to speak. Inoue, aren't you going to make a move? Lu Yan shouted, unable to hold back any longer. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and said, "Is this a person from He Country? A person from He Country came to Long Country and is even planning to act within Long Country?" Xiao Chen squinted slightly and then glanced at Lu Yan, saying, "Kid, are you looking for death?" "What did you say?" Lu Yan replied coldly with a smile. "I have my grandfather backing me up. What can you do?" "Is that so?" Xiao Chen shook his head, then waved his hand. Instantly, the man named Inoue spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing into the wall. As his body fell heavily, his eyes were filled with horror. With that slap, he had been rendered powerless. Now, he couldn't feel any strength within him at all. He never imagined that his trip to Long Country would turn out like this. He had considered the worst-case scenario, which was merely being chased by a few innate martial artists from Long Country, or even struggling to escape. But he was skilled at fleeing, which was why he dared to come to Long Country. Now, let alone escaping, he had no means left. He was completely incapacitated. Lu Yan was stunned. The man who had claimed to be exceptionally powerful, even saying he had once defeated Feng Longyan, had just fallen like this? Moreover, the other party hadn't used any techniques. He had just waved his hand casually. It was like swatting a fly, and his greatest reliance was gone. At this moment, he was truly afraid. Looking at Xiao Chen, Lu Yan was trembling all over. "Don't worry, I won't let you die. After all, you colluded with people from He Country to steal secrets. You are finished." Xiao Chen patted Lu Yan's shoulder and then glanced at Chu Qingyue. At this moment, Chu Qingyue hurriedly nodded and began dialing Old Bai's number. The trouble was caused by Old Bai for Xiao Chen, so naturally, it would also be Old Bai who would clean up the mess. It wouldn't be appropriate for Xiao Chen to be the knife and also the rag, right? Soon, Old Bai and Wu Lai arrived. In fact, they hadn't left last night. They had stayed directly at the hotel. So, shortly after Chu Qingyue finished her call, Old Bai came. He first glanced at Lu Yan, frowned slightly, and then looked at Inoue in front of him. He knew about the innate martial artists from He Country. In fact, among the innate martial artists from He Country, this guy ranked second. But now, an innate martial artist, lying on the ground, pale-faced and terrified, looking as if he had little breath left. What happened? Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Isn't this person the one you were looking for?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, "I haven't even started yet." Upon hearing this, Old Bai was taken aback and said, "The Lu family has set their sights on you too? Faster than my news?" After hearing this, Xiao Chen fell silent. So, this was a reckless fool? Turning to look at the dazed Lu Yan, he shook his head. Truly a foolish person. He thought this was the first family that Old Bai wanted to eliminate using his hands. He didn't expect that this was a pure gift. Alright, no matter what. Colluding with innate martial artists from He Country, this kid has basically confessed. Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said, "What should we do next?" "His arrogance is due to his grandfather. Since that's the case, shall we go meet him?" Xiao Chen said with a smile, "I know that your identity makes it difficult for some people to act, but I have no such qualms." Xiao Chen, the other party once held a significant position. Even if they are no longer in the National Assembly, you can't act recklessly. Old Bai, upon hearing this, spoke urgently. "I will definitely give you an explanation. Why would you kill an old man who is almost only left with his heels outside the coffin? What if the news of this grandson gets out and he dies of anger?" Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said helplessly. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "Alright then, I won't take care of it." At this moment, Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to look at Lu Yan. This guy was clearly just here to put on a show, and he didn't even do it well. However, the biggest trouble now is that your information has leaked. Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Bai pointed at Inoue and said, "The people from He Country already know you have the potion. Coincidentally, I've been wanting to find a place to relax lately, so I'll go to He Country for a break." Xiao Chen thought for a moment. That cloud of his seemed to need quite a bit of energy replenishment. Why not? Don't make too much noise. Too many deaths will be hard to handle. Old Bai said, "At the very least, we can't let people know it was us." "Don't worry, I'll take action tonight." Xiao Chen waved his hand. As for Xiao Chen, Old Bai had no choice but to let Wu Lai drag a few people back. He needed to strictly interrogate these people in Shanghai. Mr. Xiao. Zhang Jieja, being taken away, looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Mr. Xiao, I am Zhang Jieja. I know Lu Ming. Do you remember me?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Zhang Jieja and said, "I remember. Mr. Xiao, Lu Ming and I are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. I am willing to be Lu Ming's girlfriend. Please help me." She looked at Xiao Chen, speaking urgently. Oh, Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, smiled and looked at Zhang Jieja. "I'm sorry. My foolish disciple is not lucky enough to date you. Your Zheng family status is too high. My disciple is not worthy." Zhang Jieja's face changed continuously at this moment. She wanted to plead with Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen completely ignored her and had someone take Zhang Jieja away as well. Having gotten involved with the Lu family and even having experts from He Country by their side, it could be said that Zhang Jieja was finished. Don't even mention competing for any position with her second uncle. Now, after one misstep, Zhang Jieja was almost making mistakes at every turn. Thinking of this, at this moment, Zhang Jieja's eyes were filled with a hint of panic. "Mr. Xiao, I really know I was wrong." Zhang Jieja looked at Xiao Chen, speaking urgently. Unfortunately, at this moment, Xiao Chen completely ignored her. "Let's go," Wu Lai said coldly beside Old Bai. At this moment, Lu Yan shouted anxiously, "I want to see my grandfather." "Alright, let your grandfather come." Upon hearing this, Old Bai smiled faintly. "I haven't seen your grandfather in a long time either. Just in time, we can catch up." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Then let him come." Old Bai gave Wu Lai a look. and Wu Lai immediately went to make a phone call. As for the situation in the room, everyone knew what was going on at this moment. Zhao Xinman glanced at Xiao Chen in front of her eyes filled with a hint of surprise. She had heard about the power of innate martial artists, but deep down, she thought, no matter how powerful you are, how powerful can you really be? The so-called human-shaped nuclear bomb was just a boastful saying. However, just now, seeing Xiao Chen suddenly disappear and then reappear in front of the people from Yi country, she realized she seemed to have been wrong. At this moment, she looked closely at Xiao Chen, her eyes full of curiosity. After Wu Lai finished the call, he returned and looked at Xiao Chen, then glanced at Inoue, who was lying on the ground pale-faced, and said, "Is this guy going to die?" Inoue's face was pale and his eyes were filled with a hint of terror. He was trembling in fear, not knowing what to do. After all, for him, such a person was definitely not just an innate martial artist, he was even beyond that. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are actually individuals who surpass innate martial artists, which is undoubtedly a disaster for the He Kingdom. "It's fine," Xiao Chen said with a faint smile. "He's just scared right now. He won't die." "That's good." Wu Lai nodded upon hearing this. He wasn't worried about this guy dying, rather, capturing a top-level figure from the He Kingdom would yield a lot of intelligence for them. After waiting for a while, the door was soon pushed open and Xiao Chen saw an elderly man with a weary face walking in slowly. The old man's age appeared to be quite advanced, and Xiao Chen could faintly sense the aura of death surrounding him. Xiao Chen knew that this old man's lifespan was nearing its end, and he was likely not to live beyond 6 months. Of course, this had nothing to do with him. As the old man entered, he first glanced at Lu Yan in front of him, then looked at Jingsheng Xiongyu, and finally turned to Old Bai. "Old Bai, what do you mean by calling me here?" As he said this, he turned to Lu Yan and asked, "Did you cause trouble outside, you rascal?" "Old Bai, my grandson is a bit mischievous. I'll take him back to discipline him," he said, looking at Old Bai with a smile. Upon hearing this, Old Bai calmly replied, "Old Lu, it's not that. I'm not giving you face. Your grandson can't be taken away. He has to follow me." Saying this, Old Bai pointed at the person on the ground and asked, "Do you know what this person's name is?" "Oh, does he have something to do with my grandson?" Upon hearing this, Old Lu was slightly taken aback and asked, "Who is he?" "Jingsheng Xiongyu," Old Bai said coldly, "an innate martial artist from the He Kingdom." Old Lu's expression changed instantly. At that moment, he turned his gaze to his grandson and his previously indifferent eyes turned stern. He knew very well that even if his grandson had caused some major trouble with his current status, he could still protect him. However, some matters were simply beyond saving. For instance, colluding with an enemy nation. That crime was too severe, even he couldn't bear it. "Old Bai, my grandson must have been deceived." He turned to Old Bai and said, "This matter, it must be a misunderstanding." "This is not a misunderstanding," Xiao Chen sneered. "Your grandson came here threatening me and even prepared to make a move." "Oh," Old Lu looked at Xiao Chen and said lightly, "I don't know who this young brother is." "My name is Xiao Chen," Xiao Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Old Lu's brows furrowed slightly as he pondered who the other party was. The fact that Old Bai was involved, along with an innate martial artist from the He Kingdom stepping forward, indicated that the young man before him was certainly not simple. Realizing this, he looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes contemplating the other's identity. He understood that the initiative in this matter lay with Xiao Chen, not Old Bai, so if Xiao Chen spoke up, his grandson might still be saved. At worst, he would just have to pay a little more. The Lu family's business was so vast that paying a bit was nothing. However, he had no idea that from the very beginning, what Xiao Chen and the others were after was not his business, but the Lu family itself. The Lu family had done quite a bit over the years, and logically, they should have been held accountable long ago. However, as long as Old Lu was still alive and had his face intact, the Lu family could still live comfortably. But there were also people they couldn't afford to offend, like Xiao Chen. Old Bai had recognized this point and thought to let these people voluntarily walk to their doom. It was also a way to clean up a batch of scoundrels for the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, unexpectedly, before Old Bai could even make a move, someone had already come knocking. "You are an innate martial artist?" Old Lu suddenly slapped his forehead and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "I remember now." He indeed recalled hearing that there was a new innate martial artist in the country, and it was evidently Xiao Chen.at. This moment, Old Lu turned to glance at Wu Lai and Xiao Chen, and it was no wonder that Inoue Hiroshi was in such a dire situation. Under the siege of 2 innate martial artists, it was bound to be like this. "Little brother, I'm quite familiar with Feng Longyan too." Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Lu said with a smile, "My grandson has been a bit unruly and accidentally provoked you. I apologize on behalf of my grandson." As he said this, he looked at Xiao Chen and continued, "Little brother, how about you let my grandson off the hook for Feng Longyan's sake?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to Old Lu and smiled. Not a chance. Old Lu himself did not expect Xiao Chen to refuse so decisively, and at that moment he looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of dissatisfaction. Their Lu family's status was not low, even innate martial artists should give them some face. Moreover, there were more innate martial artists in the country than just Xiao Chen. "Your grandson wants to take my business and says that if I don't comply, then I won't be able to leave Shanghai." Xiao Chen said lightly, "You think a single sentence from you can make this matter go away?" Hearing this, Old Lu sighed. "It's my fault for being too indulgent with this child. Brother Xiao, please let my grandson off this time. Consider it a favor owed by the Lu family. I am quite familiar with Feng Longyan, and in the future, if you need it, I can have Feng Longyan help you out once." Looking at the old man before him, Xiao Chen shook his head. To put it plainly, this old man was truly confused. The grandfather and grandson were the same. They both liked to pressure others. In their eyes, perhaps the old innate master Feng Longyan could still intimidate him, but they did not know that even Feng Longyan would not dare to act against him. "He still owes me a favor," Xiao Chen said lightly. Upon hearing this, Old Lu was momentarily taken aback. Then after a Moment of contemplation, he said, Brother Xiao, it's better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Whatever you need, the Lu family can provide. As he said this, his eyes were filled with expectation as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled and replied, sorry, I don't need anything. After saying this, he glanced at Old Bai and said, Old Bai, take them away. Grandpa. At this, Lu Yan spoke urgently. Even old Lu's expression changed, and he calmly said, you go back with them first, don't worry, Grandpa will find a way. After saying this, he stood up, glanced at Xiao Chen, and did not say anything harsh. He simply turned and left. He understood the other party's attitude, so there was nothing more to say. Thus, he left quite quickly. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at Old Bai beside him and said, this old man seems to be quite persistent. It's normal. Old Bai replied, the older they get, the more confused they become. At this moment, Old Lu had exited the private room and began dialing a phone number. Old leader, it's me. I don't want to disturb you, but my grandson is in trouble. He's my only grandson, Old Lu said anxiously. However, just as the call went through, he heard a cold voice on the other end. I already know what your grandson has done. I've sent someone over. For the next few days, you Lu family members should behave yourselves, and also, the Lu family has gone too far in recent years. The call was immediately hung up. Upon hearing this, Old Lu was instantly stunned. He had not expected the leader to say such a thing. At this moment, he stood there in a daze. He knew that when his old superior said this, it was equivalent to telling him that his grandson would not be coming out. Even, the Lu family was about to face a great disaster. Just thinking about this made Old Lu feel unsteady. He hurriedly got into the car and said, quick, bring those ungrateful descendants back. I have things to arrange. When he stammered out these words, his face had already turned pale. At that moment, Xiao Chen stood up and said, since there's nothing more to discuss, I'll be heading back. Mr. Xiao, I'll see you off. Zhao Xinman quickly responded. From the beginning, she had shown no interest in Xiao Chen, but now she felt a flicker of curiosity towards him. She could see that Xiao Chen was completely unfazed by Lu Lao's threats. In fact, even Bai Lao, a person of such stature, treated Xiao Chen with a completely different attitude. She even sensed a hint of flattery in his tone. At that moment, she understood that Xiao Chen was definitely not just an ordinary innate martial artist. However, upon reflection, it made sense. An ordinary innate martial artist would never have access to healing potions and the like. I'll handle the Lu family's matters. Over the years, they've committed numerous wrongdoings, and I won't let a single one slide, Bai Lao said from behind Xiao Chen. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen and added, you might as well stay another night. After all, an innate martial artist coming to Shanghai with you as the target is a bit strange. Hearing this, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered. He had flown from overseas to Shanghai. Moreover, he had just arrived last night, and today at noon he encountered this group of people. Even if they were targeting him, it shouldn't have happened so quickly, unless they had followed him on the same flight. Realizing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, then I'll wait at the hotel. He was indeed curious whether this was a spontaneous decision by the locals or if they were genuinely targeting him. Additionally, I've already made a call. None of the Lu family members will be spared. They will all be controlled and strictly scrutinized. Bai Lao looked at Xiao Chen and said, the higher-ups told me that as long as you haven't committed any crimes, no matter what happens, they'll support you to the end. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and then directly took Chu Qingyue back with him. He knew that nowadays, most people in Longwei regarded Xiao Chen as a trump card. They naturally understood how terrifying he was, especially in these past few days. Once news from overseas returned, everyone would realize just how formidable Xiao Chen truly was. Therefore, at this moment, Xiao Chen was not worried about these matters. After that, Xiao Chen took Chu Qingyue back to the hotel. Just as they arrived at the hotel, Xiao Chen received a call from Wu Lai. Mr. Xiao, these people are indeed targeting you, Wu Lai said urgently on the other end of the line, or rather, they are targeting the Zhao family. They all know about the miraculous properties of the Zhao family's potion, so it's not just Inoue Yu, but several other innate martial artists have quietly infiltrated Shanghai. However, Inoue Yu has found Lu Yan. Their target is Zhao Xinman. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression darkened. It was just as he suspected. From the very beginning, their target was not him, but Zhao Xinman. It was only because he appeared alongside Zhao Xinman and Zhang Jieja, who had been following Lu Yan, noticed him. So now, the danger was not to him, but to Zhao Xinman. Realizing this, Xiao Chen quickly called Zhao Xinman. Where are you? Xiao Chen immediately said. You're in danger right now. Come find me immediately. Zhao Xinman on the other end of the line was taken aback and asked anxiously, Mr. Xiao, do you mean their target is you, not me? Xiao Chen replied coldly, no one knows I've come to Shanghai. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinman was momentarily stunned. Then she headed straight towards Xiao Chen. She understood that at this moment only Xiao Chen could ensure her safety. After all, she had witnessed the power he displayed when he made his move at the beginning. Just thinking about this, Zhao Xinman hurriedly made her way over. She was very clear that once she was in danger, the troubles for the Zhao family would definitely be greater. It was only after Zhao Xinman quickly arrived at the hotel where Xiao Chen was that she relaxed. Mr. Xiao, are you saying that there are still people outside watching me? At that moment, Zhao Xinman's eyes were filled with urgency as she asked. She believed Xiao Chen's words. Without a doubt, after all, even the Lu family had taken action now. Before she finished speaking, the phone rang urgently. It's my grandfather. Zhao Xinman answered the call, but the voice on the other end immediately changed her expression dramatically. What? Grandfather was taken away by several people? Zhao Xinman's face changed, and she turned to look at Xiao Chen. It seems their target is your Zhao family. Xiao Chen sighed upon hearing this. It was evident that these people knew how precious the potions the Zhao family was selling were, and under such circumstances they were definitely looking for the biggest target. Zhao Xinman was one, but Zhao Tianfan was the head of the Zhao family. In the current situation, it was undoubtedly Zhao Tianfan who was their target. No wonder this group has been lurking in Shanghai for so long. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, already aware of the situation. The target of this group was Zhao Tianfang. Realizing this, Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said, "It seems Zhao Tianfang has really been captured." Xiao Chen hadn't expected that a group of people would be lurking here just to capture Zhao Tianfang. Undoubtedly, old Zhao was truly unfortunate. He rushed back in a hurry just to find him. Having just gotten off the plane, he hadn't even seen him before being captured. At this moment, just thinking about this scene made him feel a bit helpless. "Mr. Xiao, please, you must save my grandfather." Zhao Xinman's face had turned particularly ugly as she spoke. "As long as Mr. Xiao is willing to help, I can agree to any conditions." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "I don't need you to say anything about my relationship with old Zhao. I will take action." After saying this, he directly called old Bai. "I already know the situation." On the other end of the line, old Bai's expression was serious as he said, "Our people are already investigating, and the special operations team has begun to act. However, the opponent's strength is considerable. They are definitely innate martial artists. Under these circumstances, it will be very troublesome." Old Bai said helplessly, "They should also be innate martial artists from other countries. I asked Inoue Yu, and he told me that besides him, there is one from Siam and one from Han City." "Oh?" Xiao Chen asked in surprise. "Siam and Han City also have innate martial artists?" Xiao Chen hadn't expected that these small places could also cultivate innate ones. Meanwhile, Long Country only had 5 innate martial artists. Han City has 1, who should have arrived by now. The one from Siam is a bit special, with very strange methods, and their strength should be innate. Old Bai said, "If it's them, Mr. Xiao, we will need you to take action." He knew very well that if Xiao Chen didn't act, relying solely on Wu Lai would be somewhat difficult. Of course, it wasn't that the special operations team was afraid of these people. In terms of numbers, the special operations team had more personnel, and there were even some who hadn't reached innate but could still fight against innate martial artists. "Alright, leave this matter to me," Xiao Chen said upon hearing this. He knew very well that he had to take action now. With this in mind, Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue and said, "Protect her well. I'll be back soon." "Okay." Chu Qingyue nodded in response. She wasn't worried at all about Xiao Chen going out to deal with these innate martial artists. She had seen how terrifying Xiao Chen was now. With such strength, generally speaking, there was simply no one who could withstand it. So at this moment, Chu Qingyue directly pulled Zhao Xinman upstairs. Xiao Chen glanced outside and then took a deep breath. His body surged out at almost the fastest speed. At this moment, he was exceptionally quick, directly teleporting into the air. Smoke billowed out, lifting Xiao Chen into the sky, while his spiritual sense began to sweep the surroundings. His spiritual sense had a certain range. After all, he was only at the foundation establishment stage. It was impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator to have an exceptionally far-reaching spiritual sense. Even so, it was sufficient for now. While moving rapidly, he continuously searched the streets of Shanghai. Soon, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Found it. His gaze turned to a villa area not far away. Zhao Tianfang was there, and beside him were 3 others. One was a martial artist with abundant vital energy, and another exuded a strange aura that made Xiao Chen frown slightly. "This aura is more like a cultivator?" Xiao Chen squinted and whispered. It was the first time he discovered that there were actually cultivators on Earth. Although the other party's cultivation method was rather unorthodox, even somewhat unlike that of a cultivator, the energy within was undeniable. These Siamese people's methods are indeed peculiar. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The aura of that Siamese person was roughly comparable to a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, while beside him stood a person who seemed dazed. Or rather, a person without any vital signs. Living dead? Or a zombie? Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. Undoubtedly, this was the Siamese person's technique. At this moment, Xiao Chen moved suddenly, and the next moment he activated his teleportation, appearing directly in the room. His sudden appearance left the few people momentarily stunned. In that instant of their days, Xiao Chen waved at Zhao Tianfang, who instantly fell into a coma and was directly stored in Xiao Chen's space. Only then did Xiao Chen turn to face the people before him. "Who allowed you to come to Longhua? Who are you?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Han Cheng's innate and the Siamese cultivator stared at him in terror, nervously asking, "Who I am is not important." Xiao Chen said coldly, "However, it's inappropriate for you to come to our Longhua to kidnap us, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Siamese cultivator immediately shouted, and in an instant, a wave of black energy surged from his hand, transforming into a ghostly figure that lunged at Xiao Chen. The zombie behind him also charged towards Xiao Chen. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen sneered, waved his hand, and his thick smoke erupted as well. The smoke billowed out, and the next moment, the black energy collided with his white smoke. At that moment, it seemed as if the black mist had encountered something strange, emitting a terrified sound as it retreated, but the white mist had already surrounded it. Beneath the white mist, the black energy continuously screamed, while the white mist was eroding its body. In front of Xiao Chen, the black energy was visibly dissolving. In fact, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened slightly because after the white mist devoured the black energy, it brought him significant benefits. This white mist seemed to evolve by consuming these energies. Even the previous super soldiers, when eroded by this white mist, did not have such an effect. However, at the moment the white mist eroded the black energy, Xiao Chen could feel that his own white mist was continuously evolving. As for the zombie, it was the same. Under the spreading white mist, black energy continuously emerged from the zombie, and as soon as that black energy appeared, it was devoured. The Siamese cultivator and Han Chang's innate were even more terrified. They didn't even know what was happening. They only knew that these white mist-like substances were almost omnipresent, continuously devouring their life force. Even now, they couldn't even move, only able to endure the erosion of the mist. "Your Excellency, spare my life," the Siamese cultivator cried out in terror. "We will leave Longhua immediately." "Speak. Who came up with the idea to kidnap Zhao Tianfang?" Xiao Chen said coldly, looking at them. Upon hearing this, the two fell silent for a moment, then growled. It was a news from Higuo saying Zhao Tianfang has control over a secret medicine. It can cure over 80% of diseases. In Higuo didn't dare to act, so they turned to us wanting to kidnap Zhao Tianfang together, all for the prescription. At this moment, the Siamese cultivator spoke with difficulty. He knew very well that the person before him was not someone he could contend with. Just the casual release of a patch of white mist had already trapped them. And now, this white mist had subtly transformed into smoke. The thick fog was not only increasing but also invading his body, making it hard for him to resist. At this moment, the power within him was constantly circulating. But once it came into contact with the white mist, he found that his power was like a natural enemy, completely outmatched. Once tainted by Xiao Chen's white mist, his life was continuously eroded. As for the little ghosts he had raised, at this moment, only a small cluster remained. From a large group at the beginning to this small cluster, he knew he had truly encountered a tough opponent. His eyes filled with terror, he looked at Xiao Chen and said anxiously, "Your Excellency, I am willing to serve under you in the future. Please spare me." The Siamese cultivator said urgently. He feared that if he delayed a moment longer in saying this, he would die. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen coldly shook his head and said, "No need, I have no interest in someone like you." With that, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and in that instant, the cluster of white mist transformed into thick smoke, enveloping the two of them. In an instant, their piercing screams echoed, as they continuously shouted for mercy. But Xiao Chen didn't hear them at all. Soon, the two became a pile of ashes on the ground. Watching this scene, Xiao Chen smiled faintly, then released Zhao Tianfan from the space. Zhao Tianfan was still in a state of unconsciousness after being released. Xiao Chen glanced at him and saw that aside from some minor injuries, he was fine. Then, Xiao Chen took Zhao Tianfan and quickly flew back to the hotel. Seeing Xiao Chen return with Zhao Tianfan, Zhao Xinman immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then hurriedly ran up to Xiao Chen and asked, "Mr. Xiao, is my grandfather okay?" "He's fine, just fainted." Xiao Chen replied, "Take him back. There's no danger." Now, hearing this, Zhao Xinman quickly nodded and called the hospital under her name, asking them to send someone to pick her and Zhao Tianfan up. Not long after they left, Old Bai and Wu Lai arrived. Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Is the person brought back?" "Yes, brought back." Xiao Chen nodded, then thought for a moment and said, "The cultivation methods from Siam are somewhat different." "Indeed." Wu Lai quickly replied, "Those people in Siam are called shamans. They seem to be able to raise ghosts. I've heard that they can command ghostly beings to fight. Moreover, those ghosts are cultivated by them from the living, making them endure endless suffering before killing them." Listening to Wu Lai's words, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I'll find time to visit Siam." He realized that even the innate martial artist from Han City didn't bring him much benefit, but that person from Siam could truly provide him with considerable advantages. After consuming the thick smoke even continuously evolved his white mist and could feed back power to him. If this continues, Xiao Chen believed that in a while, his strength would likely reach the late stage of foundation establishment. In fact, reaching the peak of foundation establishment wouldn't be too difficult. Don't play too big. Even if you go out to have fun, don't expose yourself, Old Bai said upon hearing this. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chen knew that the other party also agreed with his plan. However, if he went too far, it would have a negative impact. Of course, Xiao Chen didn't care. With teleportation, could he not escape? Alright, I'll head back first. When I have time, I really need to check out those 3 places. Xiao Chen greeted Old Bai and Wu Lai, saying, "Then I'll take my leave." By the way, the Lu family members have all been controlled, including Old Lu. They've done a lot of dirty deeds. This time, they're probably finished. Old Bai spoke. When Xiao Chen arrived in Shanghai, he uprooted the largest family in Shanghai, the Lu family. One could say that what Xiao Chen did during his time in Shanghai was indeed quite spectacular. As for Zhang Jieja, she hadn't committed many offenses. She came to Shanghai primarily to seek medicine from Zhao Xinman. Originally, she was just trying to get the medicine, and even if she couldn't obtain the potion, it wouldn't matter. However, she happened to encounter Xiao Chen and Zhao Xinman together, and coincidentally, she ended up seeking Lu Yan. Zhang Jieja couldn't help but tell Lu Yan that she was the one who provided the potion. This immediately piqued Lu Yan's interest. Therefore, Zhang Jieja also played a part in the Lu family's affairs. Listening to Old Bai's words, Xiao Chen nodded, and then Old Bai hurriedly left. He was quite busy with the Lu family's matters. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen received a thank you call from Zhao Tianfan, hoping to meet Xiao Chen. "I won't meet, I need to go back," Xiao Chen replied. He still had a lot to do, and it had been a long time since he visited Xiao and Guming. Now, he needed to return. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfan promised to visit in a few days before hanging up. At that moment, Xiao Chen was returning to Yunqing with Chu Qingyue. At Yunqing Airport, when Xiao Chen arrived, he saw Lu Ming. "Master, Lu." Ming greeted Xiao Chen respectfully, saying, "I've come to pick you up." Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ming and smiled lightly. "What brings you here?" "Hey, master, I heard Zhang Jieja got arrested." Lu Ming said with a flattering smile. "She even called me, hoping I could ask you for help." "Oh," Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, looking at Lu Ming and asking, "What do you think?" "What does it have to do with me?" Lu Ming replied with a smile, "My relationship with Zhang Jieja ended that day." He spoke very casually. For him, this matter should have been like this. His relationship with Zhang Jieja had ended the moment she sought help from his master. He had indeed liked Zhang Jieja, but unfortunately, this woman never saw him. In fact, from the very beginning, she looked down on him. Since she didn't appreciate him, there was no need to continue. Moreover, he had accompanied Xiao Chen to experience another world. Given that, he and Zhang Jieja were even less likely to be from the same world. Previously, he felt unworthy of Zhang Jieja, but now, it was Zhang Jieja who was unworthy of him. "It's great that you can let it go," Xiao Chen said with a smile. After all, Lu Ming had a talent for cultivation, and finding someone like him on Earth wasn't easy. If Lu Ming truly couldn't rise, Xiao Chen wouldn't say anything. After all, the other Lu Ming had also helped him, so he would treat Lu Ming well, but in the future he would help Lu Ming less. And his disciple was clear-headed, which was quite good. At this moment, Xiao Chun, just thinking about this, looked at Lu Ming in front of him and smiled. Since you're no longer interested in Zhang Jieja, what brings you to me today? Master, you're wronging me. Lu Ming hurriedly replied, I just knew you were here, so I came to pick you up. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He naturally understood that this was just his disciple expressing his stance. Alright, Xiao Chun didn't say much more, just asked Lu Ming to take him back to the supermarket. Now, this place had changed significantly, basically resembling a villa. Outside the supermarket, an entire street of storage bases had gradually taken shape. Xiao Chen sent a message to Feng Hao, as he needed to go over there to verify some matters. Alright, you two head back, I have some things to take care of, Xiao Chen said to Lu Ming and Xu Qingyue. Okay, I'll go find Songya. Xu Qingyue nodded in response. She naturally knew that from now on, she would only be by Xiao Chen's side. Everything else was no longer important to her. Now that Xiao Chen's business was so large, she naturally had to contribute. After Lu Ming and Xu Qingyue left, Xiao Chen first went to the warehouse to gather some items. What Feng Hao needed were just some instant noodles and soda. Currently, Feng Hao didn't require anything else. The supplies from Earth that he needed were just these. However, this time Feng Hao's order was quite large, so much so that Xiao Chen was a bit surprised. Over a ton of instant noodles and soda. This guy could eat it as meals for an entire year. The next moment, Xiao Chen chose to teleport. When Xiao Chen set foot here again, the scene before him left him stunned. Before him was a city, and there were quite a few people on top of the city walls, all looking at the suddenly appeared Xiao Chen. However, when these people saw Xiao Chen, they were only slightly surprised before going back to their own business. They were not surprised at all. It was evident that they had seen such situations many times. Of course, as a game world, this was normal. Brother, you're here. Among the crowd, Feng Hao looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. What's going on? Xiao Chen asked, observing the scene before him. Brother, these are all NPCs in the game, and they can also represent players in the game, but they are all artificial intelligence. Feng Hao lowered his voice and said, although you look a bit strange in this world, in their eyes, you are still human, so they won't be surprised. Now, I've established a guild, and these are all my subordinates. Feng Hao looked at Xiao Chen and said, monsters are about to attack the city, so we are preparing for the defense. As for those instant noodles and soda, they were also prepared for this. You don't know, when I brought out these things, this group of NPCs found them incredibly delicious and willingly followed me. Looking at Xiao Chen, Feng Hao said, that's just how things are. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then waved his hand, and a pile of supplies appeared in front of Feng Hao. Seeing the supplies, Feng Hao immediately showed a look of joy. Then, with a quick wave of his hand, a large number of potions appeared on the ground. Brother, I know you don't lack other things, but I prepared some healing potions, evolution potions, and life potions. Additionally, there are some job change scrolls here, all of which I've recently obtained. In this world, ordinary NPCs will become their ideal professions after using them. You won't need them, but you definitely will. Hearing about these items, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He was currently also forming his own power, and these items were undoubtedly the most suitable. Brother, do you want to stay? Looking at Xiao Chen, Feng Hao asked with a hint of curiosity. At this moment, he was full of surprise, never expecting that Xiao Chen would choose to stay and face the monster siege with him. Yes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, when those monsters arrive, I want to try my new skill. New skill? Feng Hao looked at Xiao Chen with some curiosity. At this moment, Xiao Chen remained silent, instead turning his gaze towards the city outskirts. Countless monsters had already gathered outside the city. These monsters were now preparing to charge towards the city before them. Seeing this scene, the group of NPCs behind Feng Hao rushed directly towards the horde of monsters. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen watched the unfolding scene and waved his hand. The cloud in front of him suddenly emerged at that moment. As the cloud charged towards the horde of monsters, it transformed into mist, enveloping the group of monsters. The next moment, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He could clearly feel that the mist was continuously eroding the vitality of these monsters. At the same time, Xiao Chen could distinctly sense that these monsters were almost stripped of a significant amount of their vitality by his mist. He could even see the health points of the monsters steadily decreasing. Moreover, his mist was continuously solidifying and its power was constantly erupting. Watching the scene before him, Xiao Chen couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. It seems to be effective. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. This thing actually made Xiao Chen a bit curious. It seemed that the greater the sin, the higher the damage caused. However, if the opponent had no sin, this thing would be of little use. Bro, what skill is this? Feng Hao asked in astonishment, looking at Xiao Chen. In front of him, Xiao Chen had almost instantaneously covered an area with his mist. Then, the monsters in that area instantly became Xiao Chen's domain, continuously draining their health points. This can be considered a type of domain skill, right? Feng Hao said, filled with envy. Even as a mage, he did not possess such a wide-ranging destructive spell. Moreover, many of those spells were not persistent, but Xiao Chen's white mist was almost a true blanket. Not only did it cover that area, but it also continuously squeezed the health points of those monsters. Furthermore, he could see that Xiao Chen was casting it effortlessly, and after continuously eroding the vitality of these monsters, the mist seemed to grow even larger, expanding outward. As Xiao Chen watched the scene before him, his eyes were also filled with excitement. In other words, if he were to slaughter indiscriminately, he would definitely be targeted and hunted down by everyone, just like Jin Wu. But here, it was completely different. This was monster farming, and after clearing the monsters, they could continuously respawn. Therefore, this world was the most friendly to Xiao Chen. He could keep dealing with these respawning monsters and continuously increase his strength. Alright, leave that area to me, Xiao Chen said with a smile as he looked at the scene before him. At the same time, the thick Mist continued to erode the bodies of these monsters, and soon, one monster after another fell under Xiao Chen's assault. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao nodded and did not pay attention to Xiao Chen, instead rushing towards another side. With Xiao Chen's involvement, this assault undoubtedly became exceptionally easy. In fact, Xiao Chen occupied an area by himself, and within that area, once the monsters were trapped by the white mist, they instantly lost their direction, only crashing around in the mist until they were eroded to death by Xiao Chen's white mist. The power of the white mist continuously feedbacked into Xiao Chen's body, and at the same time, Xiao Chen could clearly feel that his cultivation was constantly improving. Feeling the power rising within him, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. He knew very well that under these circumstances, his strength enhancement relied entirely on Fang Hao. The monsters attacking the city came with extraordinary speed, but undoubtedly, Fang Hao had long been prepared to deal with it, so not only did it not cause much damage, but for Xiao Chen, it brought enormous benefits. He killed monsters to gain experience and level up, while on the other hand, his white mist could devour these monsters, also providing him with a portion of power in return. This power transformed into attributes, continuously enhancing Xiao Chen's strength. At this moment, Xiao Chen could clearly feel that under such circumstances, his strength improvement was undoubtedly significant. Soon, Xiao Chen's level increased by 1. Feeling his level rise, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Although he was still in the late stage of foundation establishment, he was already not far from achieving full foundation establishment. I strive to reach full foundation establishment in one breath. When Xiao Chen said this, he immediately began to devour these monsters continuously. Before long, the monster siege came to an end. Looking at the absence of monsters before him, Xiao Chen let out a helpless sigh. Brother, what's wrong? Fang Hao quickly walked up to Xiao Chen and asked, where are there still endless monsters? Xiao Chen curiously inquired of Fang Hao, as he could feel that after absorbing such a large amount of life, his cloud was continuously evolving and improving. I'll find you a map, you can go there. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao hurriedly marked a few locations for Xiao Chen. Alright, then I'll head out. After bidding farewell to Fang Hao, Xiao Chen quickly made his way to the places Fang Hao mentioned. Soon, he arrived in that area. As soon as he entered the map Fang Hao described, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Countless monsters, upon seeing Xiao Chen, immediately let out roars and charged towards him. In the next moment, Xiao Chen's white mist surged directly into the monster horde, attaching itself to them and beginning to absorb their power. After feeling the white mist absorb so much power from the monsters, he sensed a subtle increase in his strength, and it seemed that the white mist was also starting to change color. From its initial white, it gradually took on a hint of golden hue. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened instantly. He knew that this was a sure thing. The thick smoke almost instantly rushed towards the monster horde, and as for the monsters charging at him, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a spatial barrier appeared, directly blocking the bodies of these monsters. In the following days, Xiao Chen was almost frantically grinding monsters. The white mist was too overpowered, even after absorbing the vitality of the opponents and returning it to himself. Xiao Chen did not feel tired at all. Not only that, but at this moment, Xiao Chen could also clearly feel the agitation of the power within him. His strength was continuously rising and was about to break through to the great perfection of foundation establishment. Once he achieved full foundation establishment, his next step would be the golden core. Forming the golden core also meant that Xiao Chen could open the dimension where Chen Ran was located and resolve all the troubles in that dimension. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. However, at this moment, he found that in the several areas Fang Hao had mentioned, there were no monsters left. It's time to go back. I'll come again next time. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly, knowing that his time in a dimension was limited. Now, the system had begun to urge him to return. However, when he came back next time, he would still be able to stay in this dimension for enough time. Just thinking about this made Xiao Chen particularly excited. In the next moment, Xiao Chen chose to return directly. When he appeared in his own warehouse, his gaze turned to the house he had previously owned. Now, it was almost completed. After all, in the Dragon Country, infrastructure development was fast, and his first request was to have his house finished first. Looking at the 3-story villa before him, Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. This had been his biggest dream back in the day. Now, this dream seemed particularly simple. At this moment, Xiao Chen took out his phone and glanced at it. There were quite a few missed calls, the most from Old Bai. You're back? As soon as Xiao Chen dialed the number, Old Bai immediately spoke up. Some issues have arisen, and we might need your help. What issues? Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked. It was evident that whatever problem had prompted Old Bai to seek his assistance was significant. There have been abnormal energy fluctuations within the borders, and not only that, we have felt them these days. Even our Dragon Country has started experiencing unusual energy fluctuations. Old Bai's voice was serious on the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, what kind of energy fluctuations? Very strange, the kind of energy fluctuations that flash and disappear. Old Bai hurriedly replied, but they are very strong. We even feel that the energy fluctuations are on par with the energy you unleash. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately understood the power of cultivators. Are you saying that even the Dragon Country has seen them? Xiao Chen asked, somewhat surprised. After all, he knew very well that Old Bai belonged to the official sector. For so many years, the authorities had never discovered any cultivators, so logically, there should be none in this world. However, now there were signs of cultivators within the borders, and even energy fluctuations in the Dragon Country. We are worried about this too, so we want to ask you to go to the He Country. Old Bai said, if they really are cultivators, our presence there would be of no use. The special operations team could only target some martial artists. But cultivators were beyond their scope. Even before Xiao Chen appeared, they did not believe that there were cultivators in this world, thinking they were merely mythological beings. However, Xiao Chen's emergence had thoroughly made them realize that cultivators truly existed in this world. Sure, Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. No matter what, the emergence of cultivators in this world would change everything. Moreover, he wanted to understand the rules of this world. Currently, whether it was Xiao or Guming, they were constantly expanding their territories. Xiao had already taken several territories, expanding his domain. As for Guming, who originally dominated the West, his strength had significantly increased after Xiao Chun provided him with the Qi cultivation manual. Plus, he now had countless supplies at his disposal. In the apocalyptic world, where the outside was desolate and filled with numerous exotic beasts and zombies, these supplies were crucial for the people of the apocalyptic world. Wait, zombies! Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Next time, he planned to visit the apocalyptic world and clear out that batch of zombies. Once all the zombies were eliminated by him, his cloud should be able to evolve, right? With this thought, Xiao Chen soared into the air and quickly headed towards the He country. Previously, the people from the He country dared to cause trouble for him in Shanghai, but now that he was going to the He country, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He planned to create a huge uproar in the He country. That night, a cloud carried Xiao Chen into the territory of the He country along the coastline. At the same time, the coastal area began to be shrouded in thick fog. Many people saw this fog and did not feel uncomfortable. However, some suddenly felt as if someone had grabbed their throats, struggling desperately for breath. During this period of research, Xiao Chen also discovered that this cloud, to put it simply, acted according to the sins committed by others. Therefore, ordinary civilians posed no threat at all, unless one actively urged these clouds to devour the lives of those people. He also found that consuming the lives of ordinary people not only failed to make his clouds stronger but actually weakened them. That's why he couldn't be bothered to target ordinary people. This is the He kingdom, a small village, yet there are quite a few people with deep sins. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Indeed, these guys were not good at all. If they died, so be it. Throughout the night, his thick fog had nearly killed quite a number of people wherever it went, and Xiao Chen was heading straight for the capital of the He kingdom. In the dead of night, at the capital prison, Xiao Chen's body floated above the prison, looking down. Added with a smile, "Let me help you eliminate some evil." With a wave of his hand, a mist immediately formed within the prison's confines. The appearance of this mist did not attract the attention of those inside the prison. They merely thought it was a normal natural phenomenon. But the next moment, they began to feel something was off. Inside the entire prison, everyone started to feel uncomfortable, even sensing abnormalities in their bodies. They wanted to struggle, to shout loudly, but they simply couldn't do it. At that moment, they truly panicked. The sensation of their lives slipping away made them feel an overwhelming fear. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen floated above the capital, absorbing the lives of these people while searching for the cultivator mentioned by Bai Lao. The next morning, when the people of the He kingdom discovered that countless individuals had gone missing from the entire city, many began to panic, especially in the capital's prison, where it was reported that 90% of the inmates had vanished, causing the entire capital to descend into chaos. At this moment, Xiao Chen was strolling through the capital, using his divine sense to continuously search while also observing the capital with curious eyes. It was his first time in the He kingdom, and he was somewhat intrigued by the place. At this moment, Xiao Chen began to weave through the crowd. It seemed he was moving slowly, but his speed was anything but slow. In fact, it was increasing. "I can feel a fluctuation of spiritual energy in that area," Xiao Chen whispered, his gaze fixed on a spot not far away. That should be where the Imperial Palace was located. "It seems this really has something to do with this group of trash," Xiao Chen murmured, and then his body moved quickly, appearing directly above the Imperial Palace in the next moment. At this moment, Xiao Chen extended his divine sense and quickly locked onto a target. His gaze was now fixed on a specific area. He could clearly sense a massive fluctuation of spiritual energy in that area. Not only that, but there was also a strong smell of blood. Upon sensing that bloody odor, Xiao Chen's brow furrowed. He could clearly feel that the smell of blood was very intense. It could be said that the richness of this blood scent definitely indicated that more than one person had died. In fact, it was possible that as many as 100 people had perished. Inside the basement of the Imperial Palace at that moment, an old man knelt on the ground, his face filled with panic. At the same time, the old man raised his head to look at the man bathing in a pool of blood before him. The man's hair had a faint blood-red hue, and his gaze was cold and piercing as he stared at the old man. "This blood is too little. Go get me more right away." The man's voice was deep, even carrying a hint of sinister charm. Upon hearing this, the old man's face showed a trace of bitterness. As he said, "My lord, for some unknown reason, all the prisoners in the capital prison have died, and it's very difficult to find that many people again." The old man trembled as he spoke. "Aren't you the masters of this country? Just grab a few more civilians." Upon hearing this, the man spoke coldly, "Hurry up, my lord, we." The old man's expression changed immediately, wanting to say more. But in the next moment, the man coldly stared at him and suddenly reached out, grabbing the old man's neck in midair. At that moment, the old man cried out in terror, my lord, I will go catch them right away." After he said this, the man snorted coldly, "Hurry up, or you know the consequences." "Yes." The old man nodded eagerly. "But you said the prisoners in the prison are all dead?" The man frowned slightly. "How did they die?" "I don't know. It's not just the prison. Even some civilians have died. They died silently, leaving only a pile of ashes on the ground. We only discovered those people were from the prison based on the ashes," the old man said urgently. "Too many people had died in the capital today. If it weren't for the old man accompanying this lord, he would even think that this lord was the one causing it." The man's expression was already very grim at this moment. Could it be another evil cultivator? At this moment, the man's gaze was filled with a hint of seriousness. When he arrived in this world, his injuries were particularly severe and he had lost almost all of his power. However, even so, he could see that this world was almost entirely made up of mortals. There were no cultivators here at all. He had even thought that once he regained some of his strength, he would blood sacrifice this world to aid his cultivation. Could it be that guy is still alive? The man's expression gradually became serious, even a bit fearful. "No, it can't be him. That guy is a sword cultivator." "How?" Could he have such strange methods? Moreover, this is a technique of my evil path, he whispered. But in the next moment he felt a breath suddenly lock onto him. As this breath locked onto him, his expression immediately darkened. A junior? A foundation establishment cultivator? The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand towards Xiao Chen. Feeling the surge of power, Xiao Chen's expression changed. Instantly, the moment he activated his teleportation, he had already appeared above the blood pool. His gaze was fixed on the man within the blood pool, who exuded a sinister charm. Moreover, he could feel that the man's physical body was continuously recovering under the blood pool's restoration. This is a remnant soul. At this moment, Xiao Chen fully understood that this was a remnant soul, but this remnant soul also possessed terrifying lethality. Realizing this, Xiao Chen looked at the man with a slightly serious expression and asked, "Who are you?" "Junior, it's your bad luck. If I devour your flesh and blood, I believe my physical body will recover." The man let out a piercing laugh and directly lunged at Xiao Chen. Seeing the man charge at him, Xiao Chen's expression changed instantly. Even though the man was currently a remnant soul, the power he unleashed at this moment was still at the golden core stage. As the man rushed towards him, Xiao Chen immediately activated the spatial barrier. In the next moment, the spatial barrier appeared in front of Xiao Chen, and the man's claws slammed directly against the barrier. With a loud bang, a huge crack instantly appeared in the barrier before him. The man frowned slightly, glancing at the spatial barrier in front of Xiao Chen, his eyes now filled with a hint of surprise. Space? Is it actually the law of space? At this moment, the man revealed a look of delight. "I didn't expect that you, Junior, have actually mastered the law of space. Even a hint of the laws of space would be enough if I were to take over your body." At this moment, the man's gaze suddenly lit up with excitement. As he looked at Xiao Chen, a wild joy spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Kid, thank you for bringing such a perfect body right to me." With that, he lunged towards Xiao Chen. Seeing the man charge at him, Xiao Chen quickly stepped back. In the next second, he waved his hand, and a white cloud surged forth right in front of him, rushing towards the man before him. The moment the cloud appeared, the previously excited man seemed to see something bizarre. In that instant, he quickly retreated, fear flashing in his eyes as he shouted, "Merit! Merit Cloud! How is this possible? How could you possess such a technique?" He looked at Xiao Chen in terror, his face filled with dread. It was as if he had encountered something that instilled fear in him. When he saw the cloud, he didn't even consider continuing the attack. Instead, he kept retreating, turning to flee. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He understood clearly that this guy was actually afraid of the cloud. So, this thing given by Jin Wu is called the Merit Cloud? A hint of curiosity crossed Xiao Chen's face, and undoubtedly, this thing was a source of fear for him. At first, Xiao Chen thought he really didn't know how to deal with the man's golden core cultivation, but now he could clearly sense the man's fear. "Go!" Xiao Chen waved his hand, and in the next moment, the Merit Cloud charged towards the man before him. It was as if he had encountered something terrifying. In the next second, he dashed out at high speed, instantly braking through the palace and heading towards the sky. At that moment, his only thought was to run. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen quickly teleported right in front of him while the Merit Cloud surged towards him. "My lord, no! I was wrong," the man screamed in terror. He was genuinely afraid of this thing. In that moment, the Merit Cloud almost instantly wrapped around his body. In an instant, black mist began to emanate from him. Feeling the black mist continuously eroding his body, he shouted in sheer panic, "My lord, I am willing to become your servant. Please spare me," he cried out in fear. Hearing his words, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. He could clearly sense the Merit Cloud within him continuously relaying information. The man was quite appealing, and the Merit Cloud wanted to devour him directly. However, before consuming him, he wanted to clarify a few things. At this moment, the Merit Cloud had completely enveloped the man, and it was evident that he was extremely panicked, with no way out. "Where are you from?" Xiao Chen asked, looking at him. "My lord, I come from the underworld realm," the man replied urgently. I accidentally entered this realm, my lord. I will leave this realm immediately." His voice was filled with terror as he spoke. Underworld realm? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He seemed to have some recollection of this world. Then, he thought of something and understood. The information Lu Ming had given him included news about the underworld realm. So, this person was related to Lu Ming? "What is your relationship with Lu Ming?" he asked, staring at the man. Upon hearing this, the man's face instantly showed a hint of fear as he replied anxiously, "My lord, do you know Lord Lu Ming?" He trembled as he spoke. "My lord, I am the spirit of Lord Lu Ming's treasure," he said. Urgently hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression became particularly strange. "So, this is a spirit of a weapon that has gained sentience? My lord, I was once an evil cultivator from the underworld killed by Lord Lu Ming. My remnant soul entered Lord Lu Ming's magical artifact and became a weapon spirit," he shouted in fear. When Lord Lu Ming arrived in this realm, he was already on the brink of death. "As for me, I watched Lord Lu Ming pass away, and then I left that place. For 20 years, my remnant soul continuously devoured some vitality, and only now have I recovered to this level," he cried out in terror, and upon hearing this, Xiao Chen almost understood. Lu Ming had crossed over to this place for a full 20 years, and he never expected that after 20 years, a remnant soul would still emerge. Fortunately, he had appeared. Otherwise, if this guy continued to cultivate, there would be no living being in this world that could withstand it. "Since you've already died once, then let's have you die again," Xiao Chen said coldly, looking at him with a sneer. "No, my lord, I am no longer just a weapon spirit. I am very useful. I beg you to take me in, the man pleaded anxiously. However, Xiao Chen paid no attention to him. The merit cloud directly engulfed him the next second. Under the merit cloud, Xiao Chen could clearly feel it continuously eroding the man's body, breaking it down into energy, which was then absorbed. A portion of that energy fed back into his own body, while another portion was absorbed by the merit cloud. At this moment, Xiao Chen's power was continuously increasing, and soon he felt the power within him erupting in an instant. Boom! As the power in his dantian erupted, Xiao Chen's body shook violently. The dantian shattered and then reformed into a brilliant golden core. Feeling the golden core appear within him, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. A golden core. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected to achieve a golden core so quickly. The merit cloud before him had directly devoured the man, and at this moment, it was faintly radiating a golden light. Finally reached the golden core stage. Next, I need to check out the high martial world. Xiao Chen murmured. However, just then, he heard a call. Brother, are you still there? Bring me some food and drink, and also, prepare the huazi and the longzi. Suddenly, Jin Wu's voice echoed in his mind. The next second, Xiao Chen received Jin Wu's order. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded. Immediately. Since leaving Jin Wu last time, he hadn't had any contact with him. He even thought something might have happened to him because there had been no news at all. But now, he heard Jin Wu's voice again. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen immediately chose to teleport. His space was now exceptionally vast, and he had naturally stored some supplies, fearing that his big clients might suddenly place orders while he wasn't at the supermarket. At this moment, Xiao Chen quickly chose to teleport, and the next second, he appeared right in front of Jin Wu. Xiao Chen looked at Jin Wu, and every time he saw him, this guy was in a half-dead state. Jin Wu was no different now. Xiao Chen observed him. His breath was weak, and his face was pale, looking as if he was on the verge of death. What happened to you? Xiao Chen asked curiously, looking at Jin Wu. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's question, Jin Wu grinned and said, What do you think? The last time I met you, you were like this, and now you're still like this. It seems you've been seriously injured. Xiao Chen sat down in front of Jin Wu and spoke. Where are the supplies? Did you bring it? Jin Wu turned to Xiao Chen and asked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then waved his hand and said, Everything is here. As he spoke, smoke, alcohol, and beetle nuts appeared before him. Great, I can still have something to eat before I die. Jin Wu chuckled, reaching for a bottle of liquor and taking a quick swig. So refreshing. After saying this, he turned to Xiao Chen and asked, Have you practiced that cloud I gave you last time? I have. Xiao Chen replied, nodding, and then waved his hand, causing a cloud to appear in front of him. But it's different from yours. Pointing to his own cloud, Xiao Chen said. According to what the previous spirit had said, this should be the merit cloud. The moment Jin Wu heard this, his expression completely changed. This is unbelievable. Jin Wu exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief as he stared intently at Xiao Chen. Why is yours a merit cloud? This is impossible. At that moment, Jin Wu was filled with astonishment, his gaze reflecting his incredulity. After all, the merit cloud was a lethal skill for many. Despite how imposing his evil cloud looked, once it came into contact with the merit cloud, it could be devoured by the opponent. Moreover, most cultivators were killers seeking treasures, and it could be said that those people were deeply mired in sin. Those with sins could never be Xiao Chen's match. One could even say that with the merit cloud, Xiao Chen could easily face opponents 2 levels higher, and under the protection of the merit cloud, ordinary people truly wouldn't dare to kill him. You don't know, with this merit cloud on you, if someone kills you when they face the heavenly tribulation, its power will double. Jin Wu said bitterly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Generally speaking, unless one's talent was insufficient, they would never encounter the heavenly tribulation in their lifetime. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Xiao Chen. With the merit cloud, he was favored by the heavenly Tao. Who would dare to strike at the son of the heavenly Tao? Wouldn't his real father kill you? Therefore, at this moment, Jin Wu's face was filled with envy. With this merit cloud on you, in the future, most people won't target you. Unless that guy doesn't understand what this thing on you is. Jin Wu said, his face full of envy. He then quickly pulled out a cigarette and began to smoke. Didn't your injuries heal last time? How did it end up like this? Xiao Chen asked curiously as he looked at him. There's no way around it. I was tricked by the heavenly Tao of this realm. Jin Wu said helplessly as he looked at Xiao Chen. My injuries healed, and I thought I would recover. At that moment, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, Then I planned to refine all those hypocritical guys. Who knew I might have gone too far and incurred heavenly punishment with thunder striking me down like this? Now, I'm locked by the heavenly Tao, and if I don't run soon, I might really die. Jin Wu said as he looked at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen asked Jin Wu, So what are you going to do now? Now, just wait to die. Jin Wu took a sip of alcohol and said nonchalantly, What else can I do? However, turning to Xiao Chen, Jin Wu asked, I'm now just a step away from the nascent soul stage, already in the pseudo-infant stage. If I get a little more time, maybe I still have a chance to escape this world. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, then he directly inquired with the system. Scanning the opponent's body cannot be carried away by the host, but the opponent's soul can be taken away. If you encounter an opportunity, you can reshape the other person's body. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly taken aback, then directly looked at Jin Wu Dao in front of him. I have good news and bad news. Hey, is there any news worse than my death? Jin Wu replied. I can save you, but I can only save your soul. Your body must be abandoned. Looking at Jin Wu, Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Jin Wu squinted slightly, then nodded and said, I roughly understand. Alright, but since it has come to this, let's not waste it. You absorbed my evil clouds. At that moment, Jin Wu revealed a smile as he looked at Xiao Chen. By swallowing my evil clouds, your merit clouds will be formed. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a mass of black gas, the evil clouds, appeared in the sky. At this moment, the sky was almost completely enveloped by this mass of evil clouds, vast and boundless. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, He was instantly stunned. Are you sure? Anyway, in my soul state, I will roughly have to abandon my cultivation, so I'll just let you have it. Looking at Xiao Chen, Jin Wu said, we're all brothers, it's better to give it to you than to this world. Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't hold back, directly waving his hand, and his merit clouds began to surge towards the evil clouds. At this moment, the merit clouds started to devour the evil clouds, but Xiao Chen also noticed something. Although his clouds were continuously consuming, it was exceptionally slow. In fact, after consuming a portion, the merit clouds couldn't eat anymore. At this moment, the merit clouds had completely transformed into gold, but they were not as massive. You can't consume anymore. Jin Wu smiled and said, the rest there's no way to keep. It has to be returned to this world. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the overwhelming evil clouds immediately dispersed, revealing wailing spirits that instantly rushed out, scattering across the heavens and the earth. Brother, this is my storage ring, you take it first. All my treasures are with you. Looking at Xiao Chen, Jin Wu directly handed everything over. From now on, it's all yours. Even I have to listen to you now. After saying this, he slowly sat down, and the next second, Xiao Chen saw the vitality on him continuously dissipating, and soon, a massive soul appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Collect! With a wave of his hand, Jin Wu's remnant soul directly entered Xiao Chen's space. Once inside, he sat quietly in a corner. Seeing Jin Wu's appearance, Xiao Chen smiled, then turned to look. With Jin Wu having dispersed his physical body, this world was almost no longer related to Xiao Chen, and he could not return. However, this world had been ravaged by Jin Wu, so what was the point of coming back? The next second, Xiao Chen chose to teleport and return to Earth once again. At this moment, on Earth, looking down from the sky above the country, Xiao Chen could still see the middle-aged man in the imperial residence. It was evident that he hadn't been gone for long. Therefore, the other party was still here. When the other party saw Xiao Chen, his expression changed instantly. He wanted to escape, but the next moment, Xiao Chen appeared right in front of him. You, the old man wanted to speak, but the next second, he was grabbed by the throat by Xiao Chen. The other party was a congenital martial artist, clearly one of the two congenital martial artists in the country. One of them had been dealt with by Xiao Chen in Shanghai, and the other was this one in front of him. Spare me. The other party only managed to utter this phrase before Xiao Chen crushed him to death in an instant. Watching the other party die, Xiao Chen shot straight up into the sky, and in the next second, he instantly soared above, choosing to leave. Now, Jin Wu was still within his own space, and Xiao Chen had no intention of lingering in the country any longer. Otherwise, with Xiao Chen's personality, he would definitely kill everyone in sight. At this moment, Xiao Chen quickly ascended into the sky, wanting to release Jin Wu, but the next second, he realized that Jin Wu couldn't come out at all. The other party's soul cannot exist in this world. The host can choose a higher plane to place the other party's soul. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and Xiao Chen immediately understood. Undoubtedly, Earth was rejecting Jin Wu. However, upon further thought, it made sense. This guy had been in a higher plane for too long and had already acquired the level of that higher plane. Earth certainly couldn't accommodate him now. In that case, it's time to visit the High Martial World. With this thought, Xiao Chen directly chose to open the time to the High Martial World. He knew very well that once the timeline of the High Martial World was restored, it would be time for him to head there. At first, Xiao Chen thought that sealing off the High Martial World would take at least half a year to reach the Golden Core stage. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Xiao Chen had gained the merit cloud, and at such a rapid pace, he had already reached this level. Now, he had already contained the Golden Core, and with the ability of the merit cloud, he was very clear that under such circumstances, his strength had increased tremendously. So, there was no need to worry about that world at all. Master, Xiao Chen contacted Chen Ran, and soon, Chen Ran sent a message. Did you just leave? Alright, little girl, summon your master. I need to go over, Xiao Chen said with a smile. Now, he still needed to quickly resolve the situation in the High Martial World. Ideally, he could let Jin Wu stay in that world. After all, at the beginning, the High Martial World where Chen Ran was located was also a higher plane. However, Chen Ran was still too young, and the Martial Emperor, in fact, had a mutually beneficial relationship with Xiao Chen. It was not reliable at all. So, he needed someone dependable to stay by Chen Ran's side. Undoubtedly, Jin Wu was very suitable. After receiving Chen Ran's order, Xiao Chen directly chose to teleport, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Chen Ran. Sir, you're back again? Seeing Xiao Chen, the Martial Emperor had a hint of surprise on his face. The other party had just left but returned again? Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, I have some things to discuss with my disciple, Mr. Xiao. If the Martial Emperor said softly, if the other party comes, don't worry, I'll be here for a while. After saying this, he grabbed Chen Ran, and in the next second, they vanished in an instant. The Martial Emperor felt a bit awkward. The other party didn't even glance at him. However, at least he had managed to keep his throne. As for everything else, he no longer cared. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already returned to Chen Ran's residence. Master, how did you come back so quickly? Chen Ran looked at Xiao Chen curiously, and upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then released the space. Jin Wu's soul slowly floated out, looking at Xiao Chen, then glancing at Chen Ran in front of him, he was slightly surprised. Brother, where is this? Jin Wu asked, bewildered. This isn't Earth, right? No. Xiao Chen shook his head and then said helplessly, this world belongs to the High Martial World. Another world? Jin Wu frowned slightly. Earth, I can't go back? Yes. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded helplessly. Undoubtedly. It seemed that Earth had some kind of barrier that prevented him from returning. That's fine. Staying in this world is okay too. Jin Wu said nonchalantly, as long as I can live. Who is this little girl? He carefully looked at the little girl in front of him, her face full of curiosity, while at that moment, Chen Ran widened her eyes and looked at Jin Wu. Are you Daddy? What? Upon hearing this, Jin Wu was instantly stunned. Little girl, you can't just call anyone dad. Jinwoo was taken aback, and he said anxiously, but the next second he was frozen. He actually felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from Chen Ran. However, he knew very well that this was simply impossible. You are daddy. Looking at Jinwoo, at that moment Chen Ran exclaimed, you look exactly like daddy. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and flipped through her album for a photo. Xiao Chen glanced at the photo and immediately looked at Jinwoo with a strange expression. The person in the photo holding Chen Ran was undoubtedly Jinwoo. What is going on? Xiao Chen looked at Jinwoo, then at Chen Ran, asking. In surprise, Jinwoo stared at the person in the photo, dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Then he turned to Xiao Chen and said, brother, this person looks exactly like you. Xiao Chen glanced at the person in the photo and then at Jinwoo. How should he put it? The appearances of these two were almost identical. The only difference might be their aura. Jinwoo gave him a feeling of gloominess, even a bit sinister. But the man in the photo holding Chen Ran was not like that. Although he looked somewhat weathered, he had an air of nobility. Wait a minute. Jinwoo suddenly spoke up. This phone. He carefully examined Chen Ran's phone and immediately said, little girl, are there any other photos in there? Upon hearing this, Chen Ran quickly nodded and then opened the album. Xiao Chen and Jinwoo both stared at the album, and when they saw the other photos inside, Jinwoo was stunned. Xiao Chen also looked at the album. There were some other photos. From Earth, there was a young man wearing glasses who looked just like Jinwoo, but this person's aura was more scholarly. This is me. Jinwoo remained silent for a long time, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, brother, what on earth is going on? Why is my phone here? And this little girl's father? He opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. Instead, Xiao Chen had a rough idea. You crossed over to a fantasy world, but is there a possibility that the parallel world version of you crossed over to this world? Or perhaps, your residual soul split off and was reborn into this world? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and spoke. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo frowned slightly and said, I understand being reborn into this world, but how did this phone come about? How would I know? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head. He didn't understand either. Or perhaps the soul crossed into the young Jinwoo's body, and then there were multiple phones around. I can confirm one thing, this phone really is mine. So that dead unfortunate guy is me? Jinwoo fell silent for a moment and helplessly said, I crossed over twice, and both times it was this miserable? Xiao Chen shook his head upon hearing Jinwoo's words. This guy was indeed at the extreme of misery. Only Lu Ming could compare with him. Daddy! Chen Ran looked at the Jinwoo in front of her and weakly called out. At that moment, looking at Jinwoo, her face was full of expectation. Daddy, is it you? It's me. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo raised his head and looked at the little girl in front of him. That inexplicable sense of familiarity was growing deeper. At that moment, even though he was just a residual soul, his emotional fluctuations were still intense. I knew Daddy would come back to find me. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran immediately burst into tears. Girl, don't cry, don't worry, Daddy will stay here from now on and won't go anywhere. Seeing Chen Ran cry, Jinwoo said nervously at that moment. He also understood that the unfortunate fellow was most likely himself. When you think about it, this little girl in front of him could indeed be considered his child. He hadn't done anything, and yet he was already a father, and a biological one at that. It was simply speechless. After finally comforting Chen Ran, Jinwoo turned to Xiao Chen and said, brother, this world seems to have a thinner aura compared to mine. Now, what we need to do is help me reshape my physical body first. I definitely can't use my previous methods anymore, otherwise the heavenly Tao of this world will surely crush me. Jinwoo looked at Xiao Chen and said helplessly. At this moment, he was only thinking about reshaping his physical body. Do you have any other methods? Xiao Chen asked curiously upon hearing this. He was well aware that Jinwoo was now left with only a remnant soul. He couldn't really be the old man in the ring, could he? Is there any golden core realm cultivator in this world? Jinwoo thought for a moment and said, if there is, I can refine them to reshape my physical body. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and said, perhaps there really is. Previously, the martial emperor had mentioned the three major forces in this world to Xiao Chen. For example, the Tianwu sect. It seemed that behind them was a so-called martial god. Of course, the martial god was basically just a martial artist who had condensed the golden core realm. There really is? Jinwoo's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, brother, let's go now and eliminate them. His eyes were filled with excitement as he said, at that time, I'll directly refine him. Don't worry, I won't cultivate the evil cloud, but I still have quite a few methods. As a wicked cultivator, and a top wicked cultivator in the world, his talent was naturally exceptional. If it weren't for the restrictions of the world, he didn't even know how high his cultivation would be now. Just wait, the other party will probably come looking for us. Xiao Chen looked at Jinwoo and said, can you take action now? Don't worry, even if I only have a remnant soul left, I'm not someone an ordinary person can compare to. At least, I can directly extinguish the souls of Foundation Establishment cultivators. If it's golden core stage, it would be a bit troublesome. At this moment, there was already a hint of helplessness in his eyes. After all, before being brought here, he was also a golden core great perfection. Now, with only a remnant soul left, it was hard to say he could extinguish a golden core cultivator. That's enough. Xiao Chen nodded and said, then leave the golden core stage to me. You have the Mara Cloud, let alone golden core stage, even ordinary nascent soul stage cultivators are no match for you. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo nodded. He wasn't worried at all that Xiao Chen would be extinguished. After all, Xiao Chen's methods were there. As for the rest, it didn't matter at all. In the following days, Xiao Chen was introducing this world to Jinwoo. So, that unfortunate fellow, like me, was born into a noble family but was bullied by the entire family? Jinwoo frowned slightly and said, he's worse off than me. At least I gained the wicked cultivation inheritance, turned my life around, and even killed my way through a world while he was directly extinguished by others. At this moment, Jinwoo shook his head as he listened to Xiao Chen recount his story. However, turning to look at Chen Ran, who was practicing not far away, he smiled and said, "Brother, this girl of mine has good talent. In the future, she will definitely surpass me." Just as he was speaking, there was a knock at the door. Chen Ran was currently residing in the former Duke of the State's residence, and the backyard was basically only occupied by Chen Ran with the servants in the front yard. After all, Chen Ran was cultivating and didn't want to be disturbed. Now, the steward stood outside the door and said softly, "Miss, Lord Xiao, His Majesty has arrived. Let him in," Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, the steward was momentarily taken aback. That was the martial emperor, a dignified martial emperor, yet in the eyes of Lord Xiao, it seemed like nothing at all. He actually had to have the martial emperor come to see him. At this moment, he can only respond and then hurriedly went out. Soon, the martial emperor directly entered the backyard. As soon as he arrived, he saw Xiao Chen, and behind him, that remnant soul. The soul was looking at him with curious eyes. "Xiao, my lord, this is..." The martial emperor's eyes flickered slightly. In broad daylight, he had actually seen a ghost. Especially upon seeing the other's face, he was even more stunned. Chen, wasn't this Chen Ran's father, the son of the Duke of the State from back in the day? Indeed, the man was already dead, yet unexpectedly, his soul still lingered in the mortal realm. "Chen, what Chen I am now," called Jinwoo. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo spoke lightly. The moment he uttered these words, a pressure surged directly towards the martial emperor. The martial emperor's expression changed, and in the next moment he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, rendering him completely immobile. His face changed dramatically, and even his body trembled uncontrollably. Looking at Xiao Chen before him, he hurriedly said, "Xiao, sir, enough." Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the martial emperor immediately felt the pressure lighten, collapsing onto the ground. Looking at Jinwoo before him, he was filled with terror. Was this the useless one from the Duke of the State's family? Now, even with just a wisp of soul left, he still possessed such power. At this moment, he finally understood that when Xiao Chen came to the imperial city and directly stormed the Duke of the State's residence, it was indeed for Chen Ran's father. This man had died, yet his cultivation had increased so much. "Sir Xiao, news has come from over there. Several protectors and the deputy sect master of the Tianwu sect know about Feng Xiu's death, and now they are already heading towards the imperial city. They should arrive by tomorrow at the latest." He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Sir Xiao, as long as you can make a move from now on, our Wu kingdom is willing to respect you as our master." "What level is that deputy sect master?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen curiously asked. Knowing that Jin Wu needed a body at the golden core stage, he focused on him. After all, he was the deputy sect master. He should be at the golden core stage, right? "It is rumored, half-step martial god." The martial emperor spoke directly. "Useless trash, even as a deputy sect master, has such little strength?" Jin Wu coldly snorted. He was particularly dissatisfied. Half-step martial god, wasn't that just someone who hadn't yet condensed their golden core? At most, it was just a step away. "Brother, when the time comes, pressure him a bit. If we can squeeze out some potential and let him increase his strength, that would be best. If that doesn't work, I still have breakthrough pills in my ring. Let him take those, and it would be better than him breaking through, then we can kill him." Jinwoo looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Only the golden core realm can be useful." He was in urgent need of a body. After all, in a remnant soul state, he couldn't cultivate. Once he had a body, he could continue his cultivation. "All right, that's a plan." Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "For now, let's lock him up." Xiao Chen also knew that he couldn't stay in this world for long. Therefore, leaving Jinwoo behind was definitely the most suitable option. If trouble arose here and he couldn't make it in time, Jin Wu would surely be able to handle it. This was a true evil cultivator. In this world, no one could stand against him. The martial emperor, listening to their conversation, was dumbfounded. Were they planning to force the other to break through? That was a martial god. However, he also understood one thing. In the eyes of these two, a martial god seemed to be nothing at all. At this moment, he felt relieved. The Tianwu sect had already wanted to replace him and even planned to target his wife and daughter. How could he swallow this anger? Since there was no choice, he could only walk this dark path to the end. With this thought, he quickly spoke, "Then, my lord, I will take my leave." "Go ahead." Xiao Chen nodded, "Then let the martial emperor leave." "Brother, this martial emperor is quite easy to control." Jin Wu squinted and said, "I know your intention. When I reshape my body, this territory will be under my command. You can tell me what you want, brother. Don't worry, this whole thing isn't honest. I'll help you take care of him." He wasn't worried at all about the martial emperor having any bad intentions because he knew his own abilities. In this world, the highest level was only the golden core stage. As long as he reshaped his body, he could roughly restore about 70% of his previous strength. Even at 70%, he would be at the mid-golden core stage. Such strength was sufficient. After the martial emperor left, Xiao Chen began to instruct Shen Ran in his cultivation while waiting for the people from the Tianwu sect to arrive. Until the next morning, Xiao Chen and Jin Wu both raised their heads, sensing several auras appearing outside the imperial city. "Martial emperor, come out and die." At the moment a furious roar echoed, Xiao Chen lifted his head and smiled slightly, saying, "They're here. Let's go, brother, let's take a look." Jin Wu nodded slightly. "There really is one. It seems they're just one step away from the golden core stage. I have a bottle of breaking barrier pills in that ring of mine. To put it simply, after taking it, one can reach the golden core stage, but they will only ever be at that level. Let him take it, it would be quite suitable." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and quickly climbed the city wall with Jin Wu. At this moment, inside the imperial city, the martial emperor's expression was particularly grim. He was hiding in the imperial city and didn't even dare to step outside. At this moment, he stood at the highest point of the palace, gazing into the distance where several figures were looking at him, until he saw a figure rising into the air. Within the city, and behind that figure, there was a remnant soul following. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let them fight, the martial emperor whispered. If you can kill the other side, you can also force that martial god from the Tianwu sect to come. It would be best if you and that martial god from the Tianwu sect both suffer heavy losses. He squinted slightly. This feeling of having the situation physically controlled made him very uncomfortable. After all, as a monarch, having to rely on others was truly distressing. If both sides died, then all troubles would be resolved. If not, Xiao Chen would be much easier to deal with than the people from the Tianwu sect. This celestial being from above would at least not be long-term in front of him, pointing fingers. If it really came to it, he could just marry off a daughter to him. This way, it seemed like a decent choice. At this moment, when Xiao Chen and Jin Wu appeared on the city wall, the few people opposite were staring at Xiao Chen. Especially when they saw Xiao Chen floating in the air, their expressions changed. Even they could not float in the air. This was almost a skill exclusive to martial gods. Yet the Xiao Chen before them could actually float, which had already changed the expressions of the three who had come. They looked at Xiao Chen, their gazes carrying a hint of seriousness. They had originally come to seek justice from the martial emperor, but at this moment, they dared not. After all, the other party was undoubtedly not simple. And when their eyes turned to the soul behind Xiao Chen, their expressions grew even more serious. Behind Xiao Chen, there was a soul body? In this high martial world, it was their first time seeing a soul appear in broad daylight. Even the aura emitted by that soul made them feel a hint of apprehension. Sir, who are you? Looking at Xiao Chen, the deputy leader of the Tianwu sect hurriedly spoke. I am Wang Mu, deputy leader of the Tianwu sect. As he said this, he carefully looked at Xiao Chen and asked, do you know our sect leader, Song? Tianwu? I don't know him. Xiao Chen shook his head upon hearing this. He truly did not know the other party. In fact, to him, the other party's name was not important at all. Sir, we have come this time just to seek an explanation from the martial emperor. Our Tianwu sect disciples were killed in the imperial city. I hope you can be accommodating. He looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Chen raised his head, glanced at Wang Mu in front of him, and smiled slightly, saying, then you've got the wrong person. It wasn't the martial emperor who killed him, it was me. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, he felt the middle-aged man behind Wang Mu's expression darken, and a murderous aura surged directly towards Xiao Chen. Humph. As soon as the other party's killing intent appeared, the next second, Jin Wu behind Xiao Chen let out a cold snort first. Immediately, Xiao Chen saw Jin Wu's soul suddenly move, and in the next moment he appeared in front of that man. The soul swiftly passed through the man's body, and the next second, it directly pulled out his soul. This soul is a bit weak, but it can still be replenished. Jin Wu chuckled, waving his hand, and in an instant the other party didn't even have a chance to react. Before his soul was drained dry by Jin Wu, Jin Wu's actions left Wang Mu and another person stunned. They didn't even have time to comprehend what was happening before the person they brought was dead. At this moment, the body of the guardian fell to the ground, lifeless. You, evil spirit. Wang Mu stared at Jin Wu, his face filled with terror. On the contrary, Jin Wu didn't feel there was anything wrong at all. He smiled faintly and said, what nonsense, evil spirit. I'm the evil spirit. What can you do about it? He looked at Wang Mu arrogantly and said coldly, sir, are you preparing to be our enemy at Tianwu sect? At this moment, Wang Mu stared at Xiao Chen in front of him and asked. His eyes were filled with seriousness. The moment the other party made a move, their guardian was already dead. This guy has murderous intent towards us and he doesn't allow us to kill him? Jin Wu chuckled. He couldn't care less about any reasoning. If someone showed killing intent towards him, they deserved to die. That was Jin Wu's rule. At this moment, Jin Wu couldn't be bothered to deal with the person in front of him. He coldly said, old man, what does your Tianwu sect count for? How dare you use it to pressure my brothers? Upon hearing this, Wang Mu fell silent for a moment and said solemnly, the sect master of our Tianwu sect is the martial god. Hearing this, Jin Wu sneered. When I was alive, I killed 100 of your sect master's kind in a day. As for you, he carefully looked at Wang Mu in front of him and sneered. I can't even count how many of your kind I've killed. Upon hearing Jin Wu's words, Wang Mu's expression changed instantly. He could feel that what the other party said was true. Even a soul could kill, let alone how powerful the other party was when alive. Moreover, at this moment they were standing on the city wall while the two figures across from them were floating in mid-air. This showed the gap. Guardian Phone was just overly concerned for his son upon hearing that his son was killed by you. At this moment, Jin Wu spoke, his eyes filled with helplessness as he said this. Then you should see what that guy did in the imperial city? Xiao Chen sneered, still thinking about my disciple? That's naturally a path to death. Upon hearing this, Wang Mu's expression froze. He knew that those who came out of Tianwu sect were indeed arrogant and overbearing. It could even be said that the second generation within Tianwu sect hardly regarded others as human. After going out, it was very normal for them to harm ordinary people, let alone ordinary folks, even the royal family, wanting to kill a few was not much different from killing a few chickens. Therefore, they wouldn't find it strange if the other party came to the imperial city and did something excessive. However, one must consider the background. You can bully the royal family, but how can you still think about the disciples of such significant figures? What's the difference from seeking death? At this moment, Wang Mu's face was filled with helplessness. He knew that he had come at the wrong time. Even so, the other party was undoubtedly enraged, which is why they immediately resorted to violence as soon as they appeared. Since that's the case, then the Feng family must die. Wang Mu took a deep breath and lowered his head. He knew very well that this time, they had undoubtedly stirred up a huge mess, facing an unknown martial god and a powerful soul entity. These two were not people he could afford to offend. Therefore, he prepared to bow his head and return to the Tianwu sect first. It would be best if the sect master could intervene. At this moment he had completely given in. He didn't want to die here and hoped that the other party would spare him for the sake of the sect master being a martial god. This time, we were wrong. Wang Mu looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. I will definitely report this to the sect master. Sorry, you might not be able to go. back. Xiao Chen looked at him and smiled faintly. You two will stay here. At that moment, Wang Mu's expression changed drastically. As expected, these two had no intention of letting him go. Run! Wang Mu shouted, instantly pulling the guardian beside him and turning to flee. He knew very well that, if he didn't run now, he wouldn't be able to escape. However, the moment he turned around, his expression suddenly changed. For some reason, Xiao Chen had already appeared behind him, looking at him with a mocking expression. Wang Mu's face turned pale. He didn't even know what was happening. At that moment, he suddenly felt the person he was holding become weightless, and his expression changed. Turning to look, he saw that the soul entity had somehow extracted the soul of the guardian beside him and was directly absorbing it. Seeing this scene, Wang Mu's face turned extremely ugly. Are you really prepared to be our enemy, sir? Looking at Xiao Chen, Wang Mu's expression changed instantly. He knew he was truly finished. Tianwu sect? You can't suppress me. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. You're just one step away from becoming a martial god, right? What do you mean? Wang Mu was slightly taken aback and asked, I'll give you a chance to break through to martial god? Xiao Chen said, taking out a pill, take this and you can break through. What? Wang Mu squinted his eyes, then looked at Xiao Chen with a serious expression. He knew the other party was definitely not simple, but would they be so kind as to let him break through? You have no choice, just take it. Xiao Chen pointed to the pill in his hand and said, upon hearing this, Wang Mu's expression changed. Sir, please explain the situation. What exactly do you want me to do? Hearing this, Xiao Chen sighed. I just want you to take this pill. Don't worry, I guarantee it will let you break through. Xiao Chen looked at Wang Mu and smiled. If you fight me now, you have no chance of winning at all. If you break through to martial god, you might have a slim chance. After saying this, he looked at Wang Mu. At this moment, Wang Mu took a deep breath. He understood this point. However, it felt strange for someone who wanted to kill him to offer him a pill. Alright, even if it's poison, you have to take it. Xiao Chen sneered, then suddenly waved his hand, and a tremendous force erupted instantly. With a loud bang, Wang Mu's body was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit. He lay on the ground, his face filled with fear. The power of a casual strike from the other party was indeed enough to kill him with just a word. Realizing this, he helplessly looked at Xiao Chen, who had suddenly appeared again. At this moment, Xiao Chen was too lazy to care whether he agreed or not. Instead, he directly pried open Wang Mu's mouth and fed him the pill. As soon as the elixir entered Wang Mu's body, he felt his strength continuously increasing. In fact, his cultivation rapidly broke through to the martial god realm. Have I really reached the martial god realm? Wang Mu's eyes lit up and he turned to see Xiao Chen's gaze fixed on him. Beside Xiao Chen, a soul entity shone with light in its eyes. Brother, I never expected that these high martial world people would have their merits. They cultivate martial arts, equivalent to body cultivation, making their physical bodies even stronger. Such a body can completely make up for my shortcomings. It's more than enough. After saying this, he quickly urged Xiao Chen, hurry, kill him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, swung his hand, and a cloud of merit appeared in the sky. As this cloud of merit emerged, Wang Mu was completely stunned. At that moment, he had no impulse to fight Xiao Chen. Instead, he quickly turned around, preparing to flee. If he didn't run now, he would have no chance at all. Moreover, he was rapidly retreating, ready to escape. But the next second, the cloud of merit in the sky transformed into a chain, instantly closing in on him. What do you want? Wang Mu's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, he turned to Xiao Chen and shouted in a fierce yet cowardly tone. But Xiao Chen paid him no mind, stepping forward swiftly until he stood right in front of Wang Mu. The next second, he pointed at Wang Mu's head. In that instant, Wang Mu's eyes went blank. Hee, I'll take this corpse. Watching Wang Mu's body collapse to the ground, Jin Wu immediately appeared before Xiao Chen. At the same time, the remnant soul waved, wrapping the body in its own spirit and quickly flying towards the city. Brother, for the next 3 days, I need to absorb this body and reshape my own to help protect you. Jin Wu said quickly. Understood. Xiao Chen nodded in response, then stepped forward, following Jin Wu back to the Duke of the State's residence. Meanwhile, in the palace, the martial emperor's expression grew particularly grave. The people from the heavenly martial sect had arrived. However, the deaths were too hasty. He hadn't even expected that the people from the heavenly martial sect would be reduced to this state in front of Xiao Chen. They were simply the most useless of the useless. I originally thought the people from the heavenly martial sect would at least be able to fight to the death with the opponent, but I never expected the martial emperor's side. He now realized one thing. Xiao Chen was truly a celestial being. Otherwise, how could he possess such means? Even a martial god would likely be easily extinguished before him. The tiny bit of concern in his heart had long since vanished at this moment. He knew all too well that his current thoughts were of no use at all. They could even bring disaster to the royal family. But having such variables within the imperial city is not a good thing. The martial emperor sighed. If the opponent remained within the imperial city, then the entire martial kingdom might no longer respect him as their emperor, but instead worship Xiao Chen. This was something he did not wish to see. Of course, he also knew that no matter how displeased he was, it would be of no use. Let's go. We should pay a visit to that celestial being. The martial emperor took a deep breath and spoke. Yes. Upon hearing this, many behind the martial emperor nodded slightly. They had all witnessed Xiao Chen's actions and understood the power he wielded. At that moment, they all looked serious. Even when the Duke of the State was killed in the imperial city, they had not been this afraid. However, this was the heavenly martial sect. The Duke of the State was a waste in front of the heavenly martial sect, let alone them. As the martial emperor and his entourage grandly appeared Outside the Duke of the State's residence, they saw Chen ran quickly walking out. The master said to let you all go back. My master has matters to attend to and won't be seeing guests these days. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor was slightly taken aback. Could it be that Xiao Chen was injured? But then he thought again, it was simply impossible. When Xiao Chen dealt with those three, it was done so effortlessly that he couldn't possibly have been hurt. Yes, we certainly wouldn't dare to disturb the esteemed one during these days, the martial emperor quickly replied. For a full 5 days, the martial emperor had been watching the Duke of the State's residence from above the palace, wondering about the situation inside. Xiao Chen and his group hadn't gone out at all, leaving him completely in the dark. It was precisely because of this that the martial emperor was particularly worried. On one hand, he didn't know if Xiao Chen had been injured. However, deep down, he understood that Xiao Chen had dealt with Wang Mu too easily. Such a simple matter couldn't possibly have gone wrong. On the other hand, he was concerned about what Xiao Chen was actually doing. This was the root of his anxiety. After all, no matter what Xiao Chen was up to, he knew that the variables within the imperial city were the most troublesome. In the past, although the martial emperor was under the control of the heavenly martial sect, he was well aware that the sect was far removed from the imperial city. As long as he completed their orders, there would be no issues. But this group was different. They were right under his nose. This was what made him feel so helpless. No matter what he did, there was someone nearby pointing fingers. It was easy to imagine how stifling it was to be an emperor. In such circumstances, it was precisely for this reason that he was so eager for them to leave. Of course, before they left, it would be best to resolve the information regarding the heavenly martial sect. How is my brother doing? The martial emperor asked curiously. He knew very well that his brother, who was preparing to rebel, was the key. Now, it was highly likely that his brother had already relayed the news back to the heavenly martial sect. Once the message was sent back, everything would become simple. Just thinking about this eased some of the worry in his eyes. Your Majesty, that one has already conveyed the message to the heavenly martial sect. I believe that soon, Song Tianwu will enter the capital, a eunuch quietly said. From behind. Then let them fight for now. The martial emperor smiled faintly and said, as usual, inquire whether the esteemed one can see me today. He spoke calmly. He knew that, most likely, the other party would still refuse to meet. But asking every day was a must. It was a matter of showing respect. Not asking would be problematic. Once he had asked, it would no longer concern him. Yes. His subordinate quickly nodded and then hurriedly left. At that moment, the martial emperor let out a sigh. Being an emperor these days was truly difficult. It was quite stifling. In the Duke of the State's residence, in the courtyard where Xiao Chen was, dark energy suddenly began to surge forth. As the black mist spread, Xiao Chen's gaze immediately turned towards the room. Soon, the door to the room opened, and Jin Wu stepped out briskly. His body had already healed, and he had finally come back to life. These martial cultivators aren't completely useless. At least, their physical strength is quite impressive. Jin Wu laughed heartily. Brother, don't be fooled by this guy just breaking through to the golden core stage. His physical body is comparable to that of a mid-golden core. I have reconstituted his physical body, and now my cultivation has returned to the late golden core stage. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. In this world, being at the late golden core stage should mean he had no rivals. Alright, since that's the case, I also plan to head back. He had stayed here for so many days, it was enough, and it was time to return. After all, he still had many matters to attend to. Sir, just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, the steward hurried over and said, the martial emperor has sent someone to inquire if he may meet with you today. Then let him come. Xiao Chen replied. After a moment of thought, for Xiao Chen, meeting the martial emperor was not a bad thing. Moreover, with Jin Wu around now, there was even less to worry about. Soon, the martial emperor hurriedly arrived. He himself did not expect that today this esteemed one would really meet him. Therefore, he came quickly, but also a bit flustered. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, the martial emperor quickly said, I have met the esteemed one. After saying this, he turned to look at the person behind Xiao Chen. At that moment, the martial emperor was stunned. The other party has a physical body? At that moment, he finally understood what Xiao Chen had been doing these days by closing the mansion doors. He had allowed a soul to possess a physical body. A resurrection. At this moment, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Resurrection, that was something out of a myth. If there really were means of resurrection, then he couldn't even imagine how many people would set their sights on these two if this news got out. Congratulations, Brother Jin, on your resurrection, the martial emperor quickly spoke. I must leave. Xiao Chen said to the martial emperor, his tone calm. But esteemed one, that Song Tianwu is coming soon. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor's expression changed immediately. He anxiously urged, I ask the esteemed one to protect my Wu kingdom. With him here, there's no problem. He is not weaker than I am. Xiao Chen pointed to Jin Wu beside him. Now that Jin Wu had a physical body, although his cultivation had not fully recovered, his abilities were still intact. Coupled with his experience, if a fight broke out, there was a high chance that both Xiao Chen and the opponent would suffer heavy losses. With such a powerful figure here, he didn't need to intervene at all. When he heard this, the martial emperor was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Jin Wu to be so formidable. This person, was he not the discarded son of the Chen family? How he had escaped the Chen family in such a disgraceful manner and had even been killed by them, yet now he possessed such strength. Alright, I will not participate in the matters that follow. When Song Tianwu arrives, let Jin Wu handle it. Rest assured, Jin Wu can manage it. After saying this, Xiao Chen smiled lightly and said, I will take my leave now. He couldn't be bothered with the martial emperor. As for what Jin Wu would do next, that was Jin Wu's business. In this plane, to put it simply, it was Jin Wu and Chen Ran who had connections with him. Even if Jin Wu followed the old path and destroyed this world again, he wouldn't care. So, Xiao Chen left directly. I bid farewell to the esteemed one. The martial emperor took a deep breath and then said helplessly. He watched as Xiao Chen vanished in an instant and then turned to look at Jin Wu in front of him. Martial emperor, Jin Woo said calmly, my brother has a kind heart, but I am not my brother. Remember, from now on, you better do what I instruct you to do, otherwise. As he spoke, Jin Woo let out a cold laugh, and in the next moment he waved his hand fiercely. With that wave, the martial emperor immediately felt as if the blood in his body had solidified and he couldn't even move. At that moment, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, yes, I understand. Go, be a good emperor. We have no interest in your imperial power. If we have orders, we will find you. If there are no orders, you need not come. Jin Woo smiled lightly. Xiao Chen did not care about the martial emperor's situation at that moment. He directly returned to Earth, glanced at the time, and realized that only 5 hours had passed since he left. This meant that 1 hour here equated to a day there. After roughly figuring out the time flow, Xiao Chen quickly flew towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, Xiao Chen's body landed in the Shengjing of the Dragon Kingdom. I am in Shengjing. Upon arriving in Shengjing, Xiao Chen first called Old Bai. I will have Wu Lai come to pick you up right away. Old Bai's voice came hurriedly from the other end of the line. He had asked Xiao Chen to investigate the news about spiritual energy, and just a day later, Xiao Chen had returned. However, he had also received news. Many people had mysteriously died in the He Kingdom, especially in the prisons of the He Kingdom. It was almost completely wiped out. It felt as if this incident was caused by Xiao Chen. The key point is that at the imperial residence of the He country, there were reports of a significant explosion. Naturally, the He country officials immediately sealed off the news. So, until now, he still didn't know what exactly Xiao Chen had done. At this moment, with Xiao Chen back, he naturally needed to clarify things. After confirming the address, Wu Lai quickly took Xiao Chen away. It was still the same military camp as before, and when Xiao Chen stepped in, he was surprised to find that there were quite a few people present. Besides a few members of the special operations team, there were also 2 familiar faces. Chu Xiong and Chu Xiao were both there. As they were elders of Chu Qingyue, Xiao Chen nodded at them. Seeing Xiao Chen's attitude, the two were rather taken aback. As Chu Qingyue's elders, they naturally knew of Xiao Chen's abilities and understood that with Chu Qingyue now following him, the Chu family had truly risen. Especially Chu Xiong. Over the years, although the Chu family had been considered a prominent family in Xinjiang, there had been an underlying trend of decline. However, ever since Xiao Chen appeared, everything changed. The Chu family not only did not decline but became even stronger. His younger brother, who could challenge innate martial artists, had awakened and was now just a step away from reaching that level. Moreover, according to Chu Xiao, with the martial arts manuals provided by Xiao Chen, it would be even easier for him to break through to the innate level. The same went for his daughter. Now that she was with Xiao Chen, reaching the innate level was even simpler. These were all minor matters. The key point was Xiao Chen, the only cultivator in the world. No one knew what state Xiao Chen was in now. He was very clear that Xiao Chen's abilities were beyond their comprehension. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had just been in the He country and had returned almost immediately. Chu Xiong was particularly pleased with Xiao Chen now. So, what happened? Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said, if there's any unexpected situation over there in the He country, we can handle it. There's no unexpected situation, it's all resolved. Xiao Chen replied calmly. To put it simply, it was still that outsider causing the trouble. He recounted the matter of the artifact spirit. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's account, Old Bai and the others' expressions grew increasingly grim. A so-called artifact spirit was essentially a remnant soul, capable of stirring up such a huge commotion. If they hadn't sensed something, and if that artifact spirit had truly awakened, the trouble would have been even greater. If that artifact spirit returns to its peak state, are you its match? Old Bai asked Xiao Chen. Even if it were twice as strong, it wouldn't matter. Xiao Chen replied indifferently. The opponent's method was actually quite similar to the way Jin Woo reshaped his body. However, the opponent used the flesh and soul of ordinary people. So, after consuming for 20 years, it had only achieved that little. Yet, Jin Woo, a golden core realm martial artist, had already reshaped his body. Even if the opponent truly reached the nascent soul stage, a cultivator created through that method would have their merit and auspicious clouds extinguished immediately. When Xiao Chen said this, Old Bai nodded slightly, and his gaze towards Xiao Chen grew increasingly bright. He had already understood that the key lay with Xiao Chen. This person had now become the trump card of the Dragon Country. Today, I came to convey the message from above. Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Bai said, the Grand Elder stated that from now on, you can do whatever you want in the Dragon Country, but if you plan to do anything excessive, just inform us first. We will help you cover it up. Old Bai said helplessly. He had no other choice. This statement essentially told Xiao Chen that from now on, he was in charge. After all, they couldn't stop him. What was the point of saying anything if they couldn't? If they angered him, it would only bring more trouble to the Dragon Country. As for those second-generation heirs looking for death, if they died, so be it. It was about time to reshuffle the deck. After all, those guys had become increasingly outrageous. However, if the Dragon Country encounters any trouble, please lend a hand. Looking at Xiao Chen, at this moment, Old Bai seriously said to him, Old Bai seems to have forgotten that I said I am also from the Dragon Country. Facing Old Bai, Xiao Chen spoke up. The other party had actually calculated that he would no longer cause widespread destruction within the borders of the Dragon Country, and during these days, he had been in Yun City, not actively seeking trouble. That's why he said this. It was also a way to give himself an attitude. What Xiao Chen wanted was precisely this attitude. A few second-generation heirs from Shengjing have indeed learned that the potion from the Zhao family was given by you, but now they have gone to find Zhao Tianfang. Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and lowered his voice, saying, rest assured, I will arrange it well. Zhao Tianfang and his grandson will not come to harm. As for your side, I won't arrange anything. Anyway, you won't have any issues. If they come to cause trouble, just take action. It doesn't matter if you kill them. Old Bai said lightly, leave some evidence so I can take action. Alright, Xiao Chen nodded. in response. Additionally, the people from the Chu family will be heading to Yun City. We will also station troops in Yun City. Looking at Xiao Chun, Old Bai said at this moment, this is not aimed at you. You know your current situation is too big, and I'm afraid someone will cause trouble. I understand. Xiao Chen naturally understood. If it were aimed at him, it wouldn't be the Chu family coming. The current Chu family could be considered as being on the same rope as him. After finishing these matters with Old Bai, Xiao Chen glanced at Chu Xiao. At this moment, Chu Xiao was full of energy, undoubtedly just a step away from reaching the innate stage. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen quickly walked in front of Chu Xiao. Suddenly, he pointed a finger. As Xiao Chen's finger landed on Chu Xiao was momentarily stunned, and the next second his expression changed, abruptly sitting down on the ground. He was about to break through. A few people watching the scene were instantly dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Xiao Chen to suddenly point at Chu Xiao, and the moment he did, they felt Chu Xiao sit down, and his aura began to transform. The expressions of Wu Lai and the other innate martial artists changed. They knew very well how powerful Xiao Chen's finger was. After all, they had found it extremely difficult to break through before. Yet Xiao Chen's seemingly casual finger could allow someone to reach the innate stage? For martial artists, the barrier of the innate stage was almost like a towering mountain, and it was difficult for ordinary people to surpass it. However, now they witnessed a phenomenon. This towering mountain was casually pointed at and vanished. Soon, Chu Xiao stood up, and when he looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes were filled with intense heat. He knew in his heart that if he relied on himself to reach the innate stage, the difficulty was unimaginable. Chu Xiao, have you reached the innate stage? Looking at Chu Xiao, Old Bai hurriedly asked at this moment. His gaze was particularly serious. Only he understood how terrifying the effect of Xiao Chen's action was. I have. Chu Xiao nodded in response, and at this moment he could clearly feel how surging the power within him was. Therefore, at this point his gaze had completely changed. Xiao Chen. Old Bai looked at Xiao Chun with eager eyes and said, this move of yours, in principle, it shouldn't be used too often. Looking at Old Bai's eyes, Xiao Chen understood what was going on. He knew that innate martial artists were indeed rare in the country. However, there were quite a few martial artists stuck at this level. If he could help others break through, his value to Old Bai and the others would only increase. Xiao Chen did this for that reason. He was very clear that the higher his value, the better the official attitude towards him would be. Then it can be used. Old Bai nodded and said, what price is needed? He looked at Xiao Chen and said directly, just tell me what you need and we might be able to gather it together. He believed that Xiao Chen would definitely be able to use it and the cost shouldn't be high. After all, Xiao Chen was too casual. I need some things, and I'll contact you later. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied. It was certain that he would acquire fewer resources alone. But on Earth there couldn't be a lack of resources. He would have to ask Gu Qingran and Jin Wu later. These two had the highest cultivation levels and naturally knew the most. Perhaps they would know what resources were available for cultivators on Earth. Of course, there was an issue with Gu Qingran's dimension. Some resources from Earth would undergo transformation. When they reached that world, it seemed to be related to the laws of that dimension. He had tried bringing these things to other dimensions, and nothing had changed. So it could only be said that only Gu Qingran's dimension would undergo changes. Alright, Old Bai nodded eagerly upon hearing this. He knew how many postnatal martial artists there were in the country. Even if Xiao Chen's method didn't guarantee a breakthrough, having it would make a completely different effect. At this moment, his gaze towards Xiao Chen became increasingly serious. Xiao Chen. Old Bai took a deep breath and said, how about I go warn those little bastards in Xingjing? He looked at Xiao Chen and said, I was thinking of using you to deal with some pests. But now, I can't let them act recklessly. He was very clear that Xiao Chen's role was becoming more significant. If the authorities fell out with Xiao Chen, the negative consequences would undoubtedly be greater. No need, just consider it a game. Xiao Chen waved his hand upon hearing this. Since he had already made arrangements with the authorities, there was naturally no problem. Moreover, he had thought that cooperating with the authorities was undoubtedly a good thing. Helping the authorities deal with some second-generation rich kids was even less of an issue. Just some pests, after all, could be cleaned up. Before he had power, he detested these pests deeply. Now that he had the ability, it wasn't bad to have them come to him for trouble. Alright. Seeing Xiao Chen's demeanor, Old Bai nodded. Alright, since there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, good. However, recently there have been some unusual energy fluctuations in certain areas. If you're interested, I can send you the addresses. Old Bai thought for a moment and said, previously, there had been some unusual energy fluctuations at times, but they weren't strong. However, recently there had undoubtedly been something strange. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and said, alright, if there are any places with abnormal energy fluctuations, let me know. It seemed that the current Earth wasn't as peaceful as he had imagined. After saying this to Old Bai, Xiao Chen turned and left. Watching Xiao Chen leave, Old Bai turned serious and looked at Wu Lai and the others, saying, remember, keep a close watch on Yun City. I don't want that group of guys to go to Yun City and cause too much trouble, especially if they anger him. Old Bai took a deep breath, his eyes filled with helplessness. No one knew what level Xiao Chen was at now, but just the role Xiao Chen had displayed was enough to speak for itself. Therefore, Old Bai had to admit that Xiao Chen was far more important than he had thought. Upon hearing this, Wu Lai quickly nodded and said, yes, Old Bai, I understand. He naturally knew how important Xiao Chen was now. After leaving the military camp, Xiao Chen turned around and saw that Chu Xiong and Chu Xiao were following him. Xing Yue is safe with you now. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Xiong said, shall we go to the Chu family for a visit? No need, I have to go back. Xiao Chen shook his head, and then, the merit clouds rose from his body, enveloping him as he soared into the sky and left. This really counts as a divine being, right? Looking at the moment when Xiao Chen soared into the sky, Chu Xiong opened his mouth and said, yeah. Chu Xiao nodded and said, big brother, we really hit the jackpot. Isn't it because I have a good daughter? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiong immediately grinned. Big brother, let's remember, from now on, we are people by Xiao Chen's side. No matter what, we must help Xiao Chen deal with troubles. As long as he doesn't fall, our Chu family will truly succeed. Xu Xiao spoke up. He naturally understood what Xiao Chen was worried about from the conversation with Chu Qingyue. Both of them were aware of Xiao Chen's concerns. They were certainly not Chu Qingyue, having seen too much darkness, and they knew that sometimes choices are crucial. Yun City. When Xiao Chen returned to Yun City, he looked at the streets that had changed once again, filled with emotion. Now, the entire street had been renovated. Not only that, the entire street's repairs were almost complete. This was the situation with official support. Almost all available resources were mobilized to get this whole street done at the fastest speed. Such a situation was something Xiao Chen had not anticipated. You're back. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue spoke. There are a few things I need to tell you. Go ahead. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. My father and uncle are coming here. Chu Qingyue looked at Xiao Chen and said, don't misunderstand, they are coming here to help you. If you don't like it, I can tell them not to come. Seeing Chu Qingyue's nervous expression, Xiao Chen smiled. He naturally understood that his previous words had made Chu Qingyue a bit anxious. I've talked to them, they're coming here is a good thing. After all, the arrival of the Chu family represented the official side. Even Chu Lingquan would bring troops over. By that time, Chu Xiong would be in charge, while Chu Lingquan and Chu Xiao would be stationed here. At that point, it could be said that in the entire Yin city, Xiao Chen's word would be final. Such a matter, he could not refuse. With the official side showing such an attitude, what else could he say? Now he naturally understood why the official side would go to such lengths. First, the official side must have investigated him. They knew that over the years he had indeed not misused his abilities. At most, he had used his abilities to eliminate a few scumbags. That was nothing significant. With such great power, he had not caused much trouble until now, which could only mean that Xiao Chen was a good person. Moreover, Xiao Chen had publicly acknowledged that he was from the Dragon Country and had helped the Dragon Country handle many matters. This meant that Xiao Chen was now considered part of the official side. He had the ability and could be of help, and the key was he was ridiculously powerful. That was enough. Who would be foolish enough to seek trouble with such a person? First, you wouldn't even know if you could take the other party down. If you couldn't and the other party went berserk, the threat would be too great. Moreover, given the current situation, Xiao Chen could directly charge into the royal palace of the He country and take people away even under the siege of so many super soldiers from the Meilese Federation. The key was that before leaving, he had almost wiped out half of the super soldiers from the Meilese Federation. The Meilese Federation was still suffering from headaches. It was said that the officials of the Meilese Federation had sent people over to have a serious talk with the Dragon Country. The first point was that Xiao Chen could no longer enter the Meilese Federation. They were willing to pay any price for this. 2. Put it bluntly, such negotiations might work in peacetime, but once both sides went to war, the negotiations would seem redundant. Of course, even if an agreement was reached, it didn't mean Xiao Chen couldn't go. As long as he wasn't discovered, it would be fine. The official side now believed that even if Xiao Chen went to the president's head to urinate, the other side wouldn't notice. They had paid such a high price, so a little show on the surface was also acceptable. Of course, they also had to first appease Xiao Chen, their ancestor. Alright, I understand. Xiao Chen nodded. Also, Fatty, he is looking for you. Chu Qingyue spoke up. He has been looking for you several times, but you haven't been around these past few days. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He had been very busy lately and had almost forgotten about He Fatty. Alright. At that moment, Xiao Chen quickly called He Fatty. Boss, you really are busy. As soon as the call connected, He Fatty said with a grin, now I know you really have some skills. Hearing that the whole street outside is yours, brother, I feel particularly comfortable following you now. Enough with the nonsense. Hearing this, Xiao Chen said, tell me, what exactly happened? It's a bit of a situation. He Fatty thought for a moment and said, my dad's factory. Isn't it being expanded now? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He had previously acquired that factory specifically to produce compressed biscuits. Now, just the compressed biscuits he provided to several dimensions were all produced by that factory. The key was that once the goods were shipped, Xiao Chen would directly transfer the money. Although it was just moving money from one hand to the other, the speed of the transactions, combined with the almost guaranteed sales, led to the factory being expanded twice. Now, the factory was no longer what it used to be. Moreover, they still didn't know who the goods from the factory were being sold to. After all, every time it was He Fatty who took over, and once He Fatty brought it to the warehouse, he would leave it to Xiao Chen. If it weren't for the fact that officials had sent people over now, He Fatty would have suspected there was something wrong with Xiao Chen. The factory manager is fine, but as the factory grows larger, the benefits are good, and many people are starting to want to join the factory. The folks in the village have their own ideas. They couldn't find you, so they went directly to my dad. My dad has been so bothered lately that he's thinking about moving the factory. He Fatty said. On one hand, the factory was in the suburbs, which was inconvenient, and there were additional transportation costs. Now, the whole street belonged to Xiao Chen, and there was plenty of land. They were considering whether to move the factory over. It would be more convenient then. Sure, Xiao Chen did not hesitate at all. He had previously acquired this food factory to find a way into the food industry. Now, that path was basically optional. After all, he had the official backing. However, whether it was Uncle He or Uncle Xia, they were all family to Xiao Chen, and it was naturally best if they had something to do. In fact, Xiao Chen had already thought about it. Next time, he would directly gift the factory to these elders. For him, it was just a drop in the bucket. When his parents passed away, he was still responsible for Qin's living expenses, and life was tough. If it weren't for the support of several uncles, he would have starved long ago. Even after Qin left, when he went to work in other cities, it was still his uncles who provided him with travel and living expenses. In The first 3 months of working, each uncle had given him quite a bit. Just for this, he knew he had to repay the kindness. He had been unable to do so before, but now that he had the ability, it would be unreasonable not to repay them. You tell your dad to move the factory over, and from now on consider this factory a gift from me to them. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, let them accept it with peace of mind. Alright, I'll persuade them. Fatty was not at all polite. He had been at the storage base recently and naturally understood how wealthy Xiao Chen was. For Xiao Chen, this money was truly just a drop in the bucket. After Fatty made that call that afternoon, Uncle Xia and Uncle He came directly to Xiao Chen's side. Kid, I know you have money, but if you want to give the factory to us, we can't accept it. Uncle Xia said directly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, Uncle Xia, you can see that I really don't lack this little bit now. I know you don't lack money, but if you just give it to me, I can't accept it. Uncle Xia said directly. Yes, Xiao Chen, we are very satisfied now. Looking at Xiao Chen in front of him, Uncle He spoke directly at that moment. You can't just give us the factory. We wouldn't dare to accept it. Alright, uncles. You know my situation now. Xiao Chen sighed and said, you both know what it was like for me when I went out to work back then. If it weren't for you, I would have almost starved to death. So, now that I've made my fortune, I have to think of you, right? Xiao Chen looked at the two of them and said, don't be shy. I really have money now. I can see that. When he heard this, Uncle Xia nodded. He naturally understood how wealthy Xiao Chen was now. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Xiao Chen could secure an entire street was evident. Moreover, with Xiao Chen's close cooperation with the authorities, Uncle Xia was also aware of the situation. So, he didn't ask too many questions about Xiao Chen's matters anymore. Alright, you just accept it. I know you wouldn't want to know more. Xiao Chen waved his hand. They were clear about how much the factory was worth now. Not to mention anything else, just this factory alone had no shortage of orders, and with the monthly profits, its value was easily over several tens of millions. The thought of directly receiving tens of millions made both of them uneasy. At that moment, their eyes were filled with helplessness. They knew very well that Xiao Chen had never thought of taking it back. Okay, uncles, don't think about this anymore. Looking at the two in front of him, Xiao Chen said, I have other matters to handle, just listen to me. Seeing Xiao Chen's demeanor, the two could only nod in agreement. By the way, I called old Xiao a while ago, but he didn't answer. Something might have happened. Before leaving, Uncle He spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and said, Uncle He, I understand, I'll go find Uncle Xiao. Xiao Chen naturally knew who Uncle He was referring to. His father's childhood friends were only three, Uncle He, Uncle Xia, and his cousin Xiao Fengshan. However, this cousin had been away for many years and hadn't returned. Xiao Chen had called him before, hoping he would come back, but he was refused. He originally thought his cousin was doing well, but now it seems something had happened. Xiao Chen sent a message to Chu Qingyue asking her to find out what had happened to his cousin, and then he began to contact Xiao. It had been a while since he last visited Xiao, and he didn't know what the situation was like there now. Bro, my territory has expanded a lot. There were originally 7 countries on this continent, and now I've destroyed 3, almost occupying half of the land. Over there, Xiao spoke directly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled. The current Xiao was different from before. It was originally a low martial world where ordinary people couldn't withstand firearms. Not to mention anything else, just the weapons Xiao Chen had brought back from the apocalyptic world could take down even masters. The power of that was unimaginable. Coupled with Xiao's own cultivation improvement and the so-called help from the celestial immortal, under the influence of the divine right of kings, Xiao's development was incredibly rapid. The advancement of technology and the stabilization of royal power made Xiao's growth faster and faster. Also, you better come over and take a look. Your disciple seems a bit off, Xiao said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and immediately replied, okay, I'll be there right away. Bring me more stuff before you come. I don't like gold right now, Xiao said with a smile, and then he told Xiao Chen what he needed, especially a large amount of compressed biscuits, as war is all about consumption. In today's domestic situation, the first batch of grain has just been harvested, which cannot support such a large consumption. If it weren't for Xiao Chen providing a large amount of compressed biscuits, he wouldn't even be able to afford military rations. This continent has been at war for years, and the common people are actually living in misery, unable to fill their stomachs, let alone have enough grain to continue fighting. If it weren't for your compressed biscuits, I wouldn't be able to continue this war. Xiao laughed heartily. During this time, he was most aware that the other countries faced the same problem as him, a shortage of grain, and the 2 wealthiest ones had weak military strength. It was the same for them, which helped maintain the balance. However, it wasn't until Xiao emerged and Xiao Chen appeared that everyone realized the situation had changed. Especially with Xiao Chen's technological support, the entire domestic situation had already transformed. Even in the court, no one dared to oppose Xiao's opinions. After all, everyone knew that in today's court, this emperor had the final say. The only one who could obstruct the emperor was definitely this immortal lord. But until now, they had only met the immortal lord a few times. Moreover, even when the immortal lord was present, they found it difficult to meet him. He simply ignored them. Therefore, it had almost become a one-man show for Xiao. When Xiao Chen was transmitted over, he had already appeared in the court. As the ministers saw Xiao Chen appear, a group of them immediately knelt on the ground. We pay our respects to the immortal lord. At that moment, several people spoke up. Seeing these people, Xiao Chen nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, a large quantity of compressed biscuits appeared outside. The court officials naturally knew what these were. Many had tasted them. A piece so small could have such an effect after eating it, which they had never expected. Now, seeing these items appear, they immediately understood that the emperor was preparing to continue the fight. Where's Linger? I need to find her. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao and said, "What happened to her? It's nothing serious, but it seems she can't break through." Upon hearing this, Xiao was slightly taken aback, then understood. This plane was too low to support Linger's breakthrough. Currently, Linger had already perfected her chi training, and the next step was foundation establishment. Alright, I'll go over. After Xiao finished speaking, he quickly teleported away. In the Immortal Lord's residence, Linger and Tang Shuang were in the courtyard. When they saw Xiao Chen appear, Linger hurriedly ran towards him. "Master, you haven't come to find Linger for quite a while." Looking at Linger, who had rushed into his arms, Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Aren't I here now, Immortal Lord?" Tang Shuang stood up and respectfully bowed. Enough with the formalities. Xiao waved his hand, carefully observing his disciple. Currently, Linger was almost one step away from breaking through. "Master, my strength is now such that almost no one can defeat me, but I don't know why, I just can't break through." Linger looked at Xiao and said, "No matter how much I cultivate, it seems to be of no use." Hearing this, Xiao nodded and said, "I understand. System, what should I do?" Xiao asked aloud. This low martial world also had restrictions from the heavenly Tao, and currently, Linger was undoubtedly limited. Therefore, even if he infused her with spiritual energy, she couldn't break through. It wasn't a lack of spiritual energy, but rather a restriction from the heavenly Tao. The host can choose whether to help his disciple improve. If improved, this world will enter the stage of spiritual energy revival. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, leaving Xiao stunned. "Are you saying this world can still improve?" At this moment, Xiao asked excitedly. "Once the spiritual energy revival is completed, this world will enter the intermediate plane." "Improve!" Xiao immediately exclaimed. He didn't care about anything else, he wanted to improve first. In the intermediate plane, one could almost reach the golden core stage. For his disciple, this was the best news. Upon hearing Xiao words, the system quickly responded, "The host needs to complete 50 more transactions. Once the transactions are completed, this plane can enter the intermediate plane." When the voice echoed in his mind, Xiao frowned slightly. He knew it wouldn't be that simple, so he had to conduct 50 more transactions. "Linger, there's no rush on this matter. After a while, I will help you break through," Xiao said. He was well aware that as his strength gradually increased, the assistance from lower planes became less and less significant. However, if he could elevate these planes to higher ones, the help would only grow stronger. Once this plane enters the intermediate plane, the host's space will be enhanced. When this voice rang in his mind, Xiao no longer hesitated. His current space was already large enough, but if it could continue to expand, who wouldn't want that? Moreover, Xiao noticed that some plants he casually tossed into the space began to grow continuously, and even some river water he introduced had started to harbor life. In other words, his space was more like a world. And within this space, he could almost control everything. "Immortal Lord, are you staying here tonight?" Tang Shuang asked Xiao a hint of a smile in her eyes. Just as Xiao was about to speak, the voice of Gu Ming appeared in his mind. "Boss, hurry, help, come quickly." Hearing Gu Ming's voice, Xiao immediately said, "I have to leave first and come back in a few days." After saying this, Xiao disappeared in the next moment. Even Tang Shuang and Linger didn't have time to react. Why did Master leave so suddenly? Linger was stunned. She still had many things to say to her master. Tang Shuang also felt a bit helpless. She wanted to say something to Xiao but unfortunately, there was no opportunity. At that moment, Xiao had already entered the apocalyptic world. As soon as he appeared in the apocalyptic world and saw the scene before him, Xiao was taken aback. This was Gu Ming's base, which had now become quite large, and it could be said that with his help, Gu Ming had become the boss of this area just by relying on compressed biscuits. He had quite a few subordinates, and he also had a number of advanced evolution potions, along with many high-level ability users. However, now, his base was in a terrible state. The iron sheets that originally blocked the scorching sun were severely damaged. Even the sun had entered the base, and the intense heat had caused many people inside to suffer from sunburn. When Xiao appeared and looked at the scene before him, he frowned slightly, and then he saw Gu Ming. "Big brother, a group of high-level ability users has come and directly killed their way in. My people can't hold them off." Gu Ming said urgently, "Help me kill them." Xiao didn't waste any words and turned to look. Those high-level ability users were also looking at Xiao. "Hey, you are the one behind Gu Ming? Be smart and tell us the source of the compressed biscuits, or else," the leader said with a cold smile, "you'll be in for a world of pain." Upon hearing this, Xiao smiled faintly and waved his hand, and suddenly auspicious clouds of merit appeared rapidly in the sky. As the auspicious clouds of merit emerged, a thick white mist enveloped the surroundings. The mist instantly surrounded these so-called high-level ability users. Xiao had estimated that the strength of these high-level ability users was close to the initial stage of foundation establishment. This was also the reason Xiao found it hard to understand, because, theoretically, Gu Ming's world was also a lower plane, yet it could have people at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he couldn't sense any heavenly path in this world. System, what is going on? In the abandoned world, there is no heavenly path, so naturally, there can be no heavenly path to obstruct anything. Here, as long as there is enough spiritual energy, you could even cultivate to become an immortal, the system responded. Of course, that's impossible. After all, there isn't enough spiritual energy. Moreover, in this world, no one cultivates. After hearing the system's explanation, Xiao roughly understood. In simple terms, this world has no barriers, but it also lacks cultivators. The key point is that this world is truly considered abandoned. Humanity is barely surviving, and outside, there are zombies and all sorts of mutated beasts. Even humans are killing each other. This world is indeed a forsaken one. At this moment, when the merit cloud enveloped the people, the next moment, they let out screams. The white mist instantly eroded their bodies, and thick smoke began to rise from them. Even Xiao had not anticipated that these high-level ability users were each carrying significant sins. Moreover, these people had no chance to resist and were purified by the merit. Cloud. A large group of high-level ability users was directly swept away. Furthermore, the opponent's methods were almost incomprehensible to many. At this moment, even Gu Ming looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of surprise. Bro, your move is really impressive. Gu Ming quickly approached Xiao Chen and spoke. His gaze was filled with admiration. Is this what cultivating immortality looks like? His eyes were fervent, although he had already discussed it with Xiao Chen. Seeing Xiao Chen's abilities at this moment made it impossible not to feel envious. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at Gu Ming in front of him and frowned slightly, asking, what's going on? Hey, boss, you don't know, but this apocalyptic world is still quite vast. It's basically divided into 4 regions, East, South, West, and North. I'm currently the boss of the East region, but those guys in the other areas are still eyeing me. You know, in this world, aside from a few strongholds that still have some arable land, there's hardly any elsewhere. So, most ordinary people rely on the meat of those mutated beasts to eat, and most of them still can't get enough. Right now, I have a stock of compressed biscuits, and I've exchanged quite a bit of resources with them using those biscuits, so naturally, I've caught their attention. He said helplessly, so, these people are thinking of getting rid of me. They even want to find my supply channels. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and looked towards the area in front of him where the stronghold's iron sheets had been torn apart by the ability users. Moreover, at this moment, Xiao Chen could see that there was a layer of insulation in the middle of the iron sheets. You know the temperature outside. If it were just iron sheets, it wouldn't be able to insulate at all. This is a new type of material that can block all heat. Seeing the puzzled look on Xiao Chen's face, Gu Ming spoke up. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. No wonder this entire iron sheet area could block most of the heat. At first, Xiao Chen didn't understand, but now he realized that the technology inside was quite advanced. Boss, next we need to develop this area, Gu Ming said helplessly. However, I don't have many people under me. Although I can be considered to have control over this area now, the current situation is still somewhat lacking. Hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, how about trying to cultivate? Can I cultivate? Upon hearing this, Gu Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately stood in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen then quickly walked up to Gu Ming and pointed a finger. As Xiao Chen pointed, the next moment, Gu Ming's mind was filled with a wealth of knowledge. Try cultivating first, Xiao Chen said, then you'll have the capital for a breakthrough. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. Xiao Chen looked at Gu Ming and said, also, we can't continue like this. Let me ask you, if there is enough food, can you control this world? Enough food? Gu Ming was taken aback and asked eagerly, bro, how much is enough food? Anyway, enough for you to eat. Xiao Chen laughed. In response, given the current productivity in the country, food was hardly lacking. Moreover, if it really was lacking, he was prepared to go overseas to sort it out. His cooperation with the authorities had to continue, so that was key. If you add up the 4 major regions, the population is quite large, at least 1 million. Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Ming said at that moment, of course, if we only talk about ability users, there are at most around 100,000. The rest are mostly civilians. They can still continue to eat beast meat. Gu Ming thought for a moment and said, in this world, civilians were essentially expendable. In fact, they were even less than expendable. Usually, they enjoyed the protection of the base and helped produce some weapons and provide a portion of services. The eastern district he was in was relatively better. After all, he came from Earth and couldn't really treat those ordinary people as less than human. But in the other regions, there were plenty of inhumane things happening. Some big shots, driven by hunger, even treated these people as food. Under such circumstances, the number of civilians would only decrease. Moreover, whether it was beasts or zombies, once they came and the base couldn't hold them off, they would use these civilians as cannon fodder to block the enemy. Listening to Gu Ming ramble on about these things, Xiao Chen sighed. Indeed, no matter which world it was, the fate of ordinary people was not good. What they faced was the oppression and exploitation of the higher-ups. Some worlds were just worse than others, while some were relatively mild. Xiao Chen didn't dwell on these thoughts, and said, just a little over 1 million. Providing this portion of food is not a problem for me. Of course, I need quite a few things, those weapons. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, get those weapons out. I'll take them. At that moment, Xiao Chen's first thought was of the high-tech weapons from the apocalyptic world. The apocalypse had already destroyed things beyond recognition, and technology was almost non-existent. But even so, it could still give many civilians combat power. Moreover, this world was particularly distorted. There was almost no preserved technology for daily life because it was useless. No one would enjoy life in such a world. It was all about survival. Thus, there were still quite a few combat-related technologies left in this world, and these were what Xiao Chen was interested in. His cooperation with the authorities couldn't be entirely one-sided, with them making all the sacrifices, while he only provided 2 potions. Over time, the authorities would likely feel it wasn't worth it. But weapons were different. They were tangible things that could be seen. That makes it even less of a problem. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming's eyes lit up. Xiao Chen's proposal posed no issues for him at all. In fact, it excited him. They also produced those technological weapons on their side, and ability users were using them, but high-level ability users basically no longer use them. If they could exchange those weapons for food, that would definitely be no problem. Bro, it seems you've struck a deal with the authorities recently? Gu Ming looked at Xiao Chen and said. He understood that if Xiao Chen hadn't made a deal with the authorities, then it would absolutely be impossible to do these things. After all, if such a large amount of food was brought over by Xiao Chen, it would attract attention. Moreover, he knew very well that those weapons couldn't harm Xiao Chen, so it could only mean the authorities needed them. Xiao Chen nodded in response. Then he looked out into the wild, where several strange beasts were continuously roaring, and not far away he surprisingly saw some zombies. I'm actually quite curious, how come those strange beasts and zombies coexist peacefully? Xiao Chen pointed to those things not far away and asked aloud. They were blocked by a fence and couldn't get in at all. It seems that the strange beasts are mutated from this world. We can eat them, and we won't turn into zombies, but they are exceptionally unpalatable. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming spoke up. We don't know when the zombies appeared. Anyway, if a human is bitten, they will turn into a zombie. Even low-level and mid-level ability users can't resist. Gu Ming said. What about high-level ability users? Xiao Chen asked curiously. There were people who were bitten before and were fine. Gu Ming replied, the serum from high-level ability users can resist the zombie virus. When Xiao Chen heard this, he nodded and said, alright, I'll go take a look at these zombies and strange beasts. As he spoke, he quickly flickered and appeared in front of a group of zombies. At that moment, the zombies seemed to have caught the scent of a human and suddenly rushed towards Xiao Chen. These zombies opened their mouths and lunged at Xiao Chen to bite him. With a wave of his hand, the merit cloud instantly erupted. In that moment, the merit cloud directly trapped the two zombies in front of him. Instantly, the zombies were ensnared by the merit cloud, and the next moment, Xiao Chen saw them being dissolved by the merit cloud. He even saw a soul appear in front of the merit cloud. That soul showed a hint of gratitude towards Xiao Chen before dissipating. Watching this scene, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Especially at that moment, he could clearly feel the joyful emotion emanating from the merit cloud. That joyful emotion told Xiao Chen that the merit cloud was particularly interested in these zombies. With this thought, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Immediately, he quickly flickered again and headed towards a nearby area. His merit cloud almost enveloped a region. As long as a zombie appeared in front of him, it was fiercely attacked by the merit cloud, and soon, these zombies were devoured by the merit cloud. After devouring a few zombies, Xiao Chen roughly understood. For the merit cloud, these evil creatures seemed to be its nutrients. In fact, it particularly liked them. On the contrary, those strange beasts were completely ignored by the merit cloud, which even passed right over them. Watching this scene, Xiao Chen shook his head and quickly returned to the base. You go contact the heads of several districts. We'll pay them a visit ourselves. Xiao Chen said to Gu Ming with a smile. We'll visit them one by one. If anyone is not convinced, just kill them. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Gu Ming immediately nodded. He naturally understood that at this moment he had Xiao Chen as his backing, so there was no problem at all. Moreover, with so many high-level ability users from the three major districts attacking them, they were all wiped out by Xiao Chen. Now, there weren't many high-level ability users left on their side. Plus, with Xiao Chen's merit cloud, it was simply a terrifying killing weapon. In this world, Xiao Chen was invincible. This was his brother. What was there to worry about? Brother, when the time comes, I'll have them bring out all the gold from their base. After all, gold is useless in this world, Gu Ming said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He naturally understood that although he didn't care about the amount of wealth now, it would still be nice to take some back. As for how much would be left after returning, he didn't mind. The system consumed a lot, but it also provided a lot. Then let's set off now. I'm closest to the North District, so let's go there now. At this moment, Gu Ming hurriedly spoke up. With your teleportation, we'll be there soon. If all goes well, in an hour, I'll take over the North District. Hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen nodded, then grabbed Gu Ming. And in the next second, they teleported away. With his current cultivation level, the range of his teleportation was exceptionally far, and in no time, they arrived at the area Gu Ming mentioned. It was a vast base, so large that Xiao Chen couldn't even see the end of it at a glance. This is the North District's headquarters. Besides this base, there are over 30 small bases beneath the North District, all vassals of the North District. Boss, the leader of the North District is named Yang Lian. This guy, along with the other two districts' ability users, wants to seize my resources. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, in that case, let's take care of this Yang Lian. After saying this, he immediately grabbed Gu Ming, and with a teleportation, they entered the base's interior. Who are you? On a street within the base, many people looked warily at Xiao Chen and Gu Ming, who had suddenly appeared. I am Gu Ming. Bring Yang Lian out. Gu Ming said coldly. Upon hearing this, many ability users were stunned. As the leader of the East District, they had heard this name too many times in recent days. The East District had an endless supply of food, which was why many people had quietly left the base to join the East District. Especially for those commoners, the desire to join the East District was even stronger. Unfortunately, the outside world was too dangerous, and commoners simply lacked the ability to cross two districts. Now, seeing the leader of the East District appear here, they were naturally shocked. Yang Lian, your men are all dead, and you still won't come out? Gu Ming shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, many people quickly appeared from a distance, led by a burly man who swiftly approached Gu Ming and Xiao Chen. When he saw Xiao Chen and Gu Ming, the leading man coldly said, Gu Ming, you come to my side and only bring a pretty boy. Are you here to seek death? Xiao Chen's gaze fixed on the opponent, and then with a wave of his hand, a flying sword appeared above Yang Lian. In the next second, the flying sword swept across, and before Yang Lian could react, his head was directly severed. A group of ability users didn't even realize what had happened. Their leader's head shot up into the sky and then fell to the ground. Now, I have the final say in the North District. Do you have any objections? Gu Ming looked at Yang Lian, who had been killed by Xiao Chen, and immediately revealed a cold smile as he asked. Upon hearing this, the faces of the ability users turned particularly ugly, their gazes shifting towards Xiao Chen. They slightly lowered their heads, none daring to face the man who could suddenly kill their leader. Together with Gu Ming, they gathered everyone from the entire North District, and Gu Ming began to announce that from today onwards the North District belonged to him. At the same time, Gu Ming started announcing benefits. With Xiao Chen's support, Gu Ming was not lacking in food at all. Moreover, he and Xiao Chen had already agreed on the monthly trading quota. Therefore, at this moment he was not worried about food being restricted. Upon hearing that as long as they became Gu Ming's subordinates, they could receive a certain amount of compressed biscuits each month. Both the high-level ability users and ordinary people expressed their agreement. They had followed Yang Lian just for food. Now, they didn't need to worry about these things at all. Following Gu Ming meant having everything. In that case, what was there to worry about? Thus, a group of people directly expressed their agreement, some even eager. Let's go. Next is the West District, Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming was taken aback and asked, Brother, are you planning to conquer all 4 districts in one day? Of course. Xiao Chen nodded and said, take out the leaders of the 4 districts who refuse to submit, and the rest will be your responsibility. Alright. Gu Ming, on the other hand, was not worried at all. With Xiao Chen by his side, he felt completely at ease. Now, he quickly pointed to the location of the West District. Xiao Chen grabbed Gu Ming, and in the next second they instantly vanished. In the North District, a group of ability users glanced at the spot where Xiao Chen and Gu Ming had just left, then bitterly smiled. They had come because Gu Ming had offered them so much. The amount of food was truly astonishing. And another reason was, of course, the terror of Xiao Chen. They were well aware of Yang Lian's abilities. It could be said that it would be quite easy for Yang Lian to kill them. However, when facing Xiao Chen, Yang Lian didn't even have a chance to counterattack. It was almost instantaneous. The level of fear was unimaginable, and they were terrified. Because of this, they were so obedient at this moment. They knew that if they resisted, Xiao Chen might just kill them outright. If they didn't want to die, they had no choice but to follow Xiao Chen's orders. They understood this very clearly. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already brought Gu Ming to the West District. Hovering in the air above the West District, Xiao Chen looked at the massive fortress before him, slightly surprised. Unlike other gathering places, this was actually a huge ancient castle. Hee, the West District is the richest in this area, Gu Ming said, looking at Xiao Chen. The basement inside the castle can still grow some food. So, in the past, the West District had some food cultivation. It can also be exchanged for more good things. Gu Ming continued, looking at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and quickly led Gu Ming into the castle. As they entered, an alarm sounded throughout the entire base. The West District has monitoring equipment. As long as you don't wear the West District's token, you'll be monitored and trigger the alarm. Gu Ming was not at all flustered upon hearing the sound. After all, he had Xiao Chen by his side. If Xiao Chen wanted to take action, these people would be no match for him. So even if the two of them were locked on and the alarm sounded, it was of no consequence. At this moment, Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on a spot not far away, where a group of people was quickly approaching. Let your boss come out. I am Gu Ming, the boss of the East District. Gu Ming shouted. Upon hearing this, those who had originally wanted to rush towards Xiao Chen and Gu Ming immediately halted. They naturally knew who Gu Ming was. Thus, at this moment, the group quickly contacted their boss. Soon, a figure appeared rapidly before Xiao Chen and Gu Ming. The figure was exceptionally fast, almost instantaneously appearing in front of Xiao Chen. Boss, this person's ability is speed. He is extremely fast. Gu Ming whispered, looking at the person. His name is Luo Xiong. Gu Ming, what are you doing here? The man coldly stared at Gu Ming and asked, what do you think? Your bosses from several districts can send people to my East District, so why can't I come over? Gu Ming replied with a smile, looking at Luo Xiong. What about my subordinates? Luo Xiong asked. Dead. Gu Ming said flatly. Besides, I'm here to give you a notice. From now on, you are my subordinate. You can choose to submit or die. Just based on you? Luo Xiong sneered, not taking Gu Ming seriously at all. In his eyes, Gu Ming was nothing. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming merely smiled faintly and said, I know. I can't beat you. But just because I can't beat you doesn't mean my boss is incapable. Saying this, he pointed at Xiao Chen and added, let me introduce my boss, the one who provides me with food. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiong's gaze fixed on Xiao Chen, and he coldly said, so you are the one behind Gu Ming? Since you have food, why bother collaborating with that useless Gu Ming? You could choose to cooperate with me. Don't worry, what Gu Ming can offer you, I can offer too. I need a large amount of food. If you want something, just say it. Looking at Xiao Chen, at that moment, Luo Xiong spoke coldly. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Chen revealed a smile and shook his head, saying, no, you can't provide that. What Gu Ming can give me, you truly cannot. Moreover, Gu Ming said he would give you 2 choices. You can make your choice now. Just based on the 2 of you? Hearing this, Luo Xiong's expression darkened immediately. He suddenly charged at Xiao Chen, his body transforming into a streak of light almost invisible to the eye. However, just as he burst forward, he sensed something was off. At that moment, a massive barrier appeared before him. The barrier directly blocked his path. Just as he was about to retreat, the next second, another barrier appeared behind him. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. Upon seeing his opponent, he activated the spatial barrier. Although it seemed like just a barrier, Xiao Chen usually thought this skill was somewhat useless. But now, he found it quite handy. 6 barriers formed a cage, trapping his opponent inside. Oh, boss, you can use this barrier like this? Looking inside the barrier, Luo Xiong kept swinging his knife trying to cut through it, but ultimately, when the barrier didn't budge even a little, Gu Ming became interested. Want to see if it works? It looks pretty good, right? Now. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. After he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and clenched it tightly. As Xiao Chen's hand clenched, the barrier twisted instantly, curling inward like a twisted dough. Luo Xiong's face changed dramatically. He was fast, but being trapped inside the barrier made even moving a struggle. At that moment, the barrier twisted further, directly trapping him inside. He could only let out a scream as his body was twisted like dough and snapped. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the next second, Luo Xiong's corpse fell from the air. The group of high-level ability users behind Luo Xiong changed their expressions, but a few fearless ones charged directly at Xiao Chen and Gu Ming. Xiao Chen sighed, if these people weren't afraid of death, then let them die. The so-called high-level ability users were no different from ants in his eyes. Moreover, even if these people died, there were hardly any innocents among them. In the apocalypse, the weak are prey to the strong. There are no good people. He understood that losing another batch was still a good thing. for Gu Ming, as the more high-level ability users died, the more secure his position would become. The flying sword erupted instantly, and the next second, it transformed into a streak of light, charging directly into the crowd. Those ability users who had just rushed forward were pierced through by the flying sword, instantly falling to the ground. By the time they fell, they had already lost their breath. It was too fast. The ability users didn't even have time to react before they were all dead. From now on, kneel to show your submission. If you don't kneel, you will die. Gu Ming shouted directly, and upon hearing this, the group immediately knelt down. It was terrifying. In an instant, so many ability users were annihilated. In their eyes, Xiao Chen was no different from a demon. In this situation, they didn't even dare to react. Watching the group freeze in fear, Xiao Chen finally stopped his actions. The next moment, he spoke up directly. Hurry up, we still need to go to the South District. Okay. Hearing this, Gu Ming quickly nodded and said, the South District isn't that complicated. As of now, the South District is still in chaos with several forces there, and none of them can dominate alone. It was the same in our East District before, until I showed up, and those people in the East District started listening to me. Gu Ming said with a smile. He was well aware that he had relied on the advantage of food to attract many of the East District's big shots to his side. After all, having enough to eat is more important than anything else. Especially in a post-apocalyptic world, it is even more so. Boss, I just need to send someone to the South District to deliver a message, or even bring a batch of food over, and the South District will surrender, he said with great confidence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and stopped hesitating. At this moment, he watched Gu Ming instructing those people, which also indicated his own benefits. When Gu Ming mentioned that they would provide biscuits every month, a group of people was instantly stunned. They had originally thought that Gu Ming was conquering them by treating them like cattle, even dragging them to fight against the beasts outside to obtain more beast jerky. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, beast jerky is a resource. But they never expected that not only would they not have to fight desperately, but they would also be paid. If only they had said this earlier. If they had said this earlier, why would we risk our lives against you? We would have just surrendered, and anyone who opposed you, we could deal with them. Xiao Chen himself didn't expect that in the post-apocalyptic world, compressed biscuits had become a hot commodity. In fact, with compressed biscuits leading the way, even those high-level ability users would have to kneel. They knew very well what a good thing compressed biscuits were. Boss, you haven't tasted how bad those beast meats are. Seeing Xiao Chen's confused expression, Gu Ming said helplessly, moreover, eating too much affects your lifespan. Ordinary people who eat too much beast meat mostly die before they reach 40. Even we, high-level ability users, can only live to 60 at most before we die because there is a slight toxin in the beasts that continuously erodes our bodies. But if we don't eat, we will starve to death. Gu Ming said helplessly, there are no compressed biscuits. Alright, I understand. Xiao Chen nodded and said, next, I will get more food. Besides compressed biscuits, I can also get you some other things. Fruits and vegetables, meat. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen spoke up. No, if they eat too much of those things, they really won't work anymore. At most, just get some instant noodles. Gu Ming immediately interjected. What a joke. He still understood the principle of going from luxury to frugality. Now that they felt satisfied with compressed biscuits, what would happen later? Anyway, fruits and vegetables could be eaten by himself, and those people could at most be rewarded with a pack of instant noodles. Even so, these people might be extremely grateful. Alright then. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't feel that anything was wrong. This world is just that crazy. He had seen it clearly. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen had no hesitation and directly expressed his agreement. At this moment, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, alright, since we don't need to go to the South District, I'm preparing to leave. Before I leave, bring me some local specialties. He also planned to go back and have a good talk with the officials, and naturally, the weapons had to be prepared. Gold doesn't need to be given to me all at once. Every time I bring food over, prepare a portion of weapons and gold. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and spoke up. After all, that system was really ruthless. The things he brought back would be directly deducted by the system. Nowadays, he was too lazy to set prices. And Gu Ming and the others wouldn't mention prices either. In fact, the so-called purchasing on behalf of others was just something he and Gu Ming casually talked about. However, no matter what, he still had to bring something back. Then when he returned, the system would directly take its CUT to IT was particularly ruthless. One couldn't tell where all these draws had gone. Alright, Gu Ming said, directly pulling a high-level ability user to get some weapons and equipment. Although the other party didn't know why, they quickly went to gather them. In the apocalyptic world, what was most abundant was these weapons and equipment. So soon, a batch was brought in. Some of them Xiao Chen had seen before, while others he had never encountered, including mechas. When Xiao Chen returned to Earth, he immediately called Old Bai. You looking for me? Old Bai asked in surprise on the other end of the line. He knew Xiao Chen well. Unless he was the one looking for Xiao Chen, generally speaking, Xiao Chen wouldn't take the initiative to contact him. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen reaching out to him surprised. Old Bai a bit. I have some things to show you. Xiao Chen said, you might be interested. Upon hearing this, Old Bai immediately replied, alright, I'll come over right now. He understood that Xiao Chen was quite capable, and if Xiao Chen was talking to him at this time, it meant that what Xiao Chen had was definitely not simple. At that moment, he quickly arrived in Yun City. You came to find me for something? Old Bai asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. With a wave of his hand, countless weapons appeared on the ground. Even Old Bai was stunned at the sight before him. There were many items he recognized, but there were also quite a few he had no idea about. However, from the shapes of these items, he had a rough understanding. These things are weapons? Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen, his gaze burning as he asked, what's their power like? We'll know if we find a place to test them. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. Alright. Old Bai nodded eagerly, fully aware that anything Xiao Chen brought out was certainly not simple. Are these all from the outsiders? In his view, Xiao Chen was clearly doing business with those extraterrestrial visitors. Not exactly from outside, it's just an apocalyptic world. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen said, I can traverse that dimension. Upon hearing this, Old Bai nodded. He actually understood very well. During this time, Xiao Chen had set up this logistics park and continuously hoarded so many supplies. However, there had been no shipments, yet the items in the warehouse were consumed at a rapid pace, and he was well aware of the gold Xiao Chen had brought before. At that time, some of Xiao Chen's gold could even be considered artifacts. Because of this, he had sought out several archaeology professors to study them. However, he found that these artifacts were ancient but did not match the style of any dynasty in history. Instead, they had a different style. Moreover, these gold items could roughly be divided into two batches. One batch had very ancient craftsmanship, with poor refining techniques. The other had very high refining techniques, even comparable to their own. Because of this, at this moment, his gaze towards Xiao Chen held a hint of curiosity. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, these are quite a surprise. He knew very well that the weapons Xiao Chen brought were definitely not that simple, so his gaze now held a hint of fervor. Looking at these items before him, he understood that things were certainly not as simple as they seemed. At this moment, Xiao Chen quickly pulled Old Bai and asked, where? To the military camp. Old Bai immediately replied, let's go to the military camp first. Alright. Xiao Chen had no objections. After all, there was already a stationed military area in Yun City, and it was far from the city center. Then let's go. He waved his hand, and in the next moment, Wu Lai and Old Bai appeared directly above the military camp. As the three landed, they were immediately surrounded. The leading officer looked at Old Bai and saluted, saying, Old Bai, find a place to test these things. Old Bai said, looking at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then took out the items one by one and introduced their functions. In the apocalyptic world, zombies had exceptionally strong vitality, so the destructive power of weapons was also high. With each demonstration from Xiao Chen, even Old Bai was slightly surprised to see that these items could operate on solar power. Xiao Chen, these things, can you get the production method? His gaze was intense as he asked Xiao Chen. I'll ask about it later. Xiao Chen replied. These weapons seemed powerful, but they were of no use to him now. Instead, it was the mecha that surprised both Xiao Chen and Old Bai. An ordinary soldier in a mecha could even stand up to Wu Lai, although he was still pushed back by Wu Lai. It made Wu Lai particularly tired. Seeing this scene, Old Bai understood the changes Xiao Chen had brought. Xiao Chen, I'll take all these things to Xingjing. Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Bai said with burning eyes, just tell me what you need. Food, a large amount of food. Xiao Chen stated without hesitation, this is what I exchanged for a lot of food. Is that world lacking food? Old Bai understood clearly that if the other party needed nothing but food, it proved how scarce food was in that world. The apocalyptic world definitely lacks food. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Alright, if it were anything else, we really wouldn't be able to help, but if it's just food, then that's no problem. Old Bai exhaled. What kind of food do you need? Compressed biscuits will do. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, I also have a factory for compressed biscuits, but it definitely won't be enough. Okay, I'll arrange it. At this moment, Old Bai relaxed. He hadn't expected that world to be so easy to negotiate with. A portion of the food was completely no problem. Then, he took the batch of weapons directly to Xingjing. After Old Bai left, Xiao Chen returned to Yuncheng. Did you give those weapons to Old Bai? Sitting in front of Xiao Chen, Zhu Qingyue asked curiously. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. After all, I need the officials to recognize my value. Otherwise, they will only be wary of me and won't see my usefulness. Xiao Chen said lightly. He knew that just those weapons from the apocalyptic world could significantly improve the officials' attitude towards him. Even if he did something out of line, it could help him manage it. Because, as long as they needed weapons, they had to do so. After finishing these matters, Xiao Chen didn't plan to worry about it anymore. By the way, your uncle. Looking at Xiao Chen, Xingyue hurriedly said, something happened. He's now in the hospital in Shanghai. My uncle is in trouble? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression changed immediately. Ever since he became wealthy, he had called Xiao Fengshan several times. Each time, Xiao Fengshan said he was doing well, but it was only in the past few days that Xiao Fengshan's calls had been unreachable. That's why Xiao Chen and the others were extremely worried. However, Xiao Chen never expected that Xiao Fengshan would actually be in trouble. Realizing this, Xiao Chen almost urgently grabbed Zhu Qingyue's hand and asked, what happened to my cousin? He seems to be seriously ill. Zhu Qingyue said softly, cancer, late stage. I'm going to Shanghai right away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen hurriedly spoke up. His cousin was already the closest relative he had in this world. He had called his cousin many times before, hoping he would come back, but his cousin always said he was doing well. Now he realized that his cousin had encountered such a big trouble. The plane ticket. Zhu Qingyue quickly pulled out a plane ticket and handed it to Xiao Chen, saying, once you get there, the Zhao family will come to pick you up. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then quickly took the ticket, and in the next moment he instantly teleported away. The distance from here to Shanghai was still quite far. Even with his golden core cultivation, he wouldn't be able to withstand the journey if he teleported all the way. After arriving at the airport, Xiao Chen directly completed the check-in procedures and quickly boarded the plane. At this moment, at Shanghai airport, Zhao Xinman was already sitting and waiting. Beside her was a petite girl, looking at Zhao Xinman with curious eyes, asking, Xinman, your grandfather is at home. Who are you here to pick up? I'm quite curious. What kind of person could make the young lady of the Zhao family come to pick up? Hearing the girl's words, Zhao Xinman smiled faintly but did not speak. The image of Xiao Chen from their first meeting still lingered in her mind. At that moment, Xiao Chen was so impressive. Seeing Zhao Xinman's expression, the girl frowned even more. She knew how high her best friend's standards were. Yet, her best friend was actually smiling now, and so naturally. It was evident that her best friend was smiling for that man. That was what piqued her curiosity. nowadays, even. In Shanghai, Zhao Xinman had quite a few suitors from wealthy families. In fact, there were even a few who came from Shengjing. She couldn't help but wonder what was going on with those wealthy young men who suddenly came to Shanghai and didn't leave, surrounding Zhao Xinman every day. However, her best friend paid no attention to them at all. A friend, Zhao Xinman said. Lightly, you can go back now. I'll wait here. What do you mean go back? I'm naturally here to keep you company. The girl replied with a smile. Those wealthy young men from Shengjing are not bad. I think young Master Wang is quite good. Why don't you like young Master Wang? Still waiting for someone? Tell me, which family's young master is it? Her eyes sparkled with gossip, but there was a hint of impatience in her gaze. Hearing this, Zhao Xinman shook her head. It was true that she and the girl were best friends, but she was very clear about what kind of person the girl was. Back then, she had tried to curry favor with her, and now she was even more eager to ingratiate herself with those who came from Shengjing. When the girl mentioned young Master Wang, it only meant that she had already connected with him. Zhao Xinman understood that these people were only after the medical resources controlled by the Zhao family, and her coming to find Xiao Chen had also been known by this best friend. The girl even insisted on coming along despite Zhao Xinman's advice, which proved that she wanted to stick with her. She even wanted to find out who it was that could make her so eager to go back and inform young Master Wang. However, Zhao Xinman was not worried at all. After all, she had a rough idea of Xiao Chen's identity. One could say that the group from Shengjing was simply not worth mentioning in front of Xiao Chen. Since they were not worth mentioning, why bother getting tangled up in it? Xinman, tell me, what kind of friend is he? The girl asked curiously. It's nothing much, not some young master, just a good friend. Zhao Xinman replied lightly. Our Zhao family doesn't need me to marry into another family. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately widened her eyes and said, Xinman, you need to think this through. You are the young lady of the Zhao family. How many people are watching you out there? Don't let yourself be deceived. Listening to the girl's words, Zhao Xinman smiled faintly and said, he won't. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression grew increasingly grim. She naturally understood that Zhao Xinman's current state was clearly one of deep emotional entanglement. It was precisely because of this that she felt helpless. The task assigned by young Master Wan was still pending. However, thinking that the other party was powerless and without influence, she felt a bit more at ease. At worst, she could just inform young Master Wang and let him handle Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen was dealt with, then the remaining matters should be much simpler. Having thought this through, the girl no longer felt anxious and instead waited in place with Zhao Xinman. At that moment, Zhao Xinman's gaze was fixed on the exit, and soon, she spotted Xiao Chen. A look of surprise appeared on her face as she eagerly waved at him. Xiao Chen saw her, smiled slightly, and quickly walked up to Zhao Xinman. Mr. Xiao, come with me. Grandpa is already waiting for you at home. Zhao Xinman's eyes sparkled with joy. From the beginning, she hadn't liked Xiao Chen, but on the day they met at the club, she witnessed his capabilities firsthand, which piqued her interest in him. Moreover, even though she knew there were many women around Xiao Chen, her grandfather still supported her being with him, which made her realize that Xiao Chen's abilities were certainly more than what met the eye. No need to go there first, take me to the hospital. Xiao Chen pulled out the note that Qingyue had given him and handed it to Zhao Xinman, saying, be quick. Okay. Zhao Xinman nodded without any further ado. Xinman, aren't you going to introduce me? The girl beside her looked at Xiao Chen with curiosity. He's my friend. Zhao Xinman replied with a smile. I have things to do, so I can't accompany you. You should head home first. After saying this, she completely ignored He's surprised expression and directly linked arms with Xiao Chen, quickly leaving. Their time alone was already limited. How could she let He ruin it? After getting into the car with Xiao Chen, Zhao Xinman looked at him, her eyes filled with a hint of helplessness as she said, Mr. Xiao, things aren't very peaceful in Shanghai lately. Oh? Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said, I heard that quite a few people have their eyes on you? Yes. Zhao Xinman replied somewhat helplessly, recently, there have been quite a few people watching me. That He just now is one of them. She has asked me more than once where our family's prescription comes from. Additionally, she wants me to marry the young master of the Wang family in Shengjing. Zhao Xinman said lightly, now that I brought you here, she will definitely report back to the Wang family. Xiao Chen nodded. He had no objections to this matter. It was normal for him to come to Shanghai and meet a few young rascals. After all, Old Bai had mentioned this to him, but he hadn't expected that not only had they not come to Yunchen, but they were also keeping an eye on the Zhao family. However, upon reflection, Xiao Chen understood. The official stance towards Yunchen was quite clear to these people, and they even stationed troops there. Although he didn't know if this had anything to do with him, these second-generation heirs wouldn't dare to openly seek him out at this time. They were still trying to find out some information through the Zhao family before taking action. That was why they were stuck in Shanghai and hadn't come to Yunchen. The car soon arrived at the hospital, and after getting out, Xiao Chen quickly walked inside. Behind him, Zhao Xinman followed closely. Her gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with curiosity. She didn't know why Xiao Chen suddenly came to this hospital, but Zhao Xinman still called the hospital's director. After all, the Zhao family held absolute authority in Shanghai. Especially in the medical field, the director of this hospital is still a disciple of Zhao Tianfang. At this moment, Xiao Chen quickly arrived at the ward. When he walked in, he saw his cousin. Besides his cousin, An Tang was also there, wiping her tears. We're going home, no more treatment. Zhao Fengshan sighed and said softly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen hurriedly walked in. Uncle. When Xiao Chen appeared, Zhao Fengshan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly said, Xiao Chen, why are you here? Why didn't you tell me about all this? Xiao Chen looked at Zhao Fengshan and asked. At this moment, Zhao Fengshan's face was pale, filled with helplessness as he said, I was afraid you'd worry. Xiao Chen, we can't afford to treat your uncle's illness anymore. And Tang spoke up. As she said this, her tears flowed even more uncontrollably. I was just about to take your uncle home. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. and said, "Uncle, aunt, don't worry, I'm here. I can cure this illness." As he spoke, a ball of light appeared in Xiao Chen's hand and directly merged into Zhao Fengshan's body. In the next moment, Zhao Fengshan suddenly felt a warm sensation in his body, and the discomfort he had been feeling completely vanished. Zhao Xinman, who had just walked in, widened her eyes at this scene. Her gaze was filled with surprise. At this moment, there was a hint of astonishment in Zhao Xinman's eyes. What did she see? Xiao Chen's hand was glowing, and that ball of light was continuously merging into the other person's body. Zhao Fengshan's originally pale face gradually turned rosy. Even his previously thin body seemed to regain some vitality. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xinman's expression was already filled with unexpected amazement. No wonder Grandpa wanted me to follow him. Zhao Xinman's gaze became fervent. At first, she thought he was just a congenital martial artist, although rare, in her view, that was all there was to it. However, the current situation was evidently not that simple. Xiao Chen had other means. Just these abilities had already changed her perception of Xiao Chen significantly. After watching her cousin's body improve at a visible rate, Xiao Chen finally withdrew his hand. Now, using this healing technique required very little energy from him. Xiao Chen, this. Both Zhao Fengshan and Aunt Tang were completely stunned. At this moment, Zhao Fengshan looked at Xiao Chen, his voice trembling as he said, "What is this? Uncle, go get checked now. I guarantee you are already healed." Xiao Chen looked at Zhao Fengshan and smiled, saying, "I'm not the same as before. I'll arrange it." Zhao Xinman immediately spoke up. After saying this, she hurriedly left. She quickly retreated, directly arranging for someone to take care of it. With Zhao Xinman taking charge, they quickly arranged for her cousin to undergo an examination. After the examination results came out, both Zhao Fengshan and Aunt Tang were stunned. They never expected that Xiao Chen's intervention would have such an effect. Xiao Chen, this. The expression on her cousin's face was completely one of astonishment. "All right, uncle. Pack up. You and Aunt should go back to Yun City." Looking at Zhao Fengshan, Xiao Chen said at this moment, "Okay." Hearing this, Zhao Fengshan nodded. The couple had almost exhausted all their money, even selling their house, yet they still couldn't find a cure. Now, they could only return to Yun City. "Uncle, don't worry, I've made arrangements in Yun City." Looking at his cousin, Xiao Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengshan immediately nodded and said, "Good." He knew very well that his nephew must have some skills now, and he was fully aware of Xiao Chen's abilities just now, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that the leaders of the hospitals behind Xiao Chen were standing obediently made him realize that his nephew had truly made something of himself. "Mr. Xiao, I'll take care of it." Zhao Xinman quickly spoke up from the side. Hearing this, Xiao Fengshan and his aunt turned to look at Zhao Xinman. This girl was indeed very beautiful. Observing the way she looked at his nephew, Xiao Fengshan smiled slightly and said, "All right, I'll head back first. You should still have things to do in Shanghai." At this moment, he felt surprisingly relaxed. He was better now and could go home. After Xiao Fengshan left, Xiao Chen followed Zhao Xinman, preparing to go to the Zhao family. Just as their car arrived at the Zhao family's entrance, their vehicle was blocked by others. Xiao Chen squinted slightly, glancing at the cars that were stopping them, then turned to Zhao Xinman and said, "There are people blocking the way at your doorstep." Even Zhao Xinman found it hard to believe. She helplessly said, "Mr. Xiao, it seems my so-called best friend really can't wait." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly, nodded, and got out of the car with Zhao Xinman. Blocking their way were 3 vans from which several people emerged, each holding clubs and staring at Xiao Chen. "Kid, our boss wants to see you. Come with us." Xiao Chen smiled slightly and asked, "Who is your boss?" "You shouldn't know. It's better if you don't." The few people coldly replied to Xiao Chen's inquiry. Then, they quickly said, "Just come with us." After saying this, one of them prepared to strike Xiao Chen's leg with a club. However, when the club hit Xiao Chen's leg, it instantly shattered. The tremendous recoil nearly knocked him to the ground. He looked at Xiao Chen in shock, who shook his head and said, "Your boss's surname is Wang, right? Tell him I'll find him myself later. As for you." Xiao Chen sneered slightly and then suddenly flicked his fingers. In the next moment, a blood hole appeared in the left leg of one of the attackers. When the blood hole appeared, the person let out a scream and fell to his knees. Xiao Chen looked at the dozen or so people in front of him without any courtesy, continuously flicking his fingers. In an instant, all of them were kneeling on the ground, each with a blood hole in their legs. Watching the scene before him, Xiao Chen sneered and then quickly returned to the car. "Let's go. I need to meet your grandfather, and I still need to see that young Master Wang." Xiao Chen spoke very casually, but Zhao Xinman felt a sense of pressure beside him. Since coming into contact with Xiao Chen, she had realized that he seemed to truly fear nothing. Moreover, Xiao Chen had so many tricks up his sleeve. She was stunned by what she had just witnessed. Now, she was particularly curious about how many more tricks Xiao Chen had. The car soon returned to the Zhao family, where Zhao Tianfan had been waiting at home. "Brother Xiao, you finally made it." Zhao Tianfan looked at Xiao Chen with gratitude in his eyes and said, "If it weren't for you last time, I would have been in big trouble. Last time, if it hadn't been for Xiao Chen, he would have been kidnapped long ago." Several innate martial artists, all top-tier figures, were involved, and he was well aware of their capabilities. At that time, he thought he was doomed. Who would have thought he would suddenly faint? When he woke up, he saw his granddaughter and realized that Xiao Chen had saved him. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance to properly thank Xiao Chen before he left. Now, looking at Xiao Chen, he was naturally very grateful. Xiao Chen also nodded slightly, pulling Zhao Xinman and Zhao Tianfang into the Zhao family. "Brother Xiao, those potions of yours are great stuff, but unfortunately, they can be a bit uncontrollable." Zhao Tianfang said with a helpless expression. "If it weren't for my reputation as a national medical master, along with the connections I've built over the years, I would have long been controlled by others. Even so, in recent days, more and more people have been eyeing the Zhao family. There's no helping it. With these potions, the Zhao family's business can run exceptionally smoothly. It also allows many influential figures to owe countless favors. Just this alone has made the Zhao family's position particularly stable. However, the more stable it is, the more those people are fixated on the Zhao family. Brother Xiao, I won't say much else. In the future, if my new man needs anything from you, just take care of it. He looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, of course. By the way, the potion you gave me before, I've studied it. This potion is quite miraculous. It has no effect on treating one's own injuries, and I couldn't even identify any components. However, I found it to be exceptionally effective for treating mental illnesses. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, even if I dilute it 100 times, it can cure common mental disorders. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and felt relieved. A potion for mental recovery that treats mental illness makes sense. He didn't care about anything else. There aren't many potions for treating mental issues. If you have more. Looking at Xiao Chen, Zhao Tianfang spoke. Alright, from now on, I'll give you a portion of the mental treatment potions and recovery potions every month. Xiao Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Old Zhao, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at Zhao Tianfang, speaking. You're leaving just like that? Aren't you staying with me tonight? Zhao Tianfang hurriedly said upon hearing this. He was hoping to have Xiao Chen stay, ideally allowing his granddaughter to get to know him better. It would be even better if there was some spark between them. However, before Xiao Chen even sat down, he said he was leaving. Old Zhao, I have some things to take care of. Xiao Chen said. Mr. Xiao, the Wang family is one of the top families in Xinjiang. Won't it be dangerous for you to go there like this? Zhao Xinman knew of Xiao Chen's abilities, but even so, she still expressed some concern. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, don't worry, there are hardly any threats to Xiao Chen on earth. In fact, one could say there are none at all. So, Xiao Chen wasn't worried at all. Then, how about you finish up with the Wang family and come back to stay the night, leaving in the morning? Zhao Xinman looked at Xiao Chen and said, the only thing she wanted now was for Xiao Chen to stay. Right. Zhao Tianfang, watching his granddaughter, brightened up. At first, when he talked to her about Xiao Chen, she showed no interest, but now the situation seemed completely different. It should be this way. This way, his granddaughter would have a chance. No need, once I'm done, I might have to head to Xinjiang again. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, the weapons had already arrived in Xinjiang, and it seemed that old Bai would soon come looking for him. So, Xiao Chen really didn't have time to waste. Then, can I come to Yun City to find you when I have time? Zhao Xinman asked eagerly. Of course you can. Xiao Chen nodded in response, and then, under their gaze, he quickly soared into the air and said, I'll take my leave now. Zhao Xinman and Zhao Tianfang were both astonished, watching as Xiao Chen flew up. Even though Zhao Tianfang already knew Xiao Chen was extraordinary, he was still stunned. Granddaughter, you see, this person is not simple. If you have the chance, get to know him better. At that moment, Zhao Tianfang held Zhao Xinman's hand and spoke. He naturally saw everything clearly. Not to mention that Xiao Chen's current status was completely different. Even his strength was beyond what he could imagine. Just this point alone meant that his granddaughter would definitely gain a lot of benefits by following Xiao Chen. Not to mention anything else, just the Chu family. Ever since Chu Qingyue started following Xiao Chen, the Chu family's status had risen significantly compared to before. So at this moment, he was particularly hopeful that his granddaughter and Xiao Chen could develop something together. Listening to Zhao Tianfang's words, Zhao Xinman felt a hint of shyness in her eyes but did not refuse. She was well aware that throughout this journey, witnessing Xiao Chen's various wonders, if she said she wasn't moved, that would be a lie. If Xiao Chen had only one woman by his side, she might not have such thoughts, but clearly there were already two people around him. Perhaps there would be others in the future. At this moment, she was genuinely a bit smitten. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was hovering above Xinjiang, quickly locking onto a location. The energy he had previously used to injure those people was equivalent to marking them for himself. At this moment, the marked location was a villa. With a quick flash, Xiao Chen appeared above the villa. Useless fools, what are you doing? The voice coming from inside the villa was clear to Xiao Chen outside. He slowly descended, standing on the balcony outside the villa, looking at the people before him. Previously, those few who had intended to take him away were now kneeling on the ground inside the villa. Even those people looked at the man before them with panic on their faces. The man's expression was dark as he coldly said, with so many of you, you can't even bring back one person, and you've ended up like this? What do we keep you useless sponge for? At this moment, the few people trembled in fear. Their voices carried a hint of panic. As they said, young Master Wang, the opponent is not someone we can handle. The moment he made a move, my brother's legs were crippled, and we don't even know how he did it. Young Master Wang, the opponent is a martial arts expert. The man called young Master Wang's face was extremely grim as he coldly replied, I naturally know the opponent is a martial arts expert, but so what if he is? In today's society, practicing martial arts is useless. Young Master Wang sneered, our Wang family is well known in Xinjiang, even martial artists have to give us face. Since he dares to make a move against you, he should be prepared to oppose my Wang family. He will soon regret this matter. Young Master Wang said coldly. Oh, suddenly, a voice came from behind young Master Wang, causing his expression to change. When he turned around, he saw a person standing not far away, grinning at him. Who are you? Young Master Wang's face changed when he noticed someone had suddenly appeared behind him. The old man who had been standing beside young Master Wang also quickly stood up, staring at Xiao Chen. The other party's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen, as if he could strike at any moment should Xiao Chen make a move. Did you not ask me to come see you? I really came, yet you seem a bit unhappy? Xiao Chen said with a smile, then slowly walked towards young Master Wang. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on young Master Wang's face, and he coldly stared at Xiao Chen, saying, you are the man with Zhao Xinman? Those potions were provided by you, right? Now, I'm giving you a chance to be my subordinate. Our Wang family's guest elder. Rest Assured, our Wang family can definitely give you more. Whether you want money or women, I can get them for you. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, following our Wang family is a rare opportunity. Is that so? Xiao Chen smiled and looked at the other person, saying, then, what if I don't want these? Then what do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it to you. Wang Xiao said eagerly upon hearing this. He was desperate for Xiao Chen to join the Wang family, so naturally he was willing to make any promise. At worst, when he got the prescription, he could just kick the person out. If it really came to that, it wouldn't be a problem for the Wang family to eliminate a few people. It was just a matter of saying the word. Looking at the other person, Xiao Chen smiled and said, I think your life is pretty good. How about you give it to me? Are you messing with me? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Wang Xiao's eyes, which were originally filled with joy, instantly turned dark. His gaze became grim as he coldly looked at Xiao Chen and said, you are the first person to dare to toy with our Wang family. In that case, I can only control you and then have a good talk with you. After saying this, he gave a glance to the elder beside him. The elder nodded in response, and in the next moment his body moved like a ghost, charging directly at Xiao Chen. But the next second he saw Xiao Chen casually flick his finger. Bang! A sound like a gunshot rang out, and the next moment the elder's body was sent flying. At that moment, his hand, which had reached out towards Xiao Chen, instantly exploded. A piercing scream echoed, causing the faces of everyone present to change dramatically. Even Wang Xiao stared blankly at the elder. This was a guest elder raised by the Wang family, rumored to be a postnatal martial artist, just one step away from being innate. Over the years, he had followed the Wang family, hoping to rely on their power to gather some prescriptions that could enhance his martial arts to help himself improve. He could be considered one of the Wang family's trump cards. If it weren't for his visit this time to obtain the medicinal formula, the elder might not have followed him. But even so, now the Wang family's trump card was ruined. Moreover, it was destroyed under such a casual strike from the other party. He had even lost his hand. It had exploded completely. Flesh and blood splattered onto Wang Xiao's face. He turned to look at Xiao Chen, his face filled with terror. Who exactly are you? At that moment, Wang Xiao trembled as he looked at Xiao Chen. The elder, too, was filled with fear. Even an innate martial artist couldn't be defeated in one blow like this. What kind of monster was the other party? In their understanding, innate martial artists were already the most powerful super soldiers. Even in Long Country, with its deep heritage, only 5 had been cultivated. Of course, there were many stuck at the threshold between postnatal and innate. Perhaps one day someone would break through, but it certainly wouldn't be someone this young. The key was that even if you had just broken through, you couldn't possibly have such means. With one strike he was completely ruined. Who I am is not important, it's just that you have your eyes on something you shouldn't. Xiao Chen slowly walked in front of Wang Xiao, looking at him with a slight smile and said, you even hurt me. So, you have to die. After saying this, he directly grabbed Wang Xiao's neck. You can't kill me. I am a member of the Wang family, the Shengjing Wang family, not someone you can afford to offend. Is that so? Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said, but today, I just want to offend you a bit. The moment he said this, a thick fog suddenly enveloped him. This thick fog appeared abruptly, and as it did, it instantly covered the entire villa. The more than 10 people originally inside the villa didn't even have time to react before being wrapped in the fog, and then they felt as if their flesh and blood were being absorbed by this fog, continuously wailing until they instantly turned into a pile of ashes. The elder watched this scene, his expression changing drastically. Just as he was about to speak, the thick fog climbed onto him, and the next moment he felt as if his life was slipping away. At the same time, the thick fog continuously eroded his body, and soon he turned into a dried corpse, his body instantly shriveling. Wang Xiao was now trembling in fear, while Xiao Chen frowned slightly, for he saw that this Wang Xiao had wet himself. Terrified, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, you, spare me, whatever you want, our Wang family can provide. I promise you, I'll return to Shengjing right now and never come back to Shanghai again. I won't even dare to touch the Xiao family. He truly didn't dare anymore. He had already realized what kind of monster he was dealing with. This was an incredibly terrifying beast. At this moment, with just one move, the other party had already killed so many people. How could they continue playing? If this went on, something big was bound to happen. He looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with terror. But Xiao Chen, looking at him, said with a hint of amusement, I told you, I only want your life. If you kill me, you won't gain anything, but if you spare me, our Wang family has plenty of money. You definitely need money too, right? Wang Xiao stammered as he looked at Xiao Chen. Strictly speaking, if I wanted money, it would be very easy. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said, as for your Wang family, I'm really not interested. After saying this, he waved his hand, and in the next moment the thick fog quickly enveloped Wang Xiao. At this moment, Wang Xiao couldn't even scream for mercy. He was continuously being devoured by the fog. Soon, all that was left of Wang Xiao was a handful of dirt. Seeing that he had killed Wang Xiao, Xiao Chen prepared to leave. However, at that moment his phone suddenly rang. Old Bai, looking for me? Xiao Chen glanced at the name on the phone and asked directly, what's up? Come to Shengjing. The weapons you brought back are very important. We need to discuss them properly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, sure, but I'm currently in Shanghai, and I've just killed a few people. Xiao Chen said with a grin, the young master of the Wang family, you know, just got killed by me. No problem, I'll handle this matter, don't worry. The Wang family can be removed from the list. Old Bai said nonchalantly. These second-generation rich kids, if they died, so be it. What trouble could they cause? Right now, their biggest concern was Xiao Chen. It should be known that Xiao Chen's role was too significant now. Not to mention that he could allow postnatal warriors to enter the innate realm. Just those advanced weapons had already driven the big shots in Shengjing crazy. At this moment, a group of people were surrounding him, eagerly needing Xiao Chen to come over quickly. Do you need me to send a private jet to pick you up? Old Bai asked urgently on the other end of the line. No need, I'll fly over. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Immediately, his body soared. into the air, quickly flying towards Shengjing. He had already entered the Golden Core stage. Even when he was in the Foundation Establishment stage, he could cross over quickly to the Meriless Federation, let alone now. At this moment, Xiao Chen flew swiftly, and soon, he arrived above Shengjing. He headed straight for the military camp where Old Bai was located. At this moment, Old Bai was surrounded by a group of experts. They were constantly asking where these weapons came from and the principles behind them. They couldn't even understand them. The person is here. Old Bai pointed to a figure in the sky and said quickly. Hearing this, the experts turned their gaze to the sky, and at that moment the figure quickly flashed and appeared before them. Even though they already knew the other party was not an ordinary person, at this moment the experts were still stunned. Moreover, a group of people looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of surprise. You are Xiao Chen? Looking at Xiao Chen, one of the old men quickly walked up to him and said, Young friend, I am from the Academy of Sciences. Could you cooperate with us for some experiments? His gaze was extremely intense. He had already seen the other party's methods. This was the only living cultivator. Perhaps they could clarify the differences between cultivators and ordinary people. A group of experts had set aside a pile of weapons. Compared to the weapons, it seemed that the identity of the cultivator excited them even more. Especially the way Xiao Chen appeared was quite different. Everyone, don't even think about it. Upon hearing this, Old Bai's expression changed. He knew that the person in front of him was not a good-tempered gentleman. If they angered him and the negotiations fell through, it would be disastrous. The current official stance towards Xiao Chen was clear: to placate him. With him around, the rise of Long Country was inevitable. Just these weapons alone had given the higher-ups immense confidence. Alright then. A group of experts, feeling helpless, still pulled Xiao Chen over and asked, Xiao, can you still get these weapons? We want to dismantle them, but we're afraid they might get damaged, so if you can still get them, we want to try dismantling them. I can supply these items long-term. Xiao Chen looked at everyone and spoke. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd immediately lit up. The reason they came to find Xiao Chen was precisely for this. At this moment, they were well aware of the value of these weapons. Little brother, can you get the blueprints for these weapons? Looking at Xiao Chen, several old experts asked eagerly. The blueprints are not a problem, but some materials we can't find. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied. In fact, when he obtained these weapons, he had already inquired with Gu Ming. Gu Ming told Xiao Chen that many of the materials were substances not found on Earth. After all, since the apocalypse world became what it is, many ores there had mutated due to the sun's continuous high temperatures. Therefore, many materials could only be sourced from the apocalypse world. When the group of experts heard Xiao Chen say this, they immediately showed a look of helplessness. However, some experts still did not believe him. Xiao Chen naturally ignored them. As long as they dismantled these weapons, they would know whether they could replicate the materials inside. So, he was not worried at all. The group of experts was soon coaxed away, but before leaving, they still hoped to get something from Xiao Chen. After all, the biological structure of a cultivator might differ from that of a normal person. If it weren't for Old Bai's strong objections, Xiao Chen might have been sliced up by them. Watching the group of experts leave, Old Bai then smiled wryly at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, you know they mean no harm. I understand. Xiao Chen nodded and said, You didn't just call me here for this, did you? Of course not. The Grand Elder wants to see you. Upon hearing this, Old Bai quickly replied, I'll take you to see the Grand Elder right now. Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Bai hurriedly spoke. Upon hearing this, even Xiao Chen was a bit surprised. However, after a moment's thought, he understood. The significance of these weapons was immense, and whether Xiao Chen could continue supplying them was too important for Long Country. Therefore, at this moment, Xiao Chen's role was no longer so simple. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and then went with Old Bai to meet the Grand Elder. Xiao Chen, you can go in now. I'll wait for you outside. Old Bai said to Xiao Chen. Even he did not have the authority to enter, and the Grand Elder had also stated that he wanted to meet Xiao Chen alone. As for security, everyone knows that as the only cultivator on Earth, even when Xiao Chen took out so many super soldiers in one breath, everyone understood that if Xiao Chen really wanted to take action, no one could stop him. Old Bai waited outside for a full 2 hours before he saw Xiao Chen come out. Let's go. He didn't ask Xiao Chen what he discussed with the Grand Elder because it wasn't necessary. He only needed to know one thing, and that was that Xiao Chen's current status was definitely not lower than his own. From now on, I will provide you with a batch of weapons every month. I can even give you the blueprints. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, I can also get some raw materials for you to develop on your own. However, my personal suggestion is to let them handle the manufacturing. Looking at Old Bai, Xiao Chen said seriously, After all, if it was all about trading, why not just get the weapons directly? If there were raw materials on Earth, that would naturally be no problem, but if not, then there was nothing to be done. Let's get some of everything. Old Bai sighed upon hearing this. He understood Xiao Chen's meaning, but sometimes, it's reassuring to have things in your own hands. Xiao Chen didn't waste words, nodded, and considered it an agreement. After chatting with Old Bai for a bit, Xiao Chen prepared to head back. He had shared quite a bit with the Grand Elder, and in a way, he had revealed part of his secrets. The only request was for the other party to fully support him. Overall, he now had confidence, and was no longer burdened. So, he dared to do this. After finishing these discussions with Old Bai, Xiao Chen was ready to leave. However, he didn't expect to receive a call from Chu Xiong at that moment. Xiao Chen, you're in Shengjing, right? Come to the Chu family? On the other end of the line, Chu Xiong said, It's Feng Longyan who has come to me. Oh, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and said, Is it about his son? Isn't his son better now? Things are a bit unclear. He came to ask me because of this matter. Chu Xiong said on the phone, You come first and listen to what Feng Longyan has to say. Alright. Xiao Chen was not surprised that the Chu family knew he was in Shengjing. Most of the experts in Shengjing had come, and even if the news was blocked, the Chu family would quickly find out about their relationship with Xiao Chen. Old Bai clearly had no intention of hiding it from the Chu family. Of course, those families that shouldn't know still remained unaware. When Xiao Chen arrived at the Chu family, he saw Feng Longyan standing in the hall. He looked particularly anxious, looking at Xiao Chen and urgently saying, "Mr. Xiao, please save my son." As he spoke, he suddenly knelt on the ground. "Wasn't your son awake last time?" Xiao Chen asked in surprise. "Yes, but after waking up, my son's hysteria seems to have gotten worse," Feng Longyan said bitterly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was also somewhat taken aback. After inquiring further, he became even more shocked. "Are you saying that your son woke up and said he couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion?" Looking at him, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, "He said he lived in another world for a full 15 years? Yes, Feng Longyan said anxiously. "At that time, I thought he was just confused. After all, he had awakened. But in the end, I felt more that something was wrong." Feng Longyan said, from the initial awakening, he ended up sleeping almost all day, needing to sleep for over 15 hours. During his waking hours, he would go to the library and read a lot of books. He even asked me many questions about cultivation. "You have to know, my son used to have no interest in these things at all." At this moment, Feng Longyan said, "I've been accompanying him every day, and he keeps saying that in that world he is in danger. He is going to be killed. So, I must quickly improve my strength." Then, after saying this, he fell asleep again. Now, he has been in a deep sleep for 2 days. Xiao Chen looked silently at Feng Longyan. During this time, he had been accompanying his son almost every day. However, his son had gone from sleeping 12 hours a day to now being in a deep slumber. He couldn't even wake him up no matter how hard he tried. He even gave his son 2 hard slaps, causing his nose to bleed, yet he still couldn't wake him. At this moment, he was truly anxious. Therefore, he was preparing to seek help from Xiao Chen. Listening to Feng Longyan's words, Xiao Chen's mouth fell open. He didn't know whether the other party had entered some so-called dream or had crossed over. So, was it a soul crossing? But this guy's soul had actually returned to Earth for a while. That was quite miraculous. "Go, take me to see your son," Xiao Chen said eagerly, looking at Feng Longyan. He needed to see what was going on. After all, if it really was a soul crossing, that would be very interesting. Upon hearing this, Feng Longyan nodded gratefully, then quickly took Xiao Chen to meet his son. When Xiao Chen saw the other party, he felt something was off. There was a faint aura flowing around him. Although it was weak, it was undoubtedly a different kind of cultivation method. It wasn't cultivation in the traditional sense, but rather similar to the cultivation methods found in fantasy worlds. At this moment, he was already certain that the other party might really have soul-crossed. Generally speaking, if someone had soul-crossed for so many years, their body here would have long since died. However, Feng Longyan, as one of the top innate martial artists in the country, had managed to keep his son, who was in a vegetative state, alive. Otherwise, given the current situation, he would have been dead for who knows how long. In fact, thanks to a few bottles of mental recovery potions, the other party's soul had returned for a while, learned some skills, and then went back. "Xiao, sir." Seeing Xiao Chen staring intently at his son, with curiosity and surprise in his eyes, Feng Longyan was particularly nervous at this moment. "It's okay, your son seems to have some opportunities," Xiao Chen said with a smile. He was about to wake him up and ask what was going on. However, just as his hand made contact with the other party, the next second, Xiao Chen heard the system prompt in his mind. "Do you want to add Feng Pingyan to the list of clients from the myriad realms?" The voice in his mind made Xiao Chen pause for a moment. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Being able to be added to the client list meant that the world existed. In other words, this guy really had soul-crossed. Moreover, he was someone who could soul-cross back again. Yes, Xiao Chen immediately confirmed, and the next moment, he gained another client. At this moment, in the back courtyard of the town West Marquis Mansion in the Xintian continent, a limping young man's eyes suddenly brightened. "Myriad Realms purchasing system? I can bring things from Earth here?" The young man had a hint of surprise on his face and then quickly input his requests. "It's been several days, and I still haven't awakened from Earth. I wonder how my dad is doing. I can even bring back firearms? Let's get some first." At this moment, Feng Pingyan said excitedly. However, upon seeing the cost he had to pay, Feng Pingyan was momentarily stunned. "So much gold. I don't have that." Feng Pingyan was silent for a moment, then sighed. He could even purchase quite a few firearms, but the cost was gold, and there were also some cultivation items from this world. No matter which one, he didn't have any. However, just when he felt helpless, the next second, a strong pulling force yanked him back, and Feng Pingyan fell into a deep sleep again. When he opened his eyes, he saw Feng Longyan and Xiao Chen. At this moment, Xiao Chen was looking at Feng Pingyan with curiosity. "Dad, am I back again?" Feng Longyan took a deep breath, just about to speak, when he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Dad, who is he?" "My name is Xiao Chen. You must have just activated the system, right?" Xiao Chen smiled at Feng Pingyan and asked cheerfully. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Feng Pingyan's eyes immediately lit up as he said, "You know about the system? That's what I gave you. You could say I can transfer Earth's resources to the Traversers." Xiao Chen said with a smile, "However, since you've activated it, you haven't placed an order with me." Generally speaking, no matter who it is, after activating the multiverse purchasing system, the first thing they do is place an order. But this guy didn't. "I can't help it, it's too expensive. An AK costs a gold bar, and I can't afford it." Feng Pingyan replied. "Son, do you need gold bars? No problem, your dad still has quite a bit of money." Feng Longyan quickly interjected, "Mr. Xiao, what exactly is going on?" At this moment, Feng Longyan looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of curiosity. "The situation is quite complicated." Xiao Chen sighed and said, "It's better to wait for your son to tell you. Mr. Xiao, whatever my son needs, I can pay for it. Just say the word, and I'll cover the cost," Feng Longyan said urgently. From the conversation between Xiao Chen and his son, along with the previous dialogues, he had roughly pieced together part of the context. However, this context was somewhat hard for him to believe. "The system can do that?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. After all, he was sending things over, but the gold bars were taken from Earth, and he didn't know if there would be a conflict with the system settings. To ensure the transaction proceeds, 2 violations are allowed. When the system's voice echoed in his mind, Xiao Chen knew this meant consent. You can help your son pay for 2 items, Xiao Chen said directly. Upon hearing this, Feng Longyan quickly looked at Feng Pingyan and said, son, just tell me what you need. Mr. Xiao is here and will send the items to you. Don't worry, your dad may not have much, but I still have some money. Hearing this, Feng Pingyan immediately spoke up. Dad, I need a large number of weapons. I've had a really hard time in that world and almost got killed. I need some means of self-defense. At this moment, Feng Pingyan urgently said, Ah. Upon hearing this, Feng Longyan quickly replied, that world is so dangerous. Why don't you come back? Mr. Xiao, can you let my child return? Cut ties with that world? He was genuinely worried that his son would be killed. So, at this moment he was particularly anxious. But Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I can't do anything about it. The mental recovery potion can only bring him back temporarily. It will wear off quickly and his soul is in that world. If he doesn't come back, and he dies there, I don't know if your son will still exist. When Feng Longyan heard Xiao Chen say this, he immediately panicked. His son traversing was already miraculous. However, he didn't expect there to be such a situation. So, his son's soul was essentially in another dimension. Moreover, if his son died in that dimension, he didn't know if Feng Pingyan could return. So at this moment, Feng Longyan didn't dare to let Xiao Chen bring his son back. He was filled with conflict. Then, Mr. Xiao, my son can't just be like this. He looked at Xiao Chen helplessly. It meant that his son would almost become a vegetable. Who could bear that? Well, it's still better than not knowing what to do after he's dead. Looking at Feng Longyan, Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Feng Longyan nodded. He understood that what Xiao Chen said was right. So, at this moment, he dared not say much more. He thought for a moment and then spoke up. Well, Mr. Xiao, please, take care of my son. All right. Xiao Chen nodded, and at that moment, Feng Longyan hurriedly said, how many gold bars do you need? Dad, I calculated. Over there, we need at least 100 gold bars. Looking at Feng Longyan, Feng Pingyan immediately spoke up. Upon hearing this, Feng Longyan nodded without any hesitation and turned to prepare. Xiao Chen watched him, and at this moment, Feng Pingyan was already drowsy. Mr. Xiao, I'm going back now. When you get there, I'll explain everything in detail. Looking at Xiao Chen, Feng Pingyan quickly lay down. Seeing Feng Pingyan lie down, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Undoubtedly, Feng Pingyan must still have some troubles over there, and he didn't want to mention them in front of Feng Longyan. Xiao Chen waited in place, and soon, Feng Longyan brought 100 gold bars. Xiao Chen looked at the gold bars in front of him, nodded slightly, and then waved his hand, entering his own space. The next second, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The system informed Xiao Chen that Feng Pingyan had already placed the order, so 50 gold bars were directly deducted. Then, Xiao Chen checked the items requested by the other party. Bombs, AKs. This guy only wanted things like these. It was evident that Feng Pingyan was indeed in a real crisis over there. Fortunately, his space had already stocked up on some supplies, so the order was sufficient and Xiao Chen prepared to cross over directly. Mr. Xiao, no matter what crisis my son encounters in that world, please help him. I am willing to be Mr. Zhao's subordinate. He looked at Xiao Chen with an exceptionally serious expression. For Feng Longyan, nothing was more important than his son. Now that his son was in this state, the only one who could help him was Xiao Chen. For his son, he would gladly serve. Xiao Chen, don't worry, your son will be fine. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. Then, he quickly chose to cross over. In the next moment, Xiao Chen's body appeared directly in a dilapidated courtyard. Inside the courtyard, he saw Feng Pingyan. The Feng Pingyan in front of him looked about 15 years old, with a pale face and an extremely frail body. Looking at the other person's appearance and then glancing around at the ruin, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. So, do all crossers live so miserably? Moreover, each one seems worse than the last. For example, Jinwu, that guy was quite miserable, and the Feng Pingyan in front of him looked even worse. It was as if he was on the verge of starving to death, and his eyes had a hint of green. That kind of green that comes from being so hungry that one starts to panic. How did you end up like this? Xiao Chen looked at Feng Pingyan and said with a smile, Mr. Xiao. Upon hearing this, Feng Pingyan took a deep breath and then looked at Xiao Chen, saying, did you bring the stuff? It's all here. Xiao Chen nodded in response, then waved his hand and an AK, and several C4s appeared on the ground. With these things, I can send the entire town West Marquis residents to the afterlife. At this moment, Feng Pingyan took a deep breath and said, Mr. Xiao, can you help me? Let's hear it. Xiao Chen said with a smile, perhaps you won't even need these things. He knew that he had crossed into a low martial arts world. Essentially, it was similar to Xia Ao's world. Therefore, there was no real crisis at all. Even with Feng Pingyan in this state, Xiao Chen was not worried at all. He had the ability to take people away. Hey, what a bad fate. Feng Pingyan chuckled and said, in this world, I don't even have a name. I am considered the illegitimate son of the town West Marquis. But the town West Marquis' surname is Su. Looking at Xiao Chen, at that moment Feng Pingyan said, I heard that this name was given by my mother, whom I have never met. He sighed slightly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. My mother was taken home by the Marquis of Jinshi, but unfortunately, the family of the Marquis' wife was powerful, and after giving birth to me, my mother was killed. As for me, I was raised like livestock in the Marquis of Jinshi's residence, and I couldn't even take the surname Su. They called me little dog. Feng Pingyan chuckled and said, when I was 10, I was locked in this courtyard, and to this day, I haven't even stepped outside the courtyard. The Marquis of Jinshi has 2 young masters, and whenever they are unhappy, they come to beat me. Mr. Xiao, you don't know, I actually hope they come to hit me, because if they don't, I can only eat a moldy cake every day. If they beat me half to death, the Marquis might secretly send someone to give me a few clean cakes. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, not expecting this guy to have such a miserable life. Mr. Xiao, could you do me a favor? At this moment, Feng Pingyan looked at Xiao Chen and said, help me, kill my whole family. His gaze was fervent as he spoke. In this residence, catch one and kill one, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Chen with burning eyes and spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, sure. With that, Xiao Chen pointed directly. In the next moment, Feng Longyan felt a surge of power coming from Xiao Chen's fingertip. The various discomforts on his body instantly dissipated. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with a hint of light. Looking at Xiao Chen, Feng Longyan eagerly said, "Mr. Xiao, your ability is so powerful? In this world, I am most likely invincible." He looked at Feng Longyan in front of him and said, "You keep these things for yourself. From now on, you go out and see who is uncomfortable and give them a stab." Hearing this, Feng Ping'an quickly nodded. Over the years, he had always wanted to practice martial arts. However, practicing martial arts consumed too much energy, and even though he had learned a bit from Feng Longyan before, in this world, he couldn't even fill his stomach. Moreover, there were so many people inside and outside the residence every day that he couldn't possibly sneak out at his age. So, he had no opportunity at all. Now, with a powerful figure who could traverse dimensions saying he could help him take revenge and that he could go out and stab those people one by one, he was naturally extremely excited. "Take this." Xiao Chen casually threw a small knife to Feng Ping'an and said, "Now, let's go." "Okay." Feng Ping'an nodded eagerly. Before crossing over, he had been practicing. He had fallen into a trance and ended up in this world. Now, even though his internal energy was completely empty, his willpower was still there. At this moment, he was filled with excitement. He quickly walked to the courtyard door, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. However, when the door was pushed open, he saw two servants turn to look at Feng Ping'an. "Oh, little dog, you actually dare to open the door today? Are you looking to get beaten?" The two looked at Feng Ping'an with cold smiles. They were not afraid of this young master at all. In fact, sometimes after beating the young masters, they would even kick Feng Ping'an a few times. Everyone knew that this so-called young master was just a punching bag, and perhaps one day he would really be beaten to death. The only reason he was still kept around was that they were afraid he might be useful in the future. The Marquis said that if any young master committed a crime outside, they could use this person to take the blame, and that was all. After all, it wouldn't cost much and there wouldn't be any extra trouble. Plus, with such a frail body, what kind of waves could he possibly make? However, just as the two were about to tease Feng Ping'an, the next moment they sensed something was off. Behind Feng Ping'an stood a man who was now smiling at them. Their expressions changed, and just as they were about to make a move, they suddenly felt a surge of power rushing towards them. A tremendous pressure suddenly pinned both of them heavily to the ground. At this moment, the two were kneeling, completely unable to move. Their faces changed dramatically. They wanted to scream but found they couldn't even budge. They could only kneel there, trembling as they looked at Feng Ping'an and the man who had suddenly appeared in front of me. "These people don't even have a chance to resist," Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Feng Ping'an's expression brightened instantly. This person was incredibly powerful. His old friend was indeed not wrong. With someone like this, he could walk through this world with ease. "Mr. Xiao, let's go out now." Feng Ping'an took a deep breath, then looked coldly at the two guards who had been standing by the door. With a swift motion, he plunged the dagger directly into their necks. In the next moment, their eyes widened. Even with their necks pierced, they wanted to scream, to speak, but found they didn't even have the right to do so. In that moment of terror, they simply gasped their last breath. After killing the two, the killing intent in Feng Ping'an's eyes only grew stronger. He quickly walked out, with Xiao Chen following closely behind. Soon, they encountered a team of guards. The guards, seeing Feng Ping'an holding a dagger, immediately prepared to draw their swords. But the next moment, they all knelt down on the ground. Feng Ping'an chuckled, his laughter manic. In the next moment, he walked towards these people. The guards looked on in disbelief. They felt as if they were under some spell, completely unable to move. At that moment, they could only watch as Feng Ping'an approached them. Feng Ping'an didn't care about any of this. In his eyes, there wasn't a single good person in this mansion. He wanted to kill to his heart's content. After wiping out a group of guards, his gaze turned towards the main house of the mansion. "Mr. Xiao, that is the woman's residence. Her two sons should be there now," Feng Ping'an said coldly. "That Marquis allowed my mother to enter the marquisate because that woman had no children. Unfortunately, my mother gave birth to me less than half a year before that woman became pregnant. Later, my mother was killed, and as for me," Feng Ping'an said with a cold smile, "if that woman had been unable to conceive, he might have been adopted under her name. As for his biological mother, he knew she would definitely die. Unfortunately, everything changed once that woman became pregnant. His fate had turned out this way, becoming the kind of child that anyone in the mansion could bully. Little pup, you actually ran out." Just as he was speaking with Xiao Chen, a voice suddenly rang out from not far away. Then, Xiao Chen and Feng Ping'an looked over to see a boy of about 14 running over with a group of guards. Upon seeing Feng Ping'an and the bodies beside him, their expressions changed instantly. "Quick, report to the Marquis and Madam. That little pup has run out and killed quite a few people. Little pup, you're dead today." The boy glared coldly at Feng Ping'an. As he said this, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Is this your accomplice? I didn't expect you to eat at our marquisate and still think about betraying it. You're really worthless." He waved his hand directly, commanding, "Take these two down. At that time, I will break his hands and feet. Not only that, but since he dared to draw a knife today, after breaking his hands and feet, I will also gouge out his eyes." The boy's face was twisted with malice as he glared fiercely at Feng Ping'an. At the same time, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Also, kill this person." A group of guards immediately drew their swords and charged towards Xiao Chen and Feng Ping'an. Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, in the next moment, the people in front of him were directly immobilized. Xiao Chen then walked up to the young man before him and said with a smile, "You, young man, are quite ruthless. Unfortunately, you've gotten yourself into big trouble." As he spoke, he turned to glance at Feng Ping'an and said, "From now on, it's up to you." Yes. At this moment, Feng Ping'an was not worried at all. No matter how many people came, it seemed they had no effect on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's abilities in this world were truly like sorcery. There was simply no one who could break through them. So what was there to worry about? Xiao Chen followed along, watching Feng Ping'an take action, and at this moment, he was not just taking action but even wore a hint of a mad smile. Looking at Feng Ping'an before him, Xiao Chen smiled faintly, fully aware of why Feng Ping'an was so deranged. Having been reduced to this state, his mind was filled with hatred. At first, he thought that, even if he had a gun and explosives, he might not be able to take revenge. However, now he felt at ease. With Xiao Chen by his side, what was there to fear? Go on. Xiao Chen looked at Feng Ping'an and said with a faint smile, "All right." Upon hearing this, Feng Ping'an nodded and quickly headed towards the main residence. At this moment, Feng Ping'an's eyes were filled with madness as he hurried towards the main residence. Just then, a group of people rushed over from a distance, led by a woman exuding an air of nobility. Behind her was a group of guards wielding long knives. The woman rushed over and, upon seeing that Feng Ping'an's son was already dead, her expression changed instantly. Her face twisted at that moment, staring fiercely at Feng Ping'an. "Chop them to pieces for me." The woman's expression changed dramatically. Pointing at Xiao Chen and Feng Ping'an, she shouted angrily, "I want to dismember them, to avenge my son." At this moment, the woman was filled with a fierce expression, continuously roaring loudly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly, then waved his hand, and in the next second, those guards who had charged at Feng Ping'an immediately knelt on the ground. They were filled with fear, their eyes fixed on Xiao Chen. They never expected that Xiao Chen had such a skill. At this moment, Xiao Chen, with a smile on his face, slowly walked up to Feng Ping'an and also looked at the woman. "Is it her who did this to you?" "Yes." Feng Ping'an's gaze was fierce as he stared coldly at the woman before him, saying, "She treated me like a dog, and for over a decade, I haven't even had a full meal." Feng Ping'an bypassed the group of guards and quickly walked up to the woman, speaking calmly, "Madam of the Marquis of Shenxi, haha, did you not expect this?" He looked at the woman before him and sneered, "You didn't kill me, and now, you're going to be killed by me." At this moment, his face was twisted, coldly staring at the woman. The woman, on the other hand, turned pale. She was completely unable to move. Her gaze was filled with fear as she looked at Feng Ping'an and the Xiao Chen behind him. "You are a monster," she stammered, trembling all over. After all, a group of people had suddenly been controlled, unable to move even a bit. At this moment, she understood that the other party was definitely a monster. This was sorcery. Monster? Upon hearing this, Feng Ping'an immediately revealed a sinister smile and said, "This is also forced by you. I don't want to be this monster, but if being a monster allows me to kill you, then I'm more than willing." He laughed loudly, appearing particularly deranged at this moment. And Xiao Chen, looking at Feng Ping'an before him, thought for a moment and asked, "System, if I hadn't shown up, would this kid have died?" Detecting the luck of Feng Ping'an is the son of luck in this world. Even if there is no host appearing, he will not die. As the system responded in his mind, Xiao Chen knew he had stumbled upon a treasure. Another son of luck. This meant he had gained another disciple. It is known that relying solely on his own cultivation was somewhat difficult, but if these sons of luck could cultivate and provide feedback to him, wouldn't it be better to have a group of people cultivating together? What kind of monster are you? At this moment, the madam of the town West Marquis was continuously screaming. She had never imagined that the little thing she could crush at any moment would suddenly fight back. Then, as if she thought of something, she turned to look at Xiao Chen behind Feng Ping'an. "It's you. If it weren't for you, he would never have had such abilities." Saying this, the madam of the town West Marquis shouted loudly at Xiao Chen, "I am a first-rank noblewoman of the current dynasty, and my husband is the town West Marquis who commands the 3 armies. As long as you help me, I can have my husband recommend you to the emperor. With your strength, being a national teacher would be more than enough." At this moment, the madam of the town West Marquis shouted, "As long as you help me kill this little beast, everything will be fine." Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I'm not interested in that." He pointed at Feng Ping'an beside him and smiled, "He is my target for coming here. He is my disciple." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, the madam of the town West Marquis' expression changed drastically. Her face was filled with regret. This little beast had gained a master, and it was such a terrifying monster. Realizing this, she didn't even know how to respond. Suddenly, she shouted angrily, "What's so good about this little beast? I have another son, full of talent, skilled in both literature and martial arts. I can have my son become your disciple." Her gaze was filled with expectation as she looked at Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen shook his head and sighed, "I'm not interested in your son. Do you think any random person can become my disciple?" Xiao Chen sneered. This woman had no idea how rare a son of destiny was. Even if it meant destroying this world for this kid, he would consider it. So at this moment, he couldn't be bothered to deal with her. "Madam, you might as well go die." At this moment, Feng Ping'an smiled coldly and then thrust the dagger in his hand directly towards her throat. The madam of the town West Marquis widened her eyes, her face filled with unwillingness, but there was also a hint of pleading as she looked at Feng Ping'an. Feng Ping'an naturally understood. It was for her eldest son, the little Marquis of the town West Marquis' residence. Unfortunately, for Feng Ping'an, whether it was the town West Marquis or the little Marquis, they were all targets for his revenge. With a grim face, he gripped the dagger and directly killed all the guards. These guards were the entirety of the town West Marquis' protection. The entire guard of the town West Marquis was dead. He then quickly walked towards the inner courtyard. After all, there was still that little Marquis. Along the way, Xiao Chen and Feng Ping'an encountered quite a few maidservants but did not see the town West Marquis or the little Marquis. The little Marquis is at Wamanlu, and the Marquis is still in the court. Several maidservants trembled as they looked at Xiao Chen and Feng Ping'an and spoke. Wamanlu, a brothel in the capital. At this moment, a frail young man entered with a dagger in hand. Upon seeing this scene, many guards in Wamanlu immediately approached the young man. The shopkeeper even shouted sternly, "Where did this beggar come from? Get out of here. Someone throw him out." But as soon as she finished speaking, she found that she couldn't move at all. Xiao Chen walked in slowly, and with a wave of his hand, everyone in Wamanlu was unable to move, even these people looked at Xiao Chen and Feng Ping'an with faces full of terror. A frail beggar and a man dressed in bizarre clothing. Moreover, this man had short hair and looked like a foreign Monk. At this moment, the group of people was filled with fear, their eyes betraying a hint of panic. After all, suddenly, everyone in the brothel was unable to move, which had already instilled immense fear in them. You. The shopkeeper's voice was shrill as she looked at Xiao Chen, unsure of how to respond to him. At this moment, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said, "Come, tell me, where is the young lord of the town West Marquis?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper took a deep breath and she immediately felt the pressure on her lighten. As the pressure eased, she looked at Xiao Chen. "If you don't say, then you can only die," Xiao Chen said. Hearing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly replied, "In room number 2. Lead the way." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and then spoke. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper nodded immediately. She knew all too well that the person before her was definitely a powerful figure with magical abilities. Whether a deity or a monster, it was not something she could provoke. Offending the young lord would at most mean death, but offending this person, who knows if she could even reincarnate? What if the other party extinguished her very soul? Xiao Chen naturally understood, especially in ancient times where superstition was particularly strong. Coupled with the abilities he had displayed, these people already knew he was not someone to be trifled with. It was precisely for this reason that the shopkeeper was so cooperative at this moment. Meanwhile, a group of guests in Wamala watched as Xiao Chen and Feng Pingyan went upstairs, their faces filled with fear. They were completely unable to move, yet they could clearly sense all the changes around them. They even heard the conversation between the two distinctly. Although they didn't know why the young lord of Town West had offended the other party, it was evident that the young lord was doomed. In room number 2, when Xiao Chen and Feng Pingyan pushed the door open, they saw the young lord embracing 2 naked women, all 3 unable to move, their faces filled with terror. The young lord turned to see Feng Pingyan and Xiao Chen walking in slowly. His face was full of fear, yet he couldn't utter a single word. At this moment, Feng Pingyan stared at him, his eyes filled with a gloomy expression. "Young lord, you made me spit blood last night. It was because you failed to snatch the courtesan from someone, so you vented your anger on me." Looking at Feng Pingyan before him, the young lord said anxiously. Upon hearing this, the young lord's face was filled with terror. At this moment he couldn't even speak. "You should be dead now." Feng Pingyan sneered coldly, then plunged a knife directly into the young lord's chest. In the next moment, the young lord's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground. Watching the young lord die, the shopkeeper trembled but dared not make any move. "Let's go." Xiao Chen patted Feng Pingyan's shoulder and said. Upon hearing this, Feng Pingyan nodded, then looked at Xiao Chen with a conflicted expression and said, "Xiao, sir, what about that lord? He wanted revenge, and the root cause of all this was naturally his scummy father. So now, he should deal with the scummy father." "The palace?" Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, "Then let's go." Hearing this, Feng Pingyan immediately showed a look of surprise. Originally, having come this far, he was already very satisfied. After all, it was the royal palace. Who knew what else was inside the palace? However, it was evident that Xiao Chen was not worried about anything. Xiao Chen grasped Feng Pingyan's shoulder, and in the next second, they both disappeared. As the two vanished in an instant, everyone who had been sealed within the flower pavilion immediately sprang into action. At that moment, a group of people revealed a look of sheer terror. They had never encountered anything like this before. The shopkeeper, at that moment, plopped down onto the ground and let out a piercing scream. "Help! The young lord is dead. Quick, go to the government office and report this. Tell the owner what has happened to us," the shopkeeper shouted anxiously. Everything was too bizarre, making her feel a sense of fear. Meanwhile, above the palace, Xiao Chen floated in mid-air with Feng Pingyan. Inside the palace, countless people saw the two figures in the sky. At this moment, many stepped out of the palace, gazing at the silhouettes above. Xiao Chen even spotted a man in a dragon robe who was clearly the emperor. "There!" Feng Pingyan pointed at the man beside the emperor and said, "That is the Duke of Jinshi." "Is it?" Xiao Chen smiled slightly, and in the next second, he activated his teleportation. His body immediately appeared in front of the emperor and the Duke of Jinshi. Seeing the sudden appearance of the person before them, both the Duke of Jinshi and the emperor's expressions changed instantly, especially the Duke of Jinshi, who looked at Feng Pingyan in Xiao Chen's arms. He naturally recognized Feng Pingyan. After all, he was considered his own son. Even though he had long thought this son was dead, he was still aware of his son's living conditions. At this moment, seeing his son with someone who could fly, his expression shifted. "Duke, did you ever think I could escape?" Looking at the Duke of Jinshi, Feng Pingyan's voice carried a hint of gloom as he coldly said. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Jinshi took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Xiao Chen. "Who are you?" "His master." Xiao Chen replied with a smile. "My disciple wants to take revenge on you, so I came." At Xiao Chen's words, the Duke of Jinshi's face changed dramatically. "What about the people in my household? They're dead." Feng Pingyan sneered. "Your 2 sons and your wife are all dead." The Duke of Jinshi's face changed drastically as he stared at Feng Pingyan, roaring, "You beast! She was your mother, and those 2 were your brothers." Upon hearing the Duke of Jinshi's words, not only did Feng Pingyan laugh maniacally, but even Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Feng Pingyan's frenzied laughter immediately drew the attention of many. So, this person is the Duke of Jinshi's son? However, they knew something about the Duke of Jinshi. At least, he had no such son. Moreover, the person before them looked sickly and dressed almost like a beggar. How could he possibly be the Duke of Jinshi's son? "Duke of Jinshi, over the years, your family has tormented me so much, and now you say I am your son?" Feng Pingyan laughed loudly. "No matter how much of a beast I am not as low as you." Saying this, he walked directly towards the Duke of Jinshi. Seeing this, the emperor immediately shouted, "Impudence!" Although he did not know who the other party was or how they possessed the ability to fly, he could not allow such actions to occur before him as the emperor. "Seize him!" With the emperor's command, a group of people prepared to rush towards Xiao Chen and Feng Pingyan. However, just as they moved, Xiao Chen waved his hand casually. A gust of wind suddenly swept in, and those rushing soldiers were immediately blown away. They fell heavily to the ground, and cries of pain filled the air. "You'd better not make a move. Today is a matter between them, and whoever intervenes, I will kill." Xiao Chen said coldly. As his words fell, many looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of fear. With a casual wave, he could easily knock down 50 or 60 soldiers, not to mention that just moments ago he could fly and teleport. Such abilities meant that the person before him was undoubtedly a true immortal. Are you an immortal? At that moment, the emperor, gazing at Xiao Chen, immediately asked. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen, filled with a hint of surprise. Xiao Chen glanced at him indifferently and nodded, saying, "In your eyes, I suppose I should be considered one." After all, he had already played the role of an immortal once with Xiao. Back then, he was nothing, relying solely on the system and teleportation to make that group of people utterly convinced. But now, having truly cultivated immortality and even condensed a golden core, it was reasonable to say he was a true immortal. Thus, Xiao Chen easily admitted it. Although there had been suspicions for a long time, the moment they heard Xiao Chen's acknowledgement, the entire court of civil and military officials suddenly showed expressions of astonishment, especially the Marquis of Jinshi, whose face was filled with shock. "Immortal, may I ask how the Marquis of Jinshi has offended you? Please enlighten us." The emperor quickly spoke up at this moment. The Marquis of Jinshi, though seemingly of low rank as just a marquis, commanded a significant number of troops, and in times of war, they still needed to rely on him. Because of this, it was best to preserve the Marquis of Jinshi at this moment. "It's nothing much," Xiao Chen said lightly. "Pinyin, you explain?" Upon hearing this, Feng Pinyin nodded and then recounted the actions of the Marquis of Jinshi. He understood that Xiao Chen wanted him to explain, because he still needed to stay in this world. After all, it was necessary to clarify the situation. Otherwise, relying solely on his master's abilities to sweep through a large area would be too simple. The entire court listened to Feng Pingyin's accusations as well as the increasingly ashen face of the Marquis of Jinshi. They truly hadn't expected this. The usually sanctimonious Marquis of Jinshi's residence had such matters. Although those who could be big shots all had blood on their hands, occasional unrest in the inner court was not uncommon. However, that was still their own flesh and blood. Even if they didn't like them, they could just send them away. What if their lineage was cut off? There would still be a chance for bloodline continuation. Yet this brute not only disregarded his own son but even called him dog. If he was dog, then what were you? The Marquis of Jinshi's face turned pale. He knew that just these matters could get him killed by those officials. Of course, that wasn't the most critical part. The most critical part was that Xiao Chen was currently staring at him. He was most afraid of this immortal who could easily eliminate so many imperial guards. Moreover, he knew that there must be a master stationed within the palace. However, even at this moment, that master had not shown up. This proved that the person was simply too afraid to reveal themselves. Today, he might just die. Just thinking about this made his face turn even paler. Then, the Marquis of Jinshi looked at Xiao Chen and took a deep breath, saying, "Sir, this is a matter between my father and son. Why do you need to interfere? He is my disciple," Xiao Chen said coldly. Upon hearing this, the Marquis of Jinshi's face turned pale, while the emperor's eyes brightened. This immortal was willing to take on a disciple, which meant perhaps he also had a chance? Even if he didn't have a chance, his son might. "Pinyin, make your move," Xiao Chen said, looking at Feng Pinyin. Upon hearing this, Feng Pinyin immediately nodded and walked directly towards the Marquis of Jinshi. "Dog, no, Pinyin." At this moment, the Marquis of Jinshi urgently shouted, "Those things were all done by that woman. You've already killed them, that's enough. Spare your father, and rest assured, from now on, you will be the sole master of the Marquis of Jinshi's residence." At this moment, the Marquis of Jinshi spoke anxiously. He was very clear in his mind that since Xiao Chen had taken this disciple, his own son would definitely not be simple in the future. At this time, as long as he could appease this son, everything would be negotiable. Perhaps he could even take a step further. After all, this way, he could be considered to have a connection with an immortal. However, he never expected that Xiao Pinyin would completely ignore his pleas and instead walk directly towards him, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness as he said, "No need. Right now, the only thing I want to do is kill you." As he spoke, he lunged at the Marquis of Jinshi, the dagger aimed straight at his throat. The Marquis's expression changed as he saw Xiao Chen make no move at all. Suddenly, his face hardened, and he prepared to strike at Xiao Pinyin. But in the next second, his expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to raise his hand, he realized that his body was completely out of control, and he could only stand there. All the officials and generals in the court witnessed the Marquis of Jinshi's terror. "What kind of sorcery have you cast on me? Why can't I move?" At this moment, the Marquis shouted in fear at Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen paid him no mind, merely glancing at him coldly. Xiao Pingyin's dagger plunged directly into the Marquis's throat. In the next moment, the Marquis's eyes widened in shock. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Just like that, in front of all the officials and generals, he was killed by his own son. Killing a marquis in front of the emperor in the past would have sent the entire court into an uproar. But now, the officials and generals not only remained silent, but they didn't even dare to speak. They could only watch Xiao Chen. This person could actually immobilize others? At this moment, they truly felt a sense of fear and dread. The other party had too many abilities, and they had no idea how many more means he possessed. Now they understood that there really were immortals in this world. Immortal. The Marquis of Jinshi is dead. Why not accompany me to the Imperial Garden? I have many things I would like to consult with you. The emperor looked at Xiao Chen, his face filled with surprise as he spoke. He was genuinely delighted. He was not young anymore, and if he hadn't encountered an immortal, he really didn't know how long he could live. But now that he had met an immortal, perhaps there would be a way to achieve longevity. Thinking of this, he looked at Xiao Chen with increasing excitement. However, Xiao Chen shook his head at him. He had no interest in these people and coldly said, "No need, I will leave with my disciple." "Immortal, please stay." Seeing Xiao Chen, the emperor became anxious. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I am willing to build a temple for you. Moreover, I have 3 useless sons. If the immortal does not mind, they could become your disciples. He looked at Xiao Chen, his face full of urgency. Such a chance to connect with an immortal, once missed, who knows how long it would take to wait for another. At this moment he was unwilling to give up. Hearing his words, Xiao Chen coldly shook his head and said, I have no fate with your sons. You don't need to think too much. In this world, I only take one disciple. Xiao Chen glanced at him and said, the emperor's expression kept changing. Since becoming emperor, no one had dared to speak to him like this. However, he was very clear that if the person in front of him were overly respectful, he would actually doubt their authenticity. It was this kind of person, who was increasingly fearless towards him and showed no interest in him, that he felt resembled a true immortal. At this moment, the expressions of all the officials and generals were constantly changing. They looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of fear in their eyes, but also with some anticipation. They hoped that he would stay. After all, he was a true immortal. They all understood very well that over the years, some people had hidden injuries, some were chronically ill, and some were even nearing the end of their lives. If this immortal could heal them, then no matter the cost, it would be worth it. Immortal, may I ask what you need? As long as you say it, we will do our best to fulfill your request. At this moment, an elderly man with a frail body spoke urgently. He was the most desperate, for he knew that with his current condition, he had at most 2 years left to live. Now, suddenly, an immortal had appeared, perhaps able to help him extend his life. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and glanced at Feng Ping'an beside him, naturally understanding that Feng Ping'an staying in the capital might be a good choice. Moreover, he could now use Feng Ping'an to open up trading channels in this world. Of course, gold had little use for him now. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. He noticed the jade pendant hanging from the old man's waist. That jade pendant felt different to Xiao Chen. It seemed to have a flow of spiritual energy. Where did you get this jade pendant? Xiao Chen reached out, and the jade pendant at the old man's waist instantly appeared in his hand. This jade pendant was the same as the one Tang Shuang had given him before. In his hand, it sparked an impulse to absorb it. At that moment, Xiao Chen realized that there might be something in this world that could attract his attention. Does the immortal want the jadeite? Seeing Xiao Chen's gaze fixed on the pendant, the emperor spoke eagerly at that moment. This is jadeite, and if the immortal needs it, there are a few pieces in the national treasury. His eyes burned with intensity as he looked at Xiao Chen. Please, immortal, stay in the capital, and we will naturally present the jadeite. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then looked at the emperor and said, all right. He then turned to the old man, who was on the verge of death, his bodily functions nearly beyond saving. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a beam of white light appeared in his palm. If you give me this jade, I will treat your body and help you live a few more years. How does that sound? Xiao Chen said to the old man. Hearing this, the old man nodded eagerly. What was there to disagree with? Even if that jade was worth a fortune, it couldn't compare to his life. He knew his own body. Now, being able to live a few more years was something he would gladly accept. As the white light from Xiao Chen merged into his body, he immediately felt all the pain he had previously experienced completely vanish at that moment. In its place, his body began to regain vitality. So, at that moment, he looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of surprise. Thank you, immortal. The old man touched his own body, and that feeling of relief made him realize that he was truly fine now. The emperor, on the other hand, wore a look of astonishment. He saw the chancellor transform from a frail old man into a younger version of himself, and his gaze towards Xiao Chen had changed significantly. Even the entire court was beginning to think differently. Regardless of anything else, they needed to quickly gather jadeite after returning. That was something the immortal needed, and once obtained, they could ask the immortal for help. Immortal, please follow me to the treasury. At this moment, the emperor could no longer contain himself and spoke urgently. He wanted immortality. He wanted to regain his youth. At this moment, his gaze towards Xiao Chen was filled with urgency. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, lead the way. As Xiao Chen and the emperor left, the entire court quickly exited the palace. They needed to collect jadeite in the shortest time possible. This was something the immortal required. In fact, many had just left the palace and had already spread the news. Anyone who had jadeite could come to them. High positions and great wealth could be promised. Xiao Chen followed into the treasury, and when he saw the emperor take out 3 pieces of jadeite, his eyes widened in surprise. These 3 pieces of chalcedony, the largest one, is almost bigger than a person's head. It is definitely not comparable to the jade pendant he had obtained earlier. Immortal, I am willing to offer these 3 pieces of chalcedony to you. The emperor looked at Xiao Chen with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes and said, I only ask that you stay in the capital. At this moment, he gazed at Xiao Chen with fervent eyes and said, I beg for your protection over my dynasty. I must leave. Xiao Chen replied calmly, however, my disciple can stay. Upon hearing this, the emperor was taken aback and looked at Xiao Chen, asking, why must you go? I cannot stay in this world for too long, but I can come back anytime. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, as long as you obtain the chalcedony, you can find my disciple. He can help you exchange for what you desire. At this moment, Xiao Chen spoke with a smile. He understood perfectly what the other party wanted. Moreover, he could not take Feng Ping'an away. It was better to let Feng Ping'an stay here. Occasionally waking him up to meet on earth and Feng Longyan would be nice. For the 3 pieces of chalcedony, I will grant you 3 requests, as long as they are not too excessive. Xiao Chen said lightly, immortal, I wish for immortality. The emperor said eagerly upon hearing this. Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and then shook his head, saying, impossible. Not to mention you, even I cannot achieve immortality. His expression carried a hint of coldness. As he said, speak of something reasonable. Then, can you extend my lifespan? He said nervously at this moment. He knew that immortality was a very difficult thing, and if possible, perhaps he could ask Xiao Chen to extend his life. Extending lifespan is possible. However, if that is your wish, then you will only have 2 conditions. Xiao Chen said calmly. These pieces of chalcedony were very valuable to him, but Xiao Chen also understood that the other party was more desperate than he was. All right. The emperor immediately nodded and then thought for a moment, saying, Immortal, I have 3 useless children. If you are willing, could it be? His eyes looked at Xiao Chen, filled with hope. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and then said, Bring them here, let me take a look. He had not planned to take on disciples. After all, if they were not children of destiny, they would be of no use at all. He could not pass on his skills, so it was better not to accept them. However, perhaps he could use evolution potions to give them some strength, which could be considered a part of their celestial fate. It all depended on whether they wanted it. Hearing this, the emperor hurriedly nodded and soon brought 3 people. At this moment, the 3 knelt directly before Xiao Chen. One of them even shouted, Master. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and then waved his hand coldly, saying, You cannot become my disciples, just forget it. With a glance, he could tell that these 3 had no fortune at all, and in the future, they wouldn't even be able to become emperors. This was what the system had informed Xiao Chen. If they had strong fortune, then they could naturally become emperors. But the 3 before him had no such potential. Do you only have 3 sons? Xiao Chen looked at the emperor with a hint of suspicion. If that were the case, then, was he the last emperor? After all, if not, why couldn't his sons become emperors? Upon hearing this, the emperor was slightly taken aback, a look of conflict on his face as he said, I have 1 more son. However, my other son is born with a disability. Seeing the emperor's expression, Xiao Chen understood that he completely disliked this disabled son. Therefore, at this moment, Xiao Chen became interested in the child with a congenital illness. If these 3 couldn't become emperors, then, would this disabled child eventually become the emperor, disabled and still a completely neglected child? Xiao Chen seemed to see another destined child. Bring him here, Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, the emperor was momentarily taken aback. He had never thought that Xiao Chen would ask him to bring his son. So, at that moment, he felt a bit conflicted. Originally, he had intended for his 3 sons to pay their respects to a master. However, he did not expect that the immortal before him would not even glance at his 3 sons, not even acknowledge them. Instead, he showed particular concern for his disabled son. Over the years, he had hardly mentioned this son, and in his heart, that child had long since disappeared. Born of a neglected concubine and being disabled, this family had lived particularly low-key in the harem. In fact, he and his 3 sons had almost forgotten about that child. When he thought of this, he was slightly stunned, almost forgetting who that child's mother was. At this moment, he pondered and said, Go, bring the 4th prince here. A few eunuchs quickly went to fetch him. Meanwhile, the other 3 princes looked very displeased. Usually, they looked down on this so-called brother, but since he was disabled and neglected, they had never paid him any attention. In the royal family, although there were intrigues, who would deliberately target someone who posed no threat? After all, if it got out that you were deliberately targeting this brother, how would that affect your reputation? It would be better to treat him a bit better to gain a good name, wouldn't it? So, they had not paid much attention to this brother. Immortal. This is my son. He injured his leg when he was 10, and since then, he has been unable to walk. The emperor pointed at this son and said. Xiao Chen looked at him and raised an eyebrow slightly. The boy in front of him was sitting in a chair, being carried over. However, Xiao Chen's spiritual power carefully observed the boy. This kid is not disabled at all. As the 4th prince felt Xiao Chen's gaze fixed on him, his expression changed immediately. Especially at that moment, when he noticed the peculiar look in Xiao Chen's eyes, he guessed that the other had seen through his disguise. System prompt, child of the plane detected. When the system prompt sounded, Xiao Chen smiled. Indeed, this 6th prince was a child of the plane, but he had not expected that there would be 2 children of the plane in this realm. Prompt, please take the plane twins as disciples. The voice in his mind echoed. Xiao Chen glanced at Feng Ping'an beside him, then at the slightly nervous 4th prince sitting in the wheelchair. He had a rough understanding now. If it weren't for his appearance, perhaps Feng Ping'an would have escaped from the town West Marquis residence and joined forces with this 4th prince. One was a transmigrator and the other was the 6th prince. With their cooperation, they could potentially overthrow the heir or even engage in a coup like the Xuanwu Gate incident. Such a scenario was not impossible. As he thought of this, Xiao Chen had generally understood the situation. At this moment, looking at the 4th prince, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said, This injury is not serious. I can heal it. As he spoke, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a beam of white light immediately merged into the 4th prince's body. The other party had no real illness, but it seemed that due to his cultivation, he still had some hidden injuries. With this, Xiao Chen had effectively treated his hidden injuries. As the hidden injuries healed, the 4th prince was slightly stunned. He could tell that Xiao Chen was aware that his legs had not been healed, so at this moment, he naturally understood that Xiao Chen was acting to cooperate with him. At this moment, a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. Why was this celestial being treating him so well? After all, logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything about himself that the other party would be concerned about. Are you willing to take me as your master? Xiao Chen looked at him and spoke. Upon hearing this, the 4th prince was momentarily stunned. You mean? At this moment, the 4th prince's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen as he asked. He had never imagined that he would become a disciple of an immortal. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Chen, who winked at him and said, How about taking me as your master? Can I cultivate to become an immortal? Looking at Xiao Chen, the 4th prince took a deep breath and asked. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. Seeing the conflicted expression on the other's face, he smiled slightly and turned to the emperor, saying, Your Majesty, may I have a word with your son? He understood that the other party clearly had some concerns, which was why he was acting this way. Upon hearing this, the emperor was slightly taken aback. He had not expected that his youngest son could actually become a disciple of an immortal. So at this moment, he directly spoke up. All right, you all follow me, he said, turning to glance at the 3 princes who were still in a daze, and added, Follow me out. Upon hearing this, the Faces of the three princes changed, especially the second prince, who had called out for a master as soon as he entered. His expression kept changing. Then, he took a deep breath and said, "Master, I really want to cultivate." "Get lost." Xiao Chen coldly glared at him, waving his hand, and a gust of wind immediately blew the second prince away. Watching this scene, the emperor's expression changed. As for the fourth prince, his eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at Xiao Chen, who had casually waved his hand and displayed such terrifying power, even able to send someone flying out. The emperor's face was grim. On one hand, it was because the second prince dared to speak like that in front of him. On the other hand, it was because of the immortal before him. After all, that was his son, yet at this moment, this immortal didn't give him any face at all, casually sending his son away. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful towards Xiao Chen. Of course, his resentment came quickly and left even faster. Thinking of Xiao Chen's methods, he took a deep breath and naturally didn't dare to have any thoughts. Instead, he revealed a smile and said, "Immortal, please have a good chat with my son." Saying this, he stepped out of the treasury. At this moment, only Feng Ping'an and the fourth prince remained in the treasury. "Kid, aren't you getting up?" Xiao Chen looked at the fourth prince still sitting in the chair and said with a smile, "Haven't you been pretending for over 10 years? Aren't you tired?" Upon hearing this, the fourth prince sighed and then slowly stood up, saying, "Immortal, why me? You have good fortune." Xiao Chen stared at him and said, "Even without me, you could become an emperor in this lifetime. And what I need is such a disciple. Only such a disciple can cultivate." He looked at the fourth prince in front of him and smiled. Upon hearing this, the fourth prince was slightly taken aback and said, "So, if you hadn't appeared, I really could have become an emperor?" "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded, pointing to Feng Ping'an beside him and said, "If things had gone according to the original trajectory, this person beside me could have become your capable aide." Hearing this, the fourth prince glanced at Feng Ping'an and then took a deep breath, saying, "Then, if we become your disciples, what do we need to give in return?" "Nothing." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "I just want you to cultivate well. For me, cultivating well is the most important thing. Of course, this jade marrow is good. In the future, you will be my representatives in this world, and I need jade marrow." Xiao Chen glanced at the fourth prince in front of him and smiled, saying, "Become my disciple, and you won't need to hide. You can relax, and no one can harm you." "Master." As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Feng Ping'an was the first to kneel. He knew Xiao Chen's abilities. After all, he had crossed over from Earth. He understood that Xiao Chen looked down on this world. Moreover, throughout this journey, he had truly felt Xiao Chen's strength. It was precisely for this reason that he did not hesitate to become a disciple. Disciple Lin Yi pays respects to master. At this moment, the fourth prince hurriedly spoke up. Looking at them, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "All right, then I will pass on some of the techniques to you." With that, Xiao Chen pointed at the two of their foreheads. Instantly, both felt a new technique merging into their minds. The Qi cultivation chapter directly integrated into their consciousness. Additionally, drink this. Xiao Chen took out 2 bottles of evolution potion and said, "Undoubtedly, the evolution potion could rapidly enhance their basic abilities and might even unlock their supernatural powers. Compared to cultivation, this evolution potion was undoubtedly more important. It's a bit hard to swallow," Xiao Chen said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, neither of them hesitated and directly gulped down the 2 bottles of potion. Immediately, Feng Ping'an fainted. His body was too weak to handle it. On the contrary, Lin Yi, at this moment, was completely fine, though his expression was slightly pained. In a courtyard in the capital, Xiao Chen looked at Lin Yi, who now wore an expression of disbelief. Ever since he drank the potion, Xiao Chen had taken him away. The emperor, knowing that Xiao Chen would not leave, had provided a residence. At the same time, he ensured that Feng Ping'an would inherit the title of Marquis of Jinqi. But now the Jinqi Marquisate had seen too many deaths and needed to be cleaned up. So, Xiao Chen first brought Lin Yi and Feng Ping'an to this residence. At this moment, Lin Yi was filled with disbelief. His hands were like white jade, and anything he touched instantly froze into ice. "Master, is this the supernatural power you mentioned?" Lin Yi's eyes were filled with excitement. Now he could freeze objects, and during battle, if he made contact with his palm, it would likely freeze his opponent directly. This ability was undoubtedly terrifying. He had practiced martial arts, so he naturally understood how much his physical strength had increased. Moreover, the knowledge in his mind told him that once he mastered the Qi cultivation chapter to its peak, he would truly be like an immortal. It's just the Qi cultivation chapter 4. Now, in the future, you will only grow stronger. In front of Xiao Chen were 2 large pots, one stewing tiger meat and the other lion meat. These were obtained from the game realm earlier. Now, they were just right for these 2 disciples. Fortunately, these 2 disciples had no female disciples, otherwise he wouldn't dare to give out the tiger meat. As for Feng Ping'an, he was still lying down. Soon, Feng Ping'an slowly woke up, and when he opened his eyes, there was a faint purple hue in his gaze. Awake? Xiao Chen looked at the purple glow in Feng Ping'an's eyes, slightly curious, and asked, "What's supernatural power?" "Mind's eye." Feng Ping'an replied, stunned, "It can predict the opponent's movements." Hearing Feng Ping'an's supernatural power, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a power. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Come, let me try." With that, he casually threw a punch at Feng Ping'an, but Feng Ping'an, as if stunned, had no reaction and was sent flying by Xiao Chen's punch. "Master, I couldn't predict it." Feng Ping'an, sitting awkwardly on the ground, looked at Xiao Chen with embarrassment. Wasn't his supernatural power supposed to predict? Why didn't it work? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and looked at Lin Yi. "Senior brother, let me try." Lin Yi immediately nodded, understanding that Xiao Chen was preparing to let him have a go. He then quickly rushed towards Feng Ping'an and threw a punch. They all drank the evolution potion, so he naturally knew that his senior brother, who seemed weak now, had a body strength that was definitely not simple. There was no need to hide it. As soon as Lin Yi threw his punch, Xiao Chen noticed a slight movement in Feng Ping'an's eyes, and in an instant he quickly dodged. Lin Yi threw several punches in succession, but Feng Ping'an was completely unaffected, instead continuously evading his attacks. Even feigned attacks could be quickly responded to and dodged. This ability is quite interesting. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and whispered. Feng Ping'an's ability was indeed intriguing. Even Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. His own ability was merely freezing, and similar to cryogenics, it was still too weak. But his senior brother's skill was impressive. Clearly, Feng Ping'an's body was not as strong as his own, and if they were to fight head-on, he could definitely beat him up. But the frustration of being unable to land a hit on his opponent made him particularly uncomfortable. At this moment, he envied Feng Ping'an's skill even more. Alright, stop. Xiao Chen waved his hand, then looked at the two and said, "Come, eat meat." He pointed to the tiger meat and lion meat and said, "It's prepared for you. Eat as much as you can. The lion meat can enhance your comprehension, and as for the tiger meat, it can strengthen your bodies." Upon hearing this, both of them immediately showed a hint of surprise. Their master was great. He asked for nothing and only gave them good things. But Xiao Chen knew in his heart that if these two didn't properly enhance their comprehension and physical strength, how would they cultivate in the future? He was still waiting for these two power banks to recharge him. The faster they improved, the faster his own strength would grow. The two of them devoured the food in front of Xiao Chen, and soon, neither could eat anymore. Undoubtedly, both of their talents were decent, and they didn't eat much of the lion meat. Instead, they consumed quite a bit of the tiger meat. Take the rest back for your trusted subordinates. After glancing at Lin Yi, Xiao Chen said lightly. Since this kid had hidden for so long, Xiao Chen didn't believe he didn't have any trusted subordinates. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. Since his master said so, he naturally had nothing to say. At first, he just wanted to hide his abilities. After all, he came from a poor background, and with his father not favoring him, if he claimed to have abilities, he would be ostracized by the other three. He might not even survive to adulthood. But secretly, he had hidden quite a few tricks. If it weren't for meeting Xiao Chen, he would probably have to hide for a long time. Now, he was no longer afraid. Not to mention his current strength. In a short period, his master had raised his power so much, just having an immortal master was enough to keep others in check. Additionally, I will stay here for another 2 days. During this time, you can reach out. If anyone has jade marrow or needs anything, just let me know. If I can provide it, I will. Xiao Chen said. After saying this, he thought for a moment and took out a vial of life potion, saying, "For your father, it will extend his life by 5 years. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately nodded. What his father wanted now was exactly this. Moreover, since his master provided it, it meant his master had more. Just this relationship alone would ensure that the old emperor would protect him. He was no longer the neglected prince. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Feng Ping'an. There was also a senior brother from the Duke of Jinshi who had people speaking for him in the court. From the initial disastrous start to the current fortunate turn of events, it seemed that having an additional master made all the difference. The divine right of kings was too important in this era, and being accepted as a disciple by an immortal represented such a destiny. Although he was happy at this moment, he also understood that in the future he would likely encounter quite a bit of trouble. Worried? Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Xiao Chen smiled lightly and said, "What are you worried about? With me here, who dares to touch you? I'll kill whoever dares. At worst, I'll just wipe out everyone in the court." Listening to his master's words, Lin Yi finally felt at ease at that moment. It seemed that this master had no restrictions. He could kill whoever he wanted. If anyone truly dared to provoke him, they would only meet their demise. Go! And also sever ties with those officials. I only need the jade essence. You go negotiate, it's your connections. Xiao Chen waved his hand. After that, Xiao Chen hardly went out. Since he was a high-level expert, there was no need to have any connections with the other NPCs in this world. In his view, these people were no different from NPCs. If that was the case, why should he bother talking to them? There was no need. They didn't have the qualifications. Moreover, Lin Yi needed connections, and he only needed Lin Yi to handle transactions with those people, which would already allow his disciple to gather countless connections. Master, here are 4 pieces of jade essence. Looking at Xiao Chen, Lin Yi immediately took out 4 pieces of jade essence and said, 3 of them are the same as what the old prime minister requested, all for medicinal purposes. Only this one. He pointed to one of them and said, the son of the minister of war wants to seek a chance for immortality. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and said, he wants to be my disciple? Not exactly. He said he wants to be my disciple. Lin Yi replied awkwardly, but I can't teach him your methods. He knew very well that this was a chance for immortality, something he couldn't teach anyone. I definitely can't give him a chance for immortality, but I can exchange it for a bottle of evolution potion. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, if he agrees, then so be it. If not, it doesn't matter. Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately nodded and said, that's enough. He understood that just the enhancement of physical strength was sufficient, not to mention if he awakened any special abilities. So this was already enough. Alright, take this. With a flip of his hand, 3 bottles of healing potions and 1 bottle of evolution potion appeared before him. These 3 items were rare at this time, but whether in the apocalyptic world or the game realm, they were common goods. In fact, nowadays they weren't even considered common goods anymore. They were too cheap. However, jade essence was different. The effects of jade essence were quite significant. It could aid in cultivation. He even thought that if he brought this jade essence to Guqingran, it might undergo a certain qualitative change. That was the key. Master, my father has opened a government office for me and granted me the title of Prince of Qi. Lin Yi thought for a moment and spoke up. Then, continue. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen said lightly, I must leave as well. If anything comes up, have your senior brother contact me. He can reach me. After saying this, he stood up and chose to return. He had been away long enough. It was time to go back. Lin Yi watched Xiao Chen leave, momentarily stunned, then turned to look at Feng Ping'an beside him. Feng Ping'an naturally knew that his master had truly left. So, he smiled at Lin Yi and said, Master has left, but we can still contact him. Don't worry. Good. Lin Yi nodded in response. At this moment, he found himself sitting in front of Feng Ping'an. While he needed to maintain a high level of vigilance with his own brothers, he could completely relax around Feng Ping'an, whom he had just met. Firstly, because he was his senior brother, truly a part of the same entity. Secondly, because both he and Feng Pingyan could be considered pitiful people. The two of them got along well. They had been together almost every day, naturally getting to know each other. Moreover, in the future, if he ascended to the throne, this senior brother would be his greatest support. Therefore, after leaving Xiao Chun, he revealed his foundation. At first, he thought Feng Pingyan would be clueless after being locked up for so many years. But with these days of interaction, he realized that this senior brother was not as naive as he seemed. In fact, he understood a lot. There are even quite a few martial arts manuals, and the people under my command have all benefited from them. Indeed, how could someone chosen by an immortal be an ordinary person? After the two left side by side, they announced to the outside world that the immortal was in seclusion, but if anyone had jade essence, it could still be exchanged. Once the immortal emerged, they would naturally receive it. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already returned to the front of Feng Longyan. Seeing Xiao Chen appear, Feng Longyan hurriedly asked, "Mr. Xiao, my son, don't worry, he's fine. Your boy is now considered my disciple." Xiao Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Feng Longyan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then revealed a smile. His son was safe and had even become Xiao Chen's disciple. That was a very good outcome. From now on, if Mr. Xiao has any instructions, I will definitely do my utmost to fulfill them. At this moment, Feng Longyan quickly spoke up. "I will arrange for someone to take me and my son to Yun City right away." He knew very well that no matter what, his son was the most important. By sending his son to Yun City and staying there himself, he could assist Xiao Chen whenever needed, and if anything was amiss with his son, he would know immediately. Seeing Feng Longyan's eagerness, Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "No need, you stay in the capital. If you need anything, just give me a call and I can come right away. Also, being in the capital, you can help me resolve some troubles." Upon hearing this, Feng Longyan nodded immediately. He understood that since Xiao Chen said so, he should just follow his instructions. After finishing his conversation with Feng Longyan, Xiao Chen returned to Yun City. At this moment, Yun City was still bustling with construction. After Xiao Fengshan returned, he realized how big of a deal his nephew had made. Even when he saw Chu Xingyue and Songya, there was a hint of strangeness on his face. That Zhao Xinman from Shanghai seemed to have an ambiguous attitude towards his nephew as well. Of course, he didn't pry. After all, his nephew had become quite capable, and such matters were normal. "Old Xiao, now that you're well, why not join us in managing the factory?" The shares of the factory were given by Xiao Chen. "We can share a portion with you, Uncle," he said, pulling Xiao Fengshan along. "Uncle, don't persuade Uncle Xiao anymore." Xiao Chen said to let Uncle Xiao handle the logistics park. Chu Qingyue quickly interjected. Whether it was Uncle He or Uncle Xia, their vision wasn't high. Running such a factory was enough for them. However, Xiao Fengshan was different. He had run a company before and could manage many things. Moreover, nowadays, there were few people Xiao Chen could rely on. Hearing this, Xiao Fengshan was not polite. It was his nephew's business, so of course, he would take charge. Thus, he naturally took on the role. While they were talking, Xiao Chen walked in. Seeing Xiao Chen, Xiao Fengshan smiled and said, "Kid, your uncle's life was saved by you. From now on, I will listen to you." At this moment, there was a hint of joy in his gaze. "All right, uncle, then help me out. I still have a lot of things I need your assistance with." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. After arranging everything, Xiao Chen decided not to manage the logistics park anymore. Moreover, under Chu Xingyue's supervision, his villa was completed first. Now, he didn't need to run the supermarket and had already moved into the logistics park. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at the jade essence in his hand. When these jade essences appeared in his hand, he could clearly feel the energy contained within them. Previously, in the ancient world, he had obtained a piece, and now he had several more. The largest one was as big as a human head, while the smallest was about the size of a small jade pendant. What are these jade essences used for? Xiao Chen was particularly curious, and after thinking for a moment, he sent a message to Gu Qingran. It had been a long time since he had contacted Gu Qingran. "I don't know how Gu Qingran is doing. However, it seems that only Gu Qingran's world is a cultivation world, so she should be familiar with something like jade marrow." "Mr. Xiao." Over there, Gu Qingran heard Xiao Chen's call, and immediately popped her head up. "What is the use of jade marrow?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. "Jade marrow? Do you have jade marrow?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qingran became a bit excited, and asked, "That's a good thing. Whether for refining tools or formations, jade marrow is key. Especially for formation plates, the core that activates the formation plate is jade marrow. A piece the size of a fist can almost make the formation plate operate, at least for 10 years. When Xiao Chen heard this, he glanced at the jade marrow in his hand, and at that moment he understood. Nuclear power. Isn't this just nuclear power? What else? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen asked. He was genuinely curious. This thing was undoubtedly very effective. If refining tools, it can also be used to create magical artifacts. Gu Qingran said, "You have no idea how rare jade marrow is in my world. Mr. Xiao, I can't talk to you right now. I'm being chased." Gu Qingran hurriedly said. After saying this, she immediately cut off the connection. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Ever since he sent a batch of fruits over last time, Gu Qingran had not contacted him. Now, she was telling him she was being chased. Basically, Xiao Chen understood. This meant that after selling those fruits, she had been discovered and then ended up in a situation of being chased. "Do you need help?" Xiao Chen thought for a moment and still sent a message to Gu Qingran. On one hand, Gu Qingran's dimension was relatively advanced, and he still needed her. On the other hand, it was because the laws of the dimension where Gu Qingran was located were different. Ordinary fruits sent there could evolve into spiritual herbs. If they were lost, it would be a huge loss. Moreover, under certain circumstances, he and Gu Qingran on Earth still had a master-disciple relationship. So, Gu Qingran could be considered half a disciple to him. Even if the dimensions were different, he had to acknowledge this disciple. Just thinking about this made Xiao Chen feel he had to help. So, at that moment, Xiao Chen quickly spoke up. Hearing this, Gu Qingran was slightly taken aback and said, "Among those chasing me, there are 2 nascent soul experts. If Mr. Xiao comes, it might be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He was indeed at the golden core stage, but he could still handle nascent soul. After all, his attack methods were different, and with the Merit Cloud, ordinary people really weren't enough for him to deal with. Place an order for me, Xiao Chen said. He just wanted to do business, well across various dimensions, and Gu Qingran was his agent in that dimension. Now, if someone was trying to cut off his financial path, that wouldn't do. Just thinking about this made Xiao Chen feel that he had to take care of this matter. Gu Qingran immediately placed an order for Xiao Chen, still needing various kinds of fruits. Now, he had quite a few in his space. Moreover, Xiao Chen discovered that these fruits were growing exceptionally well in his space. They were even better than those growing outside, so he directly planted a lot. Anyway, right now, he didn't even know how to describe his space. It was growing larger and larger. It was even starting to resemble a small world. Additionally, he had created rivers inside, and the fish had begun to appear. Next time, I'll try to get some other animals. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He was quite curious. He could keep these things in his space, but when they went to other dimensions, those living beings could only stay in the space and couldn't be taken out. It was evident that it was due to the system. Of course, even so, it was enough for Xiao Chen. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Chen quickly entered the dimension where Gu Qingran was located. The next second, he was stunned by the scene before him. It was an endless desert, with yellow sand swirling in the air, and amidst the sand he could see two figures hovering in midair. The overwhelming yellow sand was caused by one of them, Mr. Xiao. Beside him was Gu Qingran, who immediately spoke when she saw Xiao Chen. These are the two cultivators chasing me. Two nascent soul cultivators. Gu Qingran pointed to the two figures ahead and said, that is the Grand Elder of the Demon Sect, Mo Xiu, and the other one is a demon cultivator known as the Great Sage of Yellow Sand. It is rumored that he is a large yellow dog that has gained intelligence. Hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at the figure in the distance amidst the swirling yellow sand. It looked somewhat human. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that this creature had the head of a dog. This is his territory. Knowing that I have something valuable, he teamed up with Mo Xiu to hunt me down, Gu Qingran said bitterly at that moment. She had been very cautious in her sales, but who would have thought that the previously reputable Spirit Treasure Pavilion would secretly leak her information, causing her to be targeted by many. Resources in this world are too scarce. Many nascent soul cultivators are unable to advance because they lack the resources to refine pills, and these two are no exception, Gu Qingran said helplessly. She now realized how naive she had been. Because of this, after being hunted, she dared not sell anymore. After selling just a dozen fruits, she had been chased. For decades, how could she dare to act recklessly? Over those decades, she had consumed those fruits herself, significantly increasing her strength. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. Listening to Gu Qingran, Xiao Chen looked again at Mo Xiu. The Great Sage of Yellow Sand could wait, but Mo Xiu was a demon cultivator. At this moment, Xiao Chen just wanted to ask, is this profession a good match? It was evident that it was a perfect match. After all, in front of him, even if the demon cultivator advanced to the out-of-body stage, it would be of no use. According to Jin Wu, his merit cloud was equivalent to a BUG. The Heavenly Dao couldn't even touch it. Once you made a move against me, the Heavenly Dao would come after you. Both of them were now staring at Xiao Chen. The sudden appearance of this person surprised the two cultivators. They had sealed off this area, and logically, no one should be able to enter without their notice. Yet this person had managed to do just that. At this moment, the way they looked at Xiao Chen had shifted, now tinged with a hint of caution. However, just thinking about the spiritual materials in Gu Qingran's hands made them unable to suppress their inner excitement. In that moment, the demon cultivator lunged at Xiao Chen and Gu Qingran first. Gu Qingran, hand over your spiritual materials, and also, let me search your soul so I can know where you got these materials. He sneered and directly pounced on Gu Qingran. At the same time, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen and said, Junior, I don't care who you are, get lost immediately. Otherwise, we'll die together. He let out a strange laugh and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. In his eyes, a demon cultivator was just a joke. With a casual wave, the next second, the merit cloud instantly appeared before Xiao Chen. Just as the demon cultivator charged over, a blinding golden light flashed by, and the moment he saw the cloud blocking his path, his expression twisted in disbelief. He even looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of incredulity. Merit cloud! Mo Xiu exclaimed, and the next moment, he quickly retreated. He looked at Xiao Chen with fear. At that moment, his face was filled with disbelief. That merit cloud radiating golden energy. This thing was Mo Xiu's natural nemesis. Even when faced with the auspicious clouds of merit, he instinctively wanted to run. As for the sand great sage behind him, he too had halted amidst the swirling yellow sand, standing not far away, staring blankly at the ever-expanding clouds of merit. A demon cultivator, a monster, neither dared to touch the clouds of merit. Not to mention the two of them, even Gu Qingran, who stood behind them, looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of shock. Those were the clouds of merit. This thing was almost equivalent to the Heavenly Dao. Was Mr. Xiao the favored child of the Heavenly Dao? At this moment, Xiao Chen didn't care about any of that. He simply waved his hand, and in the next second, the clouds of merit transformed into sharp blades, instantly rushing towards Mo Xiu before him. When Mo Xiu saw the clouds of merit coming at him like flying swords, his expression changed. He quickly retreated, dodging the blades of merit, but he could only evade. He dared not touch them. The moment one of the flying swords landed on him, his body instantly emitted black smoke. It was as if that thing had instantly contaminated him, directly latching onto him to drain his flesh and blood. At that moment, Mo Xiu's expression changed drastically. He let out a fierce roar and quickly transformed into a streak of black light, fleeing rapidly. Watching the other party's almost perverse speed, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. At this moment, he understood that the other side had no intention of fighting him to the bitter end. Or rather, the other party had realized that fighting to the bitter end would likely lead to a bad outcome. So, he simply ran away. On the other side, the Sand Great Sage, seeing Mo Xiu escape, prepared to flee as well. But how Could Xiao Chen allow both of them to get away? With a flash, he appeared right in front of the Sand Great Sage. At the same time, the clouds of merit instantly enveloped him within. The Sand Great Sage opened his mouth, his dog-like eyes filled with shock. What did he see? The clouds of merit were one thing, but there were also spatial laws? The person before him must be the favored child of the heavenly Tao, right? At that moment, he immediately lowered his head and said, "Friend, I was just passing by. I'll leave right away." He didn't dare to show his teeth to Xiao Chen. After all, once he did, he would truly be doomed. The blades formed from the clouds of merit almost wrapped around him completely. In that situation, if he made a move, he would be finished. As for resisting, what a joke. The Sand Great Sage knew very well that resisting equated to death. It wasn't a matter of cultivation level, but rather, the clouds of merit could stop him. As a demon cultivator, and having caused quite a bit of trouble over the years, he certainly bore many sins. His guilt would definitely not be less than that of a demon cultivator. Just look at that demon cultivator. He didn't dare to clash head on and immediately fled after taking a sword strike. Not to mention anything else, just that one sword strike would likely cause Mo. Shio's cultivation level to drop a small tier. Moreover, that injury would continuously erode his body, making it unlikely for him to break through, and he would likely suffer greatly afterward. Just thinking about that situation made the Sand Great Sage feel like he was courting death. Now, he could only plead for mercy. "Sir, please spare my life. I saved up some spirit stones and materials over the years. How about you take them all?" he said, pulling out a storage bag, looking at Xiao Chen with a face full of pleading. He knew very well that he didn't even have a chance to resist now. Xiao Chen, staring at that dog-like face, was thinking about something else in his mind. This guy is a spirit, right? If he's a spirit, then does that mean he can be considered an animal? Perhaps the mental control from the game world could control this fellow? Don't underestimate the game world. Some skills even carry a hint of conceptual flavor. Xiao Chen was now quite curious if he could control him. Would that mean he had an extra helper at the nascent soul stage? The key was that once he reached the nascent soul stage, he could directly gather the other party into his own space. Thinking of this, at this moment, Xiao Chen directly pointed at his forehead and said, "Release your divine sense, or else." The expression of the great sage of Yellow Sand changed, and he was about to resist, but upon seeing the swords formed from the clouds of merit, he immediately dared not speak. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and let Xiao Chen's finger press against his forehead. The next moment, his expression changed. He didn't know what the other party had done, but at this moment, it felt as if his soul was being grasped by the other. Even when he saw Xiao Chen, he didn't have a shred of rebellious emotion left. All that remained was submission. His expression changed drastically, but he had no way out and could only bow his head in resignation. He knew that from today onwards, the illustrious Great Sage of Yellow Sand had become someone else's little pet. At this moment, the Great Sage of Yellow Sand looked completely bewildered. Looking at Xiao Chen, his dog-like face was filled with astonishment. After all, he didn't even know what had happened. In any case, when Xiao Chen pointed at his forehead, he felt as if he was being forcibly controlled. Moreover, now, he couldn't muster even a hint of resistance towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen glanced at the Great Sage of Yellow Sand in front of him. Indeed, the other had already become a pet on his attribute panel. Furthermore, at this moment, as soon as Xiao Chen thought about it, the Great Sage immediately knelt before him. "Master." The Great Sage of Yellow Sand looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingran was completely stunned. At this moment, Gu Qingran had never expected that Xiao Chen could possess such means. The person in front of her could not be judged by common sense at all. She had never thought that there could be such methods. Whether it was the clouds of merit or the sudden ability to make a Yuanying stage demon cultivator submit, Gu Qingran felt she had never seen anything like it. It was simply incomprehensible to her. However, it also indirectly indicated one thing: Xiao Chen's methods were undoubtedly very powerful. Alright, the matter is settled. Xiao Chen looked at Gu Qingran and said, "Also, your things." As he spoke, he directly pointed with his hand. The next moment, a pile of fruits reappeared in front of Gu Qingran. As the fruits appeared, a surge of spiritual energy rushed directly into this pile of fruits in front of Xiao Chen. The next moment, under the nourishment of the violent spiritual energy, this pile of fruits instantly transformed into spirit fruits. The Great Sage of Yellow Sand's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He looked at the pile of fruits in front of him, saliva dripping down. As a loose cultivator and a demon, he had never eaten anything good. If it weren't for this area of yellow sand being able to accommodate him, along with a bit of luck, he might have died long ago. Now, looking at the spirit materials in front of him, the Great Sage of Yellow Sand had already understood why this female cultivator in front of him had such means. Seeing the expression of the Great Sage of Yellow Sand, Xiao Chen knew he was completely stunned. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen directly took out a watermelon. The next moment, spiritual energy poured in, and the watermelon instantly became a spirit fruit. Xiao Chen casually tossed it to the Great Sage of Yellow Sand in front of him. The Great Sage's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and directly swallowed the spirit fruit. At this moment, he had no hesitation whatsoever. If he had known it would be like this, he would have directly become someone's dog. After all, being a dog was the same no matter who he served, right? Therefore, the Great Sage of Yellow Sand was completely unhesitant at this moment. And Xiao Chen, seeing the Great Sage of Yellow Sand's demeanor, knew that even if this fellow was not under his mental control, he was still completely unable to escape his grasp. So at this moment, Xiao Chen looked at the Great Sage of Yellow Sand and said, with a smile, "Alright, follow me, and you'll benefit." "Thank you, Master." When the Great Sage of Yellow Sand shouted this word Master, he had no psychological burden whatsoever. He was too eager to progress. Looking at the Great Sage of Yellow Sand's expression, Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then waved his hand, and immediately, all kinds of fruits reappeared once again. When these fruits appeared, they instantly absorbed a vast area of spiritual energy. In a moment, the spiritual energy in this area was nearly drained completely. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingran and the Great Sage of Yellow Sand's expressions changed immediately. The Great Sage of Yellow Sand stood up in an instant, his gaze fixed on the distance, and Gu Qingran did the same. Xiao Gui, you're making too much noise, Gu Qingran said helplessly. With so many spiritual materials, the commotion is too great. Soon, powerful cultivators will come, and they might try to seize our spiritual materials. At this moment, Gu Qingran smiled bitterly. She was being hunted down, but it was just the Spirit Treasure Pavilion leaking her information. Back then, she was merely being chased by a Yuanying demon cultivator. However, with such an effect now, she believed that anyone at the Yuanying stage would come to take a look. There were quite a few Yuanying cultivators on this continent. After all, many cultivators who wanted to break through were already going mad. Making such a big commotion would likely lead to trouble. Hearing this, Xiaochen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't thought that far ahead. He just felt that there were particularly many fruits in his space, so why not give it a try? He wanted to see if he could convert them and then take some back with him when he returned to Earth. He didn't know if the system would take a cut from these fruits. After all, this didn't count as a transaction. At most, it could only be considered smuggling. However, what Xiaochen didn't expect was that pulling out so many fruits at once would lead to this situation. Xiaochen glanced at the Great Sage of Yellow Sand and asked, "How many can you eat?" The Great Sage of Yellow Sand was instantly stunned. Looking at Xiaochen, he asked, "Master, do you mean I can still eat?" "Eat as many as you can." Xiaochen pointed at the fruits in front of him and said. At that moment, the Great Sage of Yellow Sand was filled with astonishment. Suddenly, he knelt down in front of Xiaochen. "Thank you, Master, for your gift. From now on, I, Yellow Sand, will be your dog. Whoever you tell me to bite, I will bite." The name Yellow Sand doesn't sound good. From now on, you'll be called De Huang, Xiaochen said. "Yes, Master, I am De Huang." The dog face of Yellow Sand immediately revealed a flattering smile. So many spiritual materials to eat at will. He had never encountered such a wealthy life in his lifetime. At this moment, what else could he say? Soon, Yellow Sand picked out several spiritual materials. After all, these spiritual materials were different, and their effects were naturally different. Some restored spiritual energy, some increased cultivation, and some even enhanced the soul. Xiaochen glanced at what the Great Sage of Yellow Sand had picked out. He directly ate a few bananas and then hesitated to eat more. The rest seemed to be a few strawberries left behind. "Master, these can restore dissipated spiritual energy. When that group of Yuanying cultivators arrives, if they make a move, I can hold on for a while longer," the Great Sage of Yellow Sand said. At this moment, he looked at Xiaochen with burning eyes. With just these few bananas, his cultivation had risen from the early Yuanying stage to the mid-Yuanying stage. Now, he was filled with ambition. Hearing this, Xiaochen nodded, lightly, thought for a moment, and looked at the pile of fruits in front of him. He had Gu Qingran gather her share, and then, with a wave of his hand, those fruits instantly entered his space. At the same time, the merit cloud in front of Xiaochen expanded rapidly, transforming completely into a nebula. Except for the central area where Xiaochen and the others were, the outside world was almost entirely enveloped by the merit cloud. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingran and the Great Sage of Yellow Sand, who had originally wanted to fight to the death, instantly cooled down. They had forgotten that Xiaochen had this thing. Not to mention anything else, just the terrifying effect brought by the merit cloud made no one dared to take action. It was no different from playing with their own lives. No wonder he was the favored son of the heavenly Tao. He was indeed different. With the appearance of the merit cloud, everything had completely changed. At this moment, instead, De Huang and Gu Qingran had no more concerns. After all, the merit clouds before them provided an immense sense of security. At this moment, the two gradually relaxed their minds. Xiaochen's gaze was fixed on the merit clouds surrounding him. It had to be said that with the system's enhancement, this thing was simply extraordinary. At this moment, just the merit clouds alone gave Xiaochen ample visibility. As long as he was in contact with the merit clouds, he could see everything clearly. Others were lost in the fog and could not see, but Xiaochen was completely unaffected. Not only was he unaffected, but even within this fog, his vision was exceptionally clear. At this moment, he fully understood the benefits that the merit clouds brought him. Moreover, under the visibility provided by the merit clouds, he could see clearly that several figures had already appeared. However, those figures initially rushed forward, but upon seeing the golden cloud layer, they all revealed expressions of horror. Among them, a few, even if they wanted to approach, were deterred by the sight of the clouds floating in the sky and did not dare to take another step forward. After all, many understood the power of this thing. Nevertheless, thinking of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside, a few cultivators couldn't help but want to enter and take a look. But the moment their bodies made contact with the merit clouds, their expressions changed drastically. At that moment, they watched as the clouds directly clung to them, continuously eroding their bodies, causing their faces to change dramatically. They even quickly retreated, using their magical powers to try to shake off the merit clouds. One person, seeing that the merit clouds could not be shaken off, made a ruthless decision and directly chopped off his own arm. Witnessing this scene, those who were initially eager to try suddenly lost their courage. The merit clouds were simply extraordinary. After all, in their realm, regardless of the righteous or demonic paths, they had all committed acts of killing and treasure snatching. As long as there was sin, then the merit clouds could restrain them. This was the most troublesome part. Which fellow Daoist is here? A group of people stared at the merit clouds before them, and one elder in a Daoist robe shouted loudly. At this moment, he did not dare to show any disrespect. After all, anyone capable of summoning the merit clouds was definitely not a simple character. This thing was truly extraordinary. We mean no harm. We only felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy in this place and came to investigate. Seeing that the merit clouds showed no reaction, the old Daoist quickly said. He was well aware that just these merit clouds represented the other party's considerable abilities. At this moment, he did not dare to entertain any rebellious thoughts. Because of this, the elder understood that even if there were heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside, they were not something they could obtain. Xiaochen, on the other hand, thought for a moment and then looked at Gu Qingran and said, "Let's go. We can have a chat with the cultivators of this realm." Hearing Xiaochen's words, Gu Qingran was taken aback and then said nervously, "Xiao Go, what are we going to talk about with them? In her view, at this moment, if they engaged in conversation, it might not lead to a good outcome. What if the other party turned against them? However, looking at the Mara clouds around, she quickly felt reassured. With this thing present, even those stronger than them would not dare to act. The clouds rolled, and soon, Xiao Chen's figure appeared above the clouds. Behind him, Gu Qingran and the great sage of Yellow Sand were recognized by some cultivators. During this time, many cultivators were aware of the incident where Gu Qingran sold a few spirit materials and was pursued. Now, they all understood that Gu Qingran's spirit materials were likely provided by the person before them. Greetings, fellow Daoist. The old Daoist took a deep breath and said, I am Dao Xian, the headmaster of the Dao sect. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at the other party and asked, what brings you here? Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Dao Xian was slightly taken aback. They had come for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but they also knew that the person before them was not to be trifled with, not to mention anything else. Just at this moment, the two, who had personally severed their own palms, were still standing over there. At this moment, their gazes were fixed on Xiao Chen, their faces dark and sullen. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Since the Mara cloud was effective, there was nothing more to say. He waved his hand, and in the next moment, the Mara cloud instantly transformed into a sharp blade, directly rushing towards the two. The expressions of the two changed drastically. They had just wanted to retaliate, but upon recalling the Mara cloud's relentless effect, they immediately dared not move recklessly and could only flee in panic. In an instant, the two transformed into streaks of light, quickly escaping. Witnessing this, many people couldn't help but take a deep breath, especially Dao Xian. He had originally wanted to test the temperament of the person before him, but now he didn't dare. What if this family directly activated the Mara cloud to attack? They wouldn't gain any advantage. We came here because we sensed the aura of heavenly spiritual materials. Looking at Xiao Chen, Dao Xian spoke at this moment. It seems those spiritual materials belong to you, my friend. Indeed. Xiao Chen nodded in response, speaking lightly. I have quite a few spiritual materials. What? Are you planning to seize treasures from me? His gaze fixed on Dao Xian, and as soon as Xiao Chen's words fell, the Mara cloud behind him rolled over, transforming into a statue of Xiao Chen, staring at them. The momentum instantly pressed down on Dao Xian and the others, making it hard for them to breathe. They could sense that the other party was merely a junior in the Golden Core stage. But so what? Even if it was just the Golden Core, even if the other party had just established their foundation under the overwhelming support of the Mara cloud, they were not a match. At most, they could all rush together. The other party might not be able to kill them all. Just thinking about such a situation made their heads ache. After all, no one wanted to die, especially in front of the Mara cloud. Being killed by the Mara cloud, or even having their souls completely extinguished, was too tragic. We dare not. Dao Xian hurriedly spoke upon hearing this. It's just that we are currently trapped in our realms. If you could extend a helping hand, we would naturally be immensely grateful. Looking at Xiao Chen, he said, you can state your requirements. As long as we have it, we are willing to exchange. He was very clear that now it could only be a transaction, and it was the other party who called the shots. If there were any ulterior motives, they would likely end up in a very bad situation. If it's a transaction, then naturally there's no problem. However, if you don't want to maintain your dignity, I can help you with that too, Xiao Chen said with a cold laugh. That is only natural. Upon hearing that Xiao Chen was willing to trade, Dao Xian's expression immediately brightened. He was afraid that the other party would simply tell them to leave. If that happened, they really wouldn't dare to speak recklessly. At this moment, just seeing the vast golden clouds made them tremble, and they dared not entertain any thoughts. You take charge of the transaction and ask these guys what they need? Xiao Chen glanced at Gu Qingran and said, after the matter is settled, we will split the profit 70-30. All right. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingran's eyes lit up. Although it was only 30%, it was still a significant benefit for her. Additionally, give me a few manuals suitable for ordinary people to cultivate. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen spoke. Both Chu Qingyue and Songya still lacked manuals. For Xiao Chen, this was crucial. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Gu Qingran nodded. She had previously talked with Xiao Chen and knew that he had several beautiful companions, so the manuals were prepared for them. At this moment, she quickly moved into the crowd to inquire about what spiritual materials they needed. As for Xiao Chen and the great sage of Yellow Sand, they sat on the cloud, watching the scene before them. De Huang was now truly obedient like a dog, lying directly beside Xiao Chen and even nudging his body, indicating for Xiao Chen to sit on him. This big shot will be his own master from now on. Without mentioning anything else, he knows best how good the food is when following a master. In the future, whether he can break through or not will still depend on the master. Since that's the case, he must definitely please the master well. Xiao Chen looked at De Huang and smiled. This fellow had directly taken him as a mount. At this moment, he had transformed into a dog. Xiao Chen was not polite and directly sat on De Huang's back. De Huang immediately showed a hint of surprise. He, the great sage of Yellow Sand, the overlord of this area, had now become a dog, yet he was incredibly happy. His gaze swept below. Among them were the sect leader of the Dao sect and some well-known figures in this realm, those he used to avoid at all costs, but now he glanced at them with disdain. These guys could only beg his master for a trade. But he was different. Now that he followed the master, he had plenty of benefits. At this moment, he felt far more noble than these people. Soon, Gu Qingran had already asked what the other party needed and quickly walked to Xiao Chen's side, unfolding the items. Except for a few things that Dao Xian needs which are temporarily unavailable, everything else is here. Gu Qingran said. What Dao Xian wants is special and can only wait until next time. What does he want? Xiao Chen asked curiously. In this session, it's the essential medicinal materials for refining the Qi Dan, but in our place they are quite common. Gu Qingran lowered her voice and said, for example, this Qi Ling Zhen is actually ginseng. This Zi Xian Hua is our morning glory. With Gu Qingran's explanation, Xiao Chen understood. A ginseng, regardless of its age. A morning glory, a dog-tail grass. Then add a bit of osmanthus. In other words, aside from that ginseng being worth a bit, the rest was practically worthless. But the price offered by the other party was high. A full 100 high-grade spirit stones because resources were scarce here. Spirit stones were extremely rare. One high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Just this spirit stone alone was enough for Xiao Chen's cultivation expenses on Earth. Dao friend, I know these items are precious. If you are willing to part with them, Dao Xian will definitely owe you a favor. At this moment, Dao Xian looked at Xiao Chen and said eagerly. The materials Gu Qingran brought out were all excellent spirit materials, so they were quickly divided up. However, for him, they no longer held much efficacy. What he needed were items that could help him break through. Sure, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, but it will take time. The group of people standing behind Dao Xian immediately brightened at this statement. The implication was clearly that he could obtain some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, they were all good items. Just this point had already made them understand the other party's background. Coupled with that merit cloud, they even speculated whether Xiao Chen was from some major power. I need to go back and prepare. When the time comes, I will have Gu Qingran trade with you. Xiao Chen looked at Dao Xian in front of him and said, how about that? That would be excellent. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Dao Xian's face. He had previously thought that his demands were too high for the other party to meet. He had even prepared himself for despair, but he never expected that the other party could really obtain good items. At this moment, he felt much more relaxed. In that case, Gu Qingran will stay in your Dao sect for a while. Xiao Chen thought for a moment Gu Qingran's current situation was still too dangerous in this world. If she stayed in the Dao sect, it would be much safer. After all, De Huang had said that the Dao sect was the #1 sect in the world. Good. Dao Xian nodded eagerly upon hearing this. The other party arranged for someone to stay in the Dao sect, which meant they had a good impression of the Dao sect. This way, in the future, if anyone from the Dao sect needed anything, they could directly exchange it. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, many cultivators immediately showed a hint of envy. You should be aware of her past experiences. I hope no one dares to hunt her down again, Xiao Chen said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Rest assured, I will definitely ensure Daoist Qingran's safety. Moreover, whether it's Mo Xiu or that Lingbao Pavilion, our Dao sect will certainly seek justice for Daoist Qingran. Dao Xian hurriedly spoke up upon hearing this. What a joke, the opportunity for his breakthrough was right in front of him. Daoist Xiao Chen, we are also willing to help. Those who had exchanged for spiritual materials immediately voiced their support. They were particularly humble at this moment. After all, the other party was powerful. Whatever they wanted, the other party could provide. In such a situation, who would dare to offend them? In a world lacking resources, isn't that exactly what they needed? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, sure, if you need anything, you can find Gu Qingran. As long as you can afford the price, I can provide the goods. The group of cultivators instantly became excited. Looking at Gu Qingran, they understood that this person before them was the spokesperson for Daoist Xiao. Not to mention that they couldn't provoke Xiao Chen. Even if they could, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly at this moment. In fact, a group of cultivators now looked around with warning in their eyes. Anyone who dared to touch Gu Qingran would have to face them to the end. This was their opportunity. Anyone who dared to ruin it was seeking death. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Xiao Chen then glanced at the big yellow dog at his feet. At this moment, the big yellow dog looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of flattery. Seeing the dog's expression, Xiao Chen smiled and asked, do you want to follow me? Upon hearing this, the big yellow dog eagerly nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, the next second, the big yellow dog appeared in Xiao Chen's space. Looking at the situation in Xiao Chen's space, the big yellow dog was momentarily surprised, especially since this space was completely devoid of spiritual energy, which the big yellow dog had not expected. At this moment, he sat down in the space and slowly lay down on the ground. Xiao Chen, seeing the big yellow dog enter his space, immediately chose to teleport back. After returning to Earth, Xiao Chen wanted to release the big yellow dog, but found that the system still did not allow the big yellow dog to appear in his world. Not only that, but previously, the fruits he had awakened in that world had also been taken away by the system by 80%. Watching this scene, Xiao Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. The fruits weren't worth much, but this made Xiao Chen somewhat speechless. System, didn't you say you would only take half? Xiao Chen asked helplessly. The last time he brought back some fruits, the system had taken a significant portion. This time was no different. The system remained silent, clearly tacitly acknowledging the matter. Xiao Chen felt helpless. He knew that the mute system didn't want to speak, which meant it wasn't prepared to answer him. System, how can I make the people in my space appear on Earth? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and asked. The big yellow dog's abilities were considerable. If he could carry it freely, that would undoubtedly be the best. Hint, the host space can accommodate living beings, but cannot cross dimensions, especially to Earth. The system's voice echoed in his mind, unless there is a phenomenon of spiritual energy revival on Earth. Otherwise, the laws of Earth cannot support beings from other dimensions. The voice in his mind made Xiao Chen pause slightly and ask, then what is spiritual energy revival? Currently, he was undoubtedly invincible on Earth, but ultimately, he was alone, and some things were inconvenient. Moreover, bringing people out but only being able to stay in the space was unreasonable. The system fell silent again, and at that moment, Xiao Chen felt helpless. He knew the system was not prepared to answer. Since that was the case, he also decided not to ask anymore. Then, Xiao Chen directly returned to his villa. At this moment, the entire street had already been transformed, and under the supervision of Chu Qingyue, this area had truly become a logistics park. In fact, to avoid waste, Chu Qingyue even started a company and ventured into the logistics business. Although Xiao Chen's consumption was not small, it was not as significant as imagined. Surplus items naturally needed to be sold. There were quite a few matters on Songya's side, and these could only be entrusted to Chu Qingyue and Gu Qingran. Just as Xiao Chen returned, Chu Qingyue went straight to the villa. You're back. Chu Qingyue leaned against Xiao Chen and said, my dad and my cousin are here. Now, they have taken over everything in Yun City. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. With this support, at least in the territory of Yun City, he basically didn't need to worry about anything else. Also, there's one more thing. Chu Qingyue thought for a moment and said, Old Bai wants to ask you to take action once. Of course, if you don't agree, then forget it. Ask me to take action? Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue in surprise. In Xiao Chen's view, the current officials, under his provision of resources, were no longer comparable, especially with the addition of 2 innate martial artists. Moreover, there were also the weapons he brought. It should be noted that once those weapons were used, they could definitely slay innate martial artists. In such a situation, did Old Bai still need him to take action? Yes. At this moment, Chu Qingyue pondered for a moment and said, Do you know about the innate martial artists in Long Country? I know. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He had seen several innate martial artists from Long Country before, the 2 beside Old Bai plus 1. Feng Longyan. As for the other 2, he had not seen them. Previously, Long Country had 2 innate martial artists, but they had always been working overseas, and now, something has happened. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue said softly, One of them is currently missing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, Missing? Yes. Chu Qingyue took a deep breath and said, The person's name is Jin Yulong. He is missing, and not only that, he also took away 2 bottles of evolution agents. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and said, You gave him this month's quota? At first, we didn't want to agree. We only wanted to give him 1 bottle, but he said he had important intelligence and needed manpower, and he had quite a few people under him. 1 bottle of evolution agent might mean 1 more innate. So we gave it to him. Chu Qingyue said helplessly. The evolution agents were undoubtedly precious, after all. From Xiao Chen, one could only take 2 bottles a month. However, as long as Xiao Chen was around, there would be no shortage of evolution agents. Because of this, the officials were willing to give this month's quota to him. After all, he was doing important tasks overseas. But they did not expect that after giving him 2 bottles of evolution agents, he would go missing. Not only that, but all the people under him also disappeared. Because of this, at this moment, everyone understood how important this matter was. However, even if a group of innate martial artists went overseas, they might not be able to find him. So now they could only turn to Xiao Chen. Do you think I can find him? Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and spoke. Old Bai means that you have many means. What if you have some way to find people? Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue said, Old Bai also said that if you are unwilling, then forget it. I'll go talk to him. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, after all, he was a Long Country person. It could be said that it was unrealistic for him not to care about Long Country. Now that he was cooperating with the officials, it was all going quite well. All right. Chu Qingyue nodded and said, Then, do we need the officials to pay something? You don't need to worry about that, just take care of your own matters. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke up. By the way, where did Old Wolf and the others go? They're all here. Ever since they returned, I've arranged for them. What do you need them for? Chu Qingyue knew that Old Wolf and the others had consumed the evolution potion, and now they were quite formidable. Although they hadn't reached the innate martial artist level, they were undoubtedly just a step away. Bring them here, Xiao Chen said. From now on, this will be our base. In case some unruly ones come looking for trouble, we need enough strength to intimidate them. Gu Qingran and Lu Meng were cultivators, but the difficulty of cultivation was exceptionally high. Especially on Earth, the 2 of them were just starting out. In a real fight, they wouldn't even stand a chance against acquired martial artists. Even though Xiao Chen had retrieved a large number of spirit stones, it was impossible to continuously support their cultivation. Xiao Chen had even considered that once the 2 reached the nascent soul stage, he would take them away and directly throw them into other realms for training. Alright, I'll arrange it. Chu Qingyue didn't waste any time and directly called for Old Wolf and the others. Watching them come over, Xiao Chen casually tossed out a few bottles of intermediate evolution potions. After drinking these, you'll be at the level of innate martial artists, Xiao Chen said as he looked at them. He had estimated that the level of intermediate superpowers was roughly equivalent to that of innate martial artists. The evolution of their physical bodies was also purer. Now, the entire apocalyptic world belonged to Xiao Chen, so what was there to fear? Therefore, at this moment, Xiao Chen had no intention of holding back. At the very least, the stronger Old Wolf and the others became, the more the authorities would value him. Upon hearing this, Old Wolf and the others immediately showed a look of surprise. They were not naive and understood how rare an innate martial artist was. Previously, they had even estimated the gap between themselves and some innate martial artists. So, at this moment, seeing the intermediate evolution potions Xiao Chen produced, they eagerly grabbed them and drank them down. Soon, they all entered a meditative state, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Watching their appearance, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. As for Chu Qingyue, she looked at Xiao Chen with some surprise. She hadn't expected that Xiao Chen would directly elevate these few people to the innate level. It was important to know how rare innate martial artists were. After all, before Xiao Chen, every innate martial artist had trained hard to reach that level. Even so, there were only 5 of them. However, Old Wolf and the others were just 5 people. Therefore, in terms of the foundation of super soldiers, Xiao Chen was not inferior to the previous Dragon Country. Of course, she also knew that it wasn't that simple. After all, in front of Xiao Chen, those innate martial artists were almost like toys. When I return, I'll give you a set of cultivation methods, Xiao Chen said, looking at Chu Qingyue beside him. Since he had obtained the cultivation methods from Gu Qingran, he naturally intended to share them. Chu Qingyue nodded in response and then said, I understand. She was well aware that what Xiao Chen gave her would definitely be even better. I'll head over to Old Bai's place first. As for them, they'll wake up soon. Xiao Chen looked at Old Wolf and the others in front of him and said, although their current strength is innate, they are undoubtedly the weakest among innate martial artists and can't fight anyone, but they are sufficient to handle some situations. After all, most of Old Wolf and the others had superpowers, and after drinking, the remaining few would likely evolve their own powers as well. At that level, they wouldn't fear ordinary people. Then, Xiao Chen soared into the air, and in the next moment he vanished into the sky with a teleportation. Now, with Xiao Chen's teleportation, he could cover almost 100 kilometers, so after a dozen teleports, he had already appeared in front of Old Bai. Seeing Xiao Chen appear, Old Bai finally let out a sigh of relief. You finally made it. Old Bai said, if you hadn't come, I would have had to send Wu Lai over. Looks like it's quite troublesome. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, I suppose so. Old Bai sighed and said, you have no idea how big this trouble is. Those 2 bottles of evolution potions plus an entire squad that has gone missing. Jin Yulong's tone back then made us suspect that he has lost control. Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Bai said helplessly at that moment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood. It meant that Jin Yulong might have betrayed them. Why would this happen? Xiao Chen asked in surprise. After all, those who were sent overseas as innate martial artists were undoubtedly valued by the Dragon Kingdom. Over the years, he has been lurking overseas, and his status has been rising. Old Bai sighed. Helplessly, in fact, we thought about bringing him back a year ago, but he refused. Moreover, at that time, he was indeed more aware of the situation overseas, and the intelligence he provided was very accurate. So, I chose to trust him. Listening to Old Bai's words, Xiao Chen nodded. If that was the case, then why would Jin Yulong betray them now? This matter, in the end, might still be related to you. Old Bai said somewhat helplessly at that moment. Related to me? Xiao Chen was a bit taken aback. What did this have to do with him? He had no idea what connection he had with Jin Yulong. At that moment, he looked at Old Bai, his face full of surprise. Jin Yulong's wife. Her surname is Lu. Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said, the Lu family from Shanghai. When he heard this, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned, and then he understood. The Lu family from Shanghai seemed to be the one that had been causing him trouble. Now, the Lu family could be considered ruined. So, Jin Yulong's wife has a grudge against me? Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and said, when we cleared out the Lu family before, we also mentioned it to Jin Yulong, but he didn't react much at the time. But I didn't expect that shortly after, Jin Yulong would betray us. The biggest trouble is the squad that was with Jin Yulong. Now, those few people are also unaccounted for. At that moment, Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said, I want to ask you to go over for this reason. After all, if we send someone over and encounter trouble, we might not be able to resolve it. But you're different. Listening to Old Bai's words, Xiao Chen nodded. Whether it was Wu Lai or others, even if 3 innate martial artists teamed up to go, they might not succeed. After all, if Jin Yulong had betrayed them, it would mean he had joined another force. Not fearing the power of the Dragon Kingdom, at that point, even 3 innate martial artists could die. Such a loss was something the Dragon Kingdom could not afford right now. As for himself, Old Bai understood that in his eyes, innate martial artists were no different from useless people. No matter what, if you can bring the person back alive, that would be best. Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Bai said at that moment, if not, then you can handle it as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and then asked, where is the other party? He went missing in the Marilus Federation. Old Bai said, you're in Shanghai, and you can accurately locate people. I believe you must have ways to find them. At that moment, he could only trust Xiao Chen. After all, when Zhao Tianfan was surrounded, it was Xiao Chen who directly intervened and brought him out. Therefore, in his view, Xiao Chen's methods were undoubtedly very numerous. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and quickly said, all right, I got it. Do you have his photo? He looked at Old Bai and asked. Old Bai hurriedly asked Wu Lai to bring a photo to Xiao Chen. After taking a quick glance, Xiao Chen stood up swiftly and, in the next moment, flew away. Old Bai has Jin Yulong really betrayed us? Wu Lai asked, looking at Old Bai with curiosity. At this moment, he was still intrigued, and upon hearing this, Old Bai shook his head helplessly and said, I don't know. However, all the signs indicate one thing. He may have truly lost control. Upon hearing this, Wu Lai sighed. In the past, innate martial artists were rare, and because of this, Old Bai had to coax them. But now, that situation was long gone. Old Bai only needed to appease Xiao Chen. Aside from Xiao Chen, others held much less value in Old Bai's eyes. Of course, he considered this situation normal. After all, Xiao Chen was worth it. Xiao Chen's abilities were indeed sufficient. Perhaps Jin Yulong sensed part of this reason, and after the Lu family was cleared out, he had other thoughts. But regardless, Jin Yulong's actions were undoubtedly wrong. He had little contact with Jin Yulong, and if Jin Yulong truly lost control or even defected, there was nothing more to say. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already flickered several times, quickly appearing within the territory of the Marilus Federation. His speed had increased significantly, so arriving here didn't take much effort. Before him was the island where he had previously rescued Chu Qingyue, and as he looked around, he saw quite a few people. Observing these individuals, Xiao Chen smiled faintly, scanning them with his consciousness but not detecting Jin Yulong. Thus, he decided not to pay them any more mind. After he had previously caused some destruction here, the number of guards had decreased significantly. Then, with a quick flicker, Xiao Chen crossed over and entered the territory of the Marilus Federation. In the following days, Xiao Chen roamed almost entirely within the Marilus Federation. His speed was incredibly fast, sweeping through one area after another without finding Jin Yulong. However, to Xiao Chen's surprise, he discovered Qin Ku here. He was somewhat taken aback that Qin Ku had come to this place. This woman had run away right after the last incident. But seeing Qin Ku walking down the street with a portly man, Xiao Chen shook his head. He had no interest in Qin Ku at all. He was too lazy to concern himself with her now. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's gaze tightened. He turned to look and found that his consciousness had picked up on a man who bore a striking resemblance to Jin Yulong. about 70% similar. The key was that the aura emanating from this person was undoubtedly that of an innate martial artist. This guy has had plastic surgery. Xiao Chen squinted slightly and whispered, if it weren't for the aura giving him away, Xiao Chen might have truly missed him. At this moment, Jin Yulong was on the beach, not far from Qin Ku. The crucial point was that several people were standing beside him, undoubtedly his subordinates. Jin Yulong was enjoying himself, a cigar in his mouth. Beside him stood a stunning woman. Old Jin, aren't you going to avenge my father? The woman asked angrily, looking at Jin Yulong. Avenge? How do you expect me to do that? Jin Yulong snorted coldly and replied, have you even thought about what you're saying? Your Lu family provoked someone you shouldn't have, otherwise how could it have ended up like this? Now you want me to take revenge? Are you thinking too much? As he said this, he even sneered slightly. Let me tell you, this matter is simply not worth playing with. Do you know who the Lu family has offended? Jin Yulong said, someone even old Bai wouldn't dare to provoke. How is that possible? You said you were a congenital martial artist and even Bai Lao had to coax you? The woman frowned slightly and said, now you're telling me you can't handle a mere kid. Upon hearing this, Jin Yulong's expression changed slightly and he said, he's not just a kid. At this moment, Jin Yulong sighed and said, that person is obviously very strong, also a congenital martial artist, and he possesses quite a few potions that are not something ordinary people can control. Moreover, I've inquired indirectly, and the other party is undoubtedly very formidable. Even at my level, I can't find out exactly what the situation is with him. Jin Yulong's face showed helplessness. If it weren't for the Lu family provoking Xiao Chen, he would have wanted to play both sides. But now, he was very clear that not only could he not play both sides, but continuing down this path could lead to a very ugly end for him. Because of this, at this moment, Jin Yulong chose to cut ties with the domestic situation directly. I don't care, you must take revenge, otherwise I won't let you off. The woman's face was grim as she coldly said. At the same time, she pointed to her belly and said, Jin Yulong, think carefully, that's your son's uncle and grandfather. Jin Yulong's face darkened as he coldly replied, if you keep making a fuss, I won't care about you anymore. As for teaching that kid a lesson, Jin Yulong's expression turned ugly as he said, do you know that after I collaborated with the Merlis Federation, I found out that that kid had been to the Merlis Federation and killed quite a few people. I've heard that his methods are very strange. Now, we can only hide well, otherwise, if he finds us, we will be in serious trouble. He felt helpless, but he was even more aware that once the domestic side found out he was fine, then he and his people would definitely be dealt with. Because of this, at this moment, Jin Yulong was filled with worry. Xiao Chen had already appeared behind Jin Yulong. He looked at the other party while listening to their conversation, smiling slightly. The next second, Xiao Chen quickly walked in front of Jin Yulong. A few of Jin Yulong's subordinates saw someone suddenly approaching Jin Yulong and were just about to intercept Xiao Chen. But the next second, they suddenly found themselves unable to move. In fact, they suddenly felt a wave of pressure come over them, and then, they knelt directly on the ground. Jin Yulong felt this pressure and his expression changed immediately. He hurriedly tried to get up, but the next moment his expression changed again. He was overwhelmed by a force and the next moment he suddenly knelt on the ground. Even getting up was exceptionally difficult. Jin Yulong? Xiao Chen walked up to Jin Yulong, looking coldly at him and asked, who are you? Jin Yulong strained to hold himself up and asked, but as he spoke he felt that immense force pressing down on him. At that moment Jin Yulong's face even twisted in pain. Where's your little team? Xiao Chen looked at him and smiled, saying, you're so smart, can't you guess who I am? At this moment, Jin Yulong's face had turned extremely ugly. He looked at Xiao Chen and gritted his teeth, saying, you are Xiao Chen? It's me. Xiao Chen nodded and said, where are your subordinates? Upon hearing this, Jin Yulong's face turned grim. The people sent from the domestic side were said to be his subordinates, but to put it bluntly, they were also monitoring him indirectly. Because of this, Jin Yulong had secretly dealt with that group of people. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Chen, his face filled with fear. The other party hadn't even made a move, just standing in front of him, coldly looking at him, yet it gave him a terrifying sense of pressure. That pressure filled him with dread. And at this moment, Jin Yulong took a deep breath and said, they're all dead. He looked at Xiao Chen in front of him and spoke. At this moment, he was very clear that the other party was obviously serious about wanting to kill him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen slightly nodded and said, all right, since that's the case, then come with me. Sir, I have considerable assets overseas estimated to be worth $10 billion. At this moment, Jin Yulong said eagerly, I am willing to offer this amount. He looked at Xiao Chen, his face full of pleading. I beg you to spare me. Hearing this, Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly, then reached out a hand and pressed it on Jin Yulong's head. No need, I'm not short on money. You should just come with me. As he spoke, Xiao Chen turned to look at the woman not far away. At this moment, the woman was also kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear, having gone from arrogance to now looking at Xiao Chen with trepidation. Xiao Chen looked at her and smiled slightly, then directly said, you too, come with me. After saying this, he waved his hand, and in the next moment, Jin Yulong and the woman were pulled into his space. Turning around, he noticed that many people along the coast were watching him. After all, Xiao Chen didn't care about the thoughts of those around him. He suddenly appeared and directly exerted pressure over the entire coast. Many people on the shore saw Xiao Chen. At this moment, these people were also kneeling on the ground. They saw Xiao Chen walk up to Jin Yulong, wave his hand, and Jin Yulong along with the woman beside him disappeared. Then, they saw Xiao Chen suddenly rise into the air and fly away right in front of them. Many people from the Maris Federation gasped in astonishment. After all, he truly flew into the sky and then just left. Such a scene left many people in shock. Among the crowd, Qin Ku was also watching Xiao Chen. A hint of astonishment appeared on her face. Xiao Chen. In her lifetime, Qin Ku would never forget Xiao Chen. After all, this man was too special. Even her entire family had ended up in prison because of Xiao Chen. If she hadn't run away quickly, she might have been caught long ago. At that time, Qin Ku only felt fear from Xiao Chen's abilities, but she never imagined that he had such means. She witnessed Xiao Chen wave his hand and make people disappear, then suddenly rise into the air and fly away. At that moment, regret continuously overflowed from Chinka's face. Since coming here, relying on her looks, she had become this old man's mistress. But only Chinka knew that what he gave her was merely a little bit. Even during these days, no matter how hard she tried, he had already grown tired of her. And then, what could she do? If back then, she hadn't been so vain, perhaps she could have continued to be with Xiao Chen. Unfortunately, everything was gone. Just thinking about this possibility, Chinka truly felt regret at that moment. If she were still with Xiao Chen, what kind of situation would that be? She didn't even dare to imagine. Looking at Xiao Chen now, he seemed no different from an immortal. Being the girlfriend of an immortal, her status would be beyond words. Even without that, she couldn't fathom how much money Xiao Chen had. That was the life she dreamed of living. But everything was gone. With this thought, Chinka's face was filled with regret, yet there was nothing she could do. At this moment, Chinku also clearly knew that she had no way out. She could only please the old man beside her. Apart from that, there was no other way. Soon, officials from the Maris Federation arrived. They checked the surveillance, and many people immediately recognized who Xiao Chen was upon seeing him. This person had caused significant losses for the Maris Federation. The people of Long Country are truly untrustworthy. We had already signed an agreement with Long Country. At this moment, a group of people said angrily, previously, they had paid a considerable price to ensure that the Dragon Kingdom would not allow Xiao Chen to come here and cause trouble. But who would have thought? How long had it been since then? Xiao Chen actually returned again? Alright, they came here just to take one person, which is quite generous of them, several people said helplessly. After all, they all knew that Xiao Chen was only here to take Jin Yulong. If the other party really wanted to kill someone, all they had to do was release that thick fog along the coastline, and anyone who came would die. So, even though they were extremely angry, they felt powerless. They all understood that the other side had them completely at their mercy. As for everything else, it was no longer important. Just bringing one person back was practically no challenge for the current Xiao Chen. The only difficulty might be finding the person. After all, for the current Xiao Chen, there was almost no one in this dimension who could match him. Rushing along, Xiao Chen soon arrived back in the Shengjing area. His spiritual sense explored his space, and upon seeing the scene before him, he was momentarily stunned. Jin Yulong and that woman were trembling in front of the big yellow dog. In front of the big yellow dog, Jin Yulong clearly had no ability to resist being pinned down by one of its paws. Watching this scene, a strange look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected Jin Yulong to foolishly provoke the big yellow dog. However, this gave Xiao Chen a new understanding. Although he couldn't release the big yellow dog, his space could contain living beings. He could even put people inside. Moreover, Xiao Chen discovered another thing. In the area where the big yellow dog was, he had set up a formation using the jade essence stored in his space. Within this formation, spiritual energy was gradually emerging. This meant that these jade essences could generate spiritual energy within the space. At this thought, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Spiritual energy was the foundation of cultivation and the most crucial element. Now, he realized that his space could actually produce spiritual energy.